Hello readers. Today I will summarize from the first to the last chapter of the True Dragon Mage series. A scream echoed as Jaemon Raymond was stopped by soldiers guarding the crowded city gate. The guard held up the man's name tag, looked at it, then glanced back at the face with a hint of hesitation. Raymond stirred a bit of chaos in the guard's heart. Isn't that the founding family? The man with a dirty mushroom face and blazing red eyes is the male lead from a noble sect. The guard looked him up and down from his torn clothes to the dirt on his arms, still wrapped in bandages, but his large stature carried the aura of a noble family, and no matter what he wore, his beauty shone through. Why is he dressed like that? They can't hold him for long. After checking, the two guards returned his card. After checking, you can go in. A guard glanced at him, then turned to ask. You know him. He belongs to the Doimon Qianquo clan. The guard seemed very shocked after hearing that. Then why does he look like that? Those two are gossiping behind your back. Nobles dressed like that. It seems the Qianquo family isn't that significant after all. Isn't that right? I heard the White Tower is recruiting mercenaries. Is that why he came here? No, he's not that poor. How could a nobleman become a mercenary? His face showed a cold expression upon hearing those words. He sneered and slumped into a corner. So many things going on. These bastards. The place you entered is Camelot's capital, a grand place with very simple and peaceful architecture. You walked step by step following the crowd. In front of him stood a towering spire, the magic tower housing all the kingdom's guards assembled. He thought about his not-so-great, past a time when he had worked hard to get in here. I think this will help our family survive any crisis so we don't fall apart. On the battlefield, everywhere is fire and enemies of your father. He thought of the person who betrayed his father after he died in battle against the Empire. He and everyone in the castle must evacuate immediately. Everyone and I had to run away from the castle. I had to enter the magic tower to reclaim the clan's territory. At that time, he was still just an innocent boy, carrying tears as he evacuated with everyone else, but his eyes were still watching the noble figure of his mother. Mom, that boy is wearing a sparkling necklace on his neck, but still screams with deep longing. No, Mom, it's still a wild dream. Inside the tower, there are 3 chairs for the 3 most powerful figures. He stood before them and said I was expelled from the academy even before I registered to join the magic tower. A notification sound made his whole body tremble, gripping the exam paper tightly. The examiner spoke in a cold voice. You failed 3 subjects. This has never happened before at the academy. He insulted him severely. You may be good at theory, but you can't even reach the 2nd round of magic. Another person nearby also joined the conversation. I can't handle the mana constriction spell. Why didn't you choose a path other than a mage? Those words are like a knife cutting straight into my heart, narrowing my mana flow. Because I was born with a narrow and weak mana flow, I cannot absorb too much mana, nor can I release mana. That is the cruelest punishment a wizard can receive. He sits in a corner, reflecting on that dark past with a heavy heart. Anyway, by a strange twist of fate as a mercenary, I actually reached the 2nd magic circle. I stared at my hands. But I am still only a 3rd-class mage. At this moment, hurried footsteps ran out from inside the tower. The tower announcer hurriedly said, "Today's temporary job registration has ended. Please come back tomorrow." Those waiting outside the tower door were furious. We've been waiting all day. What can we do now? An Larngyan listened quietly to their complaints and didn't ask for anything. They quickly left for another place. I heard the museum is hiring temporary mages. Want to give it a try? What are you saying? He was sleeping in a corner hearing those words. They were just looking for some first-level mages to clean up. Outside the tower, the glaring sunlight was accompanied by helpless words that only brought shame. In that corner, his lonely figure sat watching everything. His eyes showed a helpless smile. Then at this moment, Ratso reached into his pocket, seemingly wanting to take something out. It turned out to be a purse, but inside was only a shining gold coin, and he decided to go somewhere. So I will go. That place is the Louvrium Grand Museum. The museum guide leads everyone around. This is the largest museum in the kingdom. This is the main hall of the Louvrium Museum. The guide said while walking, "This week we have nobles visiting. It turns out you and your group are here to clean, so this place must be spotless." He stood silently beside listening to his work. The instructor was very careful in assigning tasks to him and everyone. Please be careful with the wind when using it to clean up if anyone damages anything. At this moment, his face and eyes changed unusually and his voice deepened. Get ready to face the consequences. He looked at the objects around him and thought to himself, this is all fake stuff, why keep it vat? So quietly followed the guide step by step. But suddenly something caught his attention. He walked to a room and looked up. This place looks so familiar. The place where you are standing is the mythical creature's room. Vat whispered the name of the room. Mythical creature. He stood hesitating in front of the door, not daring to enter. But right now, the pocket of his pants felt a bit strange. The item his mother gave him when he was a child suddenly started vibrating violently. He quickly took it out. Why is it suddenly vibrating? Looking at the item in his hand, it was a ring his mother gave him when he was a child. He watched it tremble in his hand. Mom's ring. At this moment, he felt the room was a bit strange, looked up once, then hesitated deeply without daring to enter, but his body moved on its own, his legs moved automatically. I stepped into the mystical creature room as if fate was pulling me along. The guide looked around, bewildered, searching for Joe's figure. Why is one person missing? Joe vola dui Monday. He was confused, looking for your shadow. At this moment, Vo-an has entered the room of mystical creatures and is standing before a giant skeleton. The ring in his hand is vibrating more and more strongly, then it vibrates even stronger. I feel a strange frequency. Does Mom want to say something to me? Mom, please speak. His eyelids close involuntarily. In the space inside the ring, he and his mother once entered this room when he was a child. At that time, he was just a smiling, mischievous boy. At that moment, the boy noticed something in the room and pulled his mother's hand, pointing in one direction. It was a small but very secret path. At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and followed it, remembering when he was a child entering a glass cabinet. In front of you is an ancient dragon heart. This is an ancient dragon heart, and the ring seems to have some connection with it. He slowly raised the ring to look at the dragon's heart, and a ring that looked like a dragon's eye. Vo slowly put the ring on his finger, feeling a bit confused inside. Why is Mom crying? I don't understand what's happening. Why did Mom bring me here? His arm dropped straight down. It stopped shaking. An ancient dragon heart, a giant skeleton. What connection do they have after all? He stood silently without saying a word, then laughed helplessly. It must have been just my imagination. His eyes darkened as he looked at the ring. At that moment, a strange phenomenon occurred, and the ring suddenly emitted dazzling lightning bolts. A voice spoke. Hearts and eyes met, opening another eye. You are qualified to become a new legend. I will give you another chance. That was when I realized the wheel of fate had broken, and the life I had been waiting for had begun. The system appeared. The Holy Dragon King's eye was checking the world information. The status window and the winner's quest of the gatekeeper are being activated. Vague calls. The gate is closed. Are you confused about what's happening? What is that sound? It sounds angry, but I recognize it. Whose voice is this? His eyelids slowly opened, revealing a familiar scene before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he was back to being a student in class. The professor slammed the book on his head and then shakily stood up. Yes. He was extremely angry. I know you're smart, but how dare you sleep in my class? You're bold. He was confused and didn't understand what was happening, his face still a bit sleepy. Looking at the man in front of him, he was very bewildered. Professor Hubert. He glanced at a classmate, but he has already passed away. The classmate turned back to look at him. What's wrong with him? He glanced around the classroom. His classmates looked down and sneered at him. What's going on? Everything became blurry when he woke up. Vat-So raised both his arms and slapped his face, not understanding what was happening. His lips trembled and quivered. Seeing the scene around you, I have gradually accepted the truth. Have we gone back to the past? The sunlight is shining through the classroom windows. Inside the classroom, he is standing opposite his professor, his teacher. But you are still in a state of confusion. Have I traveled back to the past? Professor Hubert looked at him in silence, then put 2 fingers to his forehead in a strange gesture, but he was still punished to leave the classroom. Walking along the familiar path of time travel, he stood before a blurry figure of himself. Can this type of magic even be considered magic? When the other eyes open, you will become the foundation for creating a new mythology. So prove that you are worthy. For the future of the new myth, I will give you another chance. He immediately realized and confirmed that they definitely had. Suddenly, he discovered his familiar ring on his hand was gone, saying this was another opportunity. I was standing there, stunned, looking at the ring when Professor Hubert came out. Was it my mother who helped? He turned to look at Vo. Without many words, he bowed his head to admit his fault. Sleeping during class like that is not like a student at all. I'm sorry, Ha. He is blaming you. It seems we need to have a private talk. You came to my office during lunch hour, I understand. He left, leaving you still bowing your head behind, so we will wait for the game. Seeing that familiar figure, he felt so precious. How long has it been since I last got into school trouble, but the feeling is still nice. That figure was walking hesitantly along the long road when an angry voice suddenly rang out. So it turns out the bully from back then came to shove your neck. Vo angrily turned around to look. What kind of damn joke is this? He arrogantly insulted him. What the hell? The henchman next to him didn't say much and immediately wanted to take action. You seem too relaxed, huh? That bastard. That guy was stopped before he could attack. He was afraid everyone here would see. The professors are watching. The blonde guy turns around and insults him. I was sure I told you to copy the notes for me, yet you just kept dozing off. He stared bewildered at that familiar figure, Ghost Frederick. He used threatening words and an angry glare to look at him. If you don't want to die, follow me into the bathroom immediately. The 3 of them left while he still stood there watching. Vol smiled faintly. Yes, things like that have happened before. The crazy guy discovered a system screen with his face on it. It appeared and left him bewildered. What is this? Mission to escape being bullied. Teach the 3 bullies in your class. A lesson reward. Low-grade magic stone. Curiously touching the system screen. Is this a hallucination? I can't believe it appeared right before my eyes. No. The ghost saw Tran True not leaving for a long time and urged him. Hey, what are you doing? Not following threatening words that make people feel contemptuous came from his tent. You know running away won't work right. We're inside the academy now. After saying that, he gave a sinister smile. But if you're scared, just try running. I can't bear to watch him. Alright. Then plans kept popping up in my head, making me forget that task. First, I will teach them a lesson. After countless years living as a mercenary, nothing compares to the killing intent I felt from those monsters before. The 3 of them quickly gathered in the bathroom. These guys are just at a kid's level. He was holding his cigar and provoking. So you finally decided to come in here. That larva. Seeing him call me a larva, I gently replied. Of course, you damn leech. The henchman next to him saw you offend him and immediately cursed. This guy has really lost his mind. He slowly stepped in front of the underling. He hurriedly raised his fist. It seems like you want to get beaten up. He didn't say much and charged directly, but your strength is different now. The punches now are just bites. He was punched in the stomach with tremendous force. Then that guy fell backwards, spitting all over. Another henchman nearby saw this and got angry, rushing forward directly. That bastard. Just after hurling an insult, he was stabbed straight in the face. Sister Ma stood silently watching her 2 younger brothers being defeated one after another. He sneered. Honestly, just throw the cigar away. Since you can't use magic, have you learned any cheap martial arts moves? He stood silently listening to those words. Truly nothing more could be expected from a fallen family. He put on 4 rings on his hand. We cannot use magic in the academy. He wants to attack you with the strongest moves, but it seems you don't know that we can use small artifacts. No more words. The ghost girl rushed forward and clenched her hand tightly. Die, you brat. He didn't give him a chance to attack, and dodged to the side. The powerful strike was gently caught by him. He was stunned to see him suddenly become so strong, twisting his wrist directly behind his back. Frederick's ghost screamed in pain as his wrist was broken, then he collapsed to the ground. Your sarcastic words. You have been replaced on the leaderboard by your own brothers. Even your clan has abandoned a fool like you. If you meet a strong opponent, you hesitate and avoid them, but when you meet a weak one, you immediately bully them. Your words grow more vicious. A damn bastard like you dares to mention my family. He went from looking like a bully to looking pathetic. He was like a demon in front of him. Wait. He punched him straight in the face, not giving him any explanation. Listen to me. A voice shouted in the bathroom. He left with a sharp look. From now on, behave properly. The 3 of them lay collapsed on the ground. If you don't want to die. He came out of the bathroom and suddenly sat down, leaning against the wall. Vatso feels regretful about his actions. Did I go too far? His eyes are lifeless now, mine are too tired. The system keeps appearing, making him curious. Low-level magic stones can be used. The system dispenses a magic stone to you. He looked at it in his hand, very small but very sharp, usable. Vat hesitated a bit. Did it want him to eat this? He sat gazing at the crystal. It's edible, don't tell me I have to eat it. Deep down he was struggling internally. Even the forest people don't eat stones anymore. He looked at the mana crystal with some hesitation, but in the end he decided to put it straight into his mouth. At that moment, the system announced that you have absorbed the lowest level mana stone. I chew while savoring its taste. Maybe this is also an opportunity for me, like going back to the past. After swallowing the spirit pearl, his body emitted a powerful energy that exploded instantly. Notification: you have received mana in the mana stone. An incredibly powerful ability is causing him deep pain. The core crystal causes his body to emit extremely strong energy. I am slowly feeling that power. Mana is overflowing. Mana notification in the magic circle is increasing. His heartbeats surge and are absorbed by the magic circle. After a while he finally absorbed it and it is stabilizing again. Luckily, it is stabilizing now. He looked at his hands with joy. Absorbing the essence this way felt incredibly fascinating. I am confident I can overcome the mana shrinkage. The downfall of the family expelled from the academy, and becoming a third-rate mercenary mage, I can change my own fate. He walked with a cheerful mood and a strong body. At this moment, Ratso went to Professor Hubert's room. Go ahead, please. Professor Hubert is already waiting for you. Sit down. Sit down. The professor spoke softly. Vaso looked at the cups of tea and the delicious cakes on the table. Today was not like any other day. Professor Hubert felt he was very strange in today's lesson. Do you think that speaking up would make him confused? Is he facing some difficulties? He was holding a cup of tea while drinking. I heard the classmates are bullying the student. Professor Huat always helped me until the very end in the past life. His kindness made me secretly happy inside. I have always wanted to say this. When the past returns, you become confident in your own strength. You don't need to worry. Professor Hubert couldn't believe his ears when he heard it. Thank you very much, Professor. He immediately coughed, and as a professor, he has to take care of his students. He called a kid stupid in front of him. Then he handed him a book. Anyway, you fell asleep in class, so you have to be punished. Professor Hub opening a page of the book won't be easy. Write an analysis report from pages 62 to 74 of the in-depth elemental study, then he closed the book. This is the part that even the seniors struggled with a lot. The system is now displayed. Notification. The task is to complete the assignment given by Professor Hubert. The reward depends on the quality and Professor Hubert's satisfaction. The lowest level Mana Stone reward is obtainable. He looked at the system's reward. Homework is also a task. Professor Hub saw you hesitating and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Is it too difficult?" He quickly replied no. Vaxo was very eager to receive this assignment from the professor. Thank you, teacher. Inside your room, the bright sunlight is streaming through the window, and you are sitting tiredly on the chair. The analysis exercise that Professor Hubert assigned to you is now almost complete. This exercise is not difficult. In my past life, due to limited mana ability, I threw myself into theory to compensate. Even as a mercenary, I never stopped learning. I remember before you stood looking out the window thoughtfully, but in this life there is something else as important as studying. That important thing is practicing mana flow. The mana stream is the moving mana path. Mana is absorbed through the respiratory tract. The mana flows and gathers in the heart. Earlier I was trying to fight a giant monster. It keeps attacking you relentlessly. Use all your strength to fight back against its blows. From there we can cast a mask to create a fire, spirit magic. In other words, the stronger the mana flow, the more mana is gathered and released faster. The monster kept charging at him, and seeing he couldn't defend himself, he quickly used his shield. Suddenly he glanced to the side to see where the monster had come from before it attacked with great force straight into the rock. But that rock crumbled. My mana flow is extremely narrow and weak, and you were slammed into the wall. At this moment, a glow of mana radiated from behind his body. Did he feel it? Suddenly, the guy was sucked into a deep lake. Heaven showed sympathy. Is it just luck with my unfortunate fate? He lay collapsed on the cold ground, and after regaining consciousness, he quickly propped himself up with his hands. His eyes looked ahead into the vast space, an ancient relic of unknown origin inside, which were 2 spellbooks. He hurriedly reached out his hand to grab it. The powerful flow and the mage's body. Outside, a hurried footstep is running towards him. The rushing stream helps train the body and amplify the mana flow. The mage's body replaces muscle fibers with part of the mana flow. In other words, the healthier the body, the stronger the mana flow. When I have an adult body, not much will change, but right now my body is developing, so the results will be clearer. This time I will overcome the mana flow restriction, the sunset light thread of the schoolyard. I'm trying my best to train, but I have no strength left. After training quite a bit, he gasped, "I'm so tired, I think that's enough for today." Notification training mission, Magic of the Flowing Stream, running 5 kilometers, completed 0.05 divided by 5 kilometers. He looked at the system screen, disappointed it was quiet, until now suddenly this appeared. Special announcement: when practicing the flowing stream, you can do this task once a day. The required running distance changes based on the level of the flowing stream. A notification will appear that after reaching a certain level of the flowing stream, the task will no longer appear. He startled and withdrew his hand. "Why are you in such a hurry? That made sweat appear on your face." "Alright, I will run for sure. I worked hard to get this opportunity. I can't just sit still." The more he ran, the longer the distance became. His legs trembled from running such a long way. My body is completely numb and trembling, just wanting to collapse quickly. But looking at the numbers on the system screen, it's still not enough. Almost done. He leaned on his knee and complained a little more. At this moment, he gathered all his momentum to run fast. Notification: you have completed the mission and received your reward. He lay flat on the ground, unable to move. At that moment, a figure was secretly watching him. How do I get back to the dorm? That figure looked at me with a jealous gaze. It's a futile effort. Squeeze the juice out. Professor Hubert looked at the stack of papers on the table and silently praised. He didn't expect the student to draw such profound conclusions from just those academic materials. But Hubert asked Ro once more to be sure that he himself had prepared this report. Vo confidently nodded. "Yes, did you see Mana swear to guarantee it whose eyebrows furrowed less? A mana oath. That attitude is too confident." Joel's face was very excited, even when swearing like that. When he spoke such a frank oath, he did not look up, but picked up the stack of reports and smiled. "I am very satisfied with your work." The system appeared and immediately notified him. "You have completed the mission. You will receive rewards, including low-level mana stones, support gems of various sizes, and some knowledge, along with accompanying effects." Does that mean the deeper and broader my knowledge, the stronger I become? Joe's red eyes turned towards his teacher with a thought. If so, Hubert told him to do well so he could go home. But Joe stayed and suddenly exclaimed. Professor Hub wondered what he was about to say. I carefully spoke each word. Jaw's lips moved slightly. I have something to ask you, teacher. After hearing your request, Hubert was a bit curious. You want to use the department's library. Can I ask why? Hubis explained to me that the student library already has enough books to meet the students' needs. Vol immediately responded very calmly. I have read all the books there. The professor's finger suddenly trembled in disbelief. All the stars. Yes. He leaned back and exclaimed, Oh, I can't believe it. But even if what you say is true, using the science library is another story. He clasped his hands together and looked serious. I will have to consider whether the game meets the standards or not. Knowing I had a chance, I was very happy and accepted immediately. Yes, I completely agree. And because of that, your system window is now filled with Mr. Hubert's assignments. Vatso sighed quietly under the green tree canopy. I didn't expect the teacher to give me so much homework. Haha, well, he is strict after all. Sweat dripped down his face and he wiped it off with his hand. But the deeper one understands their theory, the stronger their magic becomes. He was determined to tell himself that he must acquire advanced knowledge in the science library at all costs. He opened the cap of a glass bottle, though it was a bit troublesome. He took a sip of the water he brought, but since the reward for completing the mission was a mana stone, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him and called his name irritably, squeezing taro juice. The name Anton appears along with his annoying accomplices. I heard you carry a cursed mana, but you seem like a training fanatic. My friend suffers because of you. Without any fear, she turned to ask them. So, are you guys here for revenge? Or what? Anton suddenly burst out laughing like it was a joke. Me, revenge, how? He darkened his face and cursed. Stop deluding yourself. Who wants to take revenge on a useless bastard like you? Vo coldly glanced at them with his blazing red eyes. Just need to stomp on you. Anton walked past him and deliberately shrugged Joe. He gave a wicked smile and told Joe, see you in class. His subordinate immediately pursued and asked her, aren't you going to beat him up right now? There's no fool here to be our audience. A gust of wind blew through, making Joe's hair and scarf flutter. He silently thought about the class. I know exactly what Anton is referring to. The practical magic class that grades students based on the results of sparring matches. And I clearly remember how miserable I was in the combat class. That's also where I was despised and bullied. Anton stood before him, surrounded by rays of light created by fire, wearing a sinister smile full of pride. I can't believe I was foolish enough to forget those memories, but the situation is different now. Vosum no longer worries about that. I am ready. The system appeared and informed him that the main task was to reach the second magic circle, expanding his understanding of the skills he possessed. Vel then studied the theory very diligently. You focus on your essay. There is also physical exercise. He sweats but doesn't stop staying up all night to finish a big stack of assignments for Professor Hubert. The system's reward notification bar was countless. That night, V stood in front of his desk, staring at the small stones he had placed on the table. The mana stones were already there. His hand reached out to grab them but then hesitated. But Vo worried whether his mana flow was strong enough to control this mana stone. Joe's eyes widened, full of thought. Cold sweat dripped down his cheek. Then he closed his eyes to calm himself and reassure himself. I just need to believe in what I've practiced before. Va put the mana stone in his mouth and bit it, chewing eagerly as usual. His body remained motionless in the first few minutes, but then a surge of magic rose like a flame. White light exploded and surrounded Rat, so making him dizzy. Jack's eyes were completely white. He felt the heat melting around him, his body as if it was on fire. His legs trembled slightly, the fire mana still surging intensely. He had to quickly create a flow. He held his face and focused all his energy to determine the flow of mana. Joe's arm touched his chest, gathering a core of power at the center of his body. He gritted his teeth and put all his strength into following the sequence, rotating it, and creating a new magic circle. Joe's heart beats in the flames. The mana circle has been formed. If he fails, his heart won't endure it. The magic circle is extremely intricate and growing larger. Take a deep breath and try to convince yourself, but you have already made up your mind. He breathes out and in steadily to gather the mana flowing into the core. Hold the core tightly so the magic won't be disturbed. We must get it at all costs. Suddenly, a column of mana shot straight out the window of Joe's room in the quiet midnight, giving him a completely new feeling that made him realize he could do it. The mana accumulated in his chest, flowed more steadily than mine, but now he was exhausted and gradually fading away. In my head, a thought kept circling for a second time. I collapsed to the floor and fainted while mana was still flowing around my heart. The system popped up a notification that you have completed the mission and will receive a reward. Your knowledge of the fire attribute has increased significantly. The power of fire magic has been enhanced accordingly. His knowledge of other attributes also appeared exactly the same. After a tiring night, leveling up, the morning sunlight shines into Hubert's room. Wonderful, I didn't expect you to complete all the assignments I gave. Hubert sat at the desk and said sternly to him, All right, this is the last question. Before speaking, he carefully considered. This question is even more basic than the previous ones, a question close to reality. Hubert immediately spoke up. Among the 4 structures that make up magic, which one is the most important? Joe's face showed surprise. He couldn't respond immediately. Professor Hub looked at him impatiently. Ah, that's right. I was asking my student a question that I just recently found the answer to. He then slammed his hand on the table and intended to change it. All right, I will ask a question. But Joe has already spoken up in response. Hubert immediately paused after hearing the answer from Joe. He was astonished and exclaimed in his mind, "How did that dog know the answer?" Facing his professor, he calmly gave the answer, which was very concise but hard to find. However, he blurted it out with a calm and composed expression. Hubert's arm on the table immediately clenched tightly. He raised his glass and asked, "Why do you think so?" Joe's eyes darkened a bit as he asked. He looked at his palm and replied, "Magic," as he drew a zodiac circle in his mind. Magic helps manifest something into the real world by using mana. The world classifies this process into 4 levels. First is synchronization, where we learn the laws of natural phenomena. Next is the spirit of images, where we visualize what we have learned in the mind and build formulas to develop visual images. Finally, there is deployment, where magic is realized through formulas. Understanding, building, and deploying can be learned through effort and practice. However, the spirit of the image is not something we can achieve through effort. Breaking your own limits to reach free imagination through courage is what determines the level of spirit. In a very simple mind, he imagines holding a flame in his hand. This is a flame. Then you close your eyes and start controlling it. If I see this flame as an arrow, the flame will instantly transform according to your will into a dual-element fire missile. The mana swirling above your head, if I imagine something else, instead it will become something completely different. In the shadow of Joe, there is the image of a withered branch. If my imagination is not limited, suddenly a water stain appears. The darkness shattered by the breaking of a strange creature. It left flames in its path, as if it could even create things that do not exist in this world. Imaginary and unreal things. Your words made Hubert silent. That's right. A small flame appeared on the palm like a shadow cast where the sun shines. He clenched his hand tightly, and the flame suddenly disappeared. Maybe it's so cold, everything starts from understanding the world. Full of confidence looking ahead, but ending up overturning the laws of the world. His thoughts were no longer naive as before, but instead deeply proficient in magic, which is the essence of magic. Hubert looked into his determined eyes and exclaimed, "This child is just as I thought." Professor Hubert smiled and said, "The student's library is too narrow a world for you." Thanks to your approval, the system immediately notified him that the task was completed. Vatsuo was allowed to enter the department library. Bookshelves several meters taller than him were placed all around. He observed the book while marveling at the vastness of this library. It's only the first floor, but it's already so spacious. The gentle sunlight shines on the glass door. Every space here is clean and tidy, truly different from the library for students. He picked out some books and placed them on the table. 3-dimensional ballistic magic, advanced herbal magic. Va happily opened the book and read them. They are very practical. His eyes lit up. He told himself while researching information and also mentioned the basic theories of magic. Suddenly, a pair of unfamiliar high heels approached Joe's place, but he remained focused on reading without paying attention. The woman looked at the book he was reading and praised it. "Oh, you're reading a pretty interesting book." The sudden noise made his heart skip a beat, his eyes wide open. He quickly turned his chair around to look behind him. "But right now, I have no one." "What?" The woman spoke up. "Over here, kid." The woman appeared in a tight dress, holding a drumstick and wearing a hat that matched her outfit. She smiled at him while Joe was amazed and exclaimed the name Snow White Daria. He quickly stood up and bowed to her. "It is an honor to meet the owner of the Peace Tower. I am Joe Monday. Your sweat is pouring down a lot." Vo only dares to secretly look up at Daria. She is an 8-circle sorcerer. There are very few people in the whole world who can compare to her. Although she is over 80 years old, she has used a huge amount of mana to maintain her youthful appearance. The top magical tower of the Red Magic faction, Snow White Daria, the master of magic. Daria responds happily. "Oh, so the kid knows me, I'm curious, but why is she here?" "No need to be too stressed." Daria offers a lollipop and reassures. "I'm just a companion walking the same path as you." Vol pointed at himself in confusion when he saw that candy. "For me." So they walked together in the department library. Vo bit the clip while Daria spoke up to ask him, "But how could a student like the kid get into the professor's library?" Carelessly answer her, "Professor Hubert has allowed me to enter." Daria turned around and looked surprised. That stubborn guy. Hearing the nickname she gave the professor, Vo could only smile wryly, thinking that Hubert was probably feeling annoyed too. Dar continued discussing with him, and besides, what the kid was studying was quite interesting. She felt the flow of magic around the body was very smooth, and noted that the mana was extremely pure, with a very stable distribution as well. Daria's eyes lit up because of her magic check, which was very rare. Inside, I suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Did she realize something? Daria stood beside him and reassured, "Don't worry." She still wore a very friendly smile. "I'm not here to lecture you or anything. Bow quickly to show respect." "Thanks." Daria's drumstick hit the ground with a thud. Then a stream of power appeared and shone brightly around the room, surprising him. Daria had teleported away. She never forgets to remind you. Please try to develop your abilities to the fullest. Little Vo looked up with his sparkling eyes. He was stunned for a moment before he could respond. Yes, Master of Fire Demon Magic. He stayed in the library until the court session. He carefully closed the library door and still felt a bit excited unexpectedly meeting her here. Vatsa smiled. It was a sudden stroke of luck. Suddenly a voice interrupted his thoughts. "Isn't that rat? So behind you are the bullies, along with Anton. Why did he come out of the professor's library? Who does he think he is?" Anton sneered and said to his friend, "Well, he must have clung to the professor, but that won't change anything." He turned his back and kept walking, giving it his all. That provocative tone didn't change, even though whatever you do is useless. Vatso did not argue with him, but only smiled quietly. The next day, during the practical magic class, all the students sat on the observation benches. The lecturer talked a lot about the rules here. The first person called will step onto the arena and choose a student as an opponent. Professors often choose the weakest student, so that the student can pick someone at the same level, and hear giggles all around. In my past life, I was always the first to be called. The other students talked very loudly. It will probably be Joe again this time. Of course, he has Manhwa artery stenosis. Some even shouted at him more harshly. "Vol, please choose me. I need to raise my grades this semester." "Hey, choose me. Don't choose that guy." Silence. The professor's shout echoed. "Now we will choose a student." First, those people quietly laugh and wait for the name to be called out. But they froze and went blank when the name called out was not that. Anton Frederick. Anton immediately stepped down the stairs amidst the confusion of countless students. "Anton, why did you go to the top?" He walked past the professor, both sharing a mysterious smile. Anton whispered to him, "Thank you, Professor." The professor squinted and replied that compared to the benefits from the Frederick Trade Guild, this was nothing. Vatso looked down and thought to himself, "I knew it." Anton stepped onto the ring. He kicked to the side. Anton looked straight at the target he had aimed at before. "What are you still sitting there for? Come down here." The name that Anton chose could only be one person. Giasso crossed his arms and looked at him coldly, leading the way. Professor Hub made himself a cup of tea and sat down, saying, "If you intended to come here, you should have told me beforehand." Snow White Daria turned toward the window and looked outside. "Professor." Then Daria turned her foot inward. "It's okay." She sat down on the sofa and said, "Isn't it perfectly normal for teachers to visit their students?" Her fingers tapped the teacup rhythmically. Daria asked, "So you gave it to a kid named Ratso? Is that a library access card for professors?" Hubos was very surprised when she suddenly mentioned this. "Is that right? Did he make a mistake?" Daria raised her teacup, seeming in a good mood, and replied, "No, it's just that I haven't seen something so rare in a long time." Hubert misunderstood Daria's meaning and looked down at his hand anxiously. She is right. Joe's narrow mana flow is an abnormal condition even on this continent. Daria suddenly blamed him. He really is a fool. Hubert startled and asked her what Daria told him the truth that child had healed himself. What Daria gently set the teacup down to explain to him. She touched her lips and said the boy had completed the second magic circle. Hubert was shocked and exclaimed, "Vel has already obtained the second magic ring." Returning to the practice field of the experimental lesson, Vel stepped onto the field to face Antone. A notification suddenly popped up in front of him. This mission is to win the magic training session. The reward is low-level mana stones and unlocking the space compartment. Vo pays more attention to the second reward. He smiled, thinking that the magical space barrier could only be used by the wealthiest wizards. It is indeed useful for storing mana stones. Antun began to speak with harsh words. "Hey insect, don't you realize the situation you're in? If he wants to live, he arrogantly orders Vol. Please, I beg you." Vofi laughed at his words. "Ha, begged. You are not inferior, either unleashing your blazing mana flow." "What about me?" Antone was amazed the first time he saw Rat. "So use mana." That magic might be from the professor's observation area, and the command had already sounded. "As you take your position, I will start the match." Antone immediately creates a magic orb in his palm. He gritted his teeth in discomfort. How could someone with a narrow mana flow have obtained a second magic ring? Impossible. He unleashed the double magic circle move, Fire Flame Projectile, causing a huge flame to burst out. Vatsa looked at the flying heat with some surprise, but he immediately raised his hand to create a shield. Jaxo's shield caused the flames to change direction and soar high. Vatso frowned as he looked at the bright light emanating from the fire magic. A professor, after seeing his reflexes, immediately applauded. He couldn't believe the boy wore down the shield and used its angle to protect himself from the heat. The professor, colluding with Antone, is feeling extremely scared. Is this kid hiding some talent? Anton tensed his arm muscles and unleashed a fire blast. He groaned weakly. Can you endure this? Suddenly, the magic that Anton emitted gradually faded, making him angry. Damn my firepower. Vat realized his opponent's abnormality and immediately seized the opportunity, hiding one arm to unleash the second magic ring technique, the rocket he had created earlier. Then he quickly shot his arrow. Anton was very surprised to see the arrow fly through his layer of fire. Missile. He immediately pulled his hands back, creating a shield. Did he really obtain the second magic ring? The rocket launched by Dassault has considerable power, like a pillar of fire piercing straight into Anton's shield. Anton trembled before that overwhelming power, but his proud nature still did not make him afraid. Damn bastard. Just as the surprise wasn't over, he opened his eyes wide and looked ahead. At this moment he looked very terrifying, holding another arrow in his hand. It's ridiculous why he has already shot the second fire arrow. The arrow shot through and blazed fiercely, heating the air, not just one but countless other rockets flying towards Anton at the same time. The two professors wondered aloud. Dual jutsu. I'm not sure anymore, the fat professor said. I don't think that's a pair of uncles. Maybe his casting speed is so fast that I thought it was a double spell. After blocking Joe's attack for a while, Anton began to look down on him again. Do you only know how to shoot fire arrows? His shield layer gradually changed from yellow to red. Then there is a way. Anton cast the second spell circle, creating a polygonal fireproof magical shield around him. Vutso was not flustered but instead smiled with satisfaction. I have been waiting for you to use this move for a long time. Anton here is still very confident with his defensive shield. If I counterattack while waiting for his mana to run out, victory will surely be mine. Vatso reached out his hand and slowly created gentle sealing winds. A whirlwind gathered in the arena, blowing with tremendous force. Anton was horrified, mouth agape, screaming. What is going on? VS used the second magic circle, the wind arrow technique, shot straight at Anton, making him roll his eyes and fall down, watching how he identified the shield's weakness and changed the attacking spell. The wood professor's eyes lit up as he watched, wondering if it was still the same as I knew. The cunning professor also sweated profusely in amazement. From behind their chair, a familiar outfit stepped out to watch the match. Anton knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning like an ant, his face pale and his heart pounding wildly from the shock. He rushed up to Anton, ready with a fist and his anger to beat him up. Anton hurriedly tried to use a technique, but Joel's punch was faster, landing a blow to his stomach that made him hold his breath immediately. Anton struggled to spit out a mouthful of saliva, his mind losing clarity and seeing nothing anymore. His arm tried its best to cast magic. The fire demon continued to swing its other arm forward. This punch was like a wild beast, tormenting its prey, aiming straight at Anton's face. That professor couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly stood up. What kind of magic is this? Stop the match immediately, but another voice interrupted. Is this even magic? Hub calmly observed the match, looking closely at what was protecting her. The professor immediately turned his face and looked in the direction Hubert was pointing. The aura surrounding Zoe's body was very strong. Was he using mana like a magic shield of a knight? Professor Hubert smiled with satisfaction. I don't know where the kid learned it, but he knows how to use it. He grabbed and punched Anton in the head, the strike enhanced by the magic shield, making it very powerful. Suddenly a voice rang out. You have found a way, Vo. At the same time, he used all his strength. It was so terrifying that it created a yellow aura around him. Then he swung his fist hard into his face. His pupils were bloodshot, glaring at him fiercely, his face full of murderous intent. 1 second later, the ghost girl fell straight to the ground, lying miserably on the cracked tiles caused by the impact with the ground. Everyone witnessing this scene was shocked and stared in disbelief. The middle-aged man with glasses was sweating profusely silently, wondering how this could happen. Someone saw him standing there dazed and asked what he was doing, making him glance over shyly. It turned out that Professor Hubert, sitting next to him, was laughing loudly and urging him to quickly announce the winner. The man looked at Hubert's eyes, who was closing them with satisfaction, and stammered, "Ah, yes." Immediately he raised his fist above and clearly declared, "The winner is Vat." So, standing with one hand in his pocket and the other wiping the corner of his mouth as his name is called out, Vatso smirks. The middle-aged man hurriedly walked towards him, covering his mouth to cough and make an announcement. Well done, now you can leave. Contrary to his wishes, he spoke briefly and superficially. It's not over yet. He asked in surprise, what do you mean? Vatso looked at the system board in front of him and spoke slowly. According to the professional rules, you start broadcasting it again to him. If the winner doesn't want to stop, they can call the next opponent. The others were so scared they broke out in a cold sweat. He stood in the arena, firmly raising a finger to point then a person. The system immediately announced the mission to win the magic duel, with a reward of at least 12 low-level mana crystals, with additional rewards for consecutive victories. His pupils turned bloodshot as he smirked challengingly. Come here. Not long after, Professor Hub held a cup of hot tea in his hand, looking out the window and muttering 14 consecutive wins. He glanced down at the pile of papers on his desk, silently admiring him. He is also quite clever. The man pondered deeply, having only met once, but already recognizing Joe's mana potential. He looked at himself through the cup of tea, wondering, anyway, how could that thing grow so fast? Professor Hub recalled the times Ro fought fiercely, while silently calling out the name Brother Vo Day Monday. On Joe's side, the system is constantly refining. You have completed the mission. The space bag reward has been unlocked. From now on, rewards will be automatically transferred to the space bag. You have received the Mana Stone reward. Messages like that kept popping up. Finally, there was one that said you have received a reward with 3 huge question marks. This message surprised Ratso and made him feel confused, turning to look at it. Less than a second later, the space bag opened in front of him. Ratso looked at the purple circle with some surprise. Is the reward inside the space bag? He slowly reaches his hand into the mysterious bag. Suddenly, he saw something strange that left him speechless. He took out a long, ancient map with a red number 10 marked on it. Voss hesitated. What kind of star map is this? The system quickly appears. Notify the mission to go to the location marked on the map and carry out the assigned task. When you reach the location, the light will guide your way. The reward for passing the level is unknown. Intermediate Mana Stone lasts 10 years. Note to use after obtaining the 3rd magic ring. Looking at the last sentence thoughtfully, should it be used after obtaining the 3rd magic ring, Vatso recalled the circle full of strange symbols and that reddish-orange color, unable to help but ponder. In the 3rd magic circle before returning, I tried countless times but never reached that level. Can I do it this time? Also, you hold the map but still don't know which point to go to. Where is this place? Climbing the stairs to find a book in the library. If I can make use of the information in the library meant for the professors and finally take out a stack of books carrying a hope, maybe I will find some clues. V excitedly opened a book to read first the outskirts of Andy's kingdom, then flipping to the next page, the Empire's maritime border. Not finding what he wanted, his face fell. Surely it must be mentioned here, right? Records about overseas regions. In the library, rustling sounds kept echoing along with his voice. This book, this part too. Even after reading thousands of books, Dak So still held his face in despair. Oh no, there is no place that matches the position on that map. He helplessly went outside, rubbing his chin and cursing silently. Damn it, I wasted too much time searching for locations on the map. I suddenly thought of something now. I will focus on reaching the 3rd magic circle first. At the same time, I looked up to see everyone standing in 2 rows in front, whispering about me. Last time, look at this guy. He squinted and looked down, no longer being hated or bullied. Although a smile appeared on his lips, he was deeply sad inside and still alone. Suddenly, someone called his name Vodai Monday. Hearing that, he immediately turned his head. Professor Hub stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder and leaned down to ask, "Let me talk to you for a moment." He was briefly surprised by the professor's request. So looked at him and called out once. He looked up at him, smiled brightly and replied enthusiastically, "Yes, sir." Outside, the sky is clear and blue, shining down on the lush green leaves. The professor's voice also rings out, "Summer vacation is coming soon." He poured a cup of hot, shiny morning tea and asked him, "Do you have any plans?" Vutso, sitting opposite, looked at him and straightforwardly replied as he handed the cup over, "Not yet." Professor Hubat sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs and said, "So do you want to do a research project with me?" He suddenly snorted. The professor pointed to the 2 books on the table. "Based on your contributions, your name as an author is right after mine. What do you think?" Vac bent down and picked up the book to read. Not long after, his eyes widened in surprise. Professor Hub found his reaction puzzling. "Vaso, what are you thinking about?" He quickly closed the book, stammering, "I'm sorry, teacher." He politely declined without hesitation. "Actually, I already have my own plans for this summer." "What do you mean? You just said you don't have it." He gave a book to the man, saying I would have to go to this place. Professor Huot looked down slowly, reading "going on vacation there." He exclaimed in surprise, "What is man doing?" After a while, very quickly climbed onto a carriage. The old man also whipped the horse and left. He sat in the sedan chair looking out the window, inhaling the fresh air from nature. He summoned the space bag. The journey was quite far, so he needed to eat something to be sure. Yes. Vutso took a red thing and put it in his mouth. This will fill his stomach. The old man outside was hitting the horse while wiping sweat. It's really hot. Suddenly, a red aura emanated from his carriage, making him exclaim, "Strange." So it turns out the airflow is coming from very far away. He closed his eyes and made a firm decision in his heart. Before arriving at Mandiva, I will receive the 3rd magic ring. Professor Hubert is still silent in his room. Actually, he raised his hand to his chin and thought. The boy also went to Mandiva, which is probably a good thing. He thought of a sunny beach with a blue cocktail glass on the table, then the image of a woman in a white shirt and shorts with platinum hair sunbathing next to a tray of pastries and a cocktail glass made him reflect. She is probably in Mandiva now. At Endi Mandiva Sea, a voice echoed through the clear blue sky and crystal clear water. My homeland has always been this beautiful. That person lying on the chair by the seaside looks very relaxed. A middle-aged woman with platinum hair gently swirls the glass in her hand, enjoying the scenery here. How long has it been since I last had a perfect vacation like this? She brought Lai Koktai close to her mouth and sighed wearily, saying she was tired of protecting the empire, giving lectures on magic research, and even tutoring my students. She recalled that year she was a powerful woman, standing before the students, making them fearfully look up. The counting echoed 963. Then she raised her palm to summon the energy swirling around her in a white outfit with red accents, gloves, and a red-brimmed hat, looking at the spiritual energy in her hand and explaining that, for all, Mage's 3 numbers hold extremely significant meaning. The students looked surprised, recalling the card that overcame countless dangers, the number 9 representing the final point of the magical path one pursues in a lifetime. The second card, number 8, was from fighting monsters, with the number 6 symbolizing the completion of the 6th magic circle and the hardships one must endure to become a great mage. Next is the card of a person standing under an ancient tree. The number 3 marks the turning of the first page when humans begin their solitary journey on the path of magic. She gently placed the glass of water on the table and said she only just remembered being lonely, folding her arms across her chest. She wonders if that child is living well now. The person she remembers is none other than a young man with bloodshot eyes holding a rope. On the side, the old man stopped the carriage and spoke. "We have arrived, dear guests. I don't see the number anywhere. You're worried. Why haven't you gotten off the car yet?" Then you stammered, calling me. Sir, you can get off the car now." The old man suddenly shouted in fright. Dear customers, after a while, a hand grabbed the bread tightly. Holding the bread in one hand and the sausage in the other, he ate ravenously. He ate while wiping his mouth, looking at the delicious food in front of him, sighing inwardly, realizing he had used too much power to calm the raging maniac. He grabbed the notebook, took a sip of water, and recalled when he fainted. Luckily, the old driver came to help. He caught the man while shouting, "Sir, please wake up." He drank a glass of water in one gulp, but finally succeeded. Finished, he slammed the glass of water down on the table. Summoning his blazing red spiritual power, he smirked. The third magic circle, a sharp red circle with strange symbols, gradually appeared. He was quite surprised by his own power, not expecting to break his limits just a few months before returning. He reached out to grab 2 coins, telling himself that this was not enough to be satisfied. He lowered his head and made up his mind to go further. The system suddenly displays a notification. Mission 1, find the marked location on the map and receive the following tasks. When you get close to that area, there will be a light guiding your way. You grab the map in your hand, headache from thinking. Hey, I know I have to find the marked spots on the map, but this is my first time after all. Suddenly, a knife sound outside caught his attention. Pompeo Volcano Tour with the most professional guides, huge discounts only today. Legend says that the majestic Pompeo volcano was originally just a normal mountain. It became a volcano because one day a special creature came to live here. Looking at the scene before him, he pondered, could just one thing, staying here, change the nature of an entire region? He looked at the blazing red mountain shaped like a monster and guessed that there was only one creature in the world capable of that. That monster in his head is a fierce fire dragon, the fire dragon. At the same time, the tour guide is wearing a dragon-shaped hat and doing some tricks. Everyone around was very excited, clapping continuously while Raxo's face darkened. Well, I can split from the group here. Just as I was about to leave, the guide raised his hand to announce that we were about to move on. He silently jumped off the cliff while the guide was still talking. At the next location a few seconds later, that person became confused. Wait, where did one person go missing? Joe's legs are submerged in the clear blue sea. He looked thoughtfully at the giant waterfall ahead, willing to leave behind the reward and his potential growth after the mission. Standing before the waterfall holding the map in his hand, it was because of this. He smiled contentedly because it was related to the dragon. Suddenly a golden light flew up above the map. They kept flying up and clinging to each other instantly, forming a golden pearl before rushing forward, astonishing many. He watched the bright light dart across the water, wondering, could this be the guiding light? After a while it plunged straight into the water. Take a deep breath and sing it out. So it was inside the waterfall. He quickly swung his hand back, summoning a glowing circle. He shouted, "Wind arrow." Immediately, the weapon created from the circle pierced straight through the waterfall, clearing the way for him to seize the opportunity and fly inside. He was walking in the cave while rubbing his head. Who would have thought there would be a cave formed from lava in here? He kept striding to find what he needed, but got worried after a short while. The rule said he had to wait until after reaching the third magic circle before trying. But why don't I see any monsters or beasts in here? I cautiously stepped next to a corner of the wall. He looked up at the walls, which were built impressively but abandoned, and wondered. A ruin. He placed his hand on a pillar with green roots climbing up, and wondered how long it had existed. Suddenly, a strange sound made him raise his hand to listen. He turned to look at the bright yellow light in the middle of a gate, flanked by 2 stone statues standing guard, and then exclaimed, "Here it is. I've been wondering where you were, so it turns out to be here." Slowly moved towards that place. His footsteps quickened. Suddenly he felt something strange behind him. Worrying endlessly inside, have I forgotten the instincts I had when I was a mercenary? What if I let my guard down? He furrowed his brow and glanced slightly behind. Shouldn't I have realized it by now? If there is no monster beast or even any sound around here, it means this territory is dominated by a powerful creature. Suddenly, a giant dragon stared straight at him, leaving him dumbfounded. The Kodam dragon, it roared fiercely and whipped its tail straight back. Its power is so great that it breaks the pillar in half. Vo quickly flies up silently, calling its name Komodo dragon. He rolled his eyes and stared at it. It was a monster that would require at least 2 teams of mercenaries to handle. As soon as I landed on the ground, the dragon lunged at me. I could only quickly come up with a plan. The only thing I can do now is run. I opened my palm to summon my blue spirit energy. He presses 1 foot down his 2 hands surrounded by blue lightning, ready with a special move. Magic Circle 2. The dragon missile just crawled up to him and roared. Gritting his teeth and holding his long, sharp weapon, he swung with all his might, the arrow instantly piercing the dragon's forehead. The dragon stood up painfully, roaring in the lightning storm. He took the opportunity to run away, hoping to buy some time with that move. Running frantically to the gate from earlier, I will run straight to the stone gate. Suddenly, 2 spears crossed to form a symbol, and a voice echoed, proving that you are worthy to enter the gate by using your mana. Vutso gaped in shock at the scene and cursed. Damn it. He glanced at the dragon roaring terribly behind while I was blocked by these 2 spears. He silently thought he couldn't pass through. He stomped his foot hard on the ground, creating a red mist if he couldn't avoid it. He raised his left hand, 2 fingers of his right hand touching his left wrist, forming a golden spiritual energy. His pupils also turned yellow, and his whole body was enveloped by a deadly red aura. So I just need to create a separate path. From his wrist, it gradually formed into a rocket. Squeezing the essence in the red airstream creates a magic circle of 2 fire missiles. The red gem on the gate gradually absorbs his red spiritual energy. Suddenly, the dragon opened its eyes wide to look at the gem as if something had affected it and made it stop lowering its head to squeeze the rocket into it, but the dragon did not move at all. He wondered why it stopped. The dragon suddenly stood upright, startling Rutso. It stomped its foot hard on the ground, looked down, then collapsed, bowing its head before Dutso. Ratso was confused once again. What's going on? The 2 spears in front of the door also opened, and a voice rang out. You have proven yourself. The gem on the gate glowed brightly, emitting a powerful aura in front of the book. After a while, he held his head and complained. When I finally opened my eyes and looked around, I was surprised. The scene has changed now. He placed his hand on the clear ice, so transparent that he could see his reflection, and softly asked. Star Ice. He knelt on the floor, made entirely of ice, surrounded by giant stone statues, confusedly asking where he was. He glanced around. Is that teleportation magic? I was just inside the cave. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. He looked up to see a strange weapon, glowing red, being restrained by several chains. The system is now displaying. The notification has been sent. Mission 2. Defeat all the ice golems in the area, and pass the Fire Gate challenge. The reward is a secret challenge prize. A level 10 mana stone from 10 years ago. He was stunned and exclaimed, Ice Golem. It turns its head to look to the side. The stone statues gradually move. Vatsal mumbles that the golems are breaking the ice on their bodies forcefully. The ice golems immediately surrounded the tiny notebook. He was horrified that he had to deal with all of them. Without hesitation, he summoned a rocket in his hand and swung it sharply to the side. Damn, this is getting a bit too rebellious. The bright red rocket immediately sped off on your command. It flew straight into the chest of an ice golem. He saw the thick smoke and dust before his eyes after the collision and calculated. To kill a golem, you have to destroy the core inside them. The flames and ice fade in an instant, but a word appears in his mind. The ice golem you just hit suddenly sat up. Looking at its chest, you couldn't help but feel scared. I only created the crack. Gritting my teeth, I looked at the situation before me, how hard the ice that created it must be. He raised his hand again to summon another spiritual power. If fire doesn't work, the winds will immediately fly around his hand, so I will use the wind. But there was something that made him hesitate. What was it? At this moment, the ice golem rushed towards him, raising both hands straight up. He was worried, could he not cast magic? So Hung-Ho raised his palm towards it. Thunder. The lightning flashes come and go in an instant, making me curse out loud. Ah. The ice golem punched the floor, shattering the ice slabs on the ground and scattering them everywhere. Luckily, he dodged to the side. Stepping back a few paces, his face covered in scratches from the ice chunks hitting him, he thought about the system notification from earlier. A line caught his attention: destroy all the golems in the area and overcome the fire challenge. The ice golem raised both hands ready to grab him. I dodged while reflecting. The fire challenge, I guess I can't use any magic other than fire. Suddenly his foot hit a stone. He painfully leaned against the wall. Several ice golems aggressively marched towards him. He hugged one side of his shoulder, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Truly a terrible habit. He raised his hand to wipe the bloodstains off his forehead. Quickly summoned the second magic circle. Missile. He furrowed his brows, his eyes sharpening. All right, his whole body ignited before the bewildered stares of the ice golem. An firmly said, "I will do it." The hot lava jets were shot towards him. It was fiercely shot out from the gap in the middle of the golem's chest. That thing created a huge explosion, covering the surroundings with thick smoke, forcing him to run and hide in the corner to avoid exposure. The golem was a bit surprised and looked up, his pupils, suddenly dilated eyes as if pondering something. Suddenly, a giant lava beam shot towards the golem, its destructive power seemingly many times greater than the previous beams. This shattered the massive body of the golem. His arm was still in attack mode from earlier. He was exhausted, panting heavily, thinking he had only taken down 2 so far. Still lost in thought, I realized I would run out of energy before defeating all of them. While I was busy thinking, the golems began to awaken. A part of the iron face was covered in blood, and the whole body looked tired and indescribable. I need to find another way. A golem swung its giant fist at him. The impact created chaos, forcing Rat Road to turn and flee to avoid it. He was thinking of a solution while imagining it. Behind the golem appeared an image with a soldier below, swinging a weapon. He is destroying something of the other soldier to immediately shatter their solid ice block. I need to focus my power at one point. Suddenly, his eyes widened unusually. Perhaps he thought in the end the answer is still density. He acted while thinking, first running away to cast magic. He quickly moved to another position so fast that he left no trace. He ran behind the golems and then placed his 2 hands facing each other horizontally, starting with a missile. Between them was a spark shaped like a weapon. Along with the formula to amplify it, he quickly acted on his thoughts. The spark was enlarged and upgraded, and I will add the fireball simulation formula to it. The end of the spark just now started glowing red. Similar sparks appeared again. Vatso frowned and finally reached out his hand to control the sparks around, merging them all together. 5 weapons were formed by flames floating in the air. Around them are sparks swirling into circles. The current train of thought is somewhat intense, compressing the formula. He used both hands to push the 5 of them together, his eyes completely white. Now he was putting all his strength into his hands to help them merge. Suddenly, the golem's foot stepped forward, causing a shock on the ground. Then it swung its arm, preparing to punch straight ahead. Over here, I'm still struggling with those 5 weapons and yelling, "Damn it, please, please merge them." Suddenly, rays of light emanated from something. Perhaps his hope had come true. The golem's legs earlier seemed to no longer be steady. The other golems now look up to see a large hole appearing in its chest, causing its arms to start falling off. The golem's pieces shattered and fell everywhere. The little snake now firmly holds the newly merged spear in its hand. Your pupil turned yellow. It shone brightly, standing out among the other facial features. He held the spear forward, his eyes looking distant and indifferent. The system notification appeared. Your knowledge of the fire element has exceeded the limit. Your knowledge of the intermediate fire element has increased significantly. He turned his head slightly to glance at the spear, taller than himself, in his hand, then thought he could feel its power at least nearly equal to a level 5 magic ring. The tighter his hand gripped the spear, the more energy it consumed just to hold it, and he quickly shifted into a running stance. "So I will fight first." You charged towards the golems with your spear in hand. His face became stiff, his expression looking very serious. He flew to attack those creatures in order. Each golem was pierced through the center of its chest by the blazing red flame of the blue spear, then it landed right among them. The other half has been defeated by him and is gradually shattering, while the other half stands tall, its fiery red eyes staring straight at him. He glanced his burning yellow eyes at the 4 on the left. A fiery orange light emitted the spear, flashed through a beautiful streak of fire, cutting the golem in half, breaking 2 golems at once. You thought there were 2 of them. Suddenly, a blue slash swept by, forcing you to lean to one side to dodge. One of the 2 remaining golems began to attack. It fired a white energy beam from its chest onto the floor, causing cracks to appear. With a determined face, Vac raised his spear high, preparing his stance. If he could just take down this guy, he rushed forward to slash from the head of the golem. His body was split vertically. Then he returned to his position, panting heavily, and thinking, now it's the last one. Suddenly, his eyes glanced to the side. Perhaps he had discovered something. The last golem fired a beam of energy, attacking him. What made you fall onto that pile of golem corpses? If I hadn't blocked that strike with my spear, I would have been killed instantly. He lowered his gaze to the spear, trembling in his hand. Now it was gradually disappearing. Now there is only a little energy left. Then he stood up and walked, holding the mirror to one side of his body, his eyes glowing red again, his face stern and serious. If that's true, his hand tightly grips the staff. Holding it behind him, he prepares to charge at the golem while shouting, "This is my final move." The golem's mouth opens wide, and even Nu-O seems to be retreating. He was attacking while thinking, please. All the efforts so far seemed to be bet on the last strike. The determined gaze shouted inside, "Reach it." Than Thuong's golden flame quickly pierced through the golem. Then the spear disappeared, and he could only stand and watch hoping. The golem appeared faintly with white smoke and red flames. Vutso looked straight at him, a large hole pierced through his chest. The golem was finally defeated. He wore a tired face and said, "Bin, your eyes are white, and your whole face looks like it's falling apart." "I did it." The whole body lay collapsed on the messy floor. The system displays a notification. "You have completed the mission. Now you will receive a reward. You will get low-level Energy Stone 12 and the lowest level Energy Stone 13 as a reward. You will receive a reward. The challenge reward is the Horn of the Forgotten King." At this moment, a notification appears on the status bar. "You have received a reward from above." The red object bound by chains keeps moving constantly. As soon as it falls, all the outer chains break. The red object wrapped in flames blazed fiercely, the fire seeming to want to consume everything. At this moment, the status bar displayed a notification. The Forest of the Forgotten King absorbed the essence of fire. Immediately, the burning forest emitted a blinding light that filled the entire space. The young man, his face still covered in bloody wounds, lay unconscious, as a status bar displayed the message that he was entering the Forgotten King's subconscious to receive a reward. After the system finished announcing, he slowly opened his eyes, exhausted, and bloodied his face, showing a hollow, bored expression. His arms were suspended in the air by glowing golden chains. He steadies himself to see where this place is. The status bar keeps showing up. "You have received the reward. The Horn of the Forgotten King, the essence of fire, is entering the subconscious of the Forgotten King to claim the reward." He asked curiously. "The Forgotten King, isn't that the horn of the fire dragon?" His arm was tightly bound, but he continued, "But is that really the reward? I feel like I'm being tortured." A sinister, threatening voice echoed. "If you can endure the fire's challenge and reach the subconscious of a supernatural being." He was in pain, speechless, his face covered in sweat, showing astonishment, his mind racing. "Cough, are these the remaining thoughts? I feel like my head is about to split open." At this moment, that voice rang out again. "I grant you a shard of the king." Immediately, the red horn blazed with fire, advancing towards him, startling him. The sharp tip of the horn aimed straight at him to attack, and being tightly chained, he could do nothing but scream in confusion. What? The next second, the horn stabbed straight into his stomach with a strong thrust. He was in so much pain that he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. His eyes were as wide as possible, as if nothing could hurt more at this moment. The horn kept stabbing deeper into his stomach, burning fiercely with fire, as his whole body exploded with pain and power, radiating a blazing light, even his eyes shining with intense light. He screamed in pain, but contrary to that pain, the voice said, "Use this power." His whole body was filled with power that exploded, emitting a blinding light. He kept screaming in pain. The light surrounding him illuminated a vast space. Behind that light was the figure of a fierce dragon intently watching him. Beyond the pain, the sky had brightened, and the sea was gently rising and falling, filled with fresh air. He lay sprawled on the sand. When he woke up, he smelled the salt of the sea, and couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked around. He stood up, wiped the dirt off his face, and wondered, "What? Where am I?" He looked into the distance at buildings with blue-green roofs that perfectly matched this place. "Are you paying attention to them, Mandiva?" He brushed his hair a bit, at a loss for words, wondering to himself, what happened there? The status bar continuously displays notifications. You have absorbed the Horn of the Forgotten King and reached the limit. The amount of mana exceeding the limit you can absorb is a potential. Intermediate understanding of the fire attribute has reached its limit and will become an advanced understanding of the fire attribute. He seriously read all the announcements, then tightly grasped the hand. A huge amount of red mana surrounded him. He looked at the red thing and wondered, "Is this my mana? I can almost see how close I am to the level 4 magic circle." He sighed with relief and said, "Compared to what I went through there, the reward is awesome." Suddenly a voice rang out, catching his attention. "Nice to meet you here, kid." Vel, a middle-aged woman with platinum hair. He spoke as soon as he saw her. "Mrs. Daria Snow White." Two people standing at the nearby water counter are talking. "You speak first." "I can feel a sudden burst of mana, so I came here to check." As I was speaking, she handed me a drink and discovered the kid here. He smiled happily and said, "Thank you, ma'am. I didn't expect to see you here again." The tower owner. She used a sharp gaze to assess him. The boy almost reached the 4th level magic circle in such a short time. She was both speculating and proving each of her deductions. Its mana is even purer. The boy is basically a genius. He put down the glass and asked, "What brought you to Mandiva, lady of the tower?" She looked towards the sea and the tall buildings and said, "Not many people know, but this is our homeland." He was a bit surprised and asked, "Where is your hometown?" She replied, "That's why every summer I come back here." "But what brings the kid here?" He looked at her and thought, "I guess it's too soon to tell her the truth." He scratched his head once, then placed his hand on his chest and said, "Clearly, I came here just to admire the world more." She heard that and replied, "Oh, I see," but in her heart she wondered if she should test this kid's abilities. She brought the glass of water to him and said, "So kid, do you mind helping me a little?" He was confused upon hearing that. She snapped her fingers and sparks surrounded him, the flames engulfing his whole body, leaving him a bit surprised. Right after that, a symbol appeared on his cloak. He looked at it thinking it was the symbol of the Peace Tower. She picked up her glass and continued to enjoy it, smiling and saying to him, "Don't worry, it's something you can do." Then Thayan's status displayed a notification. The mission is Darian Snow's test, helping her fight against the pirate slave ship at Mandiva Port, and pass her test with the reward being a mid-level mana stone. He was a bit surprised after watching it. "A pirate? There are some people discussing on the ship right now," she said to him. "I guess you've realized it too, but Andy strictly forbids slavery. At this time, there are people locked up inside the prison while soldiers guard outside. That's why we don't allow slave ships to dock at our port. On the ship, the traders are transporting goods," she continues, "but unfortunately some ships have come close to the port to anchor. There are a few guys trying to drop anchor near Mandiva. The two of them are now sitting on a boat powered by mana." She explained everything clearly to him. "Of course, I can do this myself." When discussing this, her face became a bit more serious, but the purpose of this plan is to rescue the victims and take the ship. It requires a detailed plan. If you can hear me, speak up, so we need to bait an attack. She praised him for that, saying the kid picks up things quite quickly. He was a bit silent, thinking about something. He looked towards the large ship not far from them, thinking, if the tower owner asked for help, hundreds of mages would rush over even barefoot. She was now using mana to cast a spell on the train ahead. He continued to think, considering how she had specially asked for his help. Then he looked towards that ship, certain that this was definitely a test. At this time, the two people's boat had come very close to the ship. She called out loudly, and then turned to advise him, saying seriously, "But the path of a bodyguard will not always be smooth and glorious." He listened attentively to her teachings. She turned around, smiled, and said, "This is just another fate of our mage." Saying that, she stepped one foot onto the boat's edge, then jumped onto the ship, turning to him and said, "Now I will attract their attention. The girl will go rescue the person." After instructing, she quickly left to carry out the plan they had agreed on. He seriously considered her words about the path of a bodyguard. She flew high above the ship's deck, looked down, then smiled proudly, and said, "All right, let's perform around here." Then her whole body radiated a powerful mana, her eyes glowing as she cast a spell. The next moment, the entire sky around the ship lit up brightly, and she stood in the air controlling the mana while shouting loudly at him, "Go, kid." At that moment, a shout echoed through the ship, "They're attacking." Everyone on the tugboat prepared their weapons to attack her. One person gave the order, "Hurry up." The sailors took aim at her with their crossbows and attacked. A leader raised his sword high and shouted a loud command to fire. A large manosphere emitted a dazzling light atop the ship. Seeing everyone in such a commotion, she felt extremely pleased and couldn't help but smirk. The people on the ship were basically no match for her. Unable to attack, one of them cursed harshly. Damn it, they couldn't reach her. She was now a bit angry, red mana radiating from her hands. She said angrily, "You bastards dare to hide in my territory." Then she raised her hand and blew the mana fire particles, spreading in the air and falling down. The small fires fell onto the ship with the wind, causing those men to panic. She added, "Let's see if your abilities are as great as your courage." Sparks fell into the ship's hold and ignited right at the feet of those guys. They suddenly shouted something. Then they used their feet to stomp out the fire, but it was basically useless. The fire grew bigger as they shouted and stomped on the flames with all their might. "What did you do?" The flames spread up his leg as he tried to stomp them out. The fire spread wider and burned hotter, engulfing him. He screamed in pain. Why is it burning so fiercely? The flames created from her mana blazed more intensely. Snow White Daria. Right after the opening words, the flames grew bigger and bigger. Another sentence sounded. The dwarf lit the firewood. The entire ship was engulfed in a great sea of fire. At this moment, on the other side, a hand clings to the side of the ship and climbs up. Taking advantage of the chaos, he sneaks inside without anyone noticing. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, grabbing his attention, "Move quickly." He looked towards the source of the voice. It was the flames continuously burning in the cabin. Those guys raised their axes and aimed straight at the flames to attack. Daria's magic has covered this entire place. He aimed straight at the flame and split it in half with a strike. However, it showed no damage at all, and immediately returned to its original form. He thought he could see it existing in the form of a human in his mind. Before he could strike again, the flames rushed forward, clinging to his legs and attacking, instantly engulfing his entire body. The agonized screams echoed through the sky and earth. He was extremely surprised to witness that scene all in the blink of an eye. The others in the cabin were also surprised, unable to believe their eyes. It had transformed into that form. But he turned away without watching anymore, and focused on his plan. Well, now is not the time to be amazed. He opened the hatch door and went down his mind, racing to save those controlled by Daria first. The dungeon below probably still had no idea what was about to happen. The prison guard still sits there calmly talking. What is happening? Suddenly, the imprisoned man shouted, The Navy is here, we are saved. The sound of a sword striking the prison bars rang out sharply as the guard outside raised his blade to threaten. No matter what happens, you guys won't escape from here. The threat made those in the cell tremble, hugging themselves and not daring to say anything more. He lifted the sword onto his shoulder to threaten. Remember, right then, something rushed up behind him. A hand grabbed his throat from behind, startling him into no reaction. His face became terrifying. His sharp eyes only uttered one word: thunder. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was shocked by a blue electric current. When his body started smoking, he exhaled white smoke. His eyes rolled back and he could no longer speak. When you let go, that guy immediately collapsed. You sighed and thought indeed no one else was left up there. A prisoner clutching the bars says, "Are you here to save us?" He hears the voice and turns his attention to the cell. He nodded slightly and said, But we have to wait until the pirates leave. It will be safer here now." She heard that and immediately knelt down, clasped her hands on her head, and bowed in gratitude. "Oh my God, you have heard my prayer." He looked down at the motionless man beside him, then looked around wondering how many others were trapped in this tiny place. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he was startled and opened his eyes wide. His attention was caught by a boy sitting curled up in the cell. He was stunned that they'd even sold this child into slavery. He ground his teeth in anger until the angles of his face stood out and cursed, "Those bastards." The next second, a group of people rushed in, pointing at him and shouting, "Who is that?" The sudden voice shocked him, but then they noticed the corpse of a man lying beside it. Those guys were so surprised to recognize their teammates that they shouted, "What?" He quickly drew his sword and shouted at him, "Stop that bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of men behind him rushed forward to attack him as if to take revenge. He unleashed mana to create a stream of blue light, his face full of anger, as he said, "I am the one who captured you." Then he recited the spell, the red lightning magic circle. Immediately, all of them were tightly bound by blue chains and jerked violently. They were all knocked out without exception. He slowly stepped forward. A dying man tried to say, "Are you a mage?" He was about to say more, but before he could finish, the commander shouted and struck him down. He stepped into a cell and gently pushed the door open. He stood in front of the iron bars and said, "This cell." Inside it was very dark, a voice echoed. "Are you the mage of the fire tower?" he said loudly, a glowing orb in his hand illuminating every corner of the space. He looked down at the person imprisoned in the room and realized it was an elf. He then stood up and said, "So you are the mage of the fire tower, huh?" I remembered there was a symbol on my shirt, then I realized it was because they saw this symbol. He immediately placed his hand on his chest and replied, "No, I'm not a member of the tower," but before he could finish, he was interrupted by him, saying, "Anyone will do." He stood in front of the iron bar, arrogantly ordering him to open this door. He felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that his facial expression changed. He thought he really wanted to open the door for them. That guy's voice really sounded annoying. Looking at his arrogant face makes me feel uncomfortable. In this situation, and he's still like that, it makes me want to leave. At that moment, another voice from inside the cell shouted an order. "Stop immediately." A white-haired elite speaks up. "Be careful with your behavior." She is Elo. Her voice carries a hint of mystery. As soon as she stood up to speak, the person beside her rushed over to support her. He is not an ordinary person. She approached the iron bar and said, noticing his surprised expression, possessing a pure amount of mana, like a lightning bolt at dawn. "Who is this person?" She smiled gently with a beauty that captivated hearts. I could sense the spiritual fragrance from him. "You asked. Aren't you a normal person?" The blonde person asked with a surprised expression. She meant Elo, who rested his chin on his hand, thinking, then said, "I can smell the spirit scent in his body." Vac looked at her with a puzzled expression. Huang Lin. A person wearing a hat covering their face spoke up in disbelief. "No way." The blonde boy also spoke up. "Does fragrance emanate from a person?" He put his hand to his nose to smell it. "What does it smell like?" A voice rang out, causing Rutso to stop. "The sorcerer of Hua Thap." Yo turned to look at the blonde-haired boy. He stood silently embarrassed. He bowed sincerely and said, "Please save us from here." Everyone inside bowed their heads and said in unison, "We beg you." He was surprised by the scene and remained silent, thinking. The proud elf changed just because of one thing she said. Vo looked down thinking, could she be a senior? Or even better. In the darkness, the sound of clicking echoed as he reached out to grab the lock, slowly breaking it. The bodyguard approached the book and asked, "Have you defeated all the pirates and the boss?" He looked confused and asked back. "Boss elsewhere, a defeated person lies on the floor. They are still strong." The other guy, holding the weapon in his hand, turns his head more than the magic-skilled warriors, looking towards the wide-open door, shouting. The guy grins wickedly. The spaceship is in complete chaos. People are killing each other. Damn it, someone is standing on the ship's control panel. Fire combat interesting. He reached behind his back, pulled the sword out of the sheath, then kicked hard and leapt down. He swung his sword through the flames, landing lightly on the deck. Holding his weapon, he stepped forward angrily, and said the people around began to shout. "Are you struggling just because of these kinds of attacks?" He is the leader. Those below saw him and began to shout, "The leader is here, you're doomed, we will tear you to pieces." She stood above, looking down at the face, calmly saying, "Interesting." The figure quickly disappeared. Pink streams of power enveloped her legs as she gently landed below, causing everyone there to panic. She stood above, holding a stick in her hand, looking down at the people below. The leader of the group looked at her and laughed. "Are you closing the distance between us?" She also smiled and replied, "It seems you are the leader." He laughed out loud. "That's right, I am the captain of this ship, John Click." His entire body was enveloped by a red aura of power. "Judging by how you use aura, you must have been a knight. So what are you doing here?" John Click bowed his head, then covered his face and laughed loudly. "Does the title of knight pay the bills or cover taxes?" He looked up at the sky and shouted, "The Click brothers have made a fortune from slave trading." Hearing this, the woman was startled and asked again. The Click brothers only held the sword in their hands without saying anything. He rushed quickly towards her, his eyes blazing red. At that moment, a slash was swung, cutting through her body. The strong attack against the ship's wall caused it to crack. A voice suddenly startled everyone. "So dangerous." The wet wall caused dust and smoke to scatter everywhere. Your silhouette appears behind the dust smoke, reversing to create a protective circle. "What is this?" 2 spears appeared at your feet. Loving a guy who suddenly comes over laughs and says, "Didn't you hit it?" He reaches out to grab the sword. "Surely you must be a mage too." You stand inside the protective circle of thoughts. Is his sword aura that of a knight? A notice board appears. The battle is tough. The first battle against the swordsman is very difficult, but defeat your opponent. The reward is passing the mid-level Mana Stone trial. Elo stands behind, leading and reminding. "Guard, be careful." Looking at the man grinning sinisterly in front of her, she said he was the deputy leader on this ship. The other man smirked but sighed, saying that even as a mage, you are still just a child with a runny nose. After saying that, he kicked the person lying at his feet. "Are you not killing them but just kicking them away? If we were supposed to win, we should have finished them off." He smiled wickedly and pointed the sword at him. "I will show you." Va remained silent, using his power without responding to him. Lightning bolts covered his body and fire magic caused massive area damage. If so, Vo used his power to cover the room with lightning bolts of electric thunder magic. He thrust his sword into the deck, using lightning strikes to fight back against the swordswoman. A powerful slash was unleashed, and on the other side his lightning bolts rushed forward. The wooden floor burst apart and flew into the air. "You must be crazy." His eyes blazed red as lightning flashed, but he gritted his teeth and threw a punch. Why did his attack have no effect on him? Using the power of the electric backpack, lightning bolts continuously flew towards him. "You can't do anything to me." He raised his sword to block Joe's lightning bolts. The sword clashed with the lightning, but remained unharmed. He looked at the scene in front of him in surprise. He was not affected by the lightning magic. The sword was swung strongly down towards the head of the very few. Thanks to the protective ring, the sword only struck the ring. The sword struck the protective ring so hard it almost cracked. He looked at his protective circle, worried about his shield. He reached out his hand to the cracked part of the shield. The slash broke through the protective circle and rushed towards him. Outside the ship, the leader's slash was heading towards her. Her whole body suddenly turned into fire, surprising him. "Fire!" John Click looked back at her and clicked his tongue. He asked Mage, "What is it?" "You're good at running away." Daria didn't answer but asked him back. "Let me ask you a question. Are your brothers also knights?" John Click raised his sword to eye level. "That's right, but of course not as good as me." The sparks flew up, making him angry as he swung his sword fiercely. "You shorty burning the fire again." She smiled mysteriously. "No, this time it will be a little different." John Click paused as he heard this something was being recreated in the fire. 2 dwarfs appeared, startling him. 2 of them, one of them held an axe as a weapon, and the more they chopped, the more they appeared. Not just 2, there were many surrounding John Click, the origin of Snow White, Daria, the Hell Dwarf. Her eyes blazed red, her mouth slightly curled up, and their sudden attack caught him off guard. John Click quickly turned his head to look impossible. Another figure appeared behind Daria. "Why is the Mars Witch Tower here again?" The shield shattered, blood splattered everywhere. The man's sword slammed hard onto the ship's floor, and he turned his face to look at Ratso. His eyes widened in surprise. He saw him clutching his chest, gasping for breath. Did he dodge that attack? He grimaced, recalling the strike just now. It should have cut him in half. Vatso raises his hand to his chest to use power. He surrounds himself with defensive magic to enhance his body. That guy looked at An with a scheming expression. Whatever it is, it's useless anyway. It was just like a mouse trapped in a cage. Elo stood behind the bars, anxiously watching Joe. The bodyguard struggled so hard he could barely breathe. The Night Vo recalled events from the past. "In a past life, I met him. He killed an entire group of innocent mercenaries, just because they bumped into him." He knelt on the ground, clutching his injured arm, struggling to breathe. A white-haired man approached and blocked his path. The only one who could stop him was the sorcerer. The man started launching attacks. The white-haired man used a shield to block, smiled, reached out to block, and as the other used his fingers, he began to move his own. Va continues to create another shield, planting a barrier. The enemy strikes a powerful blow against the shield. The shield kept breaking, switching to another shield, and the sword slid off in a different direction. He looked surprised, it can block it. He pulled his hand back, focused his strength, and struck the man's stomach with a powerful blow, a second circle of magic, a magical arrow. The man was hit hard, and then thrown far away, his body crashing into the wall, causing him to cough up blood. Clutching his face with one hand and leaning on the wall with the other, he staggered forward, panting heavily as he looked down at his hand. Is Kumin losing too much blood? Vatso crushed the lock with his hand and said, "Everyone leave." Yo and the two cloaked figures stepped forward and bowed to him. "Thank you, guard. Thank you." Vatso held out his hand to her. "If you feel okay, then follow me." Suddenly a voice cut him off. "This kid." He stood up from the rubble, startling the crowd. "That guy's eyes were red. You should have chopped off my head, shouldn't you?" Vo looked at him in confusion, thinking to himself, "I did exactly right." He spread his arms to block for Yo, asking to take the captured people upstairs. The two people behind her seemed to disagree, but she clasped her hands in agreement. "You want us to release the human bugs? You want to stop?" "Guard." The guy reached out to rub the back of his neck and laughed loudly. "Is there still time to rescue the slaves?" In the blink of an eye, he sped away. With a terrifying face, he launched a powerful attack. Quickly create a shield to protect yourself first. The weapon gradually sank into the shield. He kept striking his shield. "I will not give it any chance to counterattack." That guy gave a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red in the darkness. The attacks kept coming, shield after shield after shield after shield after shield. Yo and the other two quickly went to rescue the slaves they had to hold firm. They began to share the keys to open the doors, and the captives were quickly released, just a little more to get everyone out of here. A voice suddenly spoke up, waking me up abruptly. "Guard, everything is safe." He laughed loudly. "Do you think doing this will work?" Large fruits began to appear around. Of course it would. His face looked confused, as if he didn't understand what was happening. His sharp eyes suddenly changed. His eyes turned golden with pupils contracting. "Because now I will destroy you." Both are standing inside the flames. He grits his teeth, looking very fierce. "What is this?" He looked at him with bright golden eyes. The other guy swung hard, then jumped back. The air around him changed. He raised his head, smiling slyly and looking very straightforward. Finally, he is ready to strike. You're still inside the shield and that guy is getting into attack position." He rushed forward, so I will stab both the man and the shield. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, startling him. Vatso grabbed a weapon. Nguyen let Somon and he aimed it directly at the man's fiery spear. His eyes blazed red, the tip of the blade gleaming. A fire spear. The squeeze is ready to attack. No, this is completely different. The two weapons clashed with a flash, at least several levels stronger than the previous magic he cast. John Click was fighting the dwarves. Damn it, he's surrounded by dwarves. The more I kill, the more they come, but I can't kill them all. John Crick is tired and breathing heavily. What the hell is my stupid older brother doing? Daria stood aside to control them. If he were here, I would have caught up with that witch already. The dwarves immediately rushed towards him. John Click swung a strike at them, just needing to hold on a little longer. Suddenly, a faint ray of light cracked open beneath his feet, and John Click looked down with a surprised expression. The cracked spot suddenly swelled up, making him unable to stand. A huge column of fire shot straight up from under the ship to the sky, and he was also hit by the previous blow. Cough. John Click couldn't believe what just happened and shouted loudly, "No way." Daria stood aside, bewildered, covering her mouth with her hand. "What's going on?" A sound made her turn her head back. Inside the ship, the slaves are coming up. I was careless. The deck has a big hole. He's lying still underneath, having taken care of everything. His face is calm, clothes slightly torn and stained with some blood. A notification appears. Notification: you have completed the mission and received a reward. You have received a mid-level mana stone. Shouts from below, ring out: the leader has been defeated, surround them. The defense ship focuses. Daria looks up and raises the stick. Ho ho, little flames are starting to appear around the dwarves. I should think carefully about this. She slammed the stick onto the deck. A barrage of fiery bullets was fired. They attacked the small boats around. The boat sped across the sea. Hands placed over the wound light immediately appeared. He propped himself up with his arm and sat up. What happened? Don't move. Benefactor. Yo. Put your hand on the glowing spot. My mana hasn't recovered yet, so healing will be a bit slow, Daria said from the side, startling him. Well done, you defeated 2 knights on your own. Vo couldn't believe it and turned to speak, but was interrupted by the lady. I thought I was only fighting one guy. Actually, there are 2 of them. They are currently stuck to the pole. I owe you. Ilu spoke to him. It's a big debt. Although she can't repay the favor immediately, she begins to introduce herself. Ta Ilo, a child of the White Cedar tribe, swear on the honor of my ancestors. One day I will repay this favor to you." He placed his hand on his chest and smiled. "I am very straightforward. I am only fulfilling the duty of a bodyguard," Daria interjected in the conversation. "Miss Yo, don't forget about us. The people of Fire Cao too. Ho ho." A loud voice echoed. "Master, we have finished checking the condition of the prisoners. Very good." She turned to Ilo and said, "The subordinates are very capable. They have behaved completely differently than before." Vutso turned to call her Miss Ilo. "What did you mean when you were in the submarine?" Io looked at him and asked, "Are you asking about that?" Her next words made Daria startle and look over. "When did I mention Huang Lin?" The ship continued to speed across the sea. "That's right." Yo's hair fluttered lightly in the breeze. "Are you part dragon?" He thought for a moment. "The dragon clan is right. Actually, I carry the blood of the Azure Dragon, but it's just like a drop of water in the lake." She raised her hand slightly, but with just a bit of blood, it was enough to attract the spirits. Yo bowed his head and continued speaking, which surprised him a little. "I can smell a strong spiritual aura from you. That's why I'm wondering if you are also a mixed dragon blood like me." Daria listened to the conversation and thought to herself, could the hybrid be the reason the herd is growing so fast? She turned her back to look at the sunset. He could become a person. His serious face caused chaos throughout the kingdom. No, it should be the entire continent. The ship is anchored and everyone on board slowly disembarks onto the land. The cloaked figures watch them descend. A voice called out, making her turn to Miss Ilo. Daria smiled and said, "I'm sure the young lady will stay hidden until she regains all her mana right." Io nodded. "That's right, my mansion is not far from here. If you don't mind, you can stay there. I think you can help with Zoe's training." He looked confused and pointed to himself. "Training," she happily agreed. "If I can repay you that way, I would be very willing." She placed her hand on Rado's shoulder and looked at him. "What, you don't want to?" He also smiled happily and replied, "Of course not. I really want to. Special training of the tower, master of the Peace Tower." Daria points the way. "So please everyone go this way. The luggage will be delivered here soon. Thank you." Everyone started moving towards the tower and then asked Master, "Of the tower, is that okay? The new semester is about to start. Don't worry, leave that to me." The professor walks along the coastline now. The horse-drawn carriages are moving in a line. The carriages followed one another in a seemingly hurried line. At this moment, the lead carriage stopped. A voice called out, and soon the carriages behind stopped in front of the mansion. He got off the carriage and followed, unable to help but sigh. "It's too big." She raised her hand to push the door, not forgetting to turn back and smile at him. "Make yourself at home, don't be shy." Then she led him and the other detainees into the villa area. Yo couldn't help but admire the surroundings and exclaimed, "It really is a beautiful place. Thank you for your kindness, Master of the Tower." Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him turn around and look back. I suddenly remembered something. Wait here. He recalls the image of the three of them happily playing as a family and thinks he must have come here with his parents. Thinking so, he immediately approached her and said, "Tower Master, I have something to ask." Hearing that, she turned around and asked, "Wasn't this villa yours before?" She said a little late after hearing that, "Sounds like I stole it." He knew his question was a bit off and awkwardly said, "Haha, I'm sorry." But then her answer surprised him. "You're right, its previous owner was some trading company. I only bought it a few years ago. So why do you feel even more certain about the images appearing in your mind?" "Just as I thought, this place is one of my family's properties." After saying that, she asked him, "Do you have any other questions?" "Did you smile back?" He looked towards the tall building and thought after the family collapsed he heard it was sold at a low price. He followed her into the grand hall, his mind racing, never expecting to return here. A week later, the door opened and a girl in a white dress walked in. She said, "Here I am, Ilo." She walked in happily saying, "I heard you calling me." She looked her up and down with sharp eyes and said, "So light, it seems most of your mana has recovered." She stood there very modestly, smiling gently and said, "It's all thanks to you, Tower Master." She put down the cup of tea and said, "So about what we talked about earlier, can you help with the training log?" She heard that and simultaneously summoned the water spirit saying, "When you say training, you must mean the soul." She immediately replied, "That's right." Then she stood opposite her and asked, but very bluntly. The woman smiled happily and replied, "I told him to go do something else." Cut to another place at this moment. On the cliff, a terrible scream echoes through the sky and earth. He falls from a great height, then falls straight into the water, causing a splash that stirs up the whole area. Immediately after, he surfaces from the water, gasping loudly. He ran his hand through his hair and looked up, saying, "Singing dimly, have I failed again?" He recalled standing on the cliff earlier she had taught him. "What did you learn from the fight with the pirate crew? I mean, what do you think you need?" He recalled the match back then, hesitating to talk about it. Then looking at the distance between the two mountain slopes, he answered the distance. She stepped forward and said, "In battle, distance is very important for a mage." Then she turned to him and said, "Look closely." She cast fire magic while walking in the air and said, "Think about shrinking space." Then her whole body moved swiftly like a flame, flickering to the other side, radiating fire magic, as she quickly reached the top of the opposite slope. It was teleportation magic, a space-time shift. She turned back to him and said, "From now on, you should practice crossing this cliff using teleportation." Looking quite worried, she continued, "Later it will become a powerful tool for you." At this moment, the status bar displays a notification for the teleportation spell mission with a reward of a mid-level mana stone. Returning to the present, he is panting on the beach, struggling to climb up the cliff, his mind racing with thoughts. Teleportation, regardless of the amount of mana consumed, doesn't matter. He sat on the cliff's edge, looking down, thinking he could only learn this magic if he fully understood its rules. His body was soaked through with water, but he did not lose heart. He continued stepping forward in the air, persistently trying again. And unsurprisingly, there was another deafening echo. He failed again. Then he tried to climb up again, panting and saying, "Is this magic training or physical exercise?" His body was soaked, his face tired, eyes closed tightly, saying, "Focus," thinking about closing the gap. Then he continued to stretch his leg out again, and this time he really created fire magic under his foot. Both of his legs were covered in fire magic. He intended to move further forward. He shouted just now when suddenly she appeared, calling him to lead the way, causing him to lose focus and crash headfirst. His whole body was covered by fire magic. He looked up and suddenly said, "Daria, you know you came at the wrong time and made me fall, which is a bit awkward." Then he suddenly shouted as he realized he was falling. It was already dark, and both of them were inside the cave. She gently placed her hand on her face and said, "From today you will learn about the soul contract." All three were standing warming themselves by the crackling fire. She said she would help him. She gently placed her hand on her chest and said, "I'm glad to be able to help you." He politely placed his hand on his chest and bowed his head in response. "Thank you, Miss Ilo." Then they both sat by the fire, and she taught him. "Please slowly close your eyes." She was very kind, teaching bit by bit and imagining something related to fire. Not far away, Mrs. Daria was quietly watching the two. She looked at him and said, "Morning sunlight, noon sun or campfire, anything is fine." He was also very serious and focused only on the fire in his mind. Very quickly, his entire body was engulfed in flames. She looked at him in amazement, truly incredible for a human to have such pure mana within. Then she slowly closed her eyes and said, "I will enter your subconscious and guide you." Saying that, she placed her hands on his shoulders and entered the subconscious. In the subconscious, she leads him by the hand to a place where the full moon shines, a place most people don't know. Anyone can enter the door of the soul, whether human, elf, or any other being. A natural green forest covered in mist, we are all born in nature. Or to a place of war and massacre with no life, the purpose of it all. When they meet there, the doors will open and a great fire will burst out. Mrs. Daria, standing outside watching, is somewhat astonished. She is not much better at this moment. What is this flow in his heart? This image shows a person stabbing through another person's body with a scream. Does she see this as hatred? Seeing that scene, she subconsciously couldn't bear it and held her head in painful sorrow. She struggled to look up ahead with tired eyes. At this moment, she was still holding my hand, and in the distance was a door with dazzling light shining out. What is this flow in my heart? She turned to look at him, biting his lip with tears streaming down, and she realized it was hatred. Outside, she still had her hands on his shoulders, his face showing clear discomfort. Suddenly, a dazzling light radiated from the two of them, filling a large space in the cave, and Mrs. Daria was astonished, her eyes wide open. Immediately after that, light shone even more intensely. It seemed to prevent anyone from getting close. She quickly tried to run back. That light was dazzling throughout the cave, making others squint. When he woke up, he was lying in the room and slowly opened his eyes, immediately seeing Mrs. Daria beside him. His face was still dazed when she asked, "Are you awake?" He tried to sit up, looked at her and said, "Tower Master." He put his hand on his head, groaned in pain, and asked her what's going on. He sat on the bed holding his head, saying, "I feel like my mana is exploding." At that moment, the door opened and Elo walked in. He saw her and said, "Miss Yo." Then his attention caught on her injured arm being bandaged and asked, "Your arm?" She gently replied, "Benefactor, I'm fine." He then seemed to think of something and asked self-reproachfully, "Is it because of me?" He covered his face and said, "I am truly very, very sorry." In the dark, he stood alone in the villa's courtyard looking up at the sky, seemingly full of thoughts. Mrs. Daria stood on high ground and could see him standing there alone. She called out to Miss Ilo. She turned back to look at her and said exactly what happened. She then recalled and told her, "It's terrible." His consciousness was very clear when we set foot on the path leading to the Gate of Souls. We couldn't continue because suddenly there was a very intense emotional surge. She heard this and put her hand on her chin, thinking, "How about the flow of emotions?" She replied, "Yes, it looks like a stream of hateful emotions." She gently bowed her head, her eyes slightly sad but more like a painful sadness. She thought of him with sorrow and said, "That sadness is so great that I wonder how he could hide it for so long." The next morning a voice called out. He turned and replied, "Yes, Master Tower." She arrived and said, "As she came today, we will start a new training session." He bowed his head obediently and said, "If you haven't finished speaking, you interrupted and ordered to clean up." He found it a bit confusing, looked up and nodded as if to confirm. She smiled and raised her hand, saying, "You should help the servant in the mansion for a week to clean every corner thoroughly." He was a bit surprised to hear that. Cleaning up the mansion, she continued, "Meanwhile, Miss Ilo and I will make a trip to the capital." She immediately bowed politely and said, "See you next week." He felt shy and greeted back, "Ah yes, take care both of you." She then added to him, "This is not a punishment," which made him a bit confused. He immediately agreed and said, "All right, I think I will clean up and practice the refraction technique for the remaining time." Mrs. Nu knew your intention and said, "You just know that, but this week I forbid you from using magic." He was so surprised that he opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Huh." Finally, after the two left, he picked up the broom, looked down the mansion hallway, and decided to clean. He enthusiastically grabbed the broom and said, "Then right now I'm very excited to clean," while shouting, "I'll exercise while cleaning. I just can't use magic." Suddenly, my foot slipped before I could react, causing me to lean back and drop the broom from my hand. Right after that, he fell to the floor next to a vase that was shattered. A maid of the mansion standing behind him said, "Who cleans the floor at that speed?" Hearing that, he immediately turned around to see who it was. The maid continued, "That vase is very precious to Mrs. Daria. I remember before leaving, Mrs. Daria told me about the cleaning. You just need to follow the head maid." At this moment, the head maid and the other servants were also there, taking orders from her. The head maid was a fairly mature, middle-aged woman. She wears glasses, her face very stern. "Back to the present, you broke Mrs. Daria's vase, and the head maid is talking to you." At that moment, he suddenly realized and quickly said, "I'm sorry." She quickly put on gloves and said, "I know you are not allowed to use magic for a week." Then he immediately handed him a handkerchief and said, "From now on, clean according to my instructions." After that, he started cleaning with the head maid, following closely to supervise. When you were cleaning, she reminded you to support the bottom of the vase with your hand. Then, when you were sweeping, she stood by and gave instructions. "Don't you think the back of that door needs to be cleaned too?" He quickly apologized. His face showed a bit of fear, and she continued, "But it seems like you didn't notice the stain on the floor. Countless times you've been scolded by the head maid for cleaning over and over again." Finally done with work, he tiredly found a place to sit down with a thud, panting, his whole body exhausted. Sitting there, he couldn't help but be horrified by what had just happened, his eyes full of fatigue, his face covered in sweat. He thought again about the image of the head maid spinning in his mind, constantly saying, "You are very clumsy, the window carpet." He couldn't help but panic, his face covered in sweat, saying, "Is this a kind of mental training?" At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "You are very clumsy. Have you eaten yet?" She immediately looked at him and said, "Follow me." He felt a bit embarrassed and awkward, saying, "Haha, I'll eat later." When she heard you say that, her face momentarily became terrifying. She turned to look at you and ordered, "Follow me." In the end, you still compromise and agree, hesitant to see her response. All right. At this moment, the kitchen was bustling with noise, everyone chatting loudly. He quickly found a spot for himself and settled there. Only then did he notice that many people were actually working here. Someone asked, "What's your name?" He turned to respond to the old man's greeting. "Ah, I am Rat, so Demonde." The old man was a bit surprised and froze, asking him to confirm. In closure, he looked at the old man's reaction and felt a bit suspicious. Does he know me? But the old man's next words surprised him. "You're so handsome with black hair and red eyes." A maid sitting opposite clapped and agreed. "That's right, you look so cool." A guy with a rugged look patted his shoulders from behind and said with a laugh, "You look pretty fit, let me have some muscle." The sudden action made him turn around in surprise and say yes. Then the guy patted his back hard and laughed. "I'm just kidding." The atmosphere in the dining room grew even livelier, everyone laughing happily. On the outside, he still smiled and forced a laugh, but inside he was crying. Ko tried to reassure himself to endure just 1 week. Surely this was training, definitely training. At this moment, the male lead was carrying freshly cut logs with others walking, and thinking that if he could use the mage's body, he could finish immediately. On this side, everyone quickly settled back into their seats. "Here, take this." Everyone did very well. Immediately after, their group raised their glasses and clinked them together. Just as the male lead took a sip of wine, the person beside him suddenly looked over and unexpectedly slapped him on the back, causing him to spit out the water in his mouth. The male lead, confused, wiped his mouth and asked, "Why did you hit me?" The other party felt uncomfortable and reminded, "You're still a student, drinking will make you sick." At this point, he had to put down the glass and stop. "Oh my god, I forgot that I'm still a student. I thought I was still a mercenary." The others saw this and laughed. "It's okay, it's okay." Then he poured more into your cup. "You have to learn to drink slowly too." He looked at the peaceful scene ahead and said thoughtfully, "Besides, sitting in front of such a beautiful view and not drinking is a real sin." At that moment, the whole group looked towards the sunlight in the distance peeking behind the mountains. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Another sin." The group of people immediately turned around in surprise. The one who came was the maid. Her voice was serious as she said that drinking beer without snacks is no fun. In her hand, she was holding a basket of items. Those around were happy. Alright, congratulations to the new member. Amidst this joyful scene, she looked towards the male lead, her eyes seemingly filled with lingering thoughts. At this moment, the male lead is with them, smiling as if completely relaxed and being himself. Then the scene shifts to the male lead cleaning up the yard. Then he went out to eat and drink with his teammates. Finally, as night fell, he lay on the ground relaxing and gazing at the night sky. Day by day, he peacefully worked in the garden with the maid, then happily chatted with everyone while eating bread. Time passed, and now the crescent moon was in the sky. The male lead looked up while sitting and thought, tomorrow marks a full week, so what is this feeling of dissatisfaction? Suddenly someone approached, seeming to really like this place. He stood up as soon as he saw her and said hello. She adjusted her glasses and spoke with an unclear emotion. How many times do you plan to say hello to me in one day? He heard that, and forced a smile. Haha, do I do that often? I didn't realize it. Then she approached him and asked, what's the reason you came out here? The male lead immediately shouted. He looked up at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. I remember someone when standing here. She seemed curious upon hearing that. I heard mages can teleport instantly, can't you go meet them? The male lead immediately replied, but teleportation magic is very difficult, and even if I could do it, they are now in a place I cannot reach. She heard this and asked Vuvo, I thought mages wouldn't worry about anything. He calmly replied no. Seemingly to hide her feelings, she turned away, crossed her arms and said, tomorrow is your last cleaning day, so do it well. The male lead politely replied with a yes. At this moment, she seemed to have something on her mind, and turned to say to him, I don't know much about magic, but I think you're a good person. The male lead. He was stunned and stared at her with wide eyes. She seemed unaccustomed to complimenting others quickly, adding, even if you don't become a good mage, you can still be a good servant under my command. The male lead laughed dryly. Alright, I'll remember clearly. Then time immediately moved to the next day. At this moment elsewhere, a grand carriage appeared at the large, luxurious golden gate. You're back, Tower Master. At this moment, Tower Master Darien is wearing white clothes with a touch of red. She immediately asked, are you not feeling well? He also spoke up. How are you, male lead? He quickly replied, I'm very well. She looked at him and smiled, come with me for a bit. Then they went inside the tower. You've worked hard this time. I didn't see it that way and replied no. Commander Daria went ahead, leaving him with his back turned, searching for medicine to restore Ilo's mana. It took quite some time as Elf's mana is very special. Then she planted the stick in the ground, stopped, and said we had to check something in the storage cellar. Nam just heard that and exclaimed, she's really busy. Suddenly the Tower Master turned to him and said that this place once belonged to the Vaemon clan. The male lead fell silent, his expression looking sad. She continued, Wilo said that in your heart there is a very strong knot, and that's why you can't reach the soul. Her voice hesitated, asking, that knot, do you feel offended? At this moment his hand clenched, tightly trembling. But she did not stop and continued to ask, or is it anger? If it's not just sadness, then what his eyes now showed a mix of confusion and anger. It all reminded me of the first time I met her. At that time he was still in the library researching magical studies. You fought alone. At that time your eyes were full of determination but also loneliness. Back then, you were the only one in the library studying magic diligently. Looking back now, you were just a lonely family head trying to rebuild your clan. Speaking of which, she didn't beat around the bush and continued. Then take this place. The male lead was startled and stepped back. What does she mean by that? She didn't show any attitude and continued speaking. I'm not giving you a free pass. Become the Fire Tower Battle Mage and the strongest warrior to protect this country. The passionate words left him stunned. Next, the Tower Master didn't stop and continued, make a lot of money and buy this place back from me. He just stood there, dazed, listening to her story. The Tower Master smirked. Do you understand? The young man. The male lead was stunned when he heard the three words, young man. She smiled confidently, and kindly don't struggle alone. Then it got dark, and the three of them gathered around the crackling firewood. Last time I approached the Door of Souls, I did not awaken your subconscious. I only guided the way with my mana. This time, let's go to the door together. He said anxiously, what if I get hurt again? Huh, that's right. She gave a thumbs up and smiled, I brought a lot of medicine, don't worry, you're still hesitant. I didn't mean it like that. She ignored that and continued speaking. Then close your eyes, think of the half like last time, and I will awaken you in your mind. He gradually closed his eyes, feeling the fire within his subconscious. When he opened them, he saw her asking, do you see me? The male lead looked at his hand and felt, so this is my pure mana. He then went forward, recalling that everything went smoothly the last time he came here. The two of them continued forward, her steps faltering slightly as she spoke, but they stopped before a cliff. The torrent was still here below the cliff, a stream of rushing water constantly splashing, and in the distance the torrent led to a door that kept glowing, making it very difficult to reach the source at the Door of Souls. The male lead did not hesitate and went forward. Y quickly grabbed his hand, and as he approached he was immediately pushed back. He immediately fell to the ground, she complained, just looking is already dangerous. At this moment his head was filled with non-stop thoughts. Graduated from the academy, chosen to enter the tower, restore the family, and avenge his father. He stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to help but hold his face while sitting on the ground. I'm sorry, I can't make this disappear. Wai rubbed his shoulder, not knowing what to say. Suddenly a voice rang out. So how is the male lead? Hearing that, he looked up. Daria was outside, and the maid appeared, saying he is a good person. Two women stood side by side chatting, and the tower master immediately spoke up. You won't leave him alone, will you? The maid immediately replied, that's right. Inside, the male lead couldn't help but be silent and stunned. He recalled the conversation with Professor Huhat. He placed his hand on his shoulder and said, come with me for a moment. Then he remembered the happy times with the people here. All right, congratulations to the new member. Then there was the conversation between him and the maid on Friday. I don't remember much about magic, but I think you're a good person. Finally, Daria's trusting smile said, don't struggle alone, come here as you have been destined. That's right. The male lead now had hot tears streaming down as he looked up with determination. I can jump over it. He told himself to think about shrinking time and space. The male lead immediately moved forward. Worried about what was behind, he told himself not to get any closer and that he would be fine. The male lead bit his lip and rushed forward. Even if he fell, his leg reached out to the cliff. He was not alone. Seeing this, Wai immediately froze. Right after that, she saw his figure disappear like a spear shot through the floodwaters. Teleportation. At this moment, the words flash step kept repeating in Yo's mind. She stared in shock at the scene ahead. As soon as he touched the other side of the door, a voice called out, benefactor. At this moment, your figure seemed to be continuously blazing, standing in front of the glowing door. You did it. Immediately after the system announced, you have completed the mission and received a common grade mana stone as a reward. The protagonist stared thoughtfully at the glowing door ahead. I've crossed it already, so what should I do now? The crowd behind him kept surging forward. At that moment, the voice continued to echo. Please step through the door of light before you. The voice startled him. This voice is unexpectedly Ilyo. She smiled and said, you didn't expect it, did you? We can still communicate with each other thanks to the mana link. On this side, the system continues to notify the mission to bond with a spirit summon, a spirit according to the guide, and create a bond with the spirit with the reward being a mid-level mana stone. Then she told him to put his hand into the gate. He immediately reached out and touched the light. He still hesitated and asked, what will happen? Io continued. Now it depends on the decision of the spirits. Hearing that, he closed his eyes and reached out his hand to feel. It seemed that countless eyes of different shapes kept appearing around, and no one knew which fairy would come here. Her words continued to echo in the darkness, maybe the day won't be chosen. Ilo clasped her hands sincerely, so just reached out and waited. Outside, the Dadia main tower silently watches him. That's all we can do. Inside right now, he closes his eyes so everything is pitch black. If it's too hard, it's okay if no fairy comes. I won't be sad because of that. Your hand is completely relaxed and reaching out comfortably. Suddenly, a monster appeared right behind him, with a powerful magic circle below. The male lead's thoughts never stopped. I am grateful for the moment that brought me here. The beast approached his hand. Then the male lead's eyes slowly opened. He immediately froze and looked down. Below was a small beast resembling a dragon, its red eyes exactly like his own. The little beast blinked innocently at him. The male lead wonders, is this a fairy? Over there, Yo couldn't help but shed tears. Benefactor, congratulations to you. The tower master also laughed. I have more than one thing to celebrate. He was startled and bowed down as soon as he heard this. The male lead realized he had obtained the 4th magic circle, and his face immediately showed undeniable joy. Remember how the male lead was so determined to overcome the flood barrier in his subconscious? The tower master couldn't help but sigh. He had surpassed his own mental barrier. Then he sat down to look at the data on the system, and mentioned the announcement, you have acquired new knowledge about summoning spirits, and thereby reached the 4th magic circle. You will receive an additional reward which seems very mysterious, marked only with a question mark. At this moment, the little spirit beast suddenly flies up towards him. It actually lay directly on his head. At this moment, a person and a spirit looked at each other. Wai immediately reached out to touch it full of vigor. I don't think this is an ordinary spirit. Then she picked it up, and immediately asked if he intended to name it. She handed the little animal to him, and said, name it, and I will complete the pact. The tower master also agrees with this. Let's give it a really good name. He looked at it and pondered. Red, huh? So that's it, but the next name you mentioned stunned all three of us. Smoked river meat. The tower lord was so angry he wanted to bite his tongue. The maid had to turn away. Seeing their reactions, he quickly forced a smile. Haha, I was just joking. The little spirit in his hand also breathed a sigh of relief. He then continued, so is Pepper okay? The little spirit smiled happily, and agreed when she finally heard her own name sound normal. The 3 people on the other side sighed in relief, thinking it was adorable, and the tower master felt it was not bad. Seeing their expressions, the male lead forced a smile and said pepper is just short for pepperoni. Then the tower master smiled and said, so to celebrate tomorrow, we will start the official special training session. Elo sincerely spoke up. I will teach you about the spirits. He then hugged Pepper and replied, I am really looking forward to tomorrow. On this side, Pepper also seemed satisfied, licking his hand. Nice to meet you, Pepper. From that day on, everything gradually passed until a month later, everyone in the tower gathered in front of the gate. Finally, the time for the towers to choose students had come. They stood outside, guessing how many graduates would be selected this year. Even the bald teacher laughed, as it was basically already decided. At this moment, a horse suddenly appeared. A solemn shout echoed. The reflective white tower has arrived. 2 people with orange and white hair come out from inside the car. Each tower will select individuals to train throughout this period. Next, the pyramid judge arrived. If they couldn't choose, then who else could? Then the judge of the tower arrived. They continued to discuss. You are right. So the 2 of us men should happily talk and help these students more. Okay. Professor Hobot remained silent when he saw the 2 of them. For the benefit of us, I mean this school. The other person also continued the banter. Haha. That's right, it's because of this school. He crossed his arms and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Who would dare claim to be a student when they only liked a few talented ones? Finally, the fire tower official arrived, a hand reaching out from outside the car door, and immediately the group on the other side turned pale in fear. The imposing man with long red hair appeared. A terrified shout echoed. Vermilion Yuzin. Professor Hubert was also surprised. Why was he here? The expression of the fire tower judge was unfriendly, as he frowned, then smiled and said, maybe he still hasn't arrived. The professor on the other side was worried. Sending him as the judge meant she didn't want to choose the male lead right. At this moment, sparks kept flashing in the sky above. The professor below was still worried. The male lead was nowhere to be seen, but above he was already rushing forward. The fire tower judge suddenly looked up in alarm, immediately becoming alert as he sensed something. The young man next to him breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the sweat. He stood on the opposite building from the gate, complaining, I was almost late. The male lead was startled and looked down, immediately facing Vermilion Unsen. He also saw you. The other party immediately showed no interest and turned to go inside. But ahead his face changed with excitement. This will surely be interesting. Beating him up would be really satisfying. Vatso stood at the gate, greeting everyone and thanking them very much. Vatso looked at Yo in front of him, smiling happily. I hope you will return to your homeland safely. Yo. Elo bowed gently and replied, thank you, sir. Dear benefactor. He turned his head to look at the person beside him and the head maid. His words startled her for a moment. I will definitely come back. No teasing. Until then, I will be the owner of this place, so make sure to manage it well. She lifted her glasses and laughed. We already know, I hope so too. Vo looked up and spoke to everyone. Although it was a short time, I really thank everyone very much. Dania crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked him, kid, don't you need a car? Vac rubbed his shoulder while nodding. Yes, I didn't want to be late, so I ran much faster. She put one hand in her pocket and suddenly suggested, then on the way back, I have a request to ask of you. The young man, she handed him a neatly sealed letter with a red stamp on the back. Can you deliver this letter to Hubert? The boy quickly replied. Yes, I will definitely deliver it. Before he finished speaking, she interrupted him. Okay, thanks, kid. This action of hers made him feel a bit confused. Not long after, he was already in Professor Hubert's room. The 2 people sit opposite each other on the SFE. Hubert holds the letter in his hand and begins to speak. Luckily, the student arrived just in time. He read the letter with some confusion, but this selection process to help the student would be quite difficult. Professor Huot placed the letter on the table with a thud, saying he had to quickly finish a few things that had just come up. Vatso smiled and said, It's okay, Professor. He clenched his fist, his tone serious. All I can say to you is that Hubert remembers the tall, strong man with long hair and gives a warning. Don't underestimate Unin's brother. He slowly stood up, then approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. You have to be the strongest, not just try your best. If it's a game, then you can do it. He glanced at Mr. Tran, and all right, don't worry. The system now displays the message. The tower selection mission requires showing overwhelming difference in rank and gaining recognition from the selection committee. Current recognition from the selection committee is 0/10th. The reward is a medium-grade stone. A few days later, in the council room, each person at a desk and chair, a professor sat at the front, announcing the start of a selection exam. The written test began. Visa was focused on writing while thinking the writing test was not too difficult, because he had failed this test many times in his past life. His eyes drooped. Vo paused for a few seconds if there was anything to worry about. I remember the letter Mrs. Dania asked me to give to Hubert, the teacher's letter. I recalled the number of times Professor Hubert went on business trips after receiving that letter. After this, Professor Hubis's trips will become more frequent, almost to the point where he can no longer teach his classes at the academy. Vatso suddenly remembers the day someone passed away, and everyone stood sorrowfully before the tombstone covered with white flowers. And not long after the year that Professor Hubert got a leave, he finished writing the exam and walked out of the council room standing frozen as soon as he reached the door. I don't know exactly what happened. Futsa looked up at the green tree in front of him thoughtfully. It could be a really dangerous mission. It turns out that on that tree branch, a snake is tightly coiled around a baby bird preparing to swallow it alive. In his heart, he probably feels the same as that little bird, a high-level mage in the Peace Tower, not long after he stood on the podium to receive the highest score in the written exam. Everyone below was very surprised. How did he get the highest score? Just kidding, he's really good at studying. I'm so jealous. Well, he seriously looks at the person ahead. Can I stop him? The death of the professor. Outside the academy, an announcement echoed the second round of selection. The interview test will begin shortly. Everyone sits in the waiting chairs to be interviewed. A secretary announces, "Please come in when your name is called." His name was then called out. Vasomon immediately stood up straight, determined in his heart that he needed to stop him, that he could stop him. Patch the notebook and walk proudly on the green carpet to the interview spot, because the evidence for that is right in front of you. Suddenly he hesitated, not remembering that in the previous life, Unsen would become the judge of the selection session, folding his hands behind his back and looking at Unsen. I have changed the future, so I need to join the fire tower and prevent the professor's death. Unsen crossed his arms and stared at the young man in front of him while he was still lost in his own thoughts. I need to be recognized here. The people next to you remind you that when the judge asks, you must answer briefly and verbally. Understand, just look at that person and respond once. Yes. The white-haired professor picked up the paper and spoke. We will begin. 300 years ago, the formula was created by the wizard Oregon Gong. Questions kept coming at him continuously. Vo answered confidently without any worry, saying that the concept of recycled materials must be applied to change the formula. Finishing his words, he felt confident inside. The interview questions were even easier than the written exam questions. The white-haired professor continued to ask more questions while he kept thinking. However, there is another task in the second round of the exam. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light shines intensely in front of him. Vo still stood firmly in one place, enduring the mana radiating from the selection judges. Vo recalled how he used to cough and bend over from this amount of mana in his previous life. In my past life, I always failed at this stage. But now the mana flying straight into your face is making your hair messy too. I'm confident this time is different. Suddenly, I spoke very openly. If you change the ingredient ratio in the medicine, you can get 3 times the effect. The person sitting next to Unin laughed and said, "That kid is pretty awesome." His expression doesn't even change despite being in a mana storm. Clenched his teeth and gave a mysterious smile. Is that all? As soon as the words ended, a purple energy burst out from Unin's area. Vat felt this power was incredibly terrifying. He rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth to endure it. Those who saw the aura Unsen emitted also felt extremely puzzled. The person next to Unsen frowned in silent reproach as he watched him laughing gleefully. He really was a mad tiger. If this keeps happening, the airflow is so strong it makes the person close their eyes tightly, the contestant could die. But when I opened my eyes, I still saw Rat, so not moving at all, smirking, which surprised me. Can he endure it? Someone else wiped a drop of sweat while secretly admiring him. Unexpected. The others couldn't stand this atmosphere. Some covered their faces, some covered their mouths, and some held their necks. Even the newly appointed professors in charge of clerical work are still suffering. A blonde professor laughed sinisterly. He is definitely a genius to be admired. The system displayed recognition notifications from the selection panel one by one, 1/10, 2/10, 3/10, 4/10, 5/10, 6/10, 7/10, 8/10, 9/10. Right in front of him, Unsen brushed his shirt and frowned at him. Are you still enduring it? A second later, he slammed the table hard and roared, making the purple aura grow stronger. To anticipate this airflow, Jack's facial muscles tensed, but he kept his lips pressed, his eyes determined to get through this round. Unsen was displeased, glaring down sharply. Less than a second later, the blonde professor placed his hand on his shoulder from behind and advised, "We still have many more interviews, so let's stop here." Unsen said nothing and just chuckled a few times. His next words made Retso clench his hands behind his back, about to see something fun so boring. At this moment, the professors coughed quietly, relieved, thinking they were alive. The silver-haired professor put the paper down on the table and praised him. "You did very well. You may leave. The next contestant, please come in." The door to the back room was slammed shut after a moment. Out of breath, he sat down heavily on the chair, waiting outside. Only then did he relax his face drenched in sweat. "I think I'm about to die." Suddenly, his eyes changed a bit. Looking at the information on the system board, the judges gave a 9/10. He tilted his head with a forced smile, then sighed, realizing that what he said still wasn't enough. He's not easy to please. In a dark room with a bit of light filtering through the window crack, his name was called out again, echoing through the door frame. The professors were leaving, discussing that he was the contestant the fire tower master had been watching. He is a student that everyone wants to take in. What a pity. The white-haired professor at the back laughed and said, Unen, the youngest priest, are you really conducting military training? Unsen turned his face, revealing scars, and growled. What did you say, who is the youngest? The white-haired professor was frightened by this momentum and immediately waved his hand. No, I didn't mean that. Unsen didn't bother to say anything and just turned away, leaving the others both worried and speechless. Right there in the treacherous mountains, a fierce battle was raging. Everyone chased after a young man together, shouting loudly to stop the newcomer. They quickly discovered a hole in the golden barrier with no cracks on the barrier itself. At that moment, Unen was just a naive teenager who was mercilessly trampled by others. Then he swung his sword down right in front of Unen. Then no one knew what happened, only hearing desperate cries in the dark night. Under the full moon in the silent night, Unen was now a grown teenager. After the battle, he looked down at the bodies lying on the ground with contempt, the weaklings. Unsen covered in wounds, tears continuously streaming down. He pressed his lips tightly, thinking that if they collapsed and returned to the present, he would frown worriedly, and everyone would be doomed. Outside the academy, a loud, clear shout was heard. Now it's time to start the third round of the exam. A professor stood on the podium and spoke to the students. This test is a treasure hunt. That person holds a blue stone and makes a request. In the dense forest on the hill, the contestants must find the blue mana. The students look up attentively. Based on the amount of mana stones the contestants collect and bring back their scores will be determined. Vo listened carefully to the situation around and thought to himself, it seems they want the contestants to steal mana stones from each other. The professor quickly gathered everyone. All right, contestants, line up. Vola remained silent, looking at the system board as if deep in thought. He thought of Unsen sitting and drinking tea. If I can get through this third stage, I sigh and wonder if Unen will acknowledge me. A horn began to sound, signaling the contestants to run together towards the forest edge. Vatso ran while calculating. First, he ran as fast as he could, giving it his all. After a while, the surroundings were filled with lush green trees. He slowly walked under the evening light, murmuring, should I accept it now? Clasping his palms together, he created a blazing red spiritual energy. He will probably be mad at me for a moment, and then it will pass. Russo gently holds a red animal in his hands and apologizes. It's been a long time, Pepper, I'm sorry for not being able to use magic at school. Pepper not only didn't blame his master, but also laughed happily for a few hours, as if they had been apart for a long time, making him miss him very much. Vatsa looked at the little beast and took something out of the space pouch. Pepper, can you help me with something? He took out a small red stone and held it up. We want to find stones that look like this. He brought it close to Pepper's face for it to smell. After a while, little Pepper flew away. He looked at it with silent hope. I heard that the spirits in the mana world can sense magical energy very keenly. After a while, Pepper turned around and shouted as if signaling him. Vo burst out laughing. You've caught its scent, huh? Vo slowly strode towards it. Pepper went ahead, sniffing the scent, and then showed him the way. Vo behind cleared his throat. Then let's go. In the distance is an ancient tree, with magical circles and strange red symbols meticulously carved on it. Inside a smoky wooden house, a voice echoes, I finally found you. A man in a black cloak grabbed the collar of the middle-aged man opposite him and demanded, where is the wizard you made the deal with? The middle-aged man was so scared, he broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated before answering. I don't know, I only sold him some ingredients needed for alchemy. I only know that much. The cloaked man growled, what about the formula for that alchemy? The person was completely covered, only a pair of purple eyes and white hair visible. He frowned and questioned, don't you know, that is the ritual of a heresy. The innocent man remembered the skulls and blue-green wild mango aura. Immediately, the man in the black cloak pulled him up close against the wall. That person threatened that helping the cultists was against the kingdom. These words left him staring in disbelief. The mysterious person threatens once again. I ask again, where did that sorcerer go? The other person kept shouting, I really don't know. Then he hesitated and said, I only heard that he would secretly follow a woman. That person also brought along her disciple. The middle-aged man remembered Joe's face, spoke slowly, and he would come to confirm the identity of that disciple. The man in the black cloak slowly lowered his mask, gritting his teeth and muttering, if the cultists want to confront her, it's not just her, no one else but Professor Huot. His whole body now radiates a fiery red aura. He is very worried, and Ratso will also be in danger. No, he hurriedly went outside with a stream of blazing red air behind him, feeling uneasy inside. All the participants in the test are in danger. It is already dark outside, and a contestant is walking while kicking a small stone in frustration. Damn it, what the hell is Mana Stone? I can't use light magic because it would reveal my location. Suddenly, something moved behind the dense green grass, a shadow slowly rising that made him worried. Wah, what is that? From that shadow emanated an incredibly strong aura. Fong Tiern, he staggered into a defensive stance. You startled me a bit, could that be another contestant? He quickly turned and left, not forgetting to glance back. Is he dead yet? Anyway, this is still a competition. Suddenly, he paused. Wait. He is scheming in his mind. What if that guy possesses mana stones? But when he turned back, there was no one there. He anxiously exclaimed, where did he go, not knowing behind him was a skull with green energy radiating from its hollow eyes, looking truly terrifying. He seemed to sense it and quickly glanced back. Just a second later, screams pierced the night. Vought is still searching alone for mana stones in the forest. His hand brushed past a leaf. This place looks like the center of the forest, doesn't it? Pepper bent down to the bag full of blue stones, as if to show him. Joss saw it and exclaimed happily, here it is. Pepper mischievously flew around him, but Joel felt something strange. But why are all the mana stones in one place? He rubbed little Pepper's head. You did well, Pepper. Then he thought, that's it. He bent down and saw a purple crystal, but this is a golem core. When he held the purple crystal in his hand, he saw it was cracked and destroyed. Without guessing, it seems that before the golem could be summoned, it was already destroyed. So who was it? Suddenly Pepper reacted violently, causing him to turn around. Sharp spikes immediately emerged from the ground, quickly rushing towards Dak. So, he was horrified by the scene, only able to stare wide-eyed without any other reaction. Vo and Pepper quickly flew to the side to avoid the attack. His entire body is enveloped by a red spiritual energy. He strikes the ground with an earth magic pillow. Looking up at the sky, he saw bright circular spots, shining rays of light down. He was surprised. Was it a light magic system? The round dots immediately attacked him, but he was very agile and easily dodged. A terrible explosion happened in front of him, making him think that the opponent was not alone. Suddenly, blue arrows flew towards him from behind. Luckily, Pepper saw it and blew a blazing flame towards the arrow. Vo laughed loudly in praise. Well done, Pepper, and he also smiled proudly after the recent battle. Voss summoned rockets on his wrist, firing missiles straight at the bright white dots, causing a massive explosion upon impact. Thick dust swirled all around as he raised his hand to brush it off a few times, staring intently ahead. Viso looked at the three people on both sides and asked, who are you? And as he looked at the person approaching him, he continued, they are honorable students chosen by the tower. The other orange-haired person crossed his arms and looked at him angrily. Vohian boldly questioned when seeing the third person clearly, but using such a cowardly and dirty trick, someone swung their hand and shouted, shut up. Why would a lowlife like you hang around the guy who discovered the first mana stone? That guy muttered to himself, surely only our group knows the location of the mana stone. This is too unreasonable. Then he rolled his eyes and saw little Pepper rushing over. He is surprised. A fairy. Yeah. The blue-haired guy suddenly realized it was a fairy. Now I understand why he found the mana stone so quickly. The orange-haired man stared at him, Vatsomo surprised that someone would hide such advanced skills on their own. Vatsomo placed one hand on his hip and rubbed his head, forcing a smile. Finding it quickly is nothing special. His next sentence left the blue-haired guy stunned. You speak as if I'm sure I won't find that many. Then you smirk. Oh no. Speaking of which, I just remembered. I remember when those people were happily chatting with the professors, I exposed them. I almost forgot you probably have some secret deal with the professors, right? The guy's name makes me grind my teeth and worry. This guy is too sharp. But he turned away from the proposal. Basically, I have no intention to interfere, just don't block my way. The blue-haired guy quickly summoned his purple-pink aura and growled, don't fool yourself. Not sure how, but the mosquito flew behind him and whispered, if you're good, try it and you'll regret it. The blue-haired guy was shocked and the orange-haired guy was also stunned. How did he teleport? Suddenly, little Pepper flew over to him and growled a few times, surprising him. Pepper looked up ahead with a very serious expression. Suddenly, realizing there was movement from the forest, he placed his hand on the messy-haired guy's shoulder and called out. That guy asked in panic. He turned to look at the cracked purple crystal on the ground and asked the professors who helped them. Did those guys say they would destroy the Hotch Golem? The blue-haired guy sweated profusely and answered bluntly. Not at all. The two people approached from afar and spoke up. We also find this case very strange. Futso frowned, gritting his teeth, holding a rocket launcher in his hand. His eyes sharpened. Something is coming. The crows suddenly flew up into the sky. Loud noises came from the dark forest. Black-eyed zombies were advancing together. The terrifying vampire exclaimed zombies. The group couldn't help but feel scared. Why are there zombies in the inspection area? No way. What? The blue-haired guy lowered his face and stammered. Yes, we have to run quickly. The guy tried to run away, but was stopped by the other two. He was drenched in sweat, his face drained of blood. Their group was immediately surrounded by a horde of zombies, and one person panicked, saying there was no way out. Suddenly, a ring of fire burst into flames around them. The blue-haired guy looked at it in surprise. A firewall. This spell belongs to the fourth magic circle. He quickly turned away and gave orders. From now on, each person will aim in a different direction and deal with the zombie rushing through the wall of fire in that direction. Okay. The three others fell silent for a moment without any movement. He raised his hand and shouted. Did you hear clearly? Those people just now regained their composure and responded awkwardly. Got it. The blue-haired guy's face twitched uncontrollably. I couldn't believe I was about to pick a fight with someone like him. If it were a real fight, the damage would be huge. The zombies are starting to rush through the firewall. The worry in Hoabitch's heart is just a temporary strategy. Immediately, several zombies were hit by his rockets. He looked at the situation ahead, thinking he needed to find the sorcerers controlling these zombies and find a way out. A zombie with 761 strength was rushing through the wall of fire. In an instant, it was attacked by a circle that blew off half its face. Ratsan frowned at it, a zombie. Silently judging the heretics who hunt forbidden magic and the blasphemous entities they summon, Vat recalls how the Tower Master once subdued those heretics. You put a big question mark yourself. So are these guys remnants from that incident? What are they up to by coming here? Suddenly he opened his eyes wide as if realizing something. They were firing rockets at them while muttering. Could it be that they are hunting me? The zombies screamed in pain from the rockets. Vo regained his composure to speculate. No, right now I need to focus on fighting first. The magic they are using is a type of curse. As you predicted, behind them were two heretics dressed in black, controlling their green spiritual energy. One created earthquake shields, analyzing the situation. A characteristic of it is very low mana consumption, so the longer the battle drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. Breaking off his thoughts, he turned around and shouted orders. Everyone use mana wisely. He devised a way to reduce firepower and aimed at their weak points. Some grit their teeth and endure, others complain, saying it's easy to talk. The orange-haired guy, seeing the lasers attacking the zombies, immediately reassured them. But anyway, the judges will arrive here soon if we hold out until then. Den Tok Zan gritted his teeth and replied the judges will not come. Someone is surprised. What? What are you talking about? Holding a rocket launcher in hand, I agree. He is right. Vatsos remembers the people in the interview. He mutters, it can't be the judges. He frowned and spoke a truth. Even the magic tower of the capital couldn't detect this evil energy. The blue-haired man who had just frozen the zombie was suspicious. Perhaps they used some kind of trap to erase all traces of mana. I lowered my head, thinking about the ancient tree, the circle, and the special red symbols from earlier. A trap. The blue-haired guy was trembling and stammering. So we have to fight all these enemies ourselves. The blue-haired guy summoned an ice weapon in his hand, shrank it, then shot 3 crystals at the zombies, increasing their sharpness. The blue-haired guy screamed in fear. Damn it, what's the point of fighting if you use such sophisticated methods? The zombies here were also stopped by the orange-haired guy using a light system. He glanced at him, thinking what? Even this guy follows it, a heretic outside the circle murmured. They are quick, they have already started saving Manda. One of them grinned. When the kid was imitating that bastard woman's student right, that guy summoned a huge muscular monster with a giant mace in hand, and was smug about it. However, what if they encounter a situation where they can no longer save mana? On this side, everyone continues to attack the zombies relentlessly. Suddenly, the giant monster rushed through the wall of fire towards the orange-haired guy, roaring fiercely and dropping several pieces of saliva. They stared at it in disbelief, all shouting in unison. A starfish. The blue-haired guy knelt down, summoning the ice abyss towards the creature. The orange-haired guy also summoned a light system to attack it. That person clasped their hands together and shot out a beam of crystal light that trapped the creature. In less than a minute, the creature broke free from the light. Its 2 eyes emitted blue energy, its mouth drooling as it growled a few times. It raised its mace high right in front of the small orange-haired guy. The orange-haired man stood dazed, then red energy streams shot down from the sky, originating from the source. He unleashed his ultimate move, the fiery spear, maximizing its power to shoot the spiritual energy straight into Kano's chest. Kancho was hit by a powerful force and was thrown several meters away. Vatso landed on the ground holding the weapon, and the heretics were surprised to see the purple crystal shattered in his palm. What someone behind was surprised. How did he defeat a giant troll with just one strike? The blue-haired guy with wide eyes was still terrified. Just now, when he looked at the sharp weapon of the rattlesnake and the blazing red aura, he realized it was almost as powerful as a 5-ring spell. That guy is staring at the number in confusion. Is he really a student like me? Suddenly, he glanced sideways as if seeing something strange. He saw Pepper flying in circles in the sky and hurriedly called out to Pepper. The 2 professors looked up to see a red circle in the sky, hesitating. It was Vatso, smiling mysteriously. So you guys have been hiding there. He holds the blazing weapon in his hand, ready to perform the mage's body technique. The guy with green hair felt confused by this action. What is he trying to do? He tightly grips the weapon in his hand and growls. Now Vo uses all his strength to swing the weapon backward to strike. Immediately, he used all his strength to throw the weapon high and shouted, "This is my power." The 2 Windmasters were startled to see that. We have to dodge quickly. Has our position been discovered? The maple arrow flew in circles through the forest towards them. A man clasped his hands together, summoning blue spiritual energy, shouting to stop it. The zombies were stunned when they saw the glowing maple arrow. They obeyed the master's command and rushed like arrows, and within minutes they were engulfed by a hazy white light. The heretic gritted his teeth, his whole body drenched in sweat. The fire energy of Jaso had flown above his defense position. Suddenly, a loud explosion occurred in the forest. The red beams lit up the entire sky. Vatso crouched, wondering if he had dealt with them yet. The heretic suddenly attacked someone. That woman really did raise a monster. A man hiding behind a bloodied man muttered, "We saved this move to deal with those judges." The first man still grinned unexpectedly, using it on you in the end. The price was astonishing. As they saw the scene before them, two zombies holding two people covering their mouths and pressing swords to their necks, advancing towards the clearing. Then not just two, but their entire group was surrounded by these creatures. Unin's two subordinates were surprised and wanted to stop Hubert. "Professor Hubert, I'm sorry to say this, but only judges are allowed in here." But Hubert still didn't hesitate and directly rushed to lift the curtain. He shouted loudly to Unsen, Senior Unsen. Unsen said coldly to him, "The mission is over." But then Hubis shouted so loudly that Unsen was startled in surprise. "The disciples are also coming here." The old man hurriedly reported everything. "They are chasing the notebook. The candidates at the exam site are also in danger." Unsen stood up, a fierce, murderous aura radiating from him as if about to strangle someone. "How dare they cause trouble right in front of me?" At this moment, inside the forest, the cult leader laughed loudly and menacingly. "If you move even a finger, a disciple will be blinded, and next to him is a sharp sword." The bone man raised his sword and waited for the order, "Then I would kill them all and turn them into my bone soldiers." Frowning, he carefully thought in his mind. He covered his mouth to stop him from chanting spells. If he couldn't stop him, he imagined the worst case even after using teleportation. The cult leader, despite being fatally stabbed, laughed like a madman and raised his arm. He snapped his fingers to control the skeleton soldiers. "The red blood will splatter all over the ground, and with an inevitable outcome, everyone will die." The cult leader laughed wickedly and ordered Joe not to resist and to come out here. He pointed directly at Joe, making him frown in discomfort. "The child from the fire tower was exactly as I thought I was their target." The meaning in his ring suddenly blazed fiercely. Vo slowly approached him. The skeleton soldiers closely follow him to keep watch. The cult leader holds the small flame in his hand and becomes increasingly arrogant. "Impressive, I can't believe you sacrificed your life to save your friend." Vo immediately froze upon hearing his sarcasm. He said coldly, "You well then. You saw the bully just now looking away to avoid eye contact. If you are weak, they will call you weak." Next, the guy used ice magic, sweating profusely and not daring to look up. "As for the strong ones, they will fear the person." Everyone, blinded and drowned in fear, heard Joe's hateful words: contempt, disgust, envy. These guys are just jealous of those stronger than them. The cult leader also stopped laughing and silently stared at him. Vo calmly faced him and said, "Maybe you just don't understand." Those who had bullied him were shocked by what he said next. "I do this because the duty of a bodyguard is to protect everyone." The cult leader covered his face and shook his head vigorously. "In a world where the strong hunt the weak, what? The mission is justice. He mocked you for being a pimp, which made me laugh. Those are just loud words from weaklings." He sighed and reminded him to look at the one hiding behind the bone soldiers, not daring to stand up and do everything himself. His words made the cult leader purse his lips in bitterness, and his murderous intent grew even stronger. The skeleton soldier behind him then grabbed both of his hands. "It must be because you want it that way." They wrapped cloth around Ratso's mouth so he couldn't scream that I would kill you myself. The cult leader glared and created a weapon from the bones of the kid from Hoa Tower. The bone spear was made and held tightly in his hand. He laughed perversely, saying he couldn't hear your challenge, but I have no other choice. He approached him and raised the spear, which was imbued with strange, dark magic. In this critical moment, the priest remains calm and thinks of a way. There is a magic that does not require spoken incantations and can be performed by will alone. While you were training, the system told you about the reward. An extra reward. She gave him a silver ring that surprised him. A ring, and it was a magical artifact. The cloud ring can transform into a thundercloud when needed. Its power will be unleashed and grow along with the user's development. Electric clouds appeared in the sky, emitting powerful lightning that lit up the entire area. That cult leader had no idea and kept babbling. "Your death will mark the start of our revenge." A lightning strike hit, followed by a very clear, loud sound. The cult leader turned around in surprise. Jaxo's hair had turned blue like lightning. The sky, he bit down hard on the gag, his whole body blazing with flashes of lightning, crushing them with thunderhooves. The lightning struck again, blinding the vision, while the skeleton soldiers stood motionless. Vatso unleashed a thunder-summoning move, striking down with an incredibly massive amount. The nearby students were blinded and couldn't look in that direction. The cult leader was stunned and burned, black, unable to react. The glowing orb in his hand also shattered and fell into pieces. The cult leader's body stood motionless amidst the thick smoke and lingering electric sparks. The skeletal soldiers around also fell and were neutralized. Vat so still stands firm after that strike. His body is surrounded by incredibly powerful lightning. Suddenly, someone approached and opened the door for him, which surprised him greatly. The ice magic user helped him while showing off. I can't believe you actually thought of using a magical artifact in that situation. You're really good. He unzipped his mouth and smiled in response. Thank you. But the student seemed remorseful, saying we should be the ones thanking you. Then you quickly turned and said, we must call the judge here immediately. The free students went to help the blinded person. It seems everyone needs treatment. The bully whispered to the other, don't forget to tell the judge what I did to you, line up. He calmly replied, the judges will arrive here soon. The ice system student was surprised. What? How did they find out about this? Sat proudly showed him because my friend would lead them there. Outside the forest, Pepper happily lit a fire on the carved tree mark. It kept flying to another branch and set the tree trunk on fire. Like those flames, the path leading to their place was clearly illuminated. The student from the ice system smiled and admired him silently. How many steps ahead had he thought? After finishing the conversation with that student, Vo looked down at his magical item. The lightning surrounding the ring had not yet dissipated. Van uses more mana than I thought. At this moment, the cult leader's body suddenly moves and emits a dark aura. He muttered under his breath as he gathered the skeletons towards him. Offering for what I do. His eyes rolled back in a terrifying way. Magic then flowed into my life, my lifespan, and even my death. Vut and the other guy turned around in surprise, but it was too late. Hundreds of skeletons rose from the ground and merged into the cult leader's body. He summoned a giant skeleton army. It stuck out its slimy tongue and roared to threaten them. The massive body of the giant skeleton warrior roared with piercing sounds. Vot hurriedly shielded his eyes from its overwhelming pressure. This level far surpasses the 5th grade. The student hurriedly turned to the others and said, everyone run into the forest. The bully leader pushed the blackboard and ran away. As soon as he heard the warning, I had to escape at all costs. But he suddenly stopped when he saw something very eye-catching. The sparkling crystal bags were left alone on the ground. That student was about to leave but saw Joe take out his weapon. What are you doing? Why aren't you running? Vo didn't turn back, but he calmly responded. He was aiming at it. At this moment, Hubert and Unsen rushed over to them quickly, and I was the only one who could hold him off until the judge arrived. The old man kept gaping and struggling in a disgusting way. The opponent was definitely stronger. The student was stunned. He must have run out of mana. What is he doing? He exclaimed your name when he saw your serious face. What a sharp tongue. His sinewy arm raised high and began to attack. It struck the ground directly, causing a significant tremor. Vatso avoided that strike and went around to the back of its neck. You can't block this move with a shield. Brother Yen, try to focus your strength on your injured nose. Just one hit is already dangerous enough. Squeeze the oil and throw it onto the giant skeleton soldier's body to instantly ignite the fire. His spear only pierced a little into its body. The skeleton soldier turned towards him and growled. Part of its belly was burned, but it didn't affect it at all. The owl fell to the ground because it was hit. But he was sweating and starting to get exhausted. It's so difficult. The more surprising thing is that the wound healed and regenerated. Does it also have healing abilities? Its spiky tail suddenly stabbed deep into the ground, making a scratching sound that caught my attention. That was the dried lizard hiding its body and burrowing into the ground to rush towards you for an earth strike. Vatsa quickly leaned back and dodged as the tail suddenly whipped up. What about its tail? The tail suddenly stopped in front of him, as Joe's body was still staggering. And just like then, it continued to charge forward at an incredibly fast speed. Rusin raised his hand ready to strike back. Damn it. But at this moment, an ice magic pierced through and turned the sharp tail into ice. That guy still hasn't left. He was the one who cast the ice magic earlier and saved us. You saved my life. He kept creating and shooting ice arrows at the monster, so I couldn't just leave you and run away, right? His ice magic is quite useful for holding off the dry elder. It freezes part of his body. The footsteps of other students quickly echoed, and as you said, those students were afraid to look back but still moved forward. This is the mission. He made eye contact with another student. Both looked at each other without a word from a bodyguard. The bully tried to hold onto the crystal and was shocked to see the others turning back. Why did you guys come back? He shouted loudly, even though the others ignored him. Are you crazy? I don't care if anything happens to you guys. A small stone hit the head of a strange thing lying on the ground. The cultist turned and let out a painful groan. Half of his body was already burned. He was even more surprised when he saw the loud noise around him. Could it be that the dry bone soldier swung his hand to shatter the ice layer created by that student? How does Loin Win sacrifice a giant bone soldier? He burst out laughing while still lying flat on the ground. Ha, serves you right, doing everything just to survive alone. The other students right behind were sneezing loudly, making him look at them in amazement. They had all formed a formation. The student rubbed the back of his neck and quietly apologized to Joel for being late. He stared at them for a long time in shock, thinking his plan wasn't like this. He kept that expression for a moment, then thought to himself, smiled and continued, using the fire flame spear magic. Fueled by extra motivation, he held the spear and said loudly, "If you guys want to fight, I won't stop you." The giant dry-bone soldier still powerfully shattered the ice block, but if he wants to live, if he wants to win, he must start commanding each person and listen carefully to what I say. The leg of that monster has been freed, meaning it will soon attack them again. It looked at them with blood-red eyes. I will create an opening. Vo immediately lunged his whole body along with his spear, so attack with all your might. The spear flew from his hand and aimed at the dry bone's head like a giant pillar of fire blazing fiercely. The face of the dry bone soldier touched the flame, burning its flesh. Right now, countless other power elements are being unleashed to support him. The power from fire and the guest systems blowing it up caused the place to explode with dazzling light and smoke flying out. The dry bone soldier, half of its head destroyed, can still make unpleasant sounds and quickly regenerates the lost skin. Flesh grew and intertwined. Vo tightly grasped his trembling arm and tried to stand firm. Once again, the mana in his hands seemed to choke and struggled to escape amidst his own pleas. Once again, the eternal flame. Unsen and Hubert have now seen the fire caused by Pepper in the forest, and will soon reach them. Everyone has risked staying behind to face the danger because of the bodyguard mission. Unsen, with his angry face, jumped straight down the cliff. The other students fiercely attacked the bone soldier despite its resistance and for their own sake. The surrounding flames flared up fiercely once again. Every strand of his hair was also engulfed by the heat. So I have to go further. His head grew a black horn as he urged himself on his eyes, turning black and yellow just like a dragon. He once again uses his power with a completely different spirit. I must protect them. Fire flame spear. Vatso tightly grasped his spear and roared with all his might in his mind. He lowered himself to grab the base. The blazing red light from the spear has never been clearer than now. Narrowing his eyes, the amber color in his eyes flared up. He forcefully launched his school spirit like an arrow. The other students also gave their all to support him by shouting loudly to attack. The spear is surrounded by scattered elements and charges forward with immense force. The giant soldier does not evade but faces it head-on. This time, the strike pierced through its body, shattering the bones inside. Unen had now reached the place where the students were. The winds surrounding him have not yet fully receded. Before him, the ancient dry-bone soldier swings its arms to attack, while the students continue to launch small-scale attacks against it. A giant scorpion Unsen angrily blames them. What are those weaklings trying to do? They should be running away. Looking back at Unsen's past, Vimilan Unsen believed that the scene before him, white and shattered like glass fragile, was the weakness. If one person fell, all would collapse. But from his firm thoughts, a small spark flickered through a crack in the wall. Then it spread wider and stronger with the voice of Johua Dirm Trungthung. The wide attack from the students and Jakso made the land around the bone soldier brightly lit. Unsen stood up to look at it. His face was full of surprise. But that day, Unsen realized that the giant skeleton soldier leaned back after the spear pierced through its head. The ones struggling below were gasping for breath, and because they were weak, if one person stood up, the others, though blinded, would also stand firm without injury, and together they would rise. Continuous explosions echoed, turning the battle into chaos from the students' critical moves. In the end, the bone soldier could no longer regenerate amidst the desolate smoke, sitting silently before gradually falling down. The cult leader's name was revealed from his massive body. His eyes lit up as he continued to struggle, using his mutant powers to endure. Not yet. He collects the scattered bones and flesh to restore that skeletal person. It's not over yet. Unen immediately reacts by turning towards him. He focused his strength into his arm, causing the heat in the air to rise significantly. Overheating. Unsen's hand glowed brightly, invisible pressure radiating fiercely. The cult leader, caught in the bone soldier's body, opened his eyes wide and looked at him. Unen rushed forward and punched him with a bone-shattering blow to make the evil disappear. The other students were either too stunned or too slow to react to his power. Unen only punched once, but the forest behind the cult leader was blown away, along with a patch of land, leaving a very clear trace of being blown away. At this moment, Unen calmed down and looked towards where a hoarse voice was heard. If you were really going to the island, your vision would have darkened. You should have arrived sooner. An arm also using fire magic caught the notebook while he was unconscious. Professor Hub appeared and praised him for doing well. Unsen also secretly smiled in agreement with that. The system then popped up a notification that the judge's approval rating had reached 10/10, earning a mid-level mana stone reward. After a long while, Joe's eyesight cleared. He saw the ceiling and an elaborate lamp. Are you awake? Vo groggily opened his eyes a little, looking tired and confused. He immediately sat up and asked the professor, are the other contestants okay? Thanks to the game, they were safe and sound. Professor Huot pushed up his glasses and continued speaking. That's so lucky. Everyone says that. If there hadn't been a game there, they all would have died. Va shrugged happily and replied, and Hubert smiled and asked him, "But aren't you curious about the outcome of the competition?" Thanks to his reminder, I suddenly realized. Oh right, the selection contest. Professor Hubbs recounted to him the process of the judges meeting together. Actually, there were many issues. He recalls the scene of the zombies rushing out of the fire. Since the heretics attacked the exam area, the mission has become meaningless. Actually, the bully was the only one who submitted the crystal to the judges. In this situation, cooperation is even more important than competition. The judges were all disappointed in him and coldly rejected him. Therefore, all the selection judges came to a conclusion. The bully's face darkened in shock upon hearing that. In this competition, you deserve to receive the highest score. Hubert's next words truly surprised Rat so much, it was the game of catch. His face flushed, his eyes sparkling as he looked at the professor with happiness. Scored the highest in the Star Tower selection, he quickly bowed his head. "Thank you, teacher, I can finally graduate from the academy." Daria later led an investigation team and took part in this. As for the heretics, an investigation was launched to find the mastermind behind everything. She looked very angry as she slammed her drumstick hard on the ground. "Soon I will find the root cause of all the problems," Vac told Hubat. "Actually, there is still another heretic. You are very shocked, isn't there only one?" While the dry bones distracted the students, the last member of this heretic group slipped through a gate. He gave a smug smile and muttered, "I will make you pay for this humiliation." The rookie at Hoa Tower. Unsen then opened the door and stepped inside. "It seems I lost track of him." "You're here already." Senior Unsen looked at Ja So and said to him, "Let me see how you are." Hubert immediately spoke up to ask for him. I had to rest for a while, but Joe spoke for himself. The professor smiled brightly and assured me that I was fine. Then Unsen called Vo to an open field to face each other. Unsen spoke first to start their conversation. Fighting heretics must be really boring. Vu still carefully listens to what he says without responding, because he has to fight those weaklings. Unsen held my hand tightly and shared a bit about his perspective. "I think weakness is also a weakness, and that thought of mine has never changed." Without hesitation, he replied, "I agree with you," but he looked up and stared straight at Unen, the weak who exists. His fighting stance at that moment was truly like a bodyguard, making the strong stronger to protect them. He clearly remembers the efforts of other students as well, and those who were weak because the strong protected them will also strive to improve themselves. His hair fluttered in the wind, while Joe's gaze remained unwavering. "So no one is left behind, and we will move forward together." Unsen listened to his words without changing expression, then smiled and told him the answer was not bad. Unsen threw the mysterious white bag to Rat. "Open it." He opened the bag and immediately saw the familiar symbol of the Fire Mage robe. Unsen knew his mood well, so she added, "Don't be so quick to celebrate." Vo looked at him in confusion. "If you want to join the Fire Tower, you still have to pass one more test. But the recruitment exam is already over." Unen's eyebrows raised mysteriously. It could be considered an ancient traditional style. Unsen drew a circle below his feet, the light clearly shining on the ground. He stood inside that small circle and said, "Try to make me leave this circle. You can use any magic you like." He confidently declared the rules. "If you can make me move out of the circle, you win." And he also reminded him that if he failed, he would have to pay a corresponding price. He reached behind his back and secretly opened a space to take the medium-grade stone. "Don't regret it later." He immediately put it into his mouth and absorbed it all. The power around his body began to spread. So smiled happily. "You yourself said I could use it." This battle made Retso extremely excited. His hair and clothes fluttered in the wild flow. "I want all kinds of magic." Suddenly, a terrible earthquake shakes the entire mansion. Everything kept shaking. Professor Hubert immediately felt that something bad was about to happen. His face was full of panic. Outside, Unsen was frantically casting magic. Around him are lightning-like rays continuously flashing all around. He spins a circle, creating a soft pink glow at his feet. His face was a bit dirty, but it couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. He smiled slightly. He couldn't stop thinking that he was covered by armor no less than 5th-level magic. He raised his fist, surrounded by bright blue lightning. His face showed fatigue, and sweat, his eyes firmly fixed on the person before him. Yet he was still pushed back. Suddenly, a loud scream echoed. "Dad's money." The middle-aged man hurried over, shouting as he walked. "What are you doing?" The voice echoed, making him turn around to look. The professor immediately shouted angrily, "I didn't expect you to push and corner it this much while its body hasn't fully recovered yet." He awkwardly put his hand on his chin and said, "This is a long-standing tradition of our fire tower." But at this moment, the professor said something so unexpected that he was stunned. This is more like the behavior of some immature kids. When he heard that, he obviously couldn't stand it and shouted, "What do you mean, you little brat? I did that to teach him discipline before living with others." The professor is no pushover and argued back. If he still needs you to teach him discipline, then perhaps the pillars of the academy have all decayed. Then he turned to him, placed a hand on his shoulder, sighed, and said, "I apologize on his behalf." He forced a smile in response. Haha, I'm fine. At this moment his expression suddenly darkened and he said, but since I created this chi training method, you are the first to surpass it. He recalled the intense battle scene earlier, when he used techniques with a very determined and sharp gaze, saying, "It was you who wielded the primal magic artifact. Your moves surprised me greatly. The attacks generated immense damage." He continued, "And more than that, you not only resisted the attack, but also looked straight into those eyes. I didn't expect you could summon a spirit and that spirit attacked me on your behalf." He turned to the boy and said, "Honestly, I'm very surprised." He looked at the palm of his hand and the professor, also quite surprised, asked, "You can summon spirits?" At that moment he happily summoned the little red dragon spirit and said, "Yes, its name is Pepper." But when the two looked at the little spirit, their expressions turned very ugly. But before long, both of them said in unison, "That's cute." At this moment he was standing on the podium giving a speech, and finally I was very nervous. He held his speech, stood solemnly with a very happy and determined face, and said, "I hope you all will be guided by the light of man." Everyone down below looked up at him with great admiration and applauded to congratulate him. Outside the sun was high, its rays shining through the lush green leaves. "The speech has ended. The professor who came with you just said the graduation speech was fitting for the top student." He was very happy to hear that and said, "Thank you, master." He replied, "You are no longer a student from now on, you can call me senior." Hearing that he smiled and replied, "Yes, senior." The professor smiled and asked him, "Have you found a place to stay in the capital yet?" He replied, "I have thought about finding a small room in the suburbs of the capital." He said, "No need, stay at my place anyway, I can't go home until my contract with the academy ends." Hearing this offer, he asked happily, "Is that okay?" He calmly replied, "Of course, I'm the one making the offer to you." Without a hint of regret, he said, "I didn't expect that I couldn't use the luxury apartment I bought from the tower owner." This sentence of yours reminded me of when Mrs. Daria once told me, "Remember, the market here is quite expensive." His face was a bit sweaty and awkward as he thought, "Why does this feel so familiar?" At this moment in the room, he was packing his belongings, and the little elf was also very considerate in helping out. Suddenly, Thon's status displayed a notification, "Congratulations on graduating from the academy. Special gifts are being sent to some reward on the premium plaster." Suddenly, a glowing scroll appears in his hand. I was a bit surprised to see what this was. When I opened it, I found it was a map similar to the last time. The status bar continues to display notifications. Task 1, go to the marked location on the map and complete the related mission. He held the map while happily saying, "There's no way I wouldn't recognize this place." He then recalled the scene there and thought of a forbidden island where ordinary people are not allowed to set foot. Sin Island. I remember the image of wolves with sharp fangs under the bright moonlight, a place full of monsters extremely dangerous, and to get there at least one must reach level 6 mage. I just looked at Thon's status notification and put the map into space, very curious about this sudden opportunity coming to me. Suddenly he furrowed his brows and seriously thought what exactly was his purpose. He irritably recalled his previous painful self-image. Remembering that voice, I never expected the horn of the Forgotten King to be engraved on your body. The image of you in such pain, eyes wide open, did it simply want to become stronger? Did that huge horn pierce him directly? Or was there another purpose that made it help me get stronger? Then his whole body glowed along with intense pain. That voice continued to echo with this power. He gently sat on the bed, rubbed the little fairy's head, and kept thinking he still didn't know anything. He picked up the little spirit happily and said, "But I have to become stronger because after all, I still have many things to protect." The little spirit seemed to understand and let out a cry. A voice asked from inside the carriage, "Is this your first time in the capital?" The man sitting opposite replied cheerfully, "No, I have been there before." He looked at me with a scrutinizing gaze. "Ah, this kid must be from the Daemon tribe, almost forgot." At that moment I suddenly spoke, "Senior, I have something to ask you." He heard that and replied, "What is it?" His face became a bit serious as he talked about the mission Professor Hubert had mentioned. He looked straight at him and asked, "Does this have anything to do with those heretics?" The question surprised him a bit. The carriage continued moving through the forest. He continued, "Otherwise there's no way the professor could have become like this when they attacked." He smiled slightly and praised him, "You're nimble." He recalled the scene of those setting up the formation and said, "Yes, Hubert's task is to track the heretic council." At that moment, in the middle of the formation there was a skull, but I'm not sure if calling the gathering a council is correct. The skull's deep eye sockets suddenly emitted a terrifying blue light. He was very excited and held my hand, saying I also want to help with that mission. Not hearing that, I asked, somewhat amused, "What do you want to hunt heretics?" His expression grew a bit serious, his eyes evaluating him, hard to tell if he was lying. Not looking directly into his determined eyes, he thought the boy had a very honest gaze. Suddenly he laughed loudly and said, "All right, a real man must have big dreams. I will report this to the Tower Master." He heard those words and happily said, "Thank you, sir." But he suddenly said, "But," he laughed loudly and said, "Only if you learn my magic before you can get to the capital." Hearing that, he felt a bit helpless and thought, he really likes betting, huh? He clenched his fist so tightly that the veins stood out pink mana radiating around him as he said, its name is Overheat. He looked at it with great pride and laughed loudly, a one-hit kill magic. He eagerly raised a finger and said, Overheat is a one-hit kill skill, used by concentrating mana even for a moment. He guided me to think about holding a rubber gun, and said you can imagine it like using a rubber gun compressing mana and then shooting it out. Then the pink particles gradually spread out. He smiled happily and said to him, can you do it? When it got dark, both of them stopped to light a fire and use mana, and until dawn he sat on the carriage roof, practicing his whole body enveloped in a fierce red mana aura. At this moment, a great force acted and caused a large section of the mountain to collapse, revealing a path leading deep through the mountain range. He looked at it with great satisfaction, thinking it truly exceeded my expectations. He looked down at his very determined face and thought, I never expected him to be able to fuse superheating into his own original magic. I've never met anyone that talented before. He looked at his still trembling hands and said, my hands are still shaking too much. Then the old man gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said, you already know how to use it. But he propped himself up and turned around and he said, too much heat requires focusing mana. Because of the timing, you have to be careful about being counterattacked after using it. It would be very risky to use this move against strong opponents. He grinned slightly and said, it's not always like that. Remember, the best defense is a good offense. After a long time, the two finally reached the capital. As they said, you never know when someone stronger than you will appear. The carriage stopped in front of a large palace, and he quickly got off the carriage. However, the strong often look down on the weak the moment they lower their guard. At this moment, a eunuch was helping another old man down from the carriage. Han kept a smile on his face and said, please step down slowly. His face showed a friendly expression, but Lam's attention was caught by him. His eyes gradually became sharp as he observed that person, for at that moment, the hidden tactics would determine the winner. At that moment in the palace, he bowed slightly and said, thank you, Tower Mistress. It is thanks to you that I have my position today. Mrs. Daria smiled happily and said, congratulations on joining the fire tower. At that moment, she suddenly seemed to remember something, and turned around to say, luckily, you arrived just as the master of the Thungthak Tower was visiting. A younger man wearing glasses standing beside him is the mage of the Allenpet Trade Tower, and the old man is the tower master of the Hemingway Melville Trade Tower. He slightly raised his eyes and said, I've been wondering why you chose today to meet me. Then he looked at him, sighed softly and said, so it's to show off the student you took in your twilight years. He heard this, and only gave a forced smile, while she responded very happily, of course. She proudly said that although the boy was young, he was a hero who defeated a heretic, and honestly she looked at him with opposing eyes. What is there for you to complain about when I am boasting about my students? Hearing you say that really annoys me. At this moment he slightly raised his sharp eyes to assess. Brother Kai looked at the person in front of him, and thought that Alan Pett would receive the title of the youngest level 6 mage in a few years, an extraordinary genius. I remember the image of him reaching out to help me. In a past life he helped me a lot. I never expected we could meet again like this. Suddenly he spoke up, that thing between you and me is nothing to brag about. He kept talking, making her hand on the chair stiffen a bit. If she were objective, she would see that Alan's skills were better. Unsen sat to one side, resting his chin on his hand, sighing as he thought they were at it again. Mrs. Daria, hearing him say that, sneered a little and said, oh, did you forget that this student of mine is younger? He smiled back, I already considered that before judging. The two argued like opposite extremes, and considering that he was very smart. She laughed loudly and said, he's not to be underestimated. He laughed loudly and said, why don't you teach each other well? Then challenge me. Are you afraid to lose? While the two were still arguing, a hand placed on his shoulder. He smiled gently and said, our tower master is not usually like this, but every time he meets you he shows this childish side. Hearing his student say that, he got a bit angry and shouted back, what? He bent down slightly and gently said to him, Nge, you must be reminiscing about your youth. Hearing this he became even angrier and said, what nonsense is this scoundrel talking about? He still kept a smile on his lips, leaned close to the ear and said, Tower Master, you still have to visit the palace today, right? He only stopped responding after hearing him say that. That's true. Then he turned to him and said, I apologize for being a bit rude. He reached out his hand and smiled at him. The first time we met, Junior, you were very polite and smiled back. It's okay, no problem. But then suddenly he spoke up. But his face showed a slight smile as he said, I'm a little disappointed. His face still tried to keep a friendly expression as he said, I want to show my magic to you two. Unsen nearby was quite surprised and turned to look at this kid. He stood to one side hearing you say that, then laughed loudly and said, how bold. A moment later he looked at you with his mana-filled blue pupils and said, I wonder if right after that the entire room was filled with water and wrapped around you. He said he didn't know where that confidence came from. He was submerged in his water, but his face showed no discomfort. Is this the mana of the main tower of the trade tower? It feels like I'm sinking in the sea. He saw your expression and actions and smiled, thinking he never expected to be amazed at this age. Then he suddenly stood up and said with a smile, Fire Tower Master. He looked at her and said, Which pole are we talking about? She was also very interested in his proposal and tilted her head saying, the fish pole. He set a condition of 5 years, then looked at him and said, in 5 years, if you are my student. Then he turned to him and said, catch up to the level of my student. He confidently said, I will give you one of my mythical relics. She found it very interesting and said, oh, quietly. I was a bit surprised when you set the condition as a mythical achievement. Then I immediately associated it with an achievement from the mythical era. But the artifact has existed since the forgotten age of mythology. From what I've heard, even the weakest achievements contain mana close to the 7th circle. Suddenly she said 3 years, making him startled and surprised. They said, what again? She confidently raised 3 fingers clearly and said, if my students cannot catch up with your students in 3 years, I will give you my legendary achievements. The old man laughed loudly when he heard her speak so confidently and said, you can still take back your words now. She smiled proudly at him and said, you just prepare your achievements. Then he turned away, saying, let's go, this friendly greeting is enough. Aelin turned around, slightly bowed, and said, then we will take our leave here, Lord of the Fire Tower. Even as he left, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. When both were going down, he suddenly asked, is it okay to bet on the day the mythical achievement is released? Then he immediately responded without hesitation, of course not. His answer surprised him greatly, and he said, what? Then he smiled, turned around, and told him to try his best to perform. Hearing that, he agreed and said, all right, I will fulfill the role of a senior. Both of them looked out the window at the same time, their minds filled with the same thoughts about the Veman family. Meanwhile, Unan was talking to him on this side. He sighed and said, it's only the first day and the kids already won't sit still. Is Alan Page your friend? He scratched his head shyly and said, I'm sorry. He heard the question and smiled awkwardly, unable to speak. In his mind, he kept wondering if resurrection was possible. Daria held a hot cup of tea and slowly said, Unan, tell me, do you want to help monitor the disciples? Standing beside her, watching her sip the tea, I quickly replied, yes, ma'am. Daria summoned a purple aura in her palm. Just in time, the spy just informed me. The information she passed on surprised him for a moment. They had discovered traces of the cult that attacked the academy. She pointed to a densely populated area located in the neutral city of Sudra. Daria imagined him wearing a cloak and a headband covering one eye, trying to escape alone. Frowning in thought, Sudra, a paradise for criminals, he has chosen a good place to hide. Dania crossed her legs in a figure 4, holding a cup of tea as she continued, because he had faced the criminal before, making it easier for him to track him than others. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows, showing concern. You know that guy must have already set a trap. Dania asked a question that made him pause for a few seconds. Do you still want to take the risk? Suddenly, his hand clenched into a fist. He placed his hand on his chest, bowed his head in loyalty. I will fulfill my duty as the protector of this kingdom. She breathed a sigh of relief. All right then, you set off tomorrow. Dania also reminded me to prepare a teleportation gate, for you don't forget to bring your equipment. Standing upright with hands clasped behind his back, he thought silently. Luckily, she allowed it. This is the first step to prevent Professor Hubert's death. The next morning was a fresh, early morning with blue clouds drifting slowly across the sky. The carriage gradually rolled along the long road. Vatso sat inside, holding 2 glass bottles containing purple liquid in his hands. Unexpectedly, they gave me 2 high-grade elixirs right away. In a past life, they were too expensive. I didn't even have money to see them. He looked out the window and smiled brightly. She allowed me to take on the mission, but she must still be worried because I'm just a rookie. Suddenly, something strange in the surroundings made me open my eyes wide. Looking at the magnificent white building before him like a palace, he muttered, "This is it then," ordered. "Let me get down for a moment." As he entered the Freud Museum just before the fantasy room, he exclaimed, forgetting something. Looking at the treasure in his heart, he whispered to the strange stone, "It's been a long time since we last met." My finger gently grazes the piece of khaki pants. I keep wondering why the miracle happened to me. And then I found the answer. I clenched my fist, tightly determined to grow and protect even more people. The rock was immediately illuminated by a beam of light, as if agreeing with him. The system displayed a mission notification to protect the heart. The heart of the Dragon King is kept at the Andy Museum in the capital city. Secret reward. Next is another mission, Dragon Transformation. Awaken the power of the dragon with your own will. The reward is a level 13 medium mana stone. Pretending to be surprised, I realized they were generous enough to assign tasks too. In my mind, I calculated that first was the heart of the Dragon King, meaning I had to perform in a way worthy of the royal gifts given. It's difficult, but not impossible. Then he got confused again, but what does it mean to turn into a dragon? Vatso stood in front of the system board, placed his hand on his chin, shook his head in thought, and the system immediately displayed the explanation of dragon transformation. Suddenly, a red mist rose from beneath him. Vatso raised both hands in surprise. This is him gritting his teeth to feel it. I have never felt like this before. In times of crisis, I can sense the strengthening of magic. His eyes now have their whites turned black, and his iris is golden like a dragon's eyes. Looking at himself in the mirror, can he hardly recognize himself? After a while, Ratso sat in the room with a hot teapot on the table, Pepper playing around unaware that Ratso was full of thoughts. It seems this power erupted during the fire training. The system quickly notified that you have absorbed the maximum horn of the Forgotten King, also known as fire mana. Exceeding the absorption limit will be stored as potential. Pepper rubbed his head happily, lying down laughing joyfully. He sighed again, wishing he could control those feelings at will, and remembered the rocket and his strange gaze that could release more power by combining fire and dragon elements. The damage must be nearly critical at level 6. He lay on the bed looking bored. The problem is he has no way to master it anyway. The power only bursts out when he is in danger. His next words gave Pepper an idea. I don't have time to practice because of other tasks, and even if I did, normal practice wouldn't work anyway. Pepper mischievously bit my pants, but I didn't pay attention and remained lost in my thoughts. What should I do? He muttered that, no matter how focused he was, he couldn't regain the panic he felt that time. Seeing himself puffed up and glaring angrily at him, Pepper then unleashed a huge flame that made him stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed. He was covered in scratches, his hair puffed up, and he suddenly sat up to see Pepper blaming him. After a moment, he understood. Ha, you mean you can help me? Pepper raised a hand and smiled with squinted eyes, growling a few times. Quickly, sitting cross-legged Pepper flew up and sat on his head. Ratso's eyes narrowed, showing concentration. He sensed a long, winding crack in the dark night. So looked up at the surrounding scene. He stood in a strange space with a door in front. Rut hesitated. This is the spirit realm where I first met Pepper. Seeing the red streaks, he affirmed, yes, time flows differently here than outside. Maybe this is the ideal place to practice magic, but I have no one to spar with. Suddenly, strange sounds came from behind, making him turn around to look. Immediately, a giant red dragon with golden eyes appeared before the small village. He looked up anxiously and asked Pepper what's wrong. The dragon leaned in, rubbing its face gently and sighed. It's you. He looked at Pepper with hesitation. Thank you for helping me, but fighting you is a bit. Suddenly, a series of giant spirits appeared around each one tens of thousands of times, larger than the ledger holder. He smiled confidently. I guess I was worrying for nothing. Suddenly, a tall figure approached him while Vo still stood motionless without moving. He reached out to start. Then you help me. At a restaurant with 3 men, 2 reported. Leader, the evil cult has left the city. Should I chase them? The scarred leader with a long cut across his eye, carrying several weapons at his side, gave orders. Everyone get ready, the leader shouted back. Jackson, please report back to me. The fire tower is in trouble. Jackson stood at the counter, holding up one finger. The sign was clear. All right, everyone, be careful. The leader smirked. Don't worry. He recalled Joe's silhouette with the red aura. Surely a member personally trained by Daria is coming to help. I can't let him handle it alone. Clearing his throat at his 2 subordinates. Let's go. 3 days later, in a brightly lit room under the silent night, a man leaned on the table looking at the blue orb. The god of the fire tower, he must arrive quickly. Suddenly, a blue orb displayed several lines of text. Sudra alert. The fire tower spy sent out is missing. The next day, everyone was amazed on the way. Someone exclaimed, what is that? Someone looked at Joe's slender figure and fashion and wondered, is a kid like that really in Sudra? This crowded, scorching place is the neutral city of Sudra. And as I walked, I thought that without the space gate in the Imperial City, it would have taken much longer to get here. Sudra didn't think about fighting the spirit realms for a week, but thanks to training in the spirit realm where time stands still, it feels like a whole month has passed before he arrived here. When in the spirit realm, his whole body kept burning. Then he clenched both hands tightly, his eyes turning into dragon eyes, proudly roaring to practice martial arts. The result satisfied him. Of course, he had succeeded with the enhancement like turning into a dragon. The system also transmits messages. You have gained the power of the dragon through your own efforts. Dragon horns will showcase your skill level. During the dragon transformation, fire attribute comprehension will increase exponentially. At that time, he held his rocket in his hand, but there were still many problems to solve. The system was also counting down 151413. A phoenix immediately shoots fire and ice towards him. Time is counted again, 1110. In addition, another spiritual creature shot a purple energy beam towards him, leaving him momentarily astonished. A purple stream of air hit you directly, standing very strongly. Vatso lay collapsed on the ground, firstly because the time was too short. He cursed only 15 seconds. Then he slowly stood up, hands resting on his trembling knees, exhausted and wiping sweat. This reaction, the second reaction, is like overheating. Using this skill will cause loss of self-defense ability. Suddenly, someone raised a club in front of him, and only then did So regain his composure and look down. The black guy standing behind him had his hands on his hips, smirking. Hey kid, lost your way, he sneered. If you want, I'll show you. Vatso still said nothing, only looking at him with contemptuous eyes. He raised something that amazed everyone. Ah, what a coincidence. Not long after, in front of an old building, the other person covered in scratches and bruises forced a smile. This place is W Gold. The others immediately bowed 90 degrees and shouted loudly, "Have a nice trip," silently thinking the useless and idle ones. Then he sighed in relief and disappeared. He stepped inside, and a person behind the counter greeted him. "Welcome, dear customer." Sitting down, the person politely asked what the guest would like to have. He ordered a long drink, a 3 7-year-old Red Dragon cocktail mixed with 1 2-year-old brick. Vaha is straightforward. The person next to him looked at him with a contemptuous smile. "Crazy guy, are you trying to make a cocktail with over 70% alcohol? Take a sip, hold your breath, and sing it out, thinking to yourself, drinking that stuff is actually deadly." This way of ordering drinks is the code of the Harmony Tower. Jack Sun was surprised to hear that a young man was actually a member of Harmony Tower. He just handed you the glass of wine, your drink, feeling uneasy inside. Isn't he too young? Suddenly, a blue screen with molecular bonds appeared behind him. Vo quickly realized it was soundproof magic. "The guests cannot hear the conversation between us." Jack Sun poured the wine while introducing. "I am Jack Sun, the sorcerer of the Red Tower sent here on a special mission. I work secretly under the guise of a manager at the Gold One." He put his hands on the table and spoke. "I am Joe Daimon from Fire Tower." Jack Sun was a bit in a hurry to go somewhere else to talk. After a while, Jack So's voice rang out. "So the spy from the Fire Tower went missing 3 days ago." Jack Sun crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and lowered his head to show sadness. Yes, he recalled that last time we contacted each other, the secret police were heading to the desert ruins, and it seemed many people were following that person. Were they surprised to have fallen into the trap there? Jack Sun shook his head gently. They were not the type to act rashly and fall into a simple trap. He suddenly asked, "Do you have the map to the desert ruins?" Jackson suddenly asked back, "A map?" He quickly responded, "I need to find and rescue them." Jack Sun sighed, showing disbelief, saying that place is not somewhere you can go alone. The remains of the missing expedition team were found near the Empire's border, a very dangerous area. Vo quickly realized this person seemed distrustful of him, but his eyes suddenly changed when he heard him say, "Unless you wait for the reinforcement army." His whole body emitted a blazing red aura, and his pupils turned blood red. He gritted his teeth. "I can leave first, right, Jack?" Sun looked up, his face drenched in worried sweat. "I heard he recently reached the 4th level of magic, but you stare at his cold face full of killing intent. However, this magic should be at least level 5, not to mention he can control it freely and skillfully." After a while, he finally let him go. Jack Sun coughed a few times. "I guess I was a bit impatient." He scratched his head and forced a smile. "I'll tell you the way there." Vatso smiled with satisfaction in the dark room, where only a small beam of light came through a round hole in the ceiling. A man in black with a bandage on his face bowed and reported, "By your order, we have left a trace." 2 dark figures with blue light in their eyes laughed loudly. "Good, I have caught the scent of blood from those chasing us." The next morning was a sunny and windy summer day in the neutral city of Sudra. I was pouring water into my mouth while thinking if I had known I would have practiced ice magic more. He even poured the water directly on my head to chase away the heat here. "Oh God, it's so hot here." Slowly walked towards the magnificent building ahead. No matter what, this place is bigger than I thought. After wandering around the house for a while, he suddenly realized there were many paths leading inside. An idea flashed in his mind. If his mission was just to find the cultists, he only needed to destroy this ruin and force them to reveal themselves. He hesitated for a few seconds, dragging his feet on the ground. He looked around and dismissed his initial idea, but since they could capture spies inside, he couldn't do that. He basically had to go in. Frowning and guessing, they must have set traps everywhere. Suddenly, a red aura wrapped around his feet. Vatso took a run up and growled, "Fine then." Hearing that, he immediately jumped up onto the ledges. I just flew to the spot marked by the circle, the hole in the building on the roof, and told myself I would enter in the most unexpected way. Vatsa quickly jumped straight down to that circle. As soon as he landed on the floor, a strong gust of wind swirled around him, surprising him. "How about the wind? Fortunately, my feet can still safely touch the floor." He looked around cautiously and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there were no traps. At that moment, he noticed a detailed carving on a large wall of a person holding a sword and a dragon breathing fire. Jaso looked surprised. "How about a mural step, a dragon?" Vaso looked more closely at the figure and a black-haired warrior. He glanced at the fire, the dragon breathed, but unfortunately the rest was destroyed, making him curious about who their opponent was. Suddenly a voice rang out, making him surprisingly alert. He slowly turned his face back. Here he is. A group of people began to step out and stand on both sides of him. The mysterious voice sounded again. "I didn't expect that person from the academy to be the one chasing me. The footsteps are getting closer and closer." That arrogant guy spoke up. "Because you came here yourself, I no longer have to search for you." Vo stood still, watching the skeletal figures and armored warriors approaching him, and listened to the man speak to express gratitude. "That name belongs to the man wearing a cloak, a white band around his neck, and one eye." He laughed out loud. "I should grant you death." Vatso was not afraid at all, and even laughed. "You talk big, but you're running quite far, huh?" His words caused a blue aura to burst from his pale pupils. That arrogant brat. With a shout of "Die!" the mindless soldiers surged forward. That arrogant guy with the corpses of elite soldiers who died on the battlefield. They are much stronger than last night. He hid behind a corner of the wall and grinned. This place will be your grave. He stomped the book hard on the floor, sending out small sparks. Instantly, a towering wall of fire appeared before him. That name is no surprise with this trick. Is it magic again? Carrying the book, he sneered. No, I bet this time will be different. He raised his fiery palm in the air, waved the book, recalling his time in the spirit realm, and said gruffly, I haven't just been refining the dragon, you know. He raised both his palms, summoning circles of fire, as if to ignite the entire place. In his eyes, only blazing flames could be seen. I will enhance the existing firewall magic. Swiftly, I turned both palms forward and add a guiding spell. He shouted loudly, Fire Wave. In an instant, the wall of fire blazed even stronger. It started spreading all around. His soldiers had to step back several paces in the face of this burning destruction. They quickly fell into a panic, not knowing what to do with the wall of fire. The speed of the firewall increased rapidly, and in an instant it burned a series of his soldiers. That coward still hides behind a wall, only daring to peek out halfway to see the battle ahead. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, speechless. My army is not that easy to defeat. Behind the flames was the dark figure of Ja So with bloodshot eyes. He cleared his throat. There you are. But that guy basically saw nothing in front of him, as if he was leading an invisible notebook. He frowned. Why him? Could it be? He recalled the fiery red eye in the burning flame and silently guessed that he had used clairvoyance within that flame. He immediately turned to leave. Damn it, running now, but 2 words rang out too late. Vizo quickly appeared and disappeared, flying swiftly in front of him, raising his fist. Vo continued to laugh happily before running away. Suddenly, a huge explosion rocked the tower, filling the air with thick smoke, and moments later one person was seen flying into the sky while another lay groaning on the floor. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, his mouth continuously spitting out fresh blood. Is that all I can do? Stepped forward proudly towards him. I stood in front of him and suggested surrendering so that both of us could get out of trouble. How about it? That name laughed savagely. Close by. I can't do that to surprise you. He trembled but still tried to stand up, hands on his knees, voice full of sorrow. This soul no longer belongs to me, as if that wasn't enough. I even betrayed my own family. At that moment, the white bandages were thrown off, revealing part of his disfigured face. He screamed, I have abandoned everything that belonged to me. A voice rang out, and something strange appeared above the black hole. In an instant, 2 men jumped down, unleashing the purple flame technique, demon claws, nightmare tails, and as they turned their heads, they showed a glimpse of astonishment. 2 seconds later, there was a huge crash on the floor, and once again the place was engulfed in thick white smoke, obscuring all visibility. The 2 assassins stood there, watching the thug struggle on the ground, looking very pleased. The tailing guy. Savy turned and clicked her tongue in contempt at him. Are you the bait? The opponent is also that brat. Tesk, really pathetic. The girl sneered at him and said, that dead rat look suits you perfectly. The cult leader regained his spirit and spoke, surprising the 2 assassins. It was him. His icy face twisted as he shouted. He's our target, a disciple of the master of the Harmony Tower. That Xavier darkened his face, clearly agitated when mentioning Hoathap, while the girl clenched her teeth bitterly. You mean that bastard Daria? The smoke gradually dissipated, and the barrier of the rattle also appeared. He snapped his fingers to lower the barrier, his voice ringing out with hatred. Dirty bastards like you. Val was really angry. He clenched his teeth, threatening them. It is best not to mention my master's name. The system quickly updates the situation for the mission to fight the cultists, capturing at least one of the 3 cultists or killing them all. Savy saw him standing there and exclaimed. Savy crossed her arms and replied, it would be better if you died early. The baby laughs like crazy. Really. But that bastard's disciple won't die easily. She bluntly expressed her twisted desires, making Sao clench his lips in disgust. I will kill you, make a puppet out of your body, and then make it dance in front of the fire tower. Haha. Savy took out weapons that looked just like his 2 ropes and blocked the entrance. Got it. Countless skeletons covered the entrance of the relic. And the other path is also in a similar state with a dense pile of bones. B creates darts and floats in the air. It's getting more and more exciting. Instead of hiding and summoning assassins, Vatso calmly faces the assassins and they launch a full-scale attack. Both of those guys radiated a fierce, murderous aura of the evil sect. They were completely different from the opponents I had faced before. The girl at the back was extremely impatient and shouted, aren't you going up? If not, we would have gone up first, but you spoke up very suddenly. Let me ask you a question. He looked at them seriously and asked, what did you do with the scouts who came before me? Both assassins froze and looked like they didn't understand what he was saying. The little assassin then went crazy and used the demon claw spell attack on him. Don't trick me to buy time. Ruzin lightly slid to the side to dodge those claws. Don't these guys know about the scouts? Severe immediately swung his nightmare tail skill, whipping the rope towards him. Rusin just stood watching that tail whip down and kept pondering the issue in his mind. He rushed forward, missing the strike and hitting the dust instead. Or maybe they are pretending not to know. He looked up at them, his eyes flashing a red light. Damn, no matter what, I will find out. B keeps aiming magic at you. You bastard, are you trying to run? He also returned to the match. Joe's arm flared with the familiar red flame. He took out his powerful flame spear and struck the opponent. He swung the spear and shattered the magical darts created by that girl. She opened her eyes wide in amazement. Did he block that attack? It's love. The wind guy behind is shouting loudly. The spear crushed that giant skeleton monster. The girl got even crazier and laughed out loud. This is getting more and more interesting. She raised her hands to the sky and clasped them together as if summoning something. From the ground rose two huge arms, the move of the demon claws. Then the two arms intertwined and clenched tightly under B's command, beginning to transform. Its shape gradually deformed, bending and straightening out, forming a long pole carried by the claws of the Demon King. She licked her lips excitedly and said, "Guess which one is sharper?" Vought looked at her without surprise, but sparks still flew around him. Savy tried hard to stop her comrades. "Bet don't act on your own." But she was full of contempt, and rushed at him with her weapon, afraid that a kid like him would be humiliating. Vat was also ready to face her, gripping the spear shaft tightly. The two weapons, each imbued with different magical elements, clashed and shone brightly, as Joe's spear powerfully thrust forward, piercing through the demonic claw axe and gaining the upper hand. The flame flashed across B's face, leaving her stunned and frozen in place. One of her arms was briefly scorched. Light from the ceiling lamp adds to the heat inside the relic. B screams in pain and fear. "My hand." Meanwhile, Savior swung his whip. He coldly slashed off the upper part of B and took her life on the spot. Red blood splattered towards the bystanders, making them stare in shock. Savy pulled the rope back and cursed silently, telling this idiot not to act on his own. Then he shifted direction sharply, simultaneously controlling the whip strands more skillfully. "Disciple of fire magic, I am your enemy, but I must admit you." The cords wrapped around him. The dark magic burns with a very distinctive blue flame. The wind around Dak so grew stronger, but he calmly looked at him. So from this moment, Savy's body was surrounded by a whirlwind, and he declared to him, "I will do my best to tear you apart." Savy was surrounded by his nightmare tail whirlwind technique, the terrifying wind spreading throughout the main hall. He began using those strands to tightly encircle. No matter how skilled you are, the bow doesn't matter. Can you block an attack from this angle? Savy was confident in his move, unaware of the flames igniting from the ropes behind him. When the sparks caught his eye and made him turn, it was already too late. Vo was waiting with a fist. Savy was amazed, flashing quickly, while Jaho grabbed one wrist, with the other hand clenching his fist tightly to make the flame burn even more fiercely. He launched a combined magical attack to the enemy's stomach, overheating the mage's body. Savy gasped in pain, the heat almost burning him. After taking the blow, the surrounding winds cooled, and the room returned to silence. The wind named Du looked bewildered at the ongoing battle. Before him, So was holding Savy's head with one hand and punching furiously with the other. "What's going on?" He collapsed to the ground and cried out in fear. "Are we losing again?" The cult leader trembled, clutching his head. "I'm definitely dead." "No, I won't die peacefully." He looked at B's body and noticed a strange red thing. Those damn teammates acted like Huain Hong was some kind of expert. But Bet's final item, still unusable, lay scattered on the ground. The wind spirit fixated on it and came up with an idea it was an artifact. Savy struggled to sit up, leaning on his hands with his legs very sore. He groaned in pain after taking those punches. He was furious and growling at you with a bloodied face. "Stop joking around, just kill me." "Shut up." Vo interrupted him and grabbed his head again to threaten him and answer my question quickly. It started to raise questions for him. "Where are the spies?" Savy turned to spit out a mouthful of blood, then looked at him and replied irritably, "You keep jumping back to those damn spies." "What the hell are you talking about?" She glanced at him and thought, he really doesn't know. Meanwhile, Savi pays close attention to every action of his. He no longer guards his room. He secretly takes out a small knife. This is my chance. But from afar, a strange chain flies towards Savy. It wrapped around his neck and pulled him away to Joe's surprise. Vol immediately glared back to assess the situation. That cultist is holding an item and muttering to summon something. "Here, I offer this. Here I dedicate my life, my age, and even my entire existence," he exclaimed in surprise while Savy was still being restrained. A sacrificial pawn. He also saw the strange monster summoned by the cultist. Is this a giant hell beast? Then he was dragged helplessly towards the monster, screaming, "Damn it." The cult leader continued mumbling prayers for the lives, lifespans, and deaths of others. His face twisted in pain, his eyes obscured by a strange light. "I will give all those things to you." Below him were chains and tangled skeletons. Savy was dragged towards them. "Let ourselves become a part of the day's strength. Destroy everything." From the chaotic mass, sharp spikes grew ready. Savi was brutally pulled in by him and pierced right there. He screamed in pain. The cultist summoned a large creature and quickly absorbed his body into the abomination descendant. The abomination rises with overwhelming power fueled by blood artifacts. It opens its mouth and lets out a loud roar. Vo was pushed back strongly by that mana flow. Why does it have so much mana? At this moment, the system immediately assigned him a new mission, the battle against the cults. The mission has changed to eliminate the abomination. The hellish monster that was just summoned looks up at the sky. Then he bent down again, glancing at the things below with his ugly face. He looked at his hand with sharp claws and began to speak. What? The abomination opened its mouth and drooled. How dare you turn me into this mess? He waved his hand, turning his nails into purple flames with the stray blue mana of the dark cult. He used the demon's claw technique to create things that looked exactly like bees. Damn it, I'll tear you apart right here. Vutso shouted at him and also noticed the similarity. I remember when B also angrily unleashed a demon claw towards me. Was that the magic of the girl from earlier? The demon claws rushed down at him with a completely different speed and strength. Vutso darkened his face, looked up, and still did not move. Suddenly, a pink explosion occurred, shattering the rocks and the entire relic site. The earth collapsed and dust rose thickly from within. From that chaos, the flame of the fire serpent shot up high and escaped. He used the fiery spear to pull himself out. That damn bastard was lucky to escape just in time. He landed on the ground and silently mocked that abomination. This idiot, the place where he just stood, has now become a pile of ruins with sparks flying around. It's unbelievable that he couldn't control his own power and ended up digging his own grave. But things are not as simple as you think. Movements gradually growing larger appear inside the rock mass. Voli's amazed when he sees those movements. What the abomination threw rocks and dirt and wrapped a chain around his body. It screamed angrily, spitting saliva. The giant ugly monster was not yet defeated. It reappeared with a piercing scream, dragging the chains. Its chains whipped through the air, tearing it apart. Abomination swings the whip in a rage. Die. He opened his mouth again and laughed, drooling disgustingly. I will gnaw you to the bone. That guy kept looking forward and didn't notice he was attacked from behind by fire magic, causing him to burst into flames. Vo dodged to the side and threw his spear. Did you wonder if you missed Abomination's massive body towers in the smoke and fire of Zo? He turned his face towards him, his purple eyes wide open. Ah, there you are. Abomination radiates terrifying and evil mana. Your attacks have no effect on me. Squeezing, gritting teeth with a bit of worry. He is right, his defense is unrealistically strong. I have to quickly retreat from the chains rushing towards me. I need to come up with another solution. The abomination happily channels his strength into the chains and keeps attacking. You can rack your brains all you want, it's useless. Go set his feet on fire and sped up, leaping high. Now you still keep avoiding. I need to buy some more time. That big monster is getting more and more arrogant and threatening you. That's right, keep running and trembling in despair before my overwhelming power. Look up at him and immediately retort. Nonsense. You summoned a small flame in the air. This is just the beginning. My fire dragon fairy Pepper appears. I ask it, draw me a hand. Pepper was very happy to be asked by him. It let out a cry as a sign of agreement. Joel's arm reached out and grabbed a flame in his hand. He pulled himself together. All right, let's get started. First, Ja so throws the fire spirits, causing the flames to ignite and spread quickly. Then he controlled them and created a wave of fire to confront the monster. The flames hit him and blazed fiercely. The light from the flame also blazed across the sand. But that strike still didn't faze Abomination. His body flushed red, but that guy still chuckled. He opened his eyes and mocked him. You fool, do you think this kind of magic can hurt me? But before his eyes, he no longer saw anyone standing there. Where have you been hiding? Only now do you sneer and speak up. Here it is. Pepper Bay is above his head, mouth open, ready to spit fire. A large amount of fire magic bombarded the face of the giant monster. Pepper swiftly flew around, causing trouble and making Abomination uncomfortable. Screaming, Domfly, slash in the sky, and quickly switched the magic system to lightning. Now I have attracted his attention. He raises one hand ready for his pose. The rest is the flame running through Joe's hands, using overwhelming piercing energy for this move. This time, Joe combined overheating and fire flame spear, making the spear stronger and bigger than usual. Pepper is still flying around to disturb the monster. He lands every punch perfectly. Suddenly, he recognizes the familiar light from his own finger. The name Abomination covers his eyes and screams, "Stop making a fuss. Come here to me." Just as he wanted, he plunged down with a spear and lightning bolts combined around him, striking as he pleased. Suddenly, this counterattack made him bend down and use overwhelming heat. Abomination's face was engulfed in flames, but he still showed disdain. This is useless, I know. I retorted to him and continued lifting the spear. Lightning bolts flowed down his body once again, making this the real strike. From the high sky, the power of the lightning element formed a huge cube. He slashed the spear and stabbed it into his head like a fuse, then jumped away. He summoned thunder and began directing it to strike the ground. The other plane acts like a pedal, pushing the spear deeper in. Furious, the giant boar struggles. Abomination's face twisted as he was hit with more electricity and pressure on his head, finally exploding and lighting up the entire area. Thick smoke rises greatly, reducing visibility. A large hole is left in the ground, and the flames have been extinguished, leaving only the blue color of the lightning. He gently placed his foot on the ground and observed, breathing heavily as he wondered, is it over? From where the abomination was only a pair of weak legs remained now. Upon closer inspection, it was just a skeleton left after the fatal blow. The skeleton was also charred black and showed no signs of movement. The system immediately notifies you. The battle is over now, you will receive your reward. He let out a sigh of relief and sat down heavily after the intense battle. Pepper appeared beside him and happily nuzzled into his pocket. Well done, Pepper. The skull of that skeleton suddenly fell off from the neck bone. It fell to the ground, bounced a few times out of the hole, and kept rolling. Vatso was surprised to see a skull suddenly appear beside him. A haunting voice echoed. Ron, it seems Dardaria raised an extraordinary child in her final years. Who would have thought this guy was a disciple? Russell and Pepper were both shocked to hear that head mumbling. Is the skull talking? That other head holds many remnants of evil power. I wonder if this child will be more interesting than his father. When the guy mentioned his father, Joe's eyes widened in surprise. He excitedly grabbed the skull and shouted, "Who are you?" Cracks began to appear on the skull. It replied, "Sooner or later you will find out. And also how your father lived in his final years." Then it shattered right in So's hands. A dense aura of dark energy radiated. His last words were provocative, and his appearance was quite terrifying. The wind brought dark clouds and rain, each drop pattering onto the sand. Joe's body was soaked, but he still gritted his teeth in anger. I tried to ask the other person's name, but there was no answer. Tell me, who exactly are you? Your terrible name. The loud scream echoes to the sky. Who are you? The skull laughed wickedly. Heh, sooner or later you will find out, along with what your father's last years looked like. The next words made his dark, stern face even darker. He looked quite fierce. As soon as it finished speaking, it vanished, creating a wisp of blue smoke. The sky was gray and rain kept falling. He bowed his head and clenched his teeth, tears streaming down his cheeks. Pepper rubbed against him and cried out to comfort him. The scene fades away, a lonely figure sitting in the middle of an empty space. The rain grows heavier, but he still sits there quietly. A pipe seen from afar is blurred by raindrops. Unsen lowers it and says, "The battle is over." He spoke up, ordering the people behind him. Send the report. The 2nd Legion 12th Desert Imperial Army. A man holding a piece of paper in one hand, the other continuously fanning himself. He is Marquis Monet, the Legion commander. A battle between a man who is probably a wizard named Andy and a cultist. The victory belongs to the sorcerer. Judging by his power, his level must be higher than 5. Man slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly, "It has to be above level 5. Then he called out loudly, startling the other person. "Hey strategist, yes, Corps Commander." Monby clenched the paper tightly in his hand. "How come you didn't know a powerful mage was near me?" The strategist bowed his head on the table. "I'm sorry, but there were no reports of any high-level mages from Andes region." The man sitting nearby spoke up to help. Maybe that's a new mage. There's a rumor that the Fire Tower has a new young member." The strategist also tried to smile and said, "If that's the case, he probably just graduated. No need to investigate. As long as they don't come near us, there's nothing to worry about." Monty got even angrier, slammed his hands on the table and shouted loudly, "These idiots, that new graduate is already at level 5. It means that later he might even resist end." The atmosphere around began to quiet down. He rubbed his hand tiredly and sighed, "Damn it, I really don't want to." Monet's gaze sharpened, but there was no other way than to call its name. The clear blue sky and sunlight shone warmly. He sat in the middle of the desert, picked up the bottle and drank water. Then he raised his hand to wipe his mouth and thought, "I keep thinking about that. Do you remember that skull? Did that cultist really kill your father?" But then Jiak Ro shook his head. "Wait, I have to focus on the mission first. I have to find the scouts." He glanced in another direction, especially when a flash of light appeared from a distant rock. "I have someone tailing me. The 4 others are still watching closely. They must be scouts of the Empire." He stood up and brushed off his clothes. Since they hadn't attacked him, their mission was probably just surveillance. Vatso saw something and paused for a moment. He saw a figure in the distance and wondered, "Is someone there?" Suddenly, that person's spot lit up Vat. So was startled and quickly dodged to the side, but unfortunately it grazed his face and caused bleeding. An attack was launched right in the middle of the desert, sending rocks flying and creating a huge shockwave. He dodged to the side and fell onto the sand. Hurriedly looked up. A system notification appeared. Alert, a major event mission. You have encountered an opponent of a level you have never seen before. Escape from this opponent without injury. The reward is a level 5 mana shard, but the escape condition is impossible. He looked at the figure before him, that man. He held the sword in his hand and slowly stepped forward. Is the tall man holding the sword Spansum? He tilted his head and smiled at him. I aimed right at your neck. A red light is radiating all around the body. So the report you gave to the higher-ups was correct. He was so angry he gritted his teeth. The Empire's assassin, the disciple of the Swordmaster, cry. But the most fitting word to describe Spansum is that his face immediately changed to look very terrifying. Slashing you will be so much fun. Watch him calmly. The name of the crazy killer is Spansum. Spansum lowers the sword. Oh, so you know my name. The sword in his hand was immediately covered by 2 colors, red and black. So lucky. He stared at Spansum, his face showing clear, murderous intent, his eyes blazing red. Now you can accept the ultimate pain you are about to endure. Vatsa looked at the man tilting his head and thought to himself the mad killer Spansum's sword was covered in a color like blood. I clearly remember that blood-red aura. Just because I accidentally touched his shoulder on the street, he ruthlessly tortured and killed a group of mercenaries, and I was almost killed too. At this moment in the sky, a figure rushed from afar, startling Spansum. He launched an attack and a pillar of ice was placed between them, forcing him to retreat. His blue eyes, like cold diamonds, glanced at Spansum. Seeing this, he smiled, looking even more terrifying. 2 powerful streams of energy collided. At that moment, the scene was chaotic and Spansum was frozen. Even a pig who has taken a step into the ranks of mages would find it very difficult to defeat him. Spansum, though frozen, still looks very arrogant. In short, he is an incredibly powerful enemy. Returning to the present, a voice rang out and he swung his hand forcefully. Then let's begin. Fi Huyet quickly extended his hand forward, then started creating 5 shields in front of him. Spansum's blood spear quickly rushed to him, shattering the shield into many small pieces. Seeing that scene, Vatsa was so surprised that he opened his eyes wide. He quickly bent down and dodged to the side to avoid the strike. The last strike hit the sand behind, sending it flying high and forming a big cloud. Vat gritted his teeth and sat up. How could he be strong enough to break through 5 layers of shields? Although he dodged the attack, he still couldn't avoid getting hurt. How could I have defeated him then? Spansum frowned and spoke up. Are there many layers of shields stacked on top of each other? He closed his eyes and danced with the sword in his hand. Well handled. But the magic concentration to create the shield was too low. Spansum, with a dark face, continued to swing his sword, delivering a powerful strike. He listened to what he said, and seemed to understand something, sneering. Concentration, huh? Vatdo saw the attack quickly coming towards him, then he reached back and created a spear made of fire, immediately launching it to counter the previous strike. Spansungum looked surprised. He stared for a moment, then burst out laughing and asked, Ho ho, what is this? Your injured nose is surrounded by orange flames. You hide a lot of interesting things, don't you? Vatso twirled the spear in his hand. Thanks for the compliment. I launched the attack and shouted loudly. How can you defend against this? The flame quickly rushed towards him. Spansum looks calm and thoughtful. Is it still intact after being thrown? Then he quickly counterattacked. The blood waves from both sides collided swiftly. Spansungum laughed out loud with delight. That's true. Fighting a sorcerer. Vut has run behind him now. It's really interesting. He squeezed the spear tightly in his hand, then quickly struck forward. Immediately, Spansum disappeared, surprising Ro. He turned his back, a dark aura emanating from his body. You also know how to run like a rat. He was startled and quickly glanced back, right after which a lot of blood splattered everywhere. Spansungum held the sword in his hand, his face full of delight. How long has it been since I've felt this happy? Hovering in the air, his legs were engulfed in flames. He gently sat down, his body covered in wounds. Injured already, he looked at him excitedly and laughed loudly. All right, I will wait for you. Sovo immediately reached out to create a fireball. He had enhanced his body into an aura right. He bit his lip in pain as sweat continuously dripped down. His mage body could not compare to his. I can't believe the wound I caused is still bleeding. Spansum tilted his head and smiled brightly. Are the others in the fire tower just as stubborn? Are those the conditions to join your fire tower? As soon as he finished speaking, Vatso startled and looked up at him. Sitting on the sandy ground, he asked Spansungum, What do you mean? His eyes reddened again, a smile nearly reaching his ears. He began to recount the old story. The guy I met a few days ago was just as stubborn. Vatso staggered to his feet. A reconnaissance team had gone missing. His face was full of anger as he asked him, So you killed them? Spansum shrugged, then tilted his head with a secret smile, agreeing with Joe's question. He clenched his fist tightly to locate the detective team. I just thought about the earlier announcement. You have encountered an opponent of an unprecedented level. Escape from this opponent without injury. The reward for completion is a 5th level mana stone. Escape conditions apply. I continued my thoughts. After fighting him a bit, I planned to escape, but my 2 legs started emitting a red aura that then enveloped my body from bottom to top. The wind from that aura also blew my cloak and the edges of my shirt upward. Joe's eyes also brightened, her hair gently fluttering. This is not the time to think about the future. He smiled cruelly at him and asked, "Oh, did you hide your strength when fighting me?" Spanzung grabbed the sword glowing with a blood-red aura to see if you could still be calm when your body is torn apart by pain. Vatso looked down at the glowing ring on his hand, seeing the blue light surrounding it, thinking that Van Nuren had not recharged yet, and there was only one way left. Spanzungum raised the sword high over his shoulder and swung it behind his head. He began to move and use bloodless, frenzied techniques. A series of attacks were launched towards him. Vatso remained calm, standing still before it without moving or wavering at all. Just as the attack was about to hit him, a harsh voice rang out and a dazzling golden light appeared. Longhua. Spanzum is shocked by the explosion right before his eyes. He pierced through his attack. The fireball gradually grew larger, and Spanzungum's bloodlust slowly faded away. Vatso, with golden yellow eyes, rushed out from inside the fireball. He pulled out his spear, thinking there were 14 seconds left. The hand firmly grips the spear. He uses the spear to unleash the original moves, the fiery spear. He calmly glanced at the group, then smiled. Suddenly, a shadow flashed and vanished, leaving only sand and dust below. He jumps high up, ready to attack straight down. Spanzum stands below, looking up and thinking. This is dangerous. A huge pillar of fire was unleashed with great force. It runs straight along the length and pierces through everything. Under the sand, a flame flickers on it. Satsa knelt on one knee, holding a spear in one hand, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He grasped the weapon with both hands and slowly stood up, cutting through the bushes. Spanzum suddenly appeared from behind you. I don't know what trick you used. He swung the sword down hard at the man holding the child, who quickly turned around and blocked it with his hand. He smiled triumphantly. But I bet you have temporarily increased your strength. Va calmly looked at Spanzum and thought to himself. 9 seconds, he swung the spear in a slash across his body, but he had stepped back to avoid it. Vojirn gritted his teeth and slashed downwards in one stroke. Spanzum stepped back to avoid it. He slowly counts down the time in his head. 6 seconds. He tilted his head and smiled, then taunted him with his voice. If that's still not enough, then that power is truly useless. Spanzum soared into the sky, his legs enveloped by a blood-colored aura. Let's finish this. He held the sword in his hand and then moved it slightly backward. Blood Phantom Strike. Spanzum thrust the sword forward, then leapt down from above to where Ratso was. He stood below, gripping the spear tightly in his hand. Cough. One person with a sword lunges down from above, another with a spear strikes upward from below. The two weapons clashed, causing the two beams of light to mix together. He flipped in the air while fiercely slashing the spear down. A fireball hits the ground, causing it to crack open. Boom. A loud explosion occurred. Its light was dazzlingly bright. The dust slowly clears to reveal Dak, so sitting on his knees on the ground, one eye back to normal but breathing heavily. Vud is sitting facing Spanzum. Around them, a fire is raging. 2 seconds. He sneered down and asked, "Are you done yet?" He glanced at him and replied, "Still," placing both hands on the ground. Light immediately emanates from there. A second later, Spanzum was startled by the scene. Around him, sparks and glowing orbs of the 6th magic circle began to appear, extending from nowhere to right behind Spanzum. Suddenly, a red light appeared from below, startling him. Flames engulfed the two of them. The hot bubbles are boiling inside the lava, and the sand surface has now turned into a lava lake. Melting. Vutso recalls reading it in some book. Zunghua. He focused intently on the book and understood its principle. A blazing red flame rose up. Thinking back to the powerful attack just now, it required the 6th magic circle. A red flame was curved into an arc, so I couldn't use this high-level magic. The moment of striking a match creates tiny flames starting from small sparks. The molten metal quickly heats up and begins to boil vigorously. This magic will cover the entire area in lava. A red wing continuously flaps strongly in the air. He grabbed the collar of the notebook holder and pulled him up high. "Thanks, Pepper." He became angry, his face dripping with sweat. He slowly set his foot on the ground. Pepper also stepped back. The surrounding space was filled with flying dust and sand everywhere. A figure is slowly approaching the place where the notebook is kept. He quickly turns his face to look frowning. Spanzum, missing an arm and covered in wounds, sat slumped on the ground, coughing violently. A fist swung close to his head but stopped. He coldly looked down at Spanzum and asked any objections. Sweat poured down his face, his lips trembling as he opened his mouth. He raised his head high, closed one eye. "How funny. They pushed you to the battlefield under the name of protecting the homeland, but they never told you how to escape this situation. Below Spanzum's feet are rows of bleeding wounds. You must kill one person after another. Blood splatters all over the screen. The path the guards must take is truly soaked in blood." Vatso Ngim silently listened to him continue. "Now I welcome you to walk that path." Spanzum looked at him and sneered. Then he bowed his head to the ground. The sky is darkening, the wind gently blowing Joe's cloak. In front of him lies Spanzoon lifeless in a pool of blood. A system notification appears. It informs you that you have completed the mission and met the required level. You will receive 8 intermediate mana stones. Inside a room, a shield is being created. A cloaked figure sitting inside the shield spoke up. Rumor has it that Spanzoon, a knight of the Empire, is operating secretly in the desert. The next sentence shocked him. The disappearance of the detectives must be related to him. Sura tightly held the bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, damn it, if this is true, then the disciple of the fire tower is also in danger. As he was thinking, the door was flung open. No matter how good he is, if he fights Spanzoon, The sound of footsteps echoed inside the room. The person walked over and firmly placed the sword on the table. The man just now looked at the sword with curiosity. He looked at the sword on the table and panicked. Isn't this Spanzoon's sword? The voice made Sudra a bit surprised. You can call me Red Rake or Brick. He pulled down his cloak and smiled softly. Please give me a glass of water. He relaxed and smiled back at him. Okay. You can drink whatever you want. Inside the room, as dark as ink, he looked at the glowing orb and whispered something. A line of text appears on the SRA orb, reporting the fire tower spy. The warrior on the wireless mission has killed the heretics and Spanzoon. People have been spreading rumors. Camelot, the capital of Andy Vaimon, the last heir of the John family, has fallen into decline. Rumors have spread far and wide that he defeated Abomination, the magical beast of the heretics, and also took down Spanzoon, the Empire's knight. Although he only recently joined the fire tower, this rumor is hard to believe. It received a lot of mixed reactions. Stepping out of the gate, his eyes were full of surprise. He looked at the 3 people standing in front of him and called out loudly, Master. Daria stepped forward and patted Ratsos's head. Kid, thank you for surviving and coming back. Someone feels relieved. A large hand rests on the head with a stream of blue power in the center. Melv happily placed his hand on top of his head. Oh man, this betting lion is tough. Aelin smiled and said to him, this junior is even better than I thought. Someone is getting competitive. On the snowy mountains, the death of Spanzungum, a man polishing his sword in hand. Is that all you want to tell me? Some people feel anger and hatred. The great swordsmen of the Cry Hill Empire. The 3 of them trembled and bowed their heads low. Yes, sir. Although everyone has different emotions, he raised the sword to eye level. Blood debt must be paid with blood. A disciple trades their life for another disciple's, but they all share one thing in common. Their deer eyes reveal full of rage. He struck the ground hard in front of him, the sword embedded firmly in the earth, then split it in 2, and dragged it into a long line. Everything the horizontal attack passed through shattered to pieces. The slanting door left a strong impression on them. The angry deer roared loudly. Daria Snow White, I will repay this debt at any cost. At night, the carriage speeds along the deserted road. So you mean Daria, sitting inside the carriage, asked, Are the cultists involved in your father's death? Without bowing, he calmly replied, Yes, that's right. Her gaze became stranger. Many records were lost during the war, making it very difficult to find out exactly what happened then. To be more precise, finding the culprit won't be easy. He bent down lower. I know that very well. Daria held Joe's hand to comfort him, but take and be sure of one thing, her kind face looking at him. If we continue to follow the trail of the cult, we might uncover the truth. You think so too, don't you? Daria's words soothed Joe's mood, making him happier. Fire Tower and I will always be by your side to help you. Thank you. The coachman stopped the carriage and turned inward, saying, We've arrived. The carriage door opened, so I hope today you can set aside your worries and doubts. She held his hand as they entered a magnificent castle and expanded her knowledge. The Council of the Magic Tower had many carriages and people entering inside. A magical guild consisting of the owners of more than 20 magic towers exists in Ion. 2 months ago, thanks to the achievement of defeating Spanzoon, I was able to attend this place as my master's assistant. Although I am just a newcomer to the tower, if you two see me, please say hello. Oh, so this is the talented disciple. It's an honor to meet you. He also smiled happily and replied, Haha, thank you. Long time no see. Senior. While everyone was happily chatting, someone approached. See you next time. Mr. Heen confidently walked straight to Rat, so it really has been a long time, hasn't it, Master of the Golden Tower? Daria reached out to introduce him. This is Niccolo Machiavelli, the organizer of today's Magic Tower Council. He hurriedly placed his hand on his chest and bowed 90 degrees. Hello, sir. Niccolo laughed loudly and then placed his hand on my shoulder, pulling me hard. Haha, no need to be so formal. You defeated that brat's disciple. He looked up at the man in confusion and thought, the damn kid. She spoke up to explain. I'm Cry Hill, the great swordsman of the Empire. The Spanzoon you killed was his disciple. He raised his hand to his face, his eyes becoming excited. Well, when I heard that news, I felt so relieved. Standing still looking at Niccolo, thinking to myself, his eyes. Melv came over and interrupted the conversation. Don't bring up old wounds and go prepare for the presentation. Didn't you say there was something important to discuss today? How are the Fire Tower Master and the Gold Tower Master doing? He saw the man sigh and thought, the Tower Master loves the tower. She glanced at him and sneered, hoo, you look jealous because my disciple is being praised by everyone. Mel retorted without backing down. Do you think I'm as petty as you, Nicholas said, scratching his head as he saw the two of them staring at each other with deadly eyes. Haha, so I'll go prepare the house. You hurry and leave there. The leader of the Pyramid Tower, they are at it again. Melv spoke up, suggesting to Daria, since we're talking about this, you haven't forgotten the relic bet from the era of the gods between us, have you? Of course not. Aelin stepped forward and squeezed his shoulder. Here you go, my dear Aelin. He smiled with a not very friendly face. Let's go to our seats, master. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan pulled Melv away. Hey kid, I was still talking. This brat let me go and see. Vutso saw the scene and laughed out loud happily. Inside the dark room, there is only a faint glimmer of light. Let's begin this Magic Tower Council meeting. The grains of sand in the tray began to rise. The main issue for this meeting is the ruins being excavated at Kiovan Mountain. Then it immediately turned into a miniature area. At a glance, it seems this ruin has existed since the mythological era, and there is no sign that the items inside have been taken. Nicolo smiled happily and said out loud, in other words, the possibility that a relic is still intact inside is very high. Vo also spoke up, a relic from the mythical era. Daria smiled and said, we can find a relic that will shake the present. He clenched both hands on the corner of the table and continued, so we need your help to firmly hold the ruins. The voice echoed. Alan just smiled brightly. Lord Alan Pig of the Commerce Tower then turned towards you along with the Fire Tower's gatekeeper. I want to entrust this matter to you both. Everyone around also voiced their agreement. That's a good idea. That's right, he has proven his ability. Daria let out a confident sigh. Of course, didn't you see who he was, a disciple of? Suddenly a voice sounded, making her turn around immediately. I object. Two people stepped in from outside the door. Jiran, the Red Tower Sorcerer, stands beside Lee, the Red Tower Master. Nicolo looks at them and thinks to himself, the Red Tower Master. He cautiously asked May, I ask why. He glanced over and then spoke. Alex Demonvo hesitated slightly at the name in surprise. Lewin tilted his head gently and said, it's because he lost. Everyone started making noise. If Dad loses, how can he blame me? That's right, the War of the Empire was a long time ago. Even so, he glanced at them. That defeat cost the kingdom its finest warriors when he left the battle without permission. The atmosphere fell silent, no one dared to speak. Daria shouted angrily, that was just speculation, there were no records at that time. Luen stepped forward a little, she was mistaken. He put both hands in his jacket pockets with an indifferent face. I was already there. The word startled Gyatso and Daria immediately. The one smirking I saw with my own eyes, him running away. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. Did my father run away? Stunned by the words, it was undeniable that my father died in the war. But look at Blen, why is this man still babbling? The Daemon family has an obligation to repay the Empire's debt. He waved his hand, but how would a young empire feel? If we trust and assign this task to the Daemon family, and if the defense is handled as it is now, the Zeechthop will not provide any support. Everyone in the room was noisily discussing. Ratso is a potential disciple assigned to the Red Tower with a bit of... Nicolo stood above looking down. He had convinced the crowd with just a few words. His eyes carried a hint of worry, like the expectations of the Red Tower's master. Not thinking about his backstage, this is obvious. Grand Duke BMK, he is known as the King's uncle, and also the most powerful man on the continent, the Grand Duke. His hair fluttered in the wind by the bottle. Nicolo held the table firmly against him, meaning against the Duke's faction. But the only person here who can confront you is Melv, turning to look at B and speaking. Truly. Daria was also very angry and said, kid, don't interfere, I'll handle it. It's between those two. A voice rang out, making Daria turn around to look. I want to ask the owner of the chain tower a few things. The person suddenly turned to look towards the voice and angrily shouted, are you taking responsibility for what you just said? He turned to Joel and asked, take responsibility. He stepped up a notch and replied, I mean taking responsibility for insulting the Vemon family. Daria placed her hand on his shoulder to stop him. Now is not the time, but Bren sighed deeply. As if the honor of a declining family is that important. You should consider yourself lucky that your master is Darien. He continued speaking when someone entered. Otherwise, I will cut out your tongue and make you a warning to other arrogant people. The lawless and rude one spoke as soon as he entered. Master of the Red Tower, every time I see you, you seem more arrogant. Others might mistake you for a king, huh? The people inside the room raised their hands to cover their mouths in shock. A girl with long flowing hair entered confidently. The princess, or the Princess Rumos. They immediately bowed down to greet the princess. The demon also bowed his head to greet the princess. Why is the princess here? She smiled brightly and said, I heard from outside the master of the Red Tower was right. He heard that and looked up. Yes. Heiket glanced over at Rat, so if someone owes a debt, he must repay it. He silently looked at her, saying nothing. Daria quickly spoke up. However, Princess, you should give people a chance to repay their debts, shouldn't you? Vatso and the lady suddenly turned to look at her. In this mission, I have orders that the Thung Tower and Hua Tower will defend. As soon as the words ended, the other side was equally surprised, along with Shich-Thap. He smiled faintly, his eyes a bit mysterious. He did not show happiness, but said again, Your Highness, that is not such a simple matter. She ignored Bren's words and called out Kim-Thap Lord. Yes, Princess. Or raise your voice with Nicolo, who is the biggest sponsor for the excavation in this mission. He bowed his head and smiled. It is you, Princess. She immediately turned to the side. Well, so I think the problem has been solved. After saying that, Heiket turned around and left. Facing the gloomy face, watching her silhouette walking away, Nicolo hurriedly spoke up to bring everyone back to the matter. Alright, the next tasks in the excavation plan for this mission. You have been standing there dazed, not saying a word. Or Ketrazum. Outside, the sky was dark, filled with bright stars as the car sped along the dirt road. The person sitting next to Jiran rested their chin on their hand, deep in thought. This is my chance to drown the Daemon family. I can't believe the princess interfered. Jiran was sitting when he discovered something. He grabbed the sword wrapped in blood-colored aura and jumped onto the car roof. The horse rider also stopped them. A figure stood blocking the front of the vehicle. The car stopped abruptly. The tires skidded on the road, kicking up dust ahead. He opened the door, sighed, and stepped out. I see you have no manners. The side called Mrs. Daria. She held the cane in her hand and smirked. Don't you think you're the same? Jiran's sword pointed straight at Daria's neck, surprising her. His whole body radiated a dark aura. She tilted her head and said to Jiran, Do you think that's enough? Daria opened her eyes and they immediately changed to a different color. He stepped forward and said to him, Put down your weapon. Jiran obeyed, put down his sword and bowed to Ben. He then approached Daria and asked, What do you think about our relationship? It seems you didn't come here to apologize. So tell me, what do you want? Daria spoke loudly, causing Bren to hesitate slightly. Alex John stared at him and asked, Did you witness him die? Tilting his head, he replied, I can't see clearly, but it's a pity. Daria interrupted him. I am trying to investigate it, and I think I can ask you about it. Beal sighed and said, Daria, I can't believe you went that far. What is your relationship with that dead gatekeeper? That is the master's responsibility to the disciple. She glanced at Blen, her eyes turning terrifying. The disciple's problem is also the master's. I am simply helping my disciple solve the problem. He silently listened to her say, Whoever it is. Daria struck the cane hard on the ground, and she disappeared, leaving only a pink light and the other two there. Ben turned around to give Jiran orders before leaving, then drove back to the Duke's mansion. He said sternly, There are some things I want to check. Inside the room, a skull with strange drawings was placed on the cloth. Its eyes suddenly lit up, and its mouth opened wide. Regretful words echo across the sunset sky. You will leave tomorrow, right? Mrs. Daria regrets not wanting him to leave, but how can you do your job well when you're distracted? She stands above watching him collapse on the ground, probably still bothered by what that old man said. He shyly replied, No, master. After hearing that from him and looking closely at every thoughtful gaze, those who praised the kid as a disciple suddenly turned to slander his late father as a coward. How could he not be shaken? Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed. She hurriedly ran towards him. Kid. Those legs moved in front of Ratso and gave him a piece of advice. The needle in the bag will eventually come out. Just focus on moving forward on your path. He trembled, gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Those words only made him more furious. Master, please teach me once again. Those decisive words made her feel extremely satisfied. He slowly stood up with a determined heart. Of course that path won't be easy. But you have to walk that path. Children must step out of their parents' shadows on their own. Night falls in the city. Or, Ket is alone, hesitating as she blends into the crowd. At this moment, she turns her head back with a slightly regretful look. Even though that shadow made her feel a deep reluctance in her heart no matter how big it was. 3 days later on Keovan Mountain, a place covered by cold snow and ice, he stepped out from the teleportation door. Seeing the scene filled with snow before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, So this is the Keovan Mountain. That cold weather made him and his comrades shiver all over. To ease the cold, he snapped his fingers and a bright flame appeared to warm the cold people. He sighed with relief, and someone standing nearby suddenly noticed the air warming up and wondered, The atmosphere suddenly got loud. Maybe the flushed faces from the cold are also wondering where that atmosphere came from. He went to talk to Ratso. Excuse me, are you Joe Daemon from the fire tower? That's right. The person smiled at him and then pointed in another direction. We are waiting for you, please, this way. He immediately followed. Along the way, everything around him made him very curious. Seeing the flag hung all along the road, he immediately analyzed it. The Golden Pyramid. Next is another flag, Vinku Kimthap. A section with different flags, a mix of Kimthap. Looking at the people behind me, I was a bit curious. So, all the earth magic experts have gathered here. That person spoke up at this moment. Impressive scale, huh? Looking at the architecture before them, the two of them had to exclaim in amazement. They even made this entire place out of magical crystal. The reflection of myself through the magical crystal fascinated me just like a mirror, which is why they call the ruins such a luxurious and pure place, also known as the Glass Palace. An old man came up to me and greeted me with a smile. Welcome, I am Spigel M from the pyramid in charge of this expedition. I respectfully respond to this elder. Hello, Elder Spigman. I am Joe Daemon from Fire Tower. Looking at the talented man before me, I am full of admiration. A talented man who was once a commoner became the elder of the Golden Road Pyramid. He is also an archaeologist and explorer who has excavated more ruins than anyone else in the kingdom. A spark of hope ignited in his heart. Maybe he could answer his questions. At that moment, someone else approached. Here you are, sir. Very neat. Alan appeared from nowhere, surprising him greatly. Sir Alan, so you have arrived too. Their meeting made the atmosphere even more joyful. Pleased to meet you. Just met the two, chatted back and forth, smiling like two children. A hardworking genius, huh? It's like cheating. I want to protect the remnants from the era of gods. Alan pushed his glasses up gently with his hand. Now that only the Red Tower's guards have arrived, we can discuss our moves and missions together. The elder behind them watched the two happily chatting, feeling somewhat reassured. Thak feels at ease with the kingdom's disciples protecting the excavation site. He looks at the magnificent ruins before him, wondering what problems could arise from such foul ruins that require sending all personnel. That made him ponder deeply. It seemed a bit excessive. But suddenly a loud sound came from afar, startling the three people standing and talking to look in that direction. Everyone ran in that direction, shouting as they ran. What's going on? A giant crystal monster suddenly went crazy. The elder standing behind immediately recognized what kind of creature it was. A crystal golem. Alan hurriedly evacuated everyone present. Everyone get to safety quickly. That block of ice suddenly moved, its arm detached. Suddenly it slowly stood up and shot sharp crystal shards at everyone. Those who stood up to fight back were pierced through their bodies by the sharp crystal shards, screaming in pain. The elder was extremely panicked at this moment. The shield couldn't even withstand one hit. He raised both his hands and slammed them hard onto the ground, creating a crack resembling a spider web. The desolate and ruined scene emerges from where the crystal golem stood. Thick smoke is drifting from his attack. The sharp crystal shard was stabbing into the ground repeatedly. He shouted urgently. Everyone is predicting the ground to block the quick strike. A figure is trying to move the injured person to safety. Come on. By now that monster has discovered that the two of you are trying to leave. It reached out its sharp hand towards the two of them. She turned her head to see its crystal shards shooting out. Both remained calm and handled this dangerous situation instantly. Russell initiated. He did not hesitate and quickly used the fire spear to burn it. She was surprised to see him come to her rescue. Gently squeezing her, he asked if she was okay, then suddenly noticed a strange feature on her head. That feature made him feel very familiar. Purple hair, don't tell me you are actually the princess. The princess frowned upon hearing this, knowing her identity had been exposed, but before she could finish speaking, the monster roared and attacked him continuously. Alan launched an ice arrow, a sharp ice-tipped arrow aimed at the monster. The arrow pierced the monster, causing an explosion, but its body was tough, and it stood up through the smoke. Alan and I were ready to attack it. Alan stood silently staring at the monster. I tried to completely destroy its body, but its body is too tough. It let out a roar and threw the people standing around it away. The origin of flame burst out right where Alan was injured. The red flame you created to attack the monster. Blood flame sword, the sparkling shards intensify the explosion and brutality of the battle. It was quickly overwhelmed by the scorching flames and collapsed to the ground. He stepped closer to the fragments of its body. At this moment, a man's voice sounded. It didn't seem too late. Upon meeting, he introduced himself to him. I am Jiran from the Red Tower. Va stood silently looking at the strong man in front of him. Jaren also looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. 3 days ago, Jiran was talking to someone. Alex Gemin seemed uneasy, like he had done something wrong. Daria has started investigating his death. Any guesses? A half-exposed bony chin whispered. Guessing, so it was a skull with a star-shaped mark on its forehead that looked very mysterious. Guessing, huh? The skull continued. Don't you remember why you killed him? Ben stood silently after that, and the skull said excitedly, Sir, are you afraid of being caught? Ben's arms slowly clenched. There's no way that could happen. He turned his back to the skull. I'm just disappointed. Jiran silently listened to their conversation. If you can handle Ratso-dun in the selection, Daria will have no reason to doubt anymore. The new skull, with glowing eyes, spoke. That's because I received it. The false information that Ratso-daimon is a weak kid. He angrily turned to scold the skull guy. So now you're trying to say it's my fault, right? At this moment, a deep voice approached. You called me here just to watch you two argue. The man with a scarred face and disheveled hair bowed respectfully as soon as he saw BM Radam Ben. I greet you, Grand Duke. My grandson has caused trouble, hasn't he? He did not dare to look up. That's right. Initially, only a few members of the protection team were expected. Bism raised his hand to stop. Let's focus on the main issue. How do we take over those ruins? Bren immediately turned to Jiran and said, my disciple here, Jiran, will join the protection team. If Jiran creates a side path through Kinthap's protective barrier, the cultists passing through that path will ambush the group of protecting mages. But you know, for our plan to succeed, BMX touched the handle, stroked it thoughtfully, and then said, we need to subdue the Tower Lord guarding the current king to safely eliminate the Tower Lords without causing damage. At that moment he said vaguely, we need the thing that's in the ruins. Therefore what needs to be checked is the item in Bism's hand emitting blue smoke that he raised to his face. Don't we at least need to have an ace up our sleeve for this important mission? I'm trying to shout into the tent from here just a little. I think it's better to let go instead of holding on. Give up, princess. It's too hard. Seeing him keep calling her princess, she raised her hand to signal, keep this a secret. I'm afraid my identity will be exposed right here. Our presence here is top secret information. It must be kept confidential, and no one can know about it, said Ket while brushing his hair back. You just need to pretend you don't see me and ignore this. Of course, it might be very hard for people to understand. She said to pull back her hair, revealing a sharp and beautiful face. You really like the ruins and artifacts there, don't you? He smiled and said with disappointment, if I were you, I would be very disappointed not to witness those ruins and artifacts myself. His smile was as radiant as the morning Sunday. If you are determined to go there, you have nothing to worry about as long as I am here if you need anything. She looked at him with cold eyes. It's not okay. Neither the king nor the nobles would let me go alone to places like this. So you need to keep it a secret for me, and you as a knight don't feel worried about me. A princess here. You already knew the true power of the princess in that dangerous situation. In just a brief moment, I witnessed the princess's strength. You laughed out loud. Ordinary knights cannot compare to your extraordinary power, so there is no need to worry about any task for you. Or listen and immediately blush. Extraordinary power. She shyly flicked his forehead. Or else she would leave a guava on Joe's head. Anyway, I will set off now. You stay here and do your best in your role. Sunlight shines on Het's radiant face. Inside, she feels a bit moved by him. He's not bad even if he's just an amateur. At this moment, he suddenly clapped his hands together. He should have demanded, pretending not to see the dragon's heart. The elder here struggled to resist while shouting. Everyone continued to work together. He went to Alan's side and hurriedly said sorry for being late. At this moment, Joe's eyes seemed to discover something. Those in front tried to stop it, but failed, and magic didn't work either. What the hell is going on? The space is collapsing. Alan saw him confused and calmly explained that one of the strongest shields, the white crazy item, was pierced by a sharp yellow arrow, and those trying to protect the lair were immediately shot away, screaming across the sky. The elder angrily slammed his arm on the ground. Damn it, just when we found the entrance to the ruins, why is it a collapsing space of all things? Jiran stood aside, silently watching the people in front fumble awkwardly. His eyes were cold with a hint of hesitation inside. I should send the report to the Grand Duke. In the village, a very surprising sound echoed. What is there a way to destroy those shields? Alan proposed a method to the elder. With the relic from the era of the gods that the Commerce Tower possesses, we can concentrate power and pierce through it. The elder doesn't believe this method can be used, but I doubt they would lend it. That's why I plan to take action. After Alan finished speaking, the elder grabbed his arm and happily said, if you can solve it, I promise to represent the pyramid in repaying you. Yes, I will do my best. Alan bowed his head to the elders and Jerome. Although I don't want to, I rely on you. He smiled and replied, don't worry, no need, everything will be fine. Jerome watched the two happily, his mind full of thoughts. With Alan Pai having only one mage left to fight here, at this moment he turned to Jerome and said, Mr. Jerome, I want to discuss swapping shifts with you for tonight. Jerome gave a sly smile. I will go ahead. After saying that, he immediately turned away and left. I'm tired, so I'll go ahead. He doubted Jerome's smile, it was too even. In the silent space covered by a shield, two people are sitting warming each other in the freezing cold. Suddenly Ilo hears a sound, stands up in surprise, and discovers an army in front of her. Who is that? Stopping this place is under the management of Kim Tower. Those people quickly attack the person inside Kim Tower without many words. The person inside was seriously injured. It turns out that was Jerome's scheme while guarding the tower. A yellow source of power emanates from Jerome's hand. Jerome speaks up, indicating a change in the plan. Seeing the scenes ahead, Jerome analyzed the collapsing space, appearing to protect the relics and the soldiers. He quickly rushed into the protective membrane layers to retrieve the relic that could destroy it. A masked man sends the smell of burnt meat. How fragrant. Alan Pet arrived at the tower. Jerome stood coldly beside him, directing, to threaten, we just need to take Spigel M as a hostage. The mask nodded, but felt that being called a kidnapper was not very good. What about the name Disciple of the Fire Tower? Kill him. Jerome's eyes were as cold as a killer's. I will not forgive any mistakes this time, Jiran said with an expressionless face, standing straight and looking ahead. A soldier with a robotic voice said, standing around complaining too much. Jiran heard the soldier say that his face darkened as he looked at him with bright yellow eyes. At this moment, the man in the black mask gently touched the Iron Soldier, easing the tense atmosphere between the two. We are on the same side. Don't do that. The Iron Soldier with glowing red eyes speaks. This is the beloved illegitimate child. After hearing that, Jiran became even more furious with Lord Blin. He cannot be harmed. Unable to endure that humiliation, Jiran immediately attacked him. Jiran's attack exudes ferocity and determination, surrounded by a red smoke enveloping his body. What did you just say? Am I not allowed to joke here at all? Speak softly. Be a little more generous. A magic circle was created right in the middle of the ruins. The arms reaching up from within the circle looked as eerie as these guys. In the formation, some big guys with bright red eyes emerged. Jay turned to Jerome and said, even though it will never happen if things go wrong, don't forget what the great formula gave you. The side stepped forward and spoke softly to Jerome. Remember, you warned him after this mission ends. You will live like a ghost until the day the Grand Duke sat on the throne. Jerome, keep your head down and listen. Not a single survivor must return from the campaign. But if something goes wrong, Jerome wants to ask for your permission to use what the Grand Duke gave him. His eyes gradually grew solemn and silent, speaking no words. In the stillness of the late night, his deep voice resonated. You want, he gently placed his hand on Jerome's shoulder. Do I admit it? At this moment he burst out laughing. I simply believe that you will not fail no matter what. Suddenly a loud explosion occurred. Jerome stood in front of it coldly, looking at him. Standing before the fire, he did not step back. Sure as you wish. The flame gradually spread to his feet. I will become a ghost. Jaren, don't coldly watch the flames and smoke surrounding me. A ghost spreads fear and despair. A voice echoes from inside the hut in the silent night. What Spiegel was happy, but his face showed a bit of worry. You want to know about a dragon with many horns? He asked curiously. Why all of a sudden Rutso stood silently listening to this elder speak. He explained, I saw a painting at the mission site. Its strange appearance caught my attention. The elder's eyebrows furrowed. Actually, I can't give you the exact answer either. Hearing that, his mood sank. Is that so? But suddenly he told me to open my eyes wide. But I thought of the Holy Dragon King, Vought. So couldn't help but be curious about this. Holy Dragon King, does such a creature really exist? He rubbed the stake with his hand while saying, because there aren't many historical records about it, I don't know many clues either, but I heard it was raised to deal with some evil force. At this moment, Pepper suddenly appeared and gently bit his hair. He looked up at it in confusion. Pepper, the elder, is a bit scared. You can still summon spirits. Suddenly Pepper jumped down from his head and ran towards the tent door growling. Gao, suddenly at this moment a creature crashed into the tent screen. It turns out these creatures were summoned by the Jiran group. The two were extremely surprised by the scene before them. Its entire body carried a plump, slimy substance that seemed like it could explode at any moment. Sure enough, as soon as it rushed into the tent, it exploded immediately, bringing a large flame. A scream echoed through the bursting flames, signaling an ambush. On this side, Jaron and his ironclad soldiers had gathered. Everyone stood up together to resist those attacks. The enemies quickly united to suppress them. Sharp rocks flew towards the Iron Soldier, but he was unfazed and even fought back. What? How come he wasn't hurt at all after taking that hit? He raised his mighty magical hammer and swung the giant hammer towards everyone, creating a powerful force like a shockwave that sent everyone flying away. The man in the black mask stands in the middle of the flames watching the show. Everyone flies out at once to attack him. Powerful techniques to counter the earth arrow. He sighed and then responded. What a hassle. A ring of blue fire acted like a shield, countering everyone's attacks. His move made everyone stare. At that moment, someone turned around and shouted, "What is happening?" Suddenly, countless screams echo in the sky, accompanied by the smell of blood. The man in the black mask calmly walked towards everyone. He looked up at the sky, wondering where old Spigman was. On the side of the ruins shield, everyone is desperately using the earthen wall to protect it. He held the protective membrane while asking the elder, "Are you okay?" Spigman's anger reached its limit as these lunatics dared to attack the excavation site. He looked down to see pieces of zombie corpses on the ground. I could tell right away who was behind that result. Only they used zombies as weapons. He saw me deep in thought, then turned and asked in confusion, could it be the evil cult elders? Suddenly I felt very guilty, and said to him, I'm sorry, I have to protect someone important. After saying that, he took off in one go, leaving you in such a dangerous place. See you outside the ruins. He looked confused and puzzled. Is there anyone more important than me? On his side, they are desperately attacking a zombie about to explode. She slashes at it with purple flames. One strike, then two strikes in a row. But those zombies kept coming. Where did these things suddenly come from? She guides the injured to the safe exit. Safe now, go this way. Everyone saw a glimmer of hope and quickly ran towards her, but as they ran, the three of them hesitated a little. She was confused about the actions of the three people. Why was that iron soldier with the giant hammer standing in front of them? Or now gather all your courage and rush towards him. This full-force strike will defeat us. She mustered all her strength to leap up from the ground, her fierce gaze and powerful attack quickly striking straight at his critical weak point. After dealing with him, she landed back on the ground. But when he turned back to look at him, he was still unharmed. With that force, he was still okay. He bent down to look at her and shouted, "Who are you?" Hiket gasped, looking at him with a thoughtful expression, wishing she had a decent sword. Looking back at the three people trembling, she reassured herself not to lose heart. Her eyebrows furrowed with a determined gaze. "I am Heket Radmost, princess of the kingdom of Andion. The kingdom in her hands is fully utilized to fight against the iron soldiers. I will protect my people." He turned to look at her as he saw her whole body exuding a powerful strength. "Anyway, it's really interesting. So I have to enjoy the joy of this battle with you." Suddenly, a strong flame flew past Heat. She was surprised to see the tall priest attacking him. He used his fire sword to protect Het. It turns out the person he wanted to protect was her. "Are you okay? The princess's reinforcements are arriving in a minute," but those words made this princess angry. "What kind of strange thing are you calling that?" He let out a sound from within the smoke. That fire spear guy, no matter how strong the attack was, he still kept getting up. "Are you really a disciple of the Peace Tower?" His sharp eyes looked at him, his body without a single wound, surrounded by a blazing fire all over. "I'll handle this. You lead everyone to the entrance of the ruins. First we'll meet up with the elder there. The elder is doing his best to move his people to safety and help others leave. The princess is somewhat worried about him. Are you sure you can handle it yourself? Because protecting the princess is very urgent. Comfort her anxious mood. You said you would give me a chance to repay my debt." She smiled, and then fell silent. The lives of the people are still the top priority. Quickly organize the movement of everyone to a safe place. "Then I'll leave it to you," he taunted. "If you all rush at me together, I'll be even happier." But he smiled back. "This is a battle between the two of us." After speaking, his eyes blazed red. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw him do that. What a fire blazing right in front of him. That fire was created by you to fight him. Overheated. Flame spear enhanced with magic burst. Flame spear burst. After speaking, Ratso used a powerful force to strike the iron soldier. "Your tricks don't work on me." His body is filled with powerful magic. A deafening scream accompanies his fierce attack. Is it really a scam? Two sides collide, one with fire, the other with horsepower, creating chilling sounds. Suddenly, his face lit up, illuminating his powerful flame. That attack was very fierce, creating a huge flame with a wide range. The people here are trying to run to a safe place. Suddenly, someone notices someone approaching them. The person immediately exclaims, "Sir Geron." The person timidly asks Geron, "Are you hurt? Where have you been? The enemy just attacked." Those words of concern did not reach Geron's ears. He unleashed a blood-red attack. Geron did not let the people escape, but attacked them. With those fiery eyes, he spared no one. Geron slowly stepped closer to the edge of the cliff and looked ahead with a hateful gaze. Below Spiegel was the scene of him and the villagers gathered there. "Why are you planning to reorganize the team in the relic?" Suddenly, the princess felt a strange gaze looking at her and turned her head around. Geron quickly recognized her. The princess often wins. Before he could withdraw his thoughts, a loud explosion rang out, and he suddenly turned to look at it. All that remained there was a pair of glowing red eyes in the flames and a black cloak. The iron soldier's body was slightly scratched from the attack, and he was quite surprised by it. Seeing the things scattered on the ground made him furious. How could the cursed, refined black iron shatter? A piece of his mask fell off, finally revealing his face, Seeing his face made him smirk. "But why are you frowning like that?" That sarcastic remark made him angry and clench his teeth. That arrogant bastard. Khan doesn't want anyone to insult him. Don't underestimate me. His body was surrounded by a powerful aura that took him by surprise. That anger. Inside him, he was furious, never expecting to have to use the knight's heart implanted in his body to deal with this bastard. "I will tear you apart." A purple magic force and a blazing fire spell clashed fiercely, creating an intense scene. "I'm doing my best to dodge his powerful attacks. Too fast, Vo has successfully provoked him to use his strongest moves against me." At this moment, he smiled as if sensing something interesting. He thought of someone who was much faster than that guy. Suddenly, he sat down on the ground to do something. It turned out he was taking a run-up to fly into the air and attack. He landed on the ground and attacked him. The fiery spear's decisive/successfully wounded him. He never expected his days to end like this. At this moment, something strange and blue is swirling in the sky. It swept him along with the flames flying in. That blue thing looked like a giant wave rolling towards him. The ground is quiet, except for the flickering lights coming from where he is. At this moment, he is temporarily collapsing to the ground, retreating backward. He looked up and didn't understand what was happening. What just happened? On the island, a strange character suddenly appeared, making him unable to stop thinking. Just by looking at that character, he immediately recognized who it was. It was that person. He and the man in the black mask stood side by side. The deep-sea water pressure was useful after all. Without saying much, Retso quickly raised his weapon. This time he wouldn't let the person slip away. He continued towards him, creating a huge flame. Fire, spear, full wind. This attack, I want to finish him off right away. All attacks. Vut was certain in his heart. How could he have dodged it? The masked man beside him held something up, and suddenly I thought of a great idea. He opened a space that shone on the standing villagers. He didn't expect them to be so shameless. So that gate emitted a bright golden light. The people standing below looked up. Ah, the princess who often holds her breath is just as curious. Suddenly, a flame from him slipped through that space gate. The elder couldn't be more surprised. Heket is also very confusing in that thing. He accidentally attacked his own people and hurriedly shouted, "No, it can't be." The scorching wildfire burned through to the people. This cannot be happening. It carries an immense firepower that can incinerate any creature. In the thick smoke, no one can see anything. Only black smoke and small sparks floating could be seen. Vutsa, holding his sword, staggered forward, his eyes wide open, and he uttered a single word, "No." Looking around to the sides, Princess Elder. Suddenly a hand raised beside with a faint voice. "Here." Vutso quickly called the elder when he saw him scratched all over his face, grimacing as he lay on the ground. He knelt on one knee anxiously, asking Han, "Are you okay?" The elder did not respond, only worried about the safety of others, while Vutso sorrowfully recounted everything to him. He bowed his head, hands on the ground, admitting his fault. "I'm sorry." Suddenly a flame burst out, surprising both of them. Jiran carried the princess in his arms and stepped forward in front of the two. He screamed loudly, "Princess." The elder frowned at this situation. Does the princess often get into trouble? Jiran placed the princess on the ground, supporting her, hurrying to get there. Thank God he is still okay. He broke into a joyful smile. Lord Jiran thanked him for rescuing the princess. Jiran held the princess with one arm, smiling with his eyes closed, but a bright red arrow suddenly pierced his side. Only then did Ratso slowly look down. Before he could recover, he was stabbed hard again. Giasso could only stare in shock. Immediately, he bowed his head and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The elder couldn't believe it and then shouted, "You are very bold." Little Pepper saw his master being attacked and immediately rushed to the guy, growling angrily a few times. A blue space gate opened again. A voice sounded, making Jiran turn his head back. "You keep bothering me." The group stepped out of the gate. A man dressed in black with an iron mask, revealing only one bloodshot eye, continued, "You damn bug." Rochu's eyes felt heavy, as if they were about to close. "Pepper, my body has no strength left." Jiran seriously talks to the man in the cloak. "I thought I already told you about using Spigelmu as a hostage." That person waved a few times. "Well, you can play the role of the hostage, why not?" The elder here angrily unleashed a stream of blazing yellow energy. "Jiran, how dare you betray us?" A purple stream of air immediately flew to the old man with a silent command. The purple stream then fiercely struck the elder standing there. In just 1 second, the elder collapsed to the ground, and the spot where he lay was shattered into small pieces from the impact with the purple energy. The man in black pointed at the girl in front of him, asking who she was. Jiran quickly explained, "Whether she's a princess or a spy, if we can save her, we can control the entire kingdom." Jiran glared at the man in black. "Because of your stupid action, everything almost went to waste." That guy laughed out loud, saying, "As long as she isn't dead, it's fine, right?" Suddenly a voice rang out, causing them to stop their conversation. "I cannot let that happen." Struggling to stand up, his whole body flickering with sparks, "You will not achieve your goal." A man stepped forward, swinging 2 streams of purple light, forming the letter M at the tail as a proud declaration. "I will deal with this guy." Vatso raised his hand to his chest, emitting blue lightning bolts. "The ring you wear suddenly lights up. The fingerprint calls the bone." That person raised his purple mace high in front of him. "Revenge for last time." "Kid." The guy in the black shirt standing behind is still hesitant. "Fog." That guy excitedly swung his club down and shouted, "Die." Vutso looked up at him, one eye already white. A clear roar in front of that guy was a bright golden flame that made him hesitate for a few seconds. Boom, a bright flame soared high into the sky. The man in black felt confused. How could that bone be blocking our view? Not long after, they only heard screams mixed with the crackling fire. A second later, their soldiers were lying scattered on the ground. The man in black summoned 2 blue circles with both hands raising his guard, so there was a reason the other was defeated. I could sense them without looking. Then more and more blue circles appeared, forming a barrier in front of him, the amount of magic suddenly surpassing even my perception. In the darkness, a pair of yellow eyes opened wide, looking like those of a giant creature. The man in black stared fearfully into the distance. What the hell is that? In an instant, Ratso thrust his rocket straight into the man in front of him and lifted him up. His eyes were like dragon eyes from training in the spirit realm. He stared at his rocket. The man in black, though stabbed, still smiled mockingly. Haha, you don't look any different from a monster at all. Vutsa swung his arm hard, sending him flying far away. Jiran gently placed the princess on the ground, thinking that if he abandoned the survivors, the mission would fail. His whole body turned red. He just held the blazing red sword and summoned the fireblood sword. Jiran flew from behind, holding 2 red swords to challenge him. Come here. Squeeze the subject. Grinding his teeth, he told himself. The long-lasting effect is about to expire. He turned around tightly, holding the rocket in his hand, ready to fight, aiming his rocket straight at the red circle, created by Jiran taking a risky move. He would bet everything on this strike. In an instant, there was a terrifying explosion, creating a blazing red light scattering across the ground. Kneeling on both knees, he bent over, continuously vomiting blood. Jiran instantly collapsed. One of his men had a round hole right in the chest from Joe's rocket. 1 second later, his body also collapsed to the ground. Jat turned his face away, witnessing the scene. A voice rang out, catching his attention. Damn, so he finally collapsed. He looked at the man in black, standing up, hands on hips, coughing repeatedly, hesitantly asking, "You must be the man in black mocking me. Don't tell me you think he's the only one who can face you." Such a simple mind. He saw a stream of blue energy in the sky, and this guy has similar abilities to you. You know, he just pointed behind me. Behind him, a horn gradually formed belonging to someone with power comparable to a dragon. Their tail appeared, and black wings spread wide in the air. Staring wide-eyed at the person ahead, a towering figure with horns. The wide black wings and beastly feet are the heart of the Chimera. Surprised to see that person gradually landing. Is that the heart of Chimera? He furrowed his brow in worry. Its magic was overwhelmingly powerful. That person raised their hand straight up in the air, creating a stream of blazing red energy, then clenched their palm into a fist. The man in black raised both hands to cover his neck where the red energy seemed to be tightening. That man clenched his palm and said harshly, "You deliberately hide your true power to force me to use this heart." The man in black was controlled by him to float in the air but still smiled calmly. "Haha, you volunteered to do that yourself." The black-clad man's eye grew even redder. The man in black looked at the Chimera's heart inside him and said, "Isn't the Chimera's heart what helped you instantly level up countless magic circles? Besides, it's hard to get up after fighting." He then continued, "I never told you to fight that guy and end up losing." Bang, a man in black was thrown hard to the ground, the beast growled. "All right, I admit I misunderstood the mission." Jiran raised his palm, surrounded by red energy, pointing at him, squeezing the gate. "It's time to end this." His beastly hand grabbed his collar tightly. He choked him. "You have performed very well so far." He lifted you high with one hand and slammed the other onto the ground, creating a red crack. "But unfortunately, you can't protect anything anymore." A red beam collided with a blue barrier that instantly appeared in the air with his smug voice. "Let's end this Daxo Day Monday." The barrier was instantly destroyed, creating a hole with blue lightning-like streams of air. The man in black stood aside, silently lamenting that he had broken the spatial barrier again. You're pretty good too." Jiran quickly summoned his rocket. He gritted his teeth. "It's not over yet, you bastard." A red aura appeared behind that beast, but it seemed to have no effect on him. He even sneered. "Yeah, I've reconsidered. He threw you several meters back. I'll make sure you die properly." So Jiang stretched out his arms forward, struggling on the ice sheet. His voice echoed again inside the crack in space. The next words made him widen his eyes. "Just take your time to enjoy the agony of having your soul torn apart." He laughed with satisfaction. "Carry the shame of the incompetent to the end of infinite time." Cut to a room. Vat. So screams non-stop. A woman approaches worriedly and asks, "Are you awake?" Vat raises both hands, panting heavily, eyes half closed, looking around. The woman continued, "You are in Camelot's hospital." He sat on the hospital bed, looking surprised. "Hospital? So what about the battle at the ruins?" The woman seemed a bit confused. What exactly do you want to say?" Suddenly, he placed his hands on the shoulders of the woman in front of him and shouted, "Princess! Princess, is everyone okay?" Seeing the awkward situation, a young man with orange blonde hair stepped in. "Patient, please calm down." The person continued speaking, making him dazed. While cleaning at the Lubrium Museum, he suddenly had a seizure and was taken to the hospital. He stared wide-eyed. What, he shouted loudly. "Pepper! Pepper!" The two of them each grabbed one side of him to hold him back while he was still panicking. "Pepper, where are you?" Suddenly, realizing I've gone back to the time before regression, I remember being trapped in the ice. Something must have happened. Suddenly, a golden circle flew across the room. Someone from behind threw those rings to blind him. The purple-haired doctor shook a golden ring in his hand and said, "You're noisy enough, you're the patient. Please calm down so we can take you back to the hospital bed." After a while, he finally sat still to listen to the doctor's story. According to the nurse, he fainted at the museum and experienced severe hallucinations upon waking. He looked at the person in front of him and said firmly, "I've never had hallucinations before." The doctor exclaimed, "Oh, I see now." The doctor walked slowly to the window and said, I sympathize with what you have shared. Then he asked, have you ever heard of the dream-eating tree? That person explained it uses the most beautiful illusions as traps, then lets humans starve under the tree and uses their bodies as nutrients. Fatsuo muttered, what does that have to do with me? He turned back to explain. That day, pollen from the dream fruit tree displayed in the museum leaked into the air. Besides you, there were many others. Pause for a moment, then the doctor continued, also experiencing the same hallucination. Are you surprised? She said she was bending down, writing a few words on the paper while speaking. The main point is that the funeral home will cover all hospital fees for the patient. Vatrung silently thought it was all just an illusion as the doctor handed him a piece of paper. This is a medical report. You can ask the museum manager for compensation. The person stepped forward and shook his shoulder. This is the moment you should wake up. I'm still confused. Was it all just a dream? He quickly thought of someone not sure if Mrs. Daria would know about this. Then he hurried to a building where 2 guards stood outside. He walked like a lost soul, thinking as he went, no dream had ever felt so real. Suddenly a guard shouted, wait a moment, please stop. It was pouring rain outside, and he slowly said, I came to see Mrs. Daria. He hoped that if she was his master, she would definitely recognize him. The 2 guards laughed at his miserable appearance. Who do you think you are? I lift my head and pray. Please tell me it's not all a dream, please. His eyes looked lost. He muttered, my name is Joe Dewey Mon. I was once a disciple of Mrs. Daria. Someone exclaimed, a disciple of Daria? I have never heard this name before. Then he shouted, I knew you were crazy. You better leave tomorrow. His hand clenched into a fist, his clothes tattered. He took a run up to charge straight in. Please give me a little time. Let me see her. A guy swung his hand to block me. This crazy guy with just one punch threw me several meters away. Painfully leaning up, Master. Just as Mrs. Daria's carriage arrived, she looked through the window. What's going on? A man bowed 90 degrees and reported, Master of the Fire Tower, this young boy keeps claiming to be your disciple. She was surprised, my disciple. It seemed she thought of something as her eyes dimmed. She poked her head out and asked, so, do I know you? Vo immediately froze at her words. Vatron stared down at the ground, speechless. The 2 of them silently looked at each other without saying a word. The coachman quickly spoke up, let's go quickly now, leaving the scribe kneeling on one side in the rain. Time passed by the towering tall tower. Vatso stepped into a dark room and slammed the door shut. He opened a chest and wondered if it really meant that everything was caused by the nightmare pollen. He punched hard on the glass case, protecting a treasure, and shouted, this is ridiculous. His hand was now bleeding, trembling in disbelief. If this is really a dream, wake me up before I get to this point, because there's no way this is real. Immediately, the alarm sounded and the guards quickly moved to where Dut-Do was standing. Someone knocked him out from behind and shouted, who are you? The 2 immediately handcuffed him behind his back, and a third ordered to drag him outside. The baby keeps screaming uncontrollably in madness. He closes his eyes tightly, looking like a madman. There is no way this is real. After that, he tried to prove that his life was not a dream, but it was all in vain. A few years have passed and I have been desperately trying to resist this reality, but time has worn down my will. Here, 2 people exchange a newspaper, one holding it and reading intently. At that moment, the old man muttered, the youngest master of the tower. He looked at the person in front of him and finally thought it was impossible. Vatsa opened his eyes wide as if realizing something. He kept telling himself that someone like him never had a chance from the start. Not long after, at Walker Hill Academy, he was sweeping fallen yellow leaves and was briefly surprised, never expecting to return here. Standing in front of the building, he pondered, I have been fighting my own mind. He looked at the familiar scenery here and gave up his own ambitions. Each corner seemed no different from before, and in the end, I abandoned myself. Vatso leaned on his hand, staring blankly at the scenery, thinking that life like this isn't too bad after all. Actually, this might be the most suitable job for me right now. Suddenly, a strange noise caught his attention. He hid behind Than Tuong, listening to a group of bad guys bullying someone. What do you think you are to behave like that? Know your place. Just because we talk to you doesn't mean you're equal to us. He turned away, telling himself this has nothing to do with him, it's best to ignore it. There is still one guy who keeps babbling no matter what you say. It turns out to be the blue-haired boy being bullied. He boldly declared, I will become a mage. The blonde guy sneered. Why is this bastard disabled? His next words surprised Rat. So, he has a disease that narrows the mana transport vessels in his body, yet he's so talkative, he said, while raising his hand for 2 henchmen to grab the blue-haired boy on both sides. Furthermore, remember the crime your family committed. He burst out laughing, pointing a fingertip full of golden flames at the boy. I will leave you a mark that you will never forget. The blue-haired boy stared wide-eyed at the flame, then shut his eyes tight, unable to resist and only able to endure in despair. The loud sounds suddenly echoed, and the boy then dared to open his eyes and look. He was surprised to see those guys lying flat on the ground, and a quick glance revealed the figure of Rat So behind that wall. He was sweeping leaves while grumbling, "Why is this place so dirty?" Your wide eyes stared intently at his back. Afternoon came very quickly. Votrode held a loaf of bread while feeling fed up. It's really troublesome. The blue-haired boy holding the book sitting next to him makes him confused. "Why are you following me?" The boy smiled awkwardly. "I'm just reading a book. This place is very quiet, perfect for concentrating." Vut narrowed his eyes and looked around as if signaling something. The bullies from earlier, seeing this aura, had already hidden behind the wall from afar, and he let out a sigh. Your question surprised the boy. The kid has mana vessel constriction, right? Va slowly continued. I know someone just like you who also attended this academy. The boy excitedly asked, what happened? What happened to that person? He threw the sandwich on the ground and recounted. He was expelled because he couldn't surpass his own limits, like trash destined to become worthless. His tone became sad as he hadn't even achieved his own goals yet. For a mage, a narrow mana vein is like a death sentence. His eyes sharpen, and sometimes knowing when to give up is also a form of courage. The boy just stammered, I can't do that. He stood up smiling, affirming his determination. I can't give up on my dream. I sat silently on the bench watching the boy walk away. Suddenly a voice called out, making him glance over. Hey, you there. The bald man with a chubby face waved his hand to call. Come here. He stepped forward and asked what was going on. The person angrily reminded him. Be careful. He kindly advises. Don't hang out with him. If anything happens, you could get into big trouble. No questions asked. I don't quite understand your meaning. The next sentence left him speechless. That is the son of the traitor whom Zeechthop expelled. The clan far away suddenly comes to mind. The scene shifts to a secret room run by a skull with blue energy. The world of the Guardians is coming to an end. The leader continued heading towards Walker Hill Academy. A man in a black cloak sneered upon hearing that. That skull from the middle of the forehead showed some purple symbols commanding them and announcing our return. In the vast space, sparkling lights like magic particles were being emitted. A youthful sound along with hands trying to practice magic echoed. Just a little bit more. The student was trying to train to become a wizard, when suddenly a man's voice echoed, Why don't you give up on becoming a wizard? He looked back in confusion to see who that person was approaching the student with a neglected appearance. What reason do you have to keep going? You spoke innocently. That's because you made a promise. Your next words made me ponder about my mother. At this moment, footsteps grew louder and closer. Bullies came to provoke the two, saying, So, you guys are here. Last time was just a mistake, but this time you won't escape. And his body exploded with power upon seeing the three of them. Look closely. Ratso's eyes are filled with hatred. This is the only way he can become a sorcerer. Those three guys were startled and took an attacking stance. The fist carried immense power, and sharp eyes charged towards them. He punched the three of them with a blow that made the air explode. In the freezing winter, making the student run laps left him gasping for breath. A mage might be overwhelmed by his weak body when using magic. Seeing you slowly stop, he shouted, Run faster. If you don't keep your distance, you could easily lose your life in battle. Magic can move faster with a strong and well-trained body. Unlike those who are fully physically developed, the effectiveness of magic is amplified when used by an immature child who is still learning. The two were practicing martial arts together, but the younger boy fell down. However, his development speed was really slow. You fell and collapsed to the ground you promised to try. But is this all you have? Once again, he tried his best to train that student's body using combat magic and many other ice arrow techniques. Then those techniques were brought to the battlefield to fight, and his opponent was instantly defeated. A loud sound echoed Speaker 1. The people in the stands were very excited about the match. That kid with the scarce mana due to the blockage won. The skill gap between them is huge. Absolutely amazing. The opponent trembled, crawling on the ground, spitting out words of hatred. You bastard, just wait and see. You look up at the stands with a grateful gaze standing amidst the struggle with excitement in your heart. Thanks to you, I have become a mage who has reached 2 magic circles. Vatso stood on the stands looking down at the recent match, feeling very satisfied. Suddenly a sound echoed as if someone came looking for trouble with him. Closing the door was that guy, the demon. He and his gang have arrived long time, no see, huh, you pest? You look at him now and see some changes compared to before. Coma Frederick in the dark, dusty room looks like a storage room that hasn't been cleaned for a long time. He lay on the ground exhausted, hearing them mock him. Sorry about that. The guy next to him casually spoke up. I already told you not to cause trouble anymore, okay? He looked at him feeling very satisfied. Because he is my son, you have troubled him too many times already. It turns out the opponent who fell before Speaker's match is his son. He smirked. That's your son, no wonder both of you are such scoundrels. At this moment, the ghost lady brought her face close to his, as if to say, You don't realize the situation you're in, do you? If I use dark magic links, I can easily eliminate you. His eyes were cold as he said, Not only you, but also the kid you're watching. At that moment, Joe's face darkened, and he sneered. That sentence made him burst out laughing. Vatso raised his head high. Am I paying attention to that kid? He listened thoughtfully, as I said, I just want to awaken that kid's potential for fun. Before that, I opened the computer screen and read the contents inside. A very straightforward threat, this is an order. Leave the academy immediately if you don't want to die. Vo coldly left that familiar room. The speaker in the quiet late night, the leaves rustled softly. He packed his luggage and left in the middle of the night. The speaker asked him in confusion, "Where are you going?" His feet were walking, but suddenly stopped. "I will leave this place." "Why? Why did you leave?" The reproachful words made him feel deeply guilty. He gripped the suitcase handle tightly and ran off quickly without saying more, but speaker was even faster and stopped him. "Can't you hear? Stop it now." Suddenly you discover something. The speaker looks up at his dirty face. What could a kid like you possibly expect from someone like me? I tried to hold back from saying something poisonous. Do you think I'm your tutor or what? He left coldly with that light touch on the shoulder, but did not forget to leave a sentence that broke hearts. Stop deluding yourself. The speaker's mood immediately plummeted when he left, leaving behind such heartbreaking words. He couldn't stop crying. At this moment, the demon was sitting cross-legged on top. That's why I desire money and power. Everything becomes easy when you are rich. Suddenly, a strong shock occurs, causing him to fall forward. Outside, people are blocking his carriage. What's happening? The ghost peeks out. How dare you block Frederick's way? Those people didn't say much, and immediately launched a powerful attack. He ran away confusedly towards one side of the forest. Crackling sounds rang out, along with a light, like a flickering flame burning. Indeed, that place was about to burn down to a pile of desolate dust. He looked at the scene before him in stunned silence. The academy. The mysterious person who burned down the academy now vaguely appears. Today's attack, that mysterious figure, sat on a pile of radiant green magic, also declared the return of our cult. Go away. The massive attacks strike, engraving fear and despair deeply. They attack anyone in the academy wherever they go, making them taste the smell of blood. They are approaching someone, and a powerful strike quickly flies out from him. Bungtiern turned away with a sinister face and a mysterious smile. Spear also joined the fight with everyone at this time. There is still a mouse alive. He is holding onto a pillar to peek inside and see the situation. Suddenly, someone discovered me. I've been found out. That guy is trying to torture Speaker. You are really interesting. Why didn't he run? He asked you a silly question. Aren't you afraid of dying? The Speaker sneered. I have delayed long enough for others to escape. That's enough. As he stepped to the side to feel the atmosphere around, he could sense a terrifying magical power. Seeing his loved ones lying on the ground, he couldn't help but feel sorrow in his heart. Even the professors couldn't handle him. After becoming a bodyguard, I will definitely become stronger to protect even more people. Whenever opportunity arises, I appear. But when I wake up, I'm just a weak person. What can I do? He looks around for a place to escape, has to run away. That's right, no need to sacrifice yourself at all. The person arresting Spear had a very provocative expression. You weak bastard, you should know your place. You spoke coldly. More than anyone I know, I cannot win. His whole body was trembling, hiding to the side, but protecting the people. He looked very much like his old self, fulfilling the duty of a guardian. That sentence made Jat stop in his tracks, standing still for a moment. That guy didn't say much and immediately attacked Speaker. That innocence will get someone killed. A metallic scent of blood spread through the air. Someone's small, sharp knife came close and stabbed him in the stomach. So he realized and came to save Spear. At this moment, his hands gathered all their strength to attack directly at Dak, so causing him to be thrown far away. He pulled the sword out of his own body. Damn bugs, how dare you? At this moment, he summoned something. Third level ice demon arrow, a sharp ice spear flying towards him. You bravely stood up after that injury. Now you hold a sharp weapon from behind. He suddenly rushed forward to attack him. He didn't have time to react, and was immediately struck down to the ground. The battle is over, Rat, so supports himself with one hand on the ground and the other on his knee, panting heavily. He quickly runs over to check on Brother Vo. Spear can't help but worry about his body. Are you okay? I couldn't stop the bleeding. I tried my best to endure the pain to chase you away. Hurry up, the others are almost here. Your eyes are now filled with tears, but I can't go alone. He gently placed his hand on your shoulder. His comforting words were both touching and full of sympathy. Are you trying to make me such a useless teacher that even my own disciples can't protect me? The Speaker was delighted when he said that. Disciple, you must survive and get out of here, he said with a faint smile and became a bodyguard. Promise me one more thing, okay? The Speaker tightly held his wrist. I promise I will become a bodyguard. Master, he left, leaving Speaker to chase after him. You were always like that, each hesitant step you took on pools of blood. You were like a lost dream of mine, like the courage I abandoned. He quickly stepped up to the face of the mysterious guy. That's why I hate you. Stop it. Spear was on the verge of tears, and that's also why I like you. That guy is like a demon. Using second-level magic on you is a waste too, you trash. Your dry lips curled up. Thanks to you I can live. He stood alone, facing 3 or 4 enemies surrounding him. I can only learn magic by recognizing the hierarchy in the kitchen. Those guys were gradually defeated by Flash. Vut looked at them with hatred and then attacked fiercely. They gritted their teeth and endured those attacks. A blast emitting blue light occurred. You have to live, Spear. In the vast galaxy full of sparkling stars. A sound was heard. It's time for you to go now. He sat up dazed, looking around. Where is this? A person with a mysterious expression spoke. So you have finally woken up. He asked him gently, what is that world like? He hurriedly stood up and said, I have lost the dream I always pursued, even though I have found and protected it. Suddenly he saw a familiar face appear before him with a familiar smile. Spear, you can't escape. It seems that was just an illusion. He hurriedly ran towards it, but a wall blocked that so, and he collapsed to the ground, feeling confused. In the end, Vo felt extremely disappointed in himself. I couldn't protect anything either. No, you're wrong. The person standing behind you keeps talking. Vatsaman, you have inherited the power of the dragon. At that moment he realized and quickly turned to ask, who are you? The man touched the barrier and said coldly, I am the master of this cruel world. That person looked at him with sharp eyes. Ah, those people also call me by the name Kin Dien. That name made him feel like the world was turning upside down. He looked up in confusion at the man before him. Electric shield. He touched the barrier and then answered your question. That's right, this place lets you see the deepest fear inside you. He nodded as he spoke. For you, that is your value. That statement made him wake up. The reason you gained power while I remained just an ordinary third-rate mage. I saw with my own eyes him running away. Are you worthy of the power you possess? Surely you have the answer within yourself. I can become stronger and protect more people. Your reason is to become a guardian who can protect everyone. At this moment Joe slowly stood up. So all of that was just a test for me. He quickly replied, yes, you have overcome the fear within your mind. You have proven that even without power, you can still protect others. That is because of your choice, your determination, and your courage. The speaker looked at him with affectionate eyes. I will not forget our promise. He smiled and touched the barrier of the speaker. Then he continued, in front of you is not an illusion but the things you are protecting and will spend your life protecting. Finally, I have fulfilled my vow. You are my successor. The electric mirror slowly removed his mask. It's your time. A dazzling light shone as he removed his mask and walked out with the dazzling light. Then the system appeared notifying the acceptance of the blood dragon to rebuild the body. You received the first golden mask. The person with cold golden eyes said impressive. Aelin is slowly taking weak steps towards the other side. At this moment, seeing him approaching in a pitiful state, he immediately speaks up. Your name is Aelin Pet Right. The god apologizes to the princess. Alan kneels down deeply, feeling very remorseful. He spoke up when he saw him approaching. I heard you are a genius. You understood the battle situation as soon as you joined and acted very reasonably, even with very little information. Who would have guessed you used that artifact as bait to save the princess? The image of that person falling has cracked, but those efforts were of no help. He reached out his hand. If it's done, then I'll clean up the excess like this. The lower wing flies in front of Alan. At this moment, she created a fireball emitting a powerful magical force. First, it was that magical shield. A giant foreign object appeared before everyone. The elder suddenly shouted, that is a relic from the era of the gods. Or should we grit our teeth and just watch that image unable to do anything? At this moment, he waved his hand and said, after finding that item, I will not give it to humanity. I will give it to this world myself. Inside the past, he laughed and said, what I do will prove that I am better than you. The falling person's name screamed a sound that echoed everywhere, breaking it. Before the father up there, it struck straight into the relics in front. It creates an extremely loud sound accompanied by the shattering of ice and snow. The fallen man's arm extends to control it, then retracts and clenches repeatedly. He looked ahead in surprise. Dai with bloodshot eyes was focused on the princess, while the elder showed visible worry. The relic from the era of the gods has no effect. Aelin trembled as he stood up, trapped inside the magical barrier. There is someone on the other side with wings falling along with the smoke from the other side. A tall figure emerges wearing the golden mask that Kin Dien gave him. He came to rescue everyone. The man in the black mask was surprised to see him appear. That mask is impossible. Even the fallen man was shocked by it. The sword in his hand swung up, accompanied by a large flame towards the masked man. He hurriedly transferred his magic to block it. His shield and his sword clashed, producing terrifying sounds. Seeing he couldn't hold on, he complained, damn it. At that moment, a sound made Dai turn to notice the bucket-wielding figure, like a machine sweeping away all enemies around. He flew from one side to the other, attacking relentlessly. The people watching were stunned, unable to believe he could tear apart the teleportation device. He quickly flew to the two elders and the princess to rescue them, but at that moment he spoke a strange language, like a sign language, leaving the two confused. What did you say? Slowly raise your hand to your mask. You slowly take it off. I'm glad everyone is safe. The two of you are quite surprised by him. Vo Daemon. Why are you here? Alan felt relieved as soon as he saw you arrive. Princess, I didn't think this battle would be easy before, but now that he's here. She hurriedly reached out to stroke his cheek, speaking anxiously, unable to believe he was still alive. But suddenly Daxo raised his hand and grabbed Het's hand. The person lying next to them suddenly flew up. Seeing the situation, he immediately pushed everyone back. We will talk later. The angry man looked at him. That annoying guy really irritates me. He turned into a demon when he saw you appear. Your return here won't solve anything. I will kill you and take back that artifact. A light emanated from the snowy mountains, accompanied by a massive explosion that sent everything flying upwards. Two swords clashed, creating a terrifying explosion. He shouted, "This mask belongs to me, the one behind everything right." After hearing that, he became even more furious and covered his mouth. Suddenly, he flew out of the attack and appeared right behind him. Stop and admit it. Joe's gaze became sharp, revealing that you are just a shadow of the other side. The flock flies up into the sky, surrounded by blazing flames of hatred. The snowy mountain is filled with explosions, big and small. Jiran is still full of strength to fight you. He holds his sword tightly in his hand. The truth is simple. I am Jiran, Dawn of Destruction. He angrily rushed towards him, not his shadow. That sword slash went straight down towards the notebook. The brilliant sunset was filled with smoke and dust particles. I still stood firm in one spot, silently watching him. The ground there looked like it had been completely dug up. If he had that mask, Jiran would clearly show his ambition and become my shadow. He shouted loudly, "Power is the truth." He slowly reached out his arm through the space and heard him say, "You know that well." The mask was put on the face. Power is not the most important thing. The system alarm sounded, announcing, "The mask supports thinking and creates the sign of dragon blood. The second dragon transformation is ready. Do you want to use the mask?" He didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. "Of course I will use it." Joe's body immediately transforms into a dragon for the second time. Courage above all. He stepped forward with his own feet. "Courage," Jiran shouted in anger. It was the nonsense of someone who had never fallen into darkness. After listening, I was a bit pensive. "No, you are not wrong." A dazzling light shines from behind Joe's head. "I have also once wandered into the darkness." His eyes burned like a phoenix, but the difference was Vo shouting in his face. "I always aim for the light of the piercing magic damage." A matrix appears right behind you. Jiran flew up into the sky, not believing what he had heard. "Nonsense. He immediately wants to attack you." "Then prove it." A blazing red light, accompanied by the sound of his hatred, proves the light you pursue. His jaws clenched tightly, using all his strength to attack him. Another explosion echoed in the sky. After the explosion, there was a cloud of smoke and a blurry image of him. Jiran suddenly looked in one direction and was startled. One of his arms was severed, causing him to growl in pain. The arm lay in a corner, and I even had Chamella's heart. Jiran watched his feet slowly step closer to him. "So why?" Jiran looks at that face of his. "I still can't reach him." Why gently grabbed the voice. "Give up, Jiran." He was angry and still wanted to lunge at him. "Shut up." A burst of power made him grow countless arms. "I cannot lose." Right now his body can't take it, and he's coughing up blood. Long transformation status notification in 10 seconds. He was not surprised to receive the notification. "Me too, I cannot lose. Your spear emits an incredibly strong force." It glowed into the air, making his appearance stand out beneath it. Jiran's large body was now blinded by greed. "Die." You still keep your eyes closed under his sharp nails. A power was activated, blazing fire. He thrust the spear sword straight into him, causing the surrounding air to glow. Jaren Voi's lifeless eyes unexpectedly defeated, accompanied by a huge explosion echoing through the mountains, casting a sunset shadow. Part of the mountain range shattered like a crescent. He stood in the smoke, deep in thought, the smoke clearing to reveal a body covered in dirt, now coughing up black blood seemingly beyond endurance. Jiran lay on the ground, still not up. His body was too weak to stand, but he was still very defiant. Still not head. After speaking, Jiran lay down and then looked up again. Chimera. His heart has now accepted giving up. "I wanted to become a dragon, but in the end I couldn't." His eyes slowly closed. Could this also be fate? A flame erupting above spreads everything around. He stood watching the fire erupt without saying a word. Suddenly a sound ran over, calling him as it ran. The three elders, the princess and Alan, are coming to greet him cheerfully, and he smiles back at them happily. At this moment, Pepper suddenly hit his head hard against his back. It happily jumped into his arms very freely. "Pepper, you're safe now." The two happily embrace each other. Thank God. It's better to smile when you see him win. Let's go home. The three of them and Pepper laughed together on the battlefield. Then a few days later, they left for Andy's place. And part 1 is over. In part 2, a plume of smoke and lithium dust rises into the dark night sky. Jiran's arm is picked up by someone. Then that person took the arm and entered the space gate, then disappeared. At the Endong Supreme Court, a sound came from inside the palace behind the flowers. Jerome, the sorcerer from the Red Tower, conspired with the Dark Sect to threaten the kingdom's security. The person sitting on the throne is issuing punishments. His master, the Red Tower Lord, is also responsible for this. The side bows their heads to accept the punishment. Defendant, step forward. On the left side is L, the tower owner of the tower. Does the defendant have any defense? He has nothing left to say at this moment. It is not my irresponsibility for not paying attention to that. The side continued. The student's fault is the teacher's responsibility as the master. I take responsibility. Suddenly at this moment a hand was raised. Dear everyone. Bism stood up. May I say a few words? Bism Radam, the Grand Duke of the Empire. He glanced at everyone and everyone in the courtroom met his sharp gaze. Lively murmurs arose. Although the verdict was correct, the truth was that the tower owner also made a significant contribution to the national interest. Bism bowed his head and said coldly, "So, how about we reduce it to 6 months in prison?" The judge nodded hesitantly and gave a somewhat sinister smile. At this moment, a pair of slender hands were crossed and placed on top of each other. Mrs. Darich Bach Tuyetthap, the fire tower chief, was quite wary of the two as they had planned everything. At this moment she turned her face sharply to one side, looking in a direction where a white-haired man was standing and looking down. She thought to herself, the Grand Duke is continuously challenging the authority of the royal family. What is the king thinking? Spigman walked while smiling, and said to him, "Beauty comes from the clothes that outfit suits you well." At this moment, a long dress slowly approached everyone. So everyone is here. The three of them bowed simultaneously. Bow to the princess. She walked in wearing a purple dress. I admired her beauty. Stay calm. I should be the one to greet everyone. Let's wrap this up. She lifts her dress to walk more easily to everyone. To my benefactor, I sincerely thank you. Right now it's better to mention his name, especially you. You're crazy. Yes, or just blink back at me. See you later, Russo. She left, the sound of the door slamming echoing through the room. He stood between the two, bewildered. Rasso. Suddenly close your eyes and focus. He seized the opportunity. This was the moment that etched the Daimon family into everyone's memory. He and Alan, along with the elder, were kneeling before the king. Today's meeting is to honor the knights for their contributions. After recognizing their achievements, we will reward each individual's contributions. When the king gently approached, placing the tip of his sword on Elder Spigamon's shoulder, the wizard from the Golden Tower, to counter the threat of evil to the kingdom's safety, he rewarded the elder with 200 gold coins, 2 demon enhancement pills. Yes, your majesty. Then continue to Alan. Alan Pet, the second son of Count Pet, and a sorcerer of the Commerce Tower, bravely revived the Dark Path, aiming for the relic. The king bestowed a title upon you. You were granted the Morgenrot banner and the title of Baron. At your command, your majesty. And finally the king looked at him with a pensive expression and raised his head. Vatso raised his head with a handsome face, looking straight into the king's face. He mentioned the past of the An family. In the past, your father fled the battlefield, causing great harm to the kingdom. The king said something that greatly pleased Blin, so when everyone doubted the loyalty of the Daimon family, he lowered his head and bit his lip to endure. The king continued, "Then prove it today." "Yes." Mrs. Daria slowly stepped out. The Fire Tower Master said, "You have the potential to become a 5-ring mage." She was very confident in his ability. The deeper into the darkness, the brighter the light. After hearing this, I feel a bit restless. With this achievement, no one can doubt you anymore. She looked at him as he was about to kneel to receive the reward. So the king's intention was to make So Daimon a hero in front of everyone. He took the cloak, stood confidently, and weakened the Grand Duke's faction by casting a magic circle. At this moment, his eyes blazed, and the magic circle revealed a person's elemental nature. But for those who know nothing about magic, this spell shows the best scene. The 5 rings of Alan's many pairs of eyebrows are growing really fast. Nicolo admires his ability on one side. Wonderful. The king immediately spoke. I think your father is a withered flower. He praised your abilities. Who would have thought he was hiding such a beautiful seed? Your compliment is very kind, my king. At this moment, he shouted for everyone to hear. Listen, knights, regarding the special case of the Dumont family, I grant him the title of Count, along with the 3rd-class military merit medal. A great reward belongs to you. I allow you to collect taxes from 10000 households near the city. As you command, your majesty. Everyone simultaneously praised his name when they saw the reward was well-deserved. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder and leaned in close, whispering, "Calm down." At that moment, he looked up at him. The king thanks you for saving the princess's life. Thank you for saving my daughter's life. These words are not from a king, but from a father. I want to repay you. Do you want something? It seems like you want something, but you don't say it. The god wants to win. He hesitates a little. I was worried about getting it, but everything went smoothly. It turned out to be that old item. The dragon's heart looks a bit ugly. But when infused with magic power, it will return to its true form. I hope I can do it. After thinking, he immediately channeled magic power into the dragon's heart. His body focused intensely on it. His gaze became resolute. The dragon heart shattered, revealing its true form. It broke into many pieces, the true form resembling a protruding horn. I am extremely surprised by it. The announcement says the dragon heart has returned to its true form. You have received the horn of the King of Forgotten Thunderlove. The system announcement sounds announcing Long Tam's appearance. You have taken the gun of the Forgotten King Loi Tin. He closes his eyes, feeling the energy emanating from that horn. So crossed his legs, and slowly felt everything around him. He remembered the past was still more pleasant when absorbing the fire planet. After absorbing it, my body felt somewhat better. Its power was incredibly overwhelming, surprising me. The lightning power is incredible. Even without fully absorbing it, the level 5 spell has been completed. The system continues to notify. Notification. You have absorbed the maximum horns of the Forgotten King Lightning Spirit. Notification mana exceeding the absorption limit will transform into potential energy. Notification Intermediate Lightning Element Mastery has reached its limit and evolved into Advanced Lightning Element Mastery. Suddenly flames ignited in Joe's room, burning the furniture as well. Pepper suddenly grew bigger, making him step back in surprise. Pepper had become larger, smiling and nodding. Are you also affected by the power of lightning? At this moment, Pepper demonstrates her strength by moving quickly to generate a large electric current. In a flash, it flew from the yard up to the sky, and I quickly ran to the window to call it back. Pepper. Pepper with its large body turned back to him. At this moment, it patted to signal. Do you want me to go up there? Seeing Jatso hesitate, Pepper hooked his foot into Jatso's shirt. He was suddenly grabbed and thrown high into the sky, extremely terrified. He screamed in panic, "Wait!" But the scene before him somewhat soothed his mood. A scene with a full moon and a vast Milky Way. He gazes in amazement. Then he looked back at Pepper's body. Pepper was not only bigger, but also much better at flying. She happily said to him, "You are bigger now, so you are easier to see." But why shouldn't I be worried? Suddenly it made his body emit smoke. A flame surrounded him tightly. Suddenly I grew a pair of wings like a fiery phoenix, feeling extremely joyful and amazed. The flexible wings made of spirit fire, I should call them soul wings. The mid-level mana lightning of the 5th magic circle is now soul wings. With this power, it seems I can face any opponent without fear. A voice rang out. "Tower Master, I heard you have a mission for me." Mrs. Dha was preparing the documents while saying, "Please escort Count Kimberly, the envoy from the Kingdom of Kian here." Although their national strength is quite weak, they remain neutral due to their abundant mana production capacity. But of course, Marquise Jorio Koman of the Great Power tried to drag the Empire into it. Instead of falling into the hands of the Empire, Count Kimberly would surely find it better to cooperate with us. After receiving the order, Professor Hubert immediately set off. "Kingdom of Kian, this mission is not easy." Suddenly a voice called him back. Hubert, it turned out the two teacher and student had met. "Long time no see, kid. Yes, you look healthy." "I'm so happy." "I hurried to ask about you, teacher. Are you planning to go to the kingdom?" "How do you know?" he said happily. "Let me go with you." The Tower Master has allowed it, but inside he is trying to accomplish something. As I recall, his eyes softened. Professor Hubis will lose his life on this mission. A mission notification appears. The task is to survive and escape danger with Hubis. Completing the mission requires eating 3 high-level mana stones and 5 mid-level mana stones. No matter what, I still have to follow him. There's no reason to stop him, so I have to go along. The sky is clear, and Professor Hubert and I are flying in the sky, searching for the Kingdom of Ken. Then he landed on a branch and said, "I'm almost there. Having you with me makes me feel more at ease. But why are you coming along?" I found an excuse and said I want to achieve new accomplishments, and I've never done a mission with you before, so I want to. After saying that, he flew away quickly. I'll go ahead to lay the trap and see how it goes. In my heart, I'm confused. If the mission fails, Hubs will die, and the Empire will intervene in Kian's internal affairs, meaning the Empire is likely involved in his death. Looking at the mission board, I silently analyzed that my mission is very clear. Below it looked like there was a battle, or some kind of training, 2 swords clashing with a clang. He spread his wings in the sky watching the scene, then felt a bit surprised, realizing he had to eliminate the Empire's threat. After speaking, his hands blazed with fire to attack them. Joe's wings shone in the sky with a powerful force preventing Hubert's death. A curious person looks at him, a 5-star mage. Who is he? Thu folded his wings and slowly stepped forward. He approached the person's face along with Pepper. At this moment he spoke up to greet, "Are you Count Kimberly? I am Joe Daimon, the mage of the Fire Tower. I came to escort you." He looked visibly pleased. "So you are Joe. Thank you." As soon as I left the castle, someone was already following me. Suddenly, I discovered something strange. Leaving the Count on the car, Vutsa hoped the Lord would wait a moment. The closer he got, the more the red light appeared, and he could sense that his realm was at least on par with Spanzum, if not higher. At this moment, a man came out panting. Surely the Count hasn't gone far. They immediately took up positions to protect the Count, saying, "We must buy more time." Understood. At this moment, someone flashed a sinister smile and attacked them all, each move displaying exceptional skill. He smiled, then flew up and slashed straight at me. I recognized him at once, it was him. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from somewhere, as the person stepped towards the smoke ahead. Each leaf rustled in the air, and the scene was desolate. He couldn't help but feel bitter. The one who killed Hubat, the sword master of the Empire of Ancient Hue. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a white figure swiftly passed through the forest canopy. He and Professor Hubert went by carriage to a place. At that moment he placed one hand on his chest. "I'm glad to see you are safe. I am Hubert, the sorcerer of peace magic." He immediately greeted the professor. "I am Kimberly. It is thanks to him that I survived." Seeing the soldier lying face down on the ground, Professor Hubert remained silent. At that moment he analyzed the soldier and realized it was caused by the Imperial Army. Imperial soldiers Vutdo looked at that soldier judgingly. It seemed they had no intention to hide their identity, meaning they thought it unnecessary. Kimberly was startled upon hearing it, or maybe the situation was too urgent for them to care. After speaking, he glanced to the side right. Looking at the girl wearing the scarf, he asked sarcastically, "Your Highness, in the luxurious carriage, the door was pushed open, and that beautiful girl let go of her scarf. You really are as outstanding as the rumors say. Let me officially introduce myself as Princess Camilla of the Kingdom of Ken." Two figures quickly carried two people flying up into the sky. Marquis Comanche was focusing his strength by having his son marry the princess. He lies on Professor Hubert's back, deeply resentful of the Empire's support. No one knows how ruthless he will be. Professor Hubis quickly replied, "We have already cut them in half. Why are you in such a hurry? Ever since he left the castle, we've been chasing the card. Surely there's a guild behind them. You flew behind the little princess. I went quite far, and there's no sign of being pursued. But inside me, a strange feeling still arises. What is this suspicious feeling?" Suddenly there was a surprise attack on 4 people. All of them ducked down as the powerful magic swept past them. He and the princess landed on the ground, watching the magic power gradually spreading around. It's like a fire about to burn down an entire forest. Professor Huot softly turned to the Count and said, "Run, quickly, leave this matter to us, he's coming." A pair of silent feet approached the notebook, and the man, while the Marquis and the princess quickly left. Professor Huo looked at that face, feeling somewhat familiar. That name was indeed as predicted, the one who killed Professor Hubert, a monster disguised as a man, the great swordsman of the Empire. He spoke coldly, black hair, red eyes, he was a bit shy. "Marrow Hill, he sized you up from head to toe, you must be very skilled." An announcement sounded notifying the mission and Hubis to survive and escape danger. Completing the high-level Mana Stone task rewards 3 stones, and the mid-level Mana Stone task rewards 5 stones. His eyes were sharp, radiating killing intent with just a glance. "This is crazy. I will make you pay for taking my electronic life." He didn't say much, and directly charged to attack Kamasi's sword. Quickly spreading his hands the earthquake. Joe's eyes looked at him with a hateful glare. Next, Jatso raised one finger, then the spell was complete. A barrier was immediately created, causing everything around to glow. Shield. He was suddenly blocked by a gift of land and stepped back. But very quickly that protective shield was defeated by Marrow. Fragments of earth and rock flew around his face. He looked at him with a hateful gaze. At this moment, Joe clenched his hand tightly, emitting a magical white light. He was suddenly attacked by you. Vovo was not afraid of the opponent in front and flew behind the smoke. Professor Hubat was also surprised by the explosion seen ahead. He was retreating in the battle, leaving a long trail on the ground. He immediately mocked you. "You only learned a few tricks from that bastard. Maro's body is full of great power. Your clothes are all dirty now. Did he use aura as a shield?" Suddenly he slammed his sword into the ground, creating a loud sound. Marrow immediately grabbed the object in his hand. "Let me show you something interesting." Professor Hubert was suddenly attacked by him and got injured. Hubert looked at the sharp sword. He was extremely excited. The sword was made from dragon bone, darkened with the blood of countless mages. He wields each sword stroke perfectly to fight a sorcerer like you. The Wind Master, unconscious, avoids each of his whip strikes while the sorcerer floats above him in his arms. "Not bad, looking at the scorched ground. They are fire altar stones." He shouted, challenging to face it. A powerful attack from him flew towards you. This type of stone explodes with devastating force when struck hard enough to distract him. "Put the professor down, thanks, Pepper." He was furious to see that scene. "You want to buy time for your teammates because you know you can't beat me." He just listened to that taunt silently without saying anything. At this moment, Daxo turned to speak. "Professor Hubert, when I go out to hide you, quickly run away and then regroup with the princess and the count. I will buy you some time." Professor Hubert tried to say, "I can't just leave the game and run away." He smiled and replied, "Trust me, I will definitely come back." He doesn't have the patience to listen to you too. "Are you done talking?" At this moment, a powerful energy emanated from Joe's hand, a blue light covering the sky, thunder chain. After saying that he hid it from Professor Hubert, "Run." Jatso's skilled fingers use it. The Firestone altar will give Hubert time to escape. He gritted his teeth, enduring the attack, but I can't underestimate him. Van Non, fierce and violent, can immediately transform into a second-level dragon. I will give it my all. His weapons continuously fly towards him. The second spell, a full attack, exploded across the sky, and this attack. The three people were inside the protective shield watching the fiery scene. Everything around in the battle was smoking and burning out. He sat down on the ground. What is happening? It seems it does, he said angrily. You're finished. Morrow, furious after losing an eye patch, said, Don't think I'll let you die easily. Damn it, can he really take that hit? At this moment, the sword in his hand trembled violently. An unpleasant voice echoed. What the hell is that damn sword? His voice carried a tone of reproach. How dare you harm the Dragon King with the Bone Dragon? That is the voice I heard before Tam Long. How ridiculous. Could it be the Holy Dragon King? The Holy Dragon King spoke. I will grant you power. But only for a limited time. The Holy Dragon King's eyes shone like crystal as he continued. The power to punish the filthy people who dare to insult the name of the Dragon King. He shouted, Holy Dragon King, I have something to ask you. The Dragon King replied, Find the Dragon Clan, they will help you connect with me. You will become the master and hope of the remaining dragons in this world. His eyes glowed lifelessly, his hair fluttered, and an immense power erupted within him. At this moment Rat So clenched his hand tightly. I don't understand what Long Vuong means, but he wants to destroy him right now, so this power must be used, and I have to try this power right now. His face fell off, he covered his eyes and screamed in shock. A great force suddenly attacked him. Go Lian immediately clutched his stomach and collapsed. One of his arms was severed. He quickly took advantage of the opportunity to strike him once more. Overheated and severely injured, a mysterious power appeared on his severed arm. Marrow quickly regained his strength, his face full of killing intent as he looked at him. You have underestimated me too much. He gripped your sword tightly, thinking he had lost an arm. Only you would have the advantage. His words became more insulting, and that fierce look was exactly like your father's. People from their sect are all like this. Seeing him insult my father, I was extremely angry. He knows my father had to continue saying I always wanted to gouge those eyes out. Unfortunately, others intervened. He is speaking, so where did he suddenly appear behind you? Foolish. Why do you think the Empire is behind your father's death? He spun around as white light swirled around them both. He held his heavy sword with one hand. That didn't stop him from attacking you. At that moment, Rat So quickly stepped back, his toes lightly touching the ground, as a large flock of his birds flew past his waist. That attack made him extremely uncomfortable. His arm looked like a sinister demon's arm. He couldn't even dodge that move. This match is boring. His clenched hand radiates a strong masculine aura. He rushed in to deliver a finishing blow, but Macro's strength was too great. Everything was clear as day. Seeing him about to attack fiercely, he quickly used a shield to protect himself. A powerful move like a lightning strike hit his body. He looked at him trembling on the ground. A mediocre talent like you, still confident enough to fight me. Vatso was struck down by that attack, trembling on the ground, looking pitiful. He stood above, mocking, saying that without paying a price at this age you would never awaken and gain strength. After speaking, he raised his powerful sword against a brat like you. Marrow struck a strong blow down his body once again, still too early. But suddenly he flew to one side. Vo regained his strength to weave through the tree trunks to avoid the man's attack. Deep down, he couldn't deny his fear. Looking into his sharp eyes, he kept assessing. He was an unusually strong opponent. Marrow ran quickly forward. Joe's dragon body tried to block his attack. A green light shone during the battle. I guess that attack was created by him. He stood silently for a moment. No other way left. Will I lose? No. He refuses to accept defeat. He must not give up. A purple light is summoned from his arm. Ansang quickly pinned him down. Gravity, I'll show you. He is trying his best to endure that heavy gravity attack. He squeezes out his fiery fingertips. My power as a mage. That flame quickly flew over, intercepting his attack. It created a big explosion along with those erupting whirlpools. He lay on one side, watching those whirlpools glowing in front of him. At this moment, Joe's body was exhausted. He was panting suddenly. His eyes widened, blankly staring ahead. A face like a demon appeared from the flames. He transformed into a demon covered entirely in dragon scales. Just stepping out of the flames, Mar said little and directly attacked him. Vutro was tightly grabbed by him, causing him to scream in pain. He spoke with a sinister voice, trying to trick me with these little cat tricks. He looked at him with a hateful gaze. I will finish you. Yes, he is right. In the face of danger, his power erupted. Van and Han summoned lightning, cutting through the encirclement with a blue light. To go further, one must be willing to give up everything. My whole body is focusing. Marrow stared wide-eyed, frowning when he saw him use that attack. His body is surrounded by lightning bolts and a powerful technique. The electric currents continuously pass through his body, using electric stimulation to drastically increase his speed. The combination of L and S has created a strong person like him. This is the hidden trump card until now. Joe's speed was incredibly fast at this moment. He ran from one side to the other. Captain Kohai was amazed by his incredible strength. He moved at a speed too fast for the naked eye to see passing through his body, but it caused his body to be unable to withstand it and cough up blood. He is like a demon who never gets hurt and just laughs out loud. Truly a monster. You are being crushed to the ground. Please. Just one last time. A voice echoed. You are still just a monster. Maro is corrupt. He was attacked directly in the chest by that person. Maro looked up at the character. How do you feel, forced to lie on the ground like a lowly insect? Where did Nicolo appear from to save his life? You give up. He attacked Ma, quickly finishing him off. At his feet now was only a pool of blood left by Maro. I can't believe my eyes, it's unbelievable. I never thought he alone could push Maro to this point. Well done. Everyone quickly ran towards him all at once. Your efforts have changed, Andy and Keen. Professor Hubert gently lifted his head and looked with pity. Now no one doubts your strength. He opened his eyes and murmured softly. He looked at the teacher in front of him. Hubert. The rise of a hero. 10 days later, he is still in the hospital room recovering, which is quite tidy and bright. Sang sat cross-legged, practicing internal energy, his serious face sometimes furrowed in thought. Even with the help of the magical flow rushing into the mage's body, I still haven't reached that level. So the power gap between us is this big. His image kept flashing through my mind back then. If Nicolo hadn't appeared in time, he thought he would have died when he suddenly opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. Red and blue mana mixed together radiated around him. He gently placed his hand on his chest, thinking he had become stronger, but the road ahead was still long. He recalled the words from that time, unable to stop wondering, and feeling puzzled. But what does this sentence mean? Find the dragons, they will connect us. I'm really wondering how I'm supposed to find a dragon now. I'm seriously thinking, my face expressionless as I look straight ahead. Everyone knows dragons are extinct. Is there still any left? At this moment, Professor Hubert came to visit him, sat opposite, and asked, Are you saying it could be someone other than the Empire? He replied yes, then raised his hand to express his opinion. That person asked me why I think the Empire is behind my father's death. He placed his hand on his chin and said seriously, He might be provoking you, but being cautious won't hurt. We will secretly investigate this matter in Hoathap. He heard that and said, Thank you, teacher. Then he suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket to find something and said, The Tower Master was very worried. Luckily, you returned safely. He took out an envelope and handed it to him, saying, Take this. He was quite surprised and reached out to take it, asking, What is this? He immediately replied, The invitation to the royal banquet is currently underway at a very luxurious party, and everyone is dressed very elegantly. I wonder if it's because I only wear loose clothes. Looking at the suit on me, I gently touch my chin and say I'm not used to this kind of clothing. Suddenly a voice called the youngest boy. Mrs. Daria approached, placed her hand on his shoulder and smiled. You seem better now, thank God, this time you have done something great again. As your teacher and the Tower Master, nothing could make me happier than this. At that moment, a voice rang out, capturing his attention. The owner of the fire tower hasn't been seen for a long time. A man with green hair wearing a suit approached and respectfully greeted. She replied, Jen, how are you? You really showed up. He glanced and said, I can't stand not meeting the disciple who is the center of rumors. You're quite surprising. This can't be Jilan. At this moment, he looked at him and said, Are you Mr. Jilan person? Hearing that, he paid attention to the man and said, Fortunately, you know me, so it's easier to talk. He recalled in his memory about this person, the weapon master Jilan person, who could use 18 different types of weapons, and was a superlative aura master. At that moment, he still couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that someone like that would approach him. He smiled softly and said, Did you give that guy, Cry, a bitter fruit right? He replied cheerfully, I was just lucky. He responded, If you have good skills, luck will be on your side too. His face turned grim with a terrifying smile and said, It's good that bastard was eliminated. Both he and his disciples are trash. Hearing that, he immediately thought this was the first time he had heard such cruel words from someone who was not a mercenary in the palace. He also laughed and joined in. That's right, you are correct. He gently placed his hand on him and said, Are you practicing spear techniques? Your muscles are very strong. He smiled and replied, I've only just learned the basics. He gently placed his hand on his and said, Basics are very important, but to break through, proper education is still necessary. He put a ring in his hand and instructed, When you feel the time has come, bring this ring to me. He held the ring tightly and looked up at the man, asking, May I ask why you are being so kind to me? The man replied, What do you mean? Just consider that we are helping a promising young sprout grow. Mrs. Daria stood aside, smiled and sighed, thinking to herself, He really is a fearsome warrior dressed like a nobleman. Anh kiên định đáp, Chắc chắn tôi sẽ đến gặp ngài. Lúc này một tiếng hô lớn thu hút sự chú ý của cả ba. The brilliant sunlight, the ruler of Andy's land. A loud cheer, His Majesty the Emperor, followed by two pink-haired individuals with serious expressions entering. Leading was a middle-aged man, the Emperor of the Empire, followed by a woman named Het, the Princess. Both entered and everyone bowed respectfully. He walked past where you were standing and immediately noticed you there. She smiled softly, looking very beautiful with a slightly flushed face. At that moment he unconsciously looked up to pay attention to the person in front. Both of them were bowing before the Emperor. He immediately praised Hubert's team and complimented both of them in front of everyone present. You have made great contributions to the alliance with Keen and our recent victory. He continued to say that Mr. Hubert was awarded 500 gold coins and 100 horses. I grant you the right to tax 1000 households in the southern region, and Professor Andy immediately bowed respectfully and said, I thank your highness for your decree. Next is the reward for the day 3,000 gold coins. He continued that 3 cities in the western Indian region will be rewarded. Along with that, you were also granted the title of Count. This reward surprised him a little. Then a servant came to give him the reward. He continued, here are the documents related to the names and locations of the 3 cities you will govern. He accepted and said, I thank your highness for your guidance. Deep in his heart, he thought that in the end he was extremely happy. A new territory, I have taken another step on the path to rebuilding the family. Then the emperor raised his glass and said, the ceremony is over, let's continue the feast. He raised his glass and said, it's time for everyone to fully enjoy this great victory. Everyone in the banquet hall then raised their glasses to celebrate and danced with their partners, immersed in the joyful atmosphere of victory. Hiket sat on the chair above, watching everyone dance silently without saying a word. The maid beside her cheerfully spoke up as if trying to find a topic to keep her company. What is the princess thinking? She heard that pointed over there and said, over there. She just looked at the guys surrounded by girls and said, the Marquis of Damon is quite famous, huh? He needs to learn how to say no when he's uncomfortable. What should we do? The maid heard this and slightly bowed, saying, how about you dance a dance that day? She didn't refuse and said, let's wait and see first. She gently analyzed that when dealing with a younger guy, one shouldn't be too pushy. Isn't patience and waiting the responsibility of the older generation? The lady in waiting, a bit puzzled, asked, your highness, where did you learn that? At that moment he suddenly slipped away from the crowd, bowed slightly and said, excuse me. Then it seemed he was approaching her, and the attendant said, is the count heading this way? Suddenly a hand reached out to her and said, your highness, I bow slightly and offer my hand. If you don't mind, could you dance with me? She happily placed her hand in his and said, see, I already told you. At this moment, the two were dancing together as if there was something they wanted to say. She suddenly spoke first. You are very straightforward. Do you have something you want to ask me? He heard her say that and blushed a little, saying, the other day you said you would keep an eye on me. May I ask why you said that? She looked straight into his eyes and said, that is because your talent far surpasses your age. And the second reason. Suddenly as she spoke, she reached out and touched his face, making him blush even more. She calmly said, your face him. A foolish and confusing voice. Then she looked straight into his eyes and said, you have a handsome face like a lord that people really like. I feel very shy when you praise me like that and stammer. Sir, praising me like that every day is a bit too much. She gently placed her hand on his waist, pulled him back and said, I don't know if you realize this. He looked at her with some surprise, but she calmly continued, women don't say things like that to men they don't like. Her face blushed, slightly smiling brightly as she said, and I am not one of those who expect the other to reciprocate immediately. I only hope that you will return my feelings. After hearing those words, he now sits alone by the water, his face shy and serious in thought. He already knows what kind of person he is, but he didn't expect him to say something so flowery to him. He seriously analyzes the only blood relative of the king, the woman closest to the throne. He gently looks down at her thoughtful eyes. Considering his family background, accepting his feelings would be the best way. But I am a bit lost, looking towards the palace, still unsure about my own feelings for him. Suddenly someone approached him. He looked up and said, ah, Aelin. He smiled shyly and greeted, please forgive me for interrupting. He heard that and said, it's nothing, I'm just thinking a little. He replied, that's good, then I came here to discuss a proposal with you. The count is very straightforward. He asked again, a bit confused. A proposal. His eyes immediately narrowed as he spoke. Vous bets. He looked down at him seriously and said, I hope it ends soon. He immediately startled at his words. Inside the room. At this moment Mrs. Daria knew what was going on and said, I was wondering why that old man took all these letters. Let's end this bet. He recalled that Alan turned back with a smile and told him, inform the tower masters. He thought he had expected this, but it happened sooner than he thought. Mrs. Daria sat comfortably in her chair and said, what do you think? Little brother Vo looked at the status bar and spoke. The initial bet was planned to last 3 years, with the status bar showing the mission to level up Alan Pet within 3 years, the completion reward being 1 high-level stone martial arts master's ancient relic. He immediately said, I don't think we need to wait any longer. She smiled, putting her hand to her mouth and said, all right then, let's go there together. Cut to the arena, powered by 6th level magic, a battleground equipped with magical shields that can even withstand strikes from an experienced aura swordsman. He looks up with determination, thinking that in his previous life he could only become a level 2 mage, so he never imagined he would one day step onto this arena. On the other side, Mrs. Daria placed her hand on the red mana mark on the wall and said, "Start right now." Mr. Melv also placed his hand on the blue mana mark on the wall and said, "Let's see how much longer she can keep up the bluff." He smiled proudly and said, "This is a shield created by the two masters of the magic tower using protective magic. The entire arena was surrounded by a layer of purple light." He said, "So there's no need to worry about destroying the surrounding environment. Just go all out." At this moment, both of them were standing face to face in the arena. He looked at him with great seriousness, thinking that although he was a genius known as the Mage of Mages in terms of skill, their levels were not much different. He stared at his opponent with a determined gaze, his whole body radiating red mana. And the most important thing when fighting an opponent of the same level is distance. Both used sharp eyes to observe each other. He thought he was right, then immediately prepared to attack. In his mind, he thought he had to close the distance between himself and him, while he also prepared to attack, signaling him to go ahead. His face twisted unpleasantly, his hand controlling magic, constantly calculating in his mind. "I have a feeling my opponent is a knight or swordsman, not a fellow mage like me." It shows he is confident in his firepower and stamina. His hand radiates a strong blue light. The firepower of the fire tower is fierce, so its strength is probably superior to that of the spear technique. But right after, as he was rushing forward, he was attacked by a large ice rain spell. His face was very excited, smiling softly. It really was Alan. The speed of casting magic was incredibly fast, but immediately after, he countered with his extremely powerful fire magic, launching a massive attack straight at him. The two spells clashed. Mrs. Daria sat watching, very pleased with his performance, and he also smiled happily, saying a word of praise. Ho immediately copied Alan's magic casting method. Quite impressive. A cloud of dust rose after their strike. From within it, he suddenly emerged and reached out to attack. His hand was immediately enveloped by fire magic. His eyes went wild this time. It was his turn to attack. Immediately after, his fire and thunder move directly attacked him, causing his whole body to stiffen suddenly. In the blink of an eye. "Yeah, so you mean you won't let me get close to you until the battle is over, then I have to block your way first." A powerful fire attack shot straight down, causing the ground to explode. He was immediately thrown back and let out a shout. "You take your time calculating. In this situation, even if it's Alan, keeping distance from me is difficult." Then he continued to use fire magic to attack, pressing him like this. However, as ice particles fell in the air, his face did not change color. He just gently said one word, "Copper." Next, he froze the entire arena for one turn. He said the word ice, and sharp ice spikes immediately shot up one after another. He slightly smiled at him, already having a plan in mind. He froze the ground to stop the earthquake. "I think he really is a monster." His face immediately darkened, his eyes sharp. He reached out to perform the spear tower move, saying, "The preliminary round ends here." Then he also used the fire tower to counter his spear tower. Fire and ice clash. Suddenly, his hand feels the cold of ice as he performs the harmony tower technique. He was startled to realize, since when he had been like this, how could he move? He suddenly said, "Freeze." "Mrs. Daria witnessed this and sneered slightly, saying, "Has someone taught him the secret technique of the spear tower?" He stroked his beard and said to her, "Alan will become the master of the spear tower in the future, so this makes sense, doesn't it?" He raised a finger high, creating droplets in the air that made a sharp, hoarse call. The small droplets slowly formed a large stream of water. "He is sincere, and you have made remarkable progress. I want to see what else you can do." But the drops of water surrounding him, he continued, "The tower owner is waiting, so I have to stop here. Let's continue next time." Then a strong stream of water attacked straight at where he was standing. When the water was about to attack him, he spoke up, "I didn't want to reveal my true self." Just as he finished speaking, a great light exploded in the arena. His face started to show scales, and his eyes gradually turned pitch black, looking terrifying. Suddenly, he dashed past him before he could even react. Alan was extremely shocked. What was happening? That was a violent, crazy aura. My muscles couldn't move. Mrs. Daria was quite surprised to say. The fear of dragons. He was also very surprised and said, "Ho, it's not without reason that I say his case is talent beyond his years." He looked at him who had now almost transformed into a dragon. "So does that mean he is really a descendant of the dragon clan?" Mrs. Daria looked at him and said, "No way. I'm sure that boy's parents are both ordinary people." Then he looked at the two of them and said, "Then there is only one answer." His entire body was covered by the incredibly powerful golden light tower magic. He looked into the sharp golden eyes and said, "Among the ancestors of the Daimon family, there were some high-level dragon clan members." He looked up at Alan, hovering in the air, thinking that magic was enough to make his whole body tremble. Alan used all his strength to reach out and operate the injury tower, pulling out the glasses. "You're not the only one hiding power." Looking at that magic, he could quickly recognize it as a domain spell. At this level, it could even freeze an entire legion. His face became terrifying, surrounded by blazing fire. He thought that if he could break this magic, he would win. Suddenly Alan raised his hand to cast the spear tower, emitting a blue light. Let's end it here. He immediately attacked the notebook holder, who was caught off guard, and blocked the attack with his hand. His eyes stared resolutely ahead, his mind constantly thinking a chill, not only freezing mana but also time. Yet these things probably couldn't trouble him at all. He slightly curled his lips holding the weapon, thinking what if. He immediately swung the stick and a yellow flame shot out to counter the ice. If it weren't for the combat experience with Cry Hill, it would be very difficult to break this magic. Alan was very surprised, sweat on his face, eyes wide open in disbelief, saying, "What?" Immediately after, a blinding burst of light exploded, causing the entire area to collapse. He quickly rushed straight to attack Alan. "He didn't have time to react to your attack. Too fast, I couldn't use flash. I have to block the strike quickly, but before I could do anything, he charged at me." A powerful strike hit the ground, causing a large crater, and a bright light shone straight up into the sky. A sword was raised in front of Alan. He trembled as he stared straight at the tip of the sword, frowning. At this moment, Alan was completely defeated by his sword. He lay on the ground, covered in dirt, completely restrained by Daxo's sword. Alan smiled softly and exhaled, thinking to himself, "Just as I expected, it ended up like this." Immediately after, Alan admitted, "I lost." Ja smiled softly at him, one eye gradually returning to its normal pupil color. The status bar continuously displays notifications. Mission completed, you have received premium mana stones, and the relic from the Divine Era will be transferred through Hemingway. At this moment, Mrs. Daria suddenly uses the fire tower teleportation to instantly reach Mr. Melville. She quickly stood right next to him. At that moment, he was still intently watching the two others when he noticed her presence. Mrs. Daria turned to him and said, "You have to prepare the relic from the Era of the Gods, right, old man?" He said irritably, "I admit I lost this bet, okay." Then he cast a spell and said, "As the master of the Commerce Tower, I will of course keep my word, but I didn't expect to lose. This is the sacred relic from the Divine Era, as promised." She looked at the object he held out, smiled, and said, "I didn't expect you to actually take it out, old man. Are you putting all your capital on the line this time?" The next day, the carriage was moving through the forest. Vatsa sat on the vehicle, intently looking at the object in his hand, and said Aris's sewing tools. He realized this was a relic from the Era of the Gods, mimicking the space-cutting and sewing abilities of the goddess Arach. He quickly raised it, and made a slice that revealed the outside scene. A dagger that can cut through space. Clench that object tightly in your hand. Also, if you channel magic into the thread, connecting the dagger and the needle to sew space, imagine yourself in space using that dagger to stitch it back together. Up to this point, he immediately thought of connecting the tangible space with the space cut by the dagger. He remembered the image of both. Even cutting space alone was extraordinary. Is it possible to combine them? If used well, it could be very useful for ambush or defense. At this moment, the person outside informs him, "We have arrived, sir." Outside, the carriage had stopped in front of a grand and magnificent castle, Thu Nghiet Castle. Inside the room, there were many weapons. Someone spoke up, "Oh, you're here, Joe. Thank you for visiting," Jillian said. "I heard you defeated Alan." He scratched his head shyly and said, "I was just lucky the rumors spread too fast." VS looked around and said, "Is this your workplace?" He immediately replied, "That's right, why do you ask?" He glanced around and said, "Because this place is full of weapons, it looks more like a training room." He gently stepped forward holding a weapon and said, "At first it wasn't like this, but with practice, it kept improving over time." He lightly lifted one up. "I heard you use a spear, right?" He softly replied, "Yes." Then he handed the spear to Joe, saying, "Take it." Joe reached out and said, "Why are you suddenly giving me this?" He cracked his knuckles and said, "To guide someone properly, the most important thing is to know their level. So let's start warming up. Show me what you have." He recalled being quite surprised when he received a letter back then. A single invitation from Mr. Gillen. Now I understand. So this is why he suddenly sent me an invitation letter. You just need to spin the spear with your hand. This is a great opportunity to be taught by a weapons master. He seriously raised the spear towards him. If I can take this opportunity to improve my martial arts, it will be a great support for the future. Seeing your expression, he said with satisfaction. Good look, I'll let you go first. Hearing him say that, he grabbed the spear and said, "Then I won't refuse." Inside the castle, the sound of weapons clashing echoed, and after a while he was knocked back against the wall. He quickly got up. Even without using the magic tower, he couldn't believe that he could be defeated so easily. Looking into those sharp eyes, he couldn't help but admire. Truly a master of weapons, he said. So how is it? He observed and assessed that the eyesight and flexible thinking were very good, but it seemed you had no talent for spear techniques. He smiled with his arms crossed and said, "I'm very impressed that you taught yourself this much." He smirked slightly, thinking this kid is something else. He thought it was very interesting, and when you heard him say that, you felt a bit unhappy looking at the staff in your hand, wondering if you should just use magic. Suddenly he spoke up. "You didn't expect me to teach you for free, did you? I don't understand looking at you. Suddenly you made a proposal. I will train you for a week, and in return you have to fight our knight." He seriously thought about it. Fighting the knights was not a bad proposal, but just fighting would not lead to peace. Hearing that, he said, "All right, let's negotiate. I have one request." He was quite surprised and asked back request. At this time, everyone gathered outside the training ground. Some asked in confusion, "What's going on?" It's rare to see all the technicians assembled. Hearing that, someone replied, "I heard it's because Lord Ratso came to visit." Everyone walked while chatting. "Isn't Ratso a sorcerer? Didn't you blow off Cryhill's arm? I heard he has horns on his head and breathes fire." Some people laughed and said, "Ha, that's ridiculous, like a circus." Someone else saw the two approaching and reminded them, "Keep to the side. The Lord has arrived." Everyone shouted, "Greetings, Lord." He then said, "Now that we're all gathered, from today on, you will have to fight 2 matches with this guy leading the charge." As he spoke, he waved his hand. Everyone was extremely amazed to hear that. He continued, "The first match will use magic and aura, the second will not." Everyone kept discussing. "We will fight without using magic or aura. Isn't that clearly a disadvantage for you, Jajo?" He thought the purpose of this training was to improve skills rather than gain experience, so it would be better not to use magic. Thinking that, he clasped his hands together, looked at everyone happily, and said, "I am Jat, so I look forward to your guidance. So can we start now?" At this moment, the two of them stood facing each other, one holding a sword, the other a staff. The opponent then introduced himself as Roakin, a 4th-level knight, honored to cross swords with a hero from the outpost. On this side, Rat, so also smiled and said, "Let's start right away." He looked at him and replied, "Then the two of you look directly into each other's eyes and immediately both rush forward. You can't help but exclaim." That was fast. He dodged while thinking, and the neat stance from the level 4 knight swordsmanship manual shows he was trained by Julian. Then he glanced at him, but immediately a move was launched and the opponent fell flat on the ground. At this moment, the spear pointed straight at the opponent's eye. Namchi smiled and said to him, "Do you want to fight some more?" At this moment, Miss Haken said, "I don't pity you, I lost." The others didn't ask or discuss. "Did you see the movement just now? Didn't you say there is no magic in martial arts?" He heard that and folded his arms to think. Does no one have anything to say? Look at the group over there, huddled together. To be honest, they lost to the mage using martial arts, so it must have hurt their pride, right? He recalled the previous conversation. "I would try to fight the knights, but instead you allowed me to fight without using magic." That proposal and feeling were very interesting. 59000 VND, looking at the people behind, who kept staring at me, sweating nervously. "I will become a good stimulant for everyone." Right now, a voice suddenly spoke up. "If you're okay, can you face me?" Others whispered when they saw the next person. The 2nd-level knight stepped forward and wondered if the 3rd-level knights couldn't even face them. The man who stepped forward had long blonde hair and a resolute face. If he was a 2nd-class knight, he was as strong as a cavalry commander. Turning back with a smile, "Please take care. It will surely become a valuable experience for me." Then the match ended, and time moved to evening with the moon high in the sky. Mr. J couldn't help but exclaim, unable to believe the draw with Vincent. "I think I underestimated him." Vo ran after him with a forced smile. "Just be lucky. Over here, Mr. Julian keeps talking. That guy will complain about his fate again. If you use magic, can Vincent stand a chance?" He was stunned and hesitant when he heard that. He immediately answered that my answer is no. Even though Vincent is a 1st-class knight, it's the same. As I followed him, I thought, am I wrong? Now my realm is level 5 as a knight. I'm an expert, so Mr. Jillian looked at the door and said, "Don't question yourself too much. There's also a saying that excessive humility is arrogance." He replied, "I will remember clearly." Then he reached out to the sliding door, which immediately rotated and opened. "Now it's my turn to show you the gift I will give you." Inside, it looks like a vast ancient library. Mr. Duilian began to reminisce. "In my youth, I traveled all over the continent and collected many books." He first introduced the martial arts book on the left. You try directly choosing which one you want to get familiar with. He started searching for books. It took a long time to look through them slowly. First, I focused on finding the direction of the trade art. After a while of searching, they sat down at the table. Mr. Dai asked him, "Did you choose the book on business tactics?" "I feel anxious and torn between the two." "When you saw the book I brought out, you exclaimed, 'It turns out to be Luke Kuyet, Da Shuyen Du, and Le Manchera.' Jilan feels both books are very good. First is Luke Kuyet Ba Shuyen Du, difficult to get used to. If successful, it can be said to be the best among the martial arts. As for Lan Manchester, it is a martial art that has the advantage of utilizing dexterity and flexibility." He smiled. "Personally, I advise you to get to know Luke Kuyet Ba Shin Du." He hesitated. I immediately decided to get acquainted with the red book on top. Seeing that, he exclaimed, "La Mancha." He picked up the book and said, "To me, a wizard is more than a great merchant, truly made by strength. I think it's more accurate to say that love truly has the ability to respond flexibly to situations." Hearing this, Mr. Dai couldn't help but start calculating in his mind. "You didn't consider choosing the more reasonable option over the stronger one, which is the right mindset for a mage." He placed his hand on his shoulder and rubbed it. I respect your choice. Try to get along with Lawnman's father. Seeing his attitude like that, I was a bit surprised. How could you give me a book like this without any worry? Every time I look, I can feel this generous personality. Mr. Jan smiled and continued, you must not forget to spar with those knights. Hearing this, he forced a smile. It's not free, right? Then it shifts to some time later, snow gradually falling from the sky. At this moment, the moves gradually appear, spinning the cup, stabbing, then blocking. Vatsa, sitting on the carriage, begins to imagine the techniques. These simple movements combine to form the rope. Then he hesitated, his eyes wide open but blocked here again. He looked through the outer door. It had been a year and a half since I received the rambling inquiry from Mr. January. Just by memorizing the form, one could see great results, but he looked at the snowy sky outside, constantly sending back behind. To master the art of spear fighting, one must understand its true meaning. Focusing all your mind on spear techniques is right, but there are many other important issues to consider. At this moment, the system board immediately announced a new mission to reach and surpass the wall opposite within 6 attempts, with many rewards awaiting afterwards. Look at it and think this is a matter of awareness and practice. There is no way to solve this problem immediately. It seems that voices are calling out in the echo, searching for dragons. Their existence is the continuation of me with you. You are the new master of the last dragons on Earth, the hope for the future. He looked at the piles of maps he had gathered, yet he still searched for ancient books. Meanwhile, he found 4 places with dragon traces, and examined 2 but found no evidence. The remaining places are Island and the Red Mountains. Between the 2 places, Curran Island has a greater potential, but currently searching there by your standards is very dangerous. You look around without thinking. Island postpones after the 6 limits. First is the Red Mountain Range, searching the underground world in the layers. Then returning to the conversation with the Tower Master, she heard that this time he would go to the underworld. He replied yes. She reminded him that the underworld is the land of dwarves, a place humans cannot easily enter. He replied that he knows. She sighed, looked at him determinedly, and then continued. However, if you have to go, then come find Master Bach. I find that hard to understand. What about Patriarch Bach? She continued, yes, if that child is a hybrid of the goblin tribe, then I don't know if there will be any way. So he went to the tower of the White Tower Lord, a place covered in ice and snow. He looked up thoughtfully. The last dwarf of the goblin tribe, what the master said makes sense. At that moment someone suddenly appeared, and he immediately turned to look. But the tower master over there was standing looking out, and couldn't help but remember. That's right, I forgot to ask Jack. So have the 2 of you met yet? At that moment, Unan suddenly appeared, grabbed Rat by the neck and said, little brother, long time no see. Then they went inside. It turned out the eldest brother had also proposed researching the underground world. He folded his arms and said, I thought the research place would be boring because it's not popular, but with the youngest here, it probably won't be boring. He turned to ask him, has the eldest brother ever met Bak Thak Chu? He replied, of course I've met him. Hearing that, so couldn't help but be curious. He crossed his arms awkwardly. How should I explain this? As he walked, he spoke looking both like a cute teenager and unique at the same time. Hearing that my head was filled with question marks, Unsen didn't know how to explain, so he said we would understand when we meet. Then they went inside. Everything here was decorated with bright golden borders. They followed the servant's instructions and entered through the door. What is this? As soon as they entered, Rat couldn't help but exclaim, is this a cute room? On the bench, a teenager is sitting hugging a teddy bear, and the other party speaks up. Please come in. Unsen immediately bowed in salute. Fuang recognized him and turned to look at him. But she found out that you are Joe Dai Monday. He is Amelia Bak Thap Chu. In front of them was a silver-haired boy holding a teddy bear looking somewhat childish. He was the master of the White Tower, the controller of wind and souls. Va was thinking while looking around, wondering if it was because he was a hybrid of the elf and human tribes. This place seemed to be filled with light, and he could feel the magic here was very pure and could only be sensed by elves. Unsen laughed heartily. Indeed, Master Bak Thak can remember everyone's name. The youngest must be very famous. He immediately stood up and spoke. Compared to that, Amelia asked very deeply, isn't it amazing? He sensed that my body has mana, and the fact that humans have mana is so special that I couldn't help but step back hesitantly. White Master, he closed his eyes to feel, and said, I know. Amelia smiled. So you have made a pact with a soul. Hearing that, Sovuive replied, yes, that's right. Until now, no one knows. Then he spun a circle with the teddy bear in his hand. Do you want me to call the spirit you made a contract with? I can't help but wonder. May I ask why not? She immediately replied. The underworld you intend to enter is a place you cannot access by normal means. Luckily, finding a hidden space gate or obtaining a map recording the space gate requires artifacts to locate the space gate. Upon hearing this, he spoke up. We don't have those 3 things, so you mean we need the power of the soul? Emilia praised that. It seems you have understood. Right after that, Pepper appeared in midair. Seeing that, Amelia immediately hugged the little beast tightly and said, "So cute, it's a mutated individual in the intermediate soul. What is it?" Pepper was still confused. Then it gradually got dark, rising higher elsewhere. Bism approached the plant he was growing. He pulled out the scissors again. "I think someone else besides Hypnos knows how to behave. What's going on at this hour?" At this moment, a figure with a skull glowing blue appeared. "Karen," he said, "because of the deal, your dealer is busy, so I have to come instead." Right after that, something flew out of the skull. Bism said, "Let's make a deal. Has it already been 5 years?" At this moment, something like an apple appeared in his hand strangely. This apple was purple. Father John said, "It's time for you to use it." As soon as he absorbed the apple, the streams of energy began to swirl around. He smiled, thinking if he could continue this good thing, he might achieve immortality. Unfortunately, the side effects prevent that. Bism asked again, "Do you know that Daria's disciple has gone to the Red Mountain Pass?" He replied, "It's about someone who will be burned to death. How could I not know? I know what you are worried about. The Red Canyon is adjacent to the Amazon rainforest." Bism turned his neck to start and said, "Will that child cause trouble? Isn't today supposed to be a day of worry?" "I am also worried about Brain's situation." Karen spoke up too. "The place where this is being done is the core of the forest, far from the mountain ravine. If you don't pay attention to find it, don't worry, because it is absolutely impossible to find." He continued, "If it's already opened, then I don't know what happens next." Bism found it confusing and asked, "What do you mean?" He replied, "It's nothing serious. I think we should stop here for now, because besides the great work, there are many others waiting for me." And there was a thought he silently pondered in his heart. "Those who worship shallow heretical themes." Bism nodded. "If I can climb to the throne, I will be first." Then he suddenly froze. By now the bonsai tree was completely bare, not a single leaf left, so no matter what, everything had to be done quickly. On this side, they are still moving forward. Luckily, thanks to you, they easily found the underground world. Switch to the previous conversation with Amelia. "If it's Pepper, then follow the trail of the earth spirit, dwarf. You might find a way through the underworld." He smiled, stroking the little beast in his arms. "It's not me, but rather thanks to Pepper." Unsen looked outside at the carriage door. "Oh, it seems we have arrived." Before them is a city nestled closely among the mountains. This is the Red Mountain. You can also see outside. Even from afar, I can feel the mysterious power flowing through the stone. Smiling wryly, "I wonder if a place like this could hold traces of dragons." Unsen went back inside and continued, "I think we shouldn't waste time in the city, but should go straight to the mountain gorge, don't you think?" He agreed too. "I think so too." Then they found an empty lot. All its lands, just like its name, are red. "Let's begin." He immediately released the small beast in his hand to let it fly up. Pepper found the direction where the dwarf went. It immediately activated its ability, emitting a brilliant light. Then, as fast as a bolt, it dashed forward. Unin looked on in amazement. "At such a height, I wonder if it is possible to sense the traces of souls and have them enter the earth." His voice sounded confident. "Surely it can be done." At this moment, Unin was also startled. They noticed a flock of one-horned eagles appearing in the sky. Are they really planning to attack Pepper? He quickly activates his ability. "I will deal with those guys." But he immediately stopped him. "Don't do it." Unsen looked confused when he heard that. "Don't do anything. Who's there?" Right now, Pepper is continuously flying forward. As for Pepper, they are high-level flying monsters that are also hunting. Right after that, Pepper attacked the eagles diving towards him from above. He smiled, probably wanting to handle it directly. Then right after that, a fireball gradually formed in Pepper's mouth. It directly sprayed towards the charging eagle. After a while, it smiled happily and frolicked in the air, just feeling hot. Then Pepper suddenly noticed something in another direction. Immediately, it started shouting loudly. He smiled. After all, it was still looking for traces of the dwarf. They followed its direction and gradually moved forward, probably higher than 300 caves. Unsen assessed the surroundings and continued. Even after investigation and research, over time it is probably impossible to enter the underground world, meaning it cannot be completely destroyed. Right after that, in front of Pepper, he pointed to a pitch-black cave which seemed to be the place. At this moment, Unsen took out a glowing blue orb from his hand. He immediately dropped the orb into the cave, then moved forward. They stood at the cave entrance and rushed inside, following the direction of the light. It's not a normal cave, nor does it have the typical dampness of a cave, as no stalactites are seen. Looking deeper into the cave than he estimated, it seems the cave was artificially made. He peered inside, rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering that if this artificial cave was made to hide the entrance, there might also be a trap inside. Then he smiled and patted his head. "Why are you so serious? If there were traps, you wouldn't go in, right?" Hearing that, Dak so smiled and looked up at him determinedly, saying, "There's no such thing. I wonder how well the dwarves have prepared." The sound of shaking echoed throughout the land as people ran forward anxiously. "Damn it, how many traps did they set up anyway?" The guy behind also spoke up. "This makes 15 already, those damn guys." I was walking while thinking intensely. I thought traps like these could be easily dealt with using magic, but recalling the situation, they had installed mana control devices in all the caves, so there was no choice but to accept it. Then he suddenly stopped, seeing a stream of energy appear before his eyes. Is this the mana energy? He immediately paused, slightly dazed, but definitely sensing mana. The observer above asked confusedly, "Why isn't the youngest running?" He kept thinking mana control devices were placed in all the caves. If only this place didn't have one, he imagined there was a burning source of power under his feet, and there was only one reason for that. Immediately after, his sword strikes came down directly, causing the earthen wall beside him to break open, revealing another door. The judge was startled. "Oh, this one," he smiled confidently, "just like what we are looking for." Before them appeared a gate continuously emitting blue light, leading to the underworld. Then he recalled that moment when he sensed Mana's energy. No matter how advanced the dwarf's technology was, it certainly couldn't traverse space without magical power. So in the place where the gate was not equipped with a mana control device, what happened before his eyes confirmed his thoughts. Seeing this, the Judge Yunin patted his shoulder and praised with a smile, "Well done, this is a gate made by dwarves, fully worthy of being recorded in the report." Right after that, they stepped through the door and stopped to look down below, where underground houses were clustered together beneath a ceiling of blue crystals, revealing the underground world. He immediately went downstairs to explore around. He thought it would be small since the city was built underground, but it looked as big as Andy's capital when a voice suddenly rang out. It had been a very long time since humans came to this place, so Vatso stopped. Before him were two dwarfs, one old and one young. Old Mage said that it was not easy for humans to find the gate. The young man also spoke up, asking if they had the clan's map. If not, then who is the sole covenant maker? The old man continued, "I think anyway, they are our guests here." Both of them smiled warmly. The chubby young man also replied cheerfully, "If you plan to enter the city, follow us, and we will guide you." Old man Mage chuckled. Just as expected, the underworld is really interesting. Meanwhile, the person here was stunned and happily surprised to see the two people below were dwarfs. Then they took him away. The chubby guy started introducing, "Look at the light attached to the ceiling." The old man continued, "That was installed 100 years ago and still shines like a star." He took out a blue armor and continued, "This armor," the rustic boy also took out a bottle of wine and continued, "This wine is made from underground spring water." Vatso looked at the two of them, who kept excitedly introducing, and was a bit at a loss for words. They don't seem to be guiding, but rather proud. Suddenly a hand placed on his shoulder. The youngest Sen came over to remind me that although we all arrived together, our research purposes are different, right? I am studying how dwarves train their muscles. He also answered calmly. First of all, it was like that, and then he immediately ran away. If that's the case, let's split up and take action from now on and meet back here in 3 weeks. Rut couldn't help but be startled, reaching out in panic. "Big brother, come along." At this moment, the short old man behind patted him and asked, "Where are you going?" Right after that, he grabbed his collar and pulled him along. "Let's go, I still have a lot to show you." Rutso forced a smile and replied with tearful eyes, "That's really something to look forward to." Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise as a majestic red dragon statue appeared. Seeing this, he took the opportunity to ask the old man, "Mr. Miji, according to the inheritance, I heard the underworld has received blessings from 2 dragons, right?" He looked up at the red dragon and said proudly, "That is a proud history. The blessing of steel from the yin dragon rules steel and wind, and receives the blessing of firelight from the fire dragon who rules fire." He walks while looking around hesitantly, asking, "So where is the difference?" He continued, "It was built when receiving blessings from the fire dragon. I heard that thousands of years ago they also stayed there." Vut looked on thoughtfully, wondering if even the dragons had stayed, what traces might remain. So he bent down and continued asking the old man, "Can outsiders also enter the altar?" Mr. Mihi replied, "I intended to show you the final altar, but the order probably doesn't matter." Then he immediately called him to follow him. Then they went to another place that kept emitting sparks where someone was grinding. He guided the group while saying, "But the weapons sold in the underground world are indeed different from those sold in ordinary forges. The weapons bought by the Beast King of Kurilu are also the ones our ancestors created." At this moment, little fairies were flying in the sky carrying bags. He sighed upon hearing this, but many people were not shorter than Tuni. First, they looked at the bird-headed people, mostly goblin tribes, living in the Amazon forest. Then the little fairy, they came here to request equipment or make trades. Suddenly, a voice called out to the benefactor, and he startled, turning around. The person who had arrived was ILO, accompanied by 2 young men behind him, all watching him warily. She smiled warmly. "I'm really happy to meet my benefactor here again." Suddenly, a young man approached it. Turned out he was the one who had helped the girl. The person approaching is an old man. He introduces himself, "I am the elder of the White Ash Tree clan." The two quickly shook hands. He also introduced himself as a very close disciple of the Hell Tower. Elder Andy Scar stared intently at the young man before him. "Ah, I heard that you helped Elo. I was very curious about what kind of person you are." In his eyes, his whole body was enveloped in a layer of fiery energy that kept blazing as if facing a volcano. It was surprising that a human could have such pure mana. Then she led so back and asked, "But what business does Lord Yo have here?" She heard this and smiled awkwardly. "We came to buy weapons." But he still felt suspicious. A lover of peace buying weapons, he asked, "Is there something going on at the Post Tribe?" Hearing that, her mood sank. "It's because the monsters of the Amazon forest have become violent." Vo was startled, recalling the scene there. Ilo was sadly blaming herself, thinking that if her child's blood had been purified, none of this would have happened. The elder immediately stepped forward to comfort. "It's not your fault, so don't worry too much." Vatso, on this side, then fell silent. Lord Yo said that the blood of the blue dragon is flowing in you, right? At that time she said, "Yes, actually, I am the descendant of the blue dragon." He immediately turned to ask Yo, "Sir Yo, I wonder if the White Ash clan still passes down anything related to dragons." She looked at him and replied, "I'm sorry, benefactor, I don't know anything else except that I inherited the blood of the dragon." He nodded, understanding. Then Ilo asked him, "Will the benefactor stay in the underworld for long? If Nu has records at the postal clan, I want to pass them on to you." At this time, the surroundings were also quieter, and in the distance stood a red dragon statue. Vat smiled happily. "Thank you very much for your concern. I will probably stay here for about 3 weeks." Then they said their goodbyes. I was led by Mr. Miji to the altar of the Fireheart. I looked up at the large statue and it seemed nothing special. Or maybe we should also observe Enlong's altar. Mr. M folded his arms proudly. The altar of Enlong and the altar of Hoa Long are naturally symmetrical in shape. Volian wonders if the only difference is the level of color. He silently speculated that this stone statue was the last thing we would observe. Mr. Miji also went outside and told him I will wait at the entrance and should be the one to look around. He immediately replied, "Yes," then led me over to touch the step. "Is there nothing special about this place either?" Suddenly, a glowing blue energy appeared in his hand, gradually forming a magic circle that continuously emitted a brilliant blue aura. Is the stone statue sensing something? At that moment, the statue's eyes suddenly emitted light. A voice echoed as if from the void. "I have waited a very long time. Fortunately, before my remaining lifespan ended, you came to me." Immediately, a brilliant spiritual light began to emanate continuously from the statue. The sound continues to echo. "Follow the path and come to me." The light grew brighter and brighter. That voice said this was the beginning of all dragons. Vutso raised his head, his whole body surrounded by a radiant aura. "You are only our master." He looked at the magical shape on the back of his hand and felt it, his voice weak and breathless, as if about to break. His feet also emitted a stream of spiritual power swirling around. He immediately chanted the Excel H spell. Instantly, he dashed forward like an arrow. He quickly ran toward the voice, urging him just like a dying voice. He rushed straight through the door, unmistakable. But his speed kept increasing as he soared into the sky. "We have to hurry." Vatsa kept looking at the direction on his palm while walking. Kim is pointing shorter and shorter. He immediately touched down on a nearby piece of land. Right after that, it used it as a springboard to leap up. It was leading him closer to the dragon. He kept rushing towards the light ahead, then suddenly looked down and saw what was calling him. Found it. Right after that, he led the buffalo down to the ground and walked to the front of a house. "No way the dragon house is that small. Is it something to hide the passage?" The door immediately opened. At this moment, he smiled as he looked at the event ahead. Indeed, looking inside, he felt this place was deeper and very different from its appearance. Just as you predicted, you gradually moved forward where a gate with strange patterns appeared. Vatsa muttered as he walked, "Is this the first entrance?" Suddenly a voice echoed from the void. "Have you arrived?" He immediately froze, the one who would become the master of all dragons. At this moment, the door slowly opened by itself, continuously emitting brilliant light. As soon as the door opened, a white dragon lying on the ground appeared before him. "Enlong, sinister welcome." Its voice still echoes. "I really want to talk more with you, but there isn't much time left." He approached it and asked, "Is there not much time left?" The dragon's eyes seemed to narrow, as if the stone would turn to dust over time. "My body and soul are weak, so it is time to rest forever." Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel sad inside. "Are you able to stay so calm even though you're about to die? Is it because your race lives for 1,000 years? Sylvester's words continued the power received from the previous master. At this moment, a blue object resembling a horn appeared. It gradually flew towards the clothesline, and then landed on his palm. "I will return it to the new owner." Immediately after, the system announced that Enlong inherited the power from Sinister, the horn of the Dragon King. I was amazed to receive this. Is the forest powered by wind and fire in the thunder? But he felt confused. Why is it not the horn of a forgotten king, but the horn of the Dragon God King? Or is it because you have already talked to Long Thunvung? At this moment, Unlong Sylvester suddenly looked up and laughed kindly. "Young master, are you thinking of delaying the inheritance of power? Is your answer still no?" His hand clenched tightly. Surely the power of the forest has so far enhanced understanding and increased magical energy. Compared to gaining strength, instantly reaching the 6th magic circle and then using it will probably be more effective. At this moment, the dragon seemed to have a surrounding power, and said, "Facing such great power, can you remain so calm? This master is truly worth waiting 1,000 years for. Young master, just follow all your wishes." At this moment, the passion made him instinctively cover his head and say, "Wait, I still have some questions." But at this moment, that stream of energy kept swirling around the voice, echoing in the void. Even though my body and soul disappeared, the mission given to me was not yet over. I will leave my power to the child who carries the bloodline of the clan. He was immediately stunned upon hearing this. The child carries the clan's bloodline. Immediately, the energy orb left its position and flew outside. The spiritual dragon force swirled out of the city and stopped right in front of Ilo. She was a bit stunned and reached out her hand. This immediately sent a surge of energy rushing through her body. The whole house instantly lit up. The other side of the notebook has also returned. He couldn't help but sigh and lower his head. I can't believe I missed the hard-to-find clue right in front of me. Just now a figure suddenly appeared ahead. The unexpected visitor was Yo, whose eyes continuously emitted a blue light beneath her cloak. She then quickly lowered her hood and said, "Wilo of the Tunbi clan." At this moment, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock. "Lord Wilo." At this moment, she had grown 2 horns on her head, her body radiating the aura of a dragon. She knelt on one knee respectfully and said, "Greetings, Dragon Emperor." Suddenly, her body began to tremble and mutter, "Dragon Emperor." Immediately after, Y fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but shout in panic, "Lord Y, lo." The time then shifted to that evening elsewhere, where the torch flames blazed brightly. Vatso had brought Ilo back to the room and waited. Could it be that the next generation, and Long mentioned, is Lord Yo? I recall that before and Long disappeared, he looked at the little girl lying on the bed, as if the dragon's power had not yet fully awakened. Then her hand suddenly moved with a faint sound, "Rat," so immediately jumped up, worried. "Are you feeling more alert?" Seeing you, she immediately sat up in panic, blushing. "Benefactor, seeing her like this, you must feel lucky too. He no longer calls me the Dragon Emperor, so he must have regained consciousness." Suddenly a system board appeared before him, the 2nd generation Dragon Emperor. The goblin in front has begun to awaken into a 2nd generation dragon, but still cannot recognize her own mission. The moment the goblin realizes her mission, she must decide for herself. You looked at the system but found it confusing. What is this? Ilo next to him was bewildered. He continued to worry and think. "I wonder if you feel happy. If he wakes up, he must obey me, the Dragon Emperor." Suddenly she spoke. "But why am I at my benefactor's place?" He immediately answered briefly. "Because you collapsed at the door, I hurried to take you to my place." He feels sure he still hasn't told her everything. Hearing that, she smiles with relief. "Fortunately, the benefactor noticed me." She unconsciously reached up to scratch her head. "I've never been like this, touching this new forest," she muttered. "Is it because of this forest?" Ilo looked sad and continued speaking. "Before I lost consciousness, it seemed like a silver light flew towards me. It seems the dragon's essence flowing in me has awakened as a silver light." Then she stood up and said to him, "The person with me will worry, so I'll go ahead." She placed her hand on her chest and said, "Then see you again, benefactor." Her words were sincere, hoping that the path ahead for the benefactor would be filled with the blessings of the forest. At this moment, light from the blessing continuously radiated around him. When the time moved to the next day and he found traces of the dragon, he thought it would take as long as 20 days. I have more free time than expected. In the year 9000, I reflect. Last time your chance was a board with images of 2 dwarfs, you have to investigate that. At this moment, flames burst out, and the sound of weapons clashing echoes through the cracks. Vatsa cheerfully asked Little One, "What are you doing at the forge? I have something I want to show you both, so I came looking for you." The dwarf guessed, "You probably want to get an appraisal." He smiled and said, "Something like that. Can you two take a look at this for me?" At this moment, he took out a red crystal. These 2 short people were amazed. Mr. Meme smiled. "Is it pure magical power like that?" he then said. "Compared to this, which contains mana, it seems the mana has condensed into the shape of a stone. From what I heard, it must be the dragon's heart." Vatso was startled upon hearing that. "Is this the heart of Long Trung?" The guy next to him held up the stone and said, "But it's a bit strange. The purity level of magic power in the heart of a low-ranking Long Trung is very high, while the high-ranking ones are limited." He smiled. "If possible, could you try entrusting it to us until you return?" The man beside him also said, "We will absolutely not use it carelessly." He thought to himself, "I could roughly guess, but I wouldn't refuse." Gyatso replied, "Then I'll rely on you too." The 2 dwarfs were delighted and cheered. "That's an excellent choice. We must try it from the Long Clan's encyclopedia right away." Watching them, he also found it funny. They looked like mages excited about winning research funding. Then he went to another place. A voice sounded. It turned out that the day was the person Migi had mentioned. "Welcome to the Great Library." He also introduced himself as Ratso. Then he went in and searched, discovering that the basement library was very unique. The librarian walked ahead and said knowledge must be preserved deep within the great earth like this. He took out a card and said, "At first it wasn't allowed, but since Ma suggested it, I allowed entry to the 3rd basement level. This is the access card." Speaking of Ma, even among the dwarfs with many statues, they are still called the best. At most, out of a few thousand people, only one will receive that title. He unexpectedly remembered that those 2 people held such positions. He said with a bit of surprise, "Thank you very much." Then he went inside. This place has the soft light of crystal. Although the library was created underground, it is quite spacious. Vutso sat down at the table, seeming very different from the reasoning in the world above. Then he opened the books again and looked intently. There were 19 days left until returning to the Salt Tower. Just try to get past the wall of the 6th magic circle inside. But after a while his mood sank. This was not easy to overcome. At this moment he was meditating with his eyes closed, and finally time passed. So walked while pondering was overcoming, the wall still too difficult. As soon as he entered, he met 2 dwarfs, small people. "Have you arrived?" he replied. "Yes, today is the day I leave, so I came to retrieve something I entrusted to you 2 and to say goodbye." The 2 were startled by this. What's new that the chubby guy immediately ran over? "Can you stay here a few more days? There's a hot spring nearby." He looked at them and forced a smile. It seemed they still couldn't find any magic stones. The old man here lamented, "We are truly sorry for not being able to find something so special yet." The guy next to him was also confused, but of course that doesn't mean there were no results at all. He held up the magic stone and continued. "According to what we have found out, they began to explain here that this magic stone is not a naturally occurring object, but an artificial one created by someone with a clear purpose." Holding the magic stone in his hand, he wondered, "Why do you 2 think that way?" They replied, "The false gold reaction produces something similar." He took out a book and opened a page, saying, "Please read and listen carefully. According to the basic content of that book, we have a hypothesis. This seems to be a kind of magnum opus that has been partially removed, diluted, and then created." He looked at the data tables and shapes in the book. At this moment, he focused on the image of the magnum opus magic circle, which means masterpiece in alchemy. He spins the magic stone in his hand. Surely the 2 of them have judged that this magic stone is valuable at the level of a talented stone. Mr. Mage went in front of his daughter-in-law and continued speaking. "If we could figure out what it split and created, that would be great, but this is as far as we could get. I am very sorry, sir. Please smile comfortably." "No, you 2 have already helped me enough." Looking at them, he sincerely said, "Thank you both. Thanks to you, I have learned how wonderful the underworld is." He crossed his arms and replied, "If you have the chance, come here anytime." The guy next to him gave a thumbs up and added, "That's right, that's right." Then he went outside the cave, and judging by the situation, the material of the demon stone is most likely a dragon heart. The door gradually appeared before Joe's eyes as a dragon heart. If other mages heard this, they would be very surprised. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked around. Is the eldest brother still not here? At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. "I'm the youngest. Looks like you arrived first." He then turned and said, "Is the eldest here already?" Immediately, Unen appeared with a completely different look, muscles bulging like iron, so strong it was startling. "Big brother," he bragged and said, "have you been waiting long?" He stared hesitantly at Unen's shiny skin. Compared to that, the substance the eldest brother applied to his body was the answer. It is said that this oil is the secret to the muscles of dwarfs. When I return, I will reformulate this oil to be suitable for humans. Unsen smiled proudly. "I will also make it for you, so please wait." Seeing that he could only smile awkwardly. As he passed through the door, he asked, seeing the gloomy expression, "Is your research not going well?" He then turned to him and continued, "Not at all, on the contrary, I have achieved my goal." He heard that and exclaimed, "If that's the case, then the frustration I feel right now is just one thing." He directly expressed that the wall of the 6th round is what he feels inside. He couldn't help but pause. He rubbed his neck and sighed, seeing the realm before him, but unable to surpass it, feeling a bit frustrated. Unsen here can't help but ponder. There's a saying that if there are 100 mages, there are also 100 enlightenments. Enlightenment is such a sensitive matter. Because even well-intentioned advice can become poison, the unwritten rule is not to help carelessly. But theoretical advice is probably fine. He immediately called the youngest brother. Unsen suddenly presented a situation. "Have I ever said I can lift 1,500 pounds? This is the first time I've heard that. I don't understand why he suddenly asked that." Unsen continued. "I wasn't able to lift that weight from the start either." He also had to work hard, training his arm muscles when swinging the rope, then continuously endure the pressure of the waterfall. Next, he kept lifting heavy weights. "If you try hard enough, someday you can do it too." At that moment, his words seemed to open up in Ja's mind. "I think it's like the enlightenment of magic. If you keep working hard every day, it will suddenly come to you at some moment." I was stunned looking at him. Did he suddenly come at some moment? Looking at Unen's figure ahead, "That's right, let's not be too hasty. I have fully grown more than a month ago." Just as I was confused, he spoke up, "Oh, the sun is getting cold." At this moment, the sunset continuously shines on the horizon, and whenever you see it, you can feel it, but the Red Canyon sunset is truly a magnificent sight. He looked at the light growing colder on the other side where the boundary between sky and earth in the sunset light had collapsed. Retso himself recalls the moments spent inside the things learned and experienced then, and the wall built up seems to say there is a greater enlightenment beyond it. At this moment I feel a source of spiritual energy within my body here. It seems that Dut-Do has entered another place. Divine enlightenment. Is this inside my own heart? The things I have seen and learned over time are expressed with refinement. He looked again towards the direction of the sunset, and that thing. It seemed like a fire was continuously blazing before his eyes. The image of a fiery red sunset. His hand slowly reaches out. If he polished it further, his eyes gradually lit up his hand, raised high, his gaze full of determination, instantly feeling the energy source in his body, his whole body blazing a sphere of energy in his hand, when suddenly another hand grabbed his hand. Unsen reproached, "Are you trying to burn the mountain gap?" He noticed that Ratso was losing control, so he immediately used hypnosis to put him to sleep. Right after that, he caught him. Although I have talked about enlightenment this and that I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Unsen smiled, this will surely stir up the academic world. At this moment, a layer of magic continuously radiating light appeared around him, marking the birth of the youngest sixth circle mage. Moving to another place in the Hell Tower, it was daytime with sunlight shining down on the castle. Vat is sitting on the chair looking at his hand in silence. He recalls how he lost control and reached out, then smiles as he clenches his palm. Finally, I have reached the sixth magic circle. I began to summon my magic circles, feeling the magic flowing through my veins differently from the fifth circle, reminding me of the system that had appeared. If the golden mask was received a second time as a reward for reaching the sixth magic round, he touched the mask in his hand. It was white, different from the one that could support attack calculations. This one was an immunity artifact, specialized in curse prevention. Quickly retract it, it will be useful against the dark magic of the cult followers. At this moment, the Daja Tower Master happily went inside. "You're back, little brother. How's the underworld?" As soon as she saw you, she realized you had overcome the wall. He immediately stood up with a forced smile. Studying outside is very useful. The Daya clan leader quickly approached him, having only mastered the fifth magic circle for half a year. It turns out I have underestimated this child's talent. I thought it would take at least a few years, but they are truly brilliant. She quickly approached, took his hand and smiled proudly as she spoke. "You truly are my disciple," he replied enthusiastically. "I promise to work even harder from now on, Master." At this moment, Master Dadi was thinking with great satisfaction. If my husband finds out about this, he will be furious. Then she said, "Now, really smile, with your whole body radiating red energy. Let's see the ability of our talented youngest." Then they left the tower to find an open field. The night wind swirling here like this reminds me of the days when I explored the ruins. Back then, even a giant was too much to handle. She smiled. "You mean it was like that last time, but this time it will be easier to deal with." The Tower Master had a lollipop in his mouth, smiling smugly. "If so, should we increase the difficulty to match the level?" Right after that, the flame suddenly flared up and attacked him. Unable to help but sigh, "I didn't mean that." At this moment, he was surrounded by flames. He looked up confused. An enormous number estimated to be around a few hundred. Her voice continued to calmly resonate. "Youngest child, it's too early for surprises." Immediately after, the flames flared up again. Ori Aladiti transformed, raising the magic staff in his hand, and then a giant stone figure appeared covered in blazing flames. He is the giant king of firewood, his huge hand reaching up to strike forward. Vutso slightly stepped back, saying, "If it's like this, don't waste time, and get straight to the main part." His hand quickly gathered another fireball. Seeing this, the opposing tower exclaimed, and by now he had also gathered a large fireball, ready to meet his master's demand. Seeing the great fire, the Tower Master laughed excitedly, realizing it was the great magic army. On this side, he also smiled, facing her. "Master, this is my enlightenment." Immediately after, his hand directly shot a large flame forward. Two streams of energy, like two great beasts, rushed toward each other, then the flames touched, creating a huge explosion. Moments later, the flames gradually died down, and the land around the battlefield was severely damaged. He looked at the land beneath him that had collapsed, and couldn't help but sigh. The destructive power is too strong. If this were a real battle, even our troops would probably be wiped out. We have to be careful. At this moment, the DA Tower Master approached him, and I wondered how he got here so quickly. "So you have succeeded in the Supreme Sage's mind. What kind of things are contained in your mind?" Looking around, he remembered the scene he had seen with Unsen. It was a blazing masterpiece. The Tower Master muttered, "A masterpiece. The divine manifestation of the mind is the most important opportunity for a mage." She smiled, covering her mouth, and besides, the youngest boy had shown that his magic was still incomplete and needed improvement. If that were completed, she chuckled to herself, it would indeed be very interesting to witness the growth of the disciple I have been watching over. He stood facing me with a head full of question marks. Then he immediately led the buffalo back to his room. He sat cross-legged on the bed, recalling the Tower Master's words. The speed of roll, assignment rules, and scarcity as original magic resources all met the standards requiring registration to obtain the official magic circle at the guild. At that time, I had already received recognition from my master, so the next thing I did was take out the dragon horn and the red gem. It's great that I used them before the holiday. First, you take up that rusty horn. If you want to absorb all these things, it will probably take some time. He looked at the glowing object in his hand, then directly grabbed the horn and stabbed it towards his body. Let's try it. The tower shifted from dusk to dawn, then from night to the next morning, until finally the system announced the absorption and purification of the Dragon King's horn wind. At that moment, he lay on the bed, gradually lifted by a source of energy. The system continues to announce that the absorption has reached the limit of the wind horn purification of the Dragon God King. The demonic power has exceeded the limit and is covered within the latent power. The latent power will awaken at the moment of awakening and grant you great strength. The understanding of high-level wind attributes will greatly increase. At this moment, he stood up and gradually absorbed the swirling energy. As soon as I opened my eyes, my understanding increased, but my level remained the same. Or maybe my standard of understanding just got higher. I don't know if it's because of the wind attribute, but my body feels a bit lighter. Then he suddenly stood on tiptoe, reaching his hand forward. At this moment, he couldn't help but be amazed at the power level of the punch thrown so lightly. If he pushed his body with Overlord and Wizard body, even without friction, he could still contend with second-level knights who had reached the Autumn Star stage. At this moment, a voice sounded outside the door. Senior is very straightforward. A request to meet has been made. He immediately happily looked up. Is it a request to meet after the tour? As expected, it was that person. Immediately after that person was admitted. I heard that this time you have been to the underworld. He smiled now, dressed neatly in a white outfit. Yes, that's right. Fuang immediately brushed her hair and said, because I was very curious about your excitement, I was a bit rude and hurried to meet you. He smiled awkwardly. I can only say there are hundreds of actions and cultures in the world, weapons and dwarves. The other immediately exclaimed, wait, you definitely have to hear that first. Brother, so I immediately gasped in shock. The opponent immediately said, you are very skilled, and the system simultaneously announced the response according to the princess's wishes. Princess Heket Ratmos has been waiting for your answer for a long time. Now it's your turn to answer her. The reward is a level 2 intermediate dragon soul gem, a ring, and a pair of arrows. At this moment, the princess smiled beautifully and said, have you thought of me during this trip? Seeing that he immediately panicked, this is crazy. Another mission like this? The princess asked again, during this trip, did you ever think of me? He immediately blushed and covered his mouth. Princess, you're joking a bit too much. Princess Radmos immediately laughed and took a sip of tea. Seeing your reaction like that, I feel reassured. Since you are so quiet, I have to joke a little. Then she continued, but maybe all my efforts so far have been in vain. He found that hard to understand. Trying, she smiled and continued, even if I did, I am not that kind of person. I'm not asking you to answer right away, I just hope so. Hearing this, he unconsciously recalled. Come to think of it, he kept coming to me after the last martial arts event. We went together then, but he always pushed me away, saying he was busy seeking revenge. Suddenly, Jatso felt very cowardly. He remembered the system's task board and thought that a task would appear if there were no problems. At this moment, the princess continued, time has passed down there. She smiled, saying, when I'm with you, time seems to fly by. She looked at him and said, although it's not easy, the answer cannot be heard today. Just as she was about to finish speaking, he suddenly spoke up. Sorry, but princess, could you give me a little more time? He knelt on one knee. I am very persistent, as the princess said. At that moment, he took out a couple's ring and continued. So this is all I can say. His face flushed red. Later, I will treat the princess well. Rumos stood up, stunned at once. Then she burst out laughing happily. Is it true? He is really a guy who feels with just his fingers, but it's also a bit strange. She immediately reached out toward the ring box. A plain statement from you feels so sweet to me. I will treat you as kindly as you said. At this moment, he smiled gently and looked up at her. Rumos immediately put the ring on his hand and smiled. I will be determined. The two of them held hands, and she was determined to tease him for life for making her wait. After some time passed, colorful fireworks petals kept flying in the sky. Be careful there. Do you know how much that alcohol costs? Where is the pork brought today? It's the princess's engagement ceremony. There must be no problems at all. At this moment, a villager riding an elephant was just going around looking. The elephant tusks belonged to Keel's delegation. Then an old voice rang out, excited in vain. Because this is a place to be proud that a teenager just 20 years old has reached the 6th level of magic. The person who just spoke is the great sorcerer of the Golden Sand Dune House. The person walking beside is the great prince of the Iron Sand Dunes. They rode horses forward. Do you believe that I think it's just a trick to strengthen national alliances against imperialism? Perhaps it is true. Otherwise, there would be no reason to give up the country like this. At this moment, their group was crowded moving forward. However, whether the presence of that young man was valuable enough to join hands with Edmian was another matter. But the prince smiled coldly and said, "Why take so long to say you want to go? We've finished idle talk, so let's quickly hold the party and see what the fuss is about." On this side, he is being changed into 4 different tailcoat suits for the party. Is Lord Alan's engagement ceremony really this complicated? He was sitting in the corner, reading a book, then looked up and said, "Because this is not an ordinary engagement ceremony." He then closed the book. He began to continue speaking. "I heard that at this ceremony, the envoys from the neighboring country, not the allied nations, are also attending, sir. It seems His Majesty does not intend to end the engagement ceremony as a joyful celebration." Hearing that, he was surprised and said while putting on his clothes, probably intending to use this engagement ceremony to achieve something political. Hearing that, he continued an opportunity to demonstrate the power of the royal family, which will become a place to show Edian's influence. Vo thought about this. The place that shows Andy Minion's power. At this moment, his hair was slicked back, looking mature and different from usual. "The best card to reveal in Mayan right now is you." Vo immediately leaned on his hand helplessly. "Finally, my role is really important." He immediately comforted. "You will do well." Alan continued, "So now let's start learning etiquette in that sense." His face immediately turned pale. Outside, the chatter never stopped as the golden sunset glowed while others gathered here smiling and waiting. On the other side, the eldest brother Unsen, the DA Tower Master Professor Hub, was also present. Unsen smiled so far, the bride is the first to inherit the throne of the Andy Minion royal family. At that moment, the shouts from outside rang out. Princess Haket Ratmos entered. Next is the voice. The groom and the countess lead the procession inside. At this moment, the door slowly opened and light from inside spilled out. The groom stepped in. Everyone around was immediately surprised to see his face. Is he really someone with the power of a tower master? No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem to have such impressive magical power. He walked confidently, not caring about the gossip around him. The prince on the other side spoke up again. "Just try to confirm it. What good does talking behind someone's back do?" The name next to it looks confusing. Confirm. How he immediately reached out his hand like this. Suddenly, thousands of black snakes rushed up to where Jiatso was standing. The princess from afar saw this and immediately screamed in fear. Rutso smiled at her. "Princess, don't worry." His smile was full of confidence and silent determination. "I was worried and didn't know what to do, but he had already set up the plan just in time." Then he ignited his flames, directly burning the snakes. Those around him were immediately surprised by his powerful presence. Circle projection spell. Uno doi tres chasse. Is it really the 6th magic circle? At this moment he smiled and pointed a finger to the sky. The whiter the festival, the more beautiful it is, right? Immediately after, a brilliant light shot up into the sky, leaving the prince who had been watching stunned. Wow. At this moment, the flames shooting into the sky turn into brilliant fireworks, concealing the magic to a degree beyond any rumor. He smiled and reached out to Princess Animos. "Let's go." The scene shifts to another forest where Huang that Etmien and the disciples of the Hat will be burned alive at the engagement party. At this moment, a figure with a covered face stands in the distance. In fact, the Tower Master is considered a member of the royal family. At this moment, a monster rushes at the person with the covered face. The mysterious person immediately asked, "What was that sound just now?" He quickly turned around and said, "It's nothing serious, just some rats daring to bare their teeth." "Anyway, congratulations on you, someone like him becoming a member of the royal family, so it should be very solid." Bism Sao said gloomily, "I never considered them family because they are just filthy usurpers who snatched my position." He remembers the father of Princess Anramos. But how far has the excavation in the Great Forest progressed? The opponent replied, "To be honest, I think it will take several more years. However, there is no guarantee that any intact stones will be retrieved from the rocks." "Are you sure about the feature?" The masked person immediately said. "This is my Na stone for sealing." The giant tribe fought for dominance over this continent. At this moment, a blue magic stone appeared. Even just retrieving a few could empower an 8th level mage. The other guy immediately crossed his arms in annoyance. The problem is that Tata Tanos' seal only needs a light touch for the big forest beasts to go crazy and scream. He immediately replied, "That's the sound of joy, attracting attention with shouting names. If Andy's forces weaken, it might be triggered earlier." He smirked, delighted to hear that his country's people were about to die like a tyrant. Of course, all of this is thanks to the plan to erase and sabotage the records of the great god Ru. The story involving the giant tribe and the world's savior is also one of the erased records. Speaking of that story again, the cloud-haired hero from another world joining forces with the dragon to stop the giant tribe is one of his great missions. This is a story that must never be passed down to future generations. Remembering Jack's appearance back then, thinking about it, the disciple of that woman would be burned to death, and that was also cloud hair growing at an unusually fast rate. Could it be inheriting the bloodline of the world's savior? Even if so, it was thousands of years ago, so the bloodline probably can't be inherited intact. The two people here are still smiling, happily unaware that danger is slowly approaching. The other guy then smiled slyly, but since he didn't know, he probably had to increase the danger level. In a magnificent and grand place, people dressed like nobility stand around a man who is being whispered about. Congratulations to the Soul Count. I come from the Southern Walker Hill Academy, where the Countess's school is our territory. I am from the N Union, listening to these words with a wry smile, thinking of the local lords and nobles and the Tai Kingdom nobles who have probably had no choice but to follow me for 3 days already. Suddenly a voice called from behind, making him turn around. The Count led the duel. A well-dressed person appears, raising their arm to their chest, politely introducing themselves. Saron, Prince of the NG Sand Dunes, greets you. Congratulations on the engagement of the century. He looked at him, thinking this guy clearly imagined an ordinary civilian standing in the crowd, but then he still happily shook his hand. Thank you for your gift, but next time please give something else. Saron quickly replied, I will consider it further. Closing his smile, Vol calmly asked, So, are you satisfied with my reaction? Cao forced a smile and thought before answering him. Usually people get very angry when being checked, but is it quite good or a big mistake? Then Saron still stared blankly in response. As the Prince of the Golden Sands, I intend to propose an alliance to Andy. Would this be enough for an answer? The image is an ancient painting of a tower. The Golden Sands are among the few wealthy nations on the continent. Below is a jar filled with gold and jewels. If allied, it would greatly help in the war against the Empire. He crossed his arms and sighed, saying to Joe, More than an alliance between nations, I have a heartfelt desire to invest in the Duchy of Dai-Monday. Because I'm better at investing than politics. So you must definitely reach the 8th level of magic. Ron kept talking despite his face, now looking extremely awkward. What kind of prince is he looking no different from a merchant? Then I reached out to shake his hand, hoping for future support. Raken replied, I also hope for your support. Switching to another scene, a groan can still be heard. Finally it's over. He lay on the bed, saying, It really has been a long 3 days. A voice replied, Of course you're tired. Hawkhead opened the door and stepped in to comfort men because he was still not used to this. Seeing her, he exclaimed, Finished. He grabbed a stack of papers and rushed to her, asking, What is all this? She answered that they were work documents, and because of the engagement ceremony, many things had piled up. Hawkette sat down and continued, I was going to go to the office to handle them, but a scene full of flowers appeared, and she propped her hand on her face and said, I want to see my fiancé again. Hearing that, Vac stood next to me, shyly lowering his head. You're teasing me again, aren't you? Suddenly, he found a paper with a seal on it. What is this? Hackett turned around smiling and said, that belongs to you. Opening it, she saw the words, Research Registration for Tourism inside. She saw you read up to that point, and explained slowly. Because she saw you wanted to travel everywhere, but kept hesitating as if it were impossible, so I registered on your behalf. Hackett saw, so had not answered yet, so he asked again, Have I worked in vain? He then smiled brightly and replied, No. He stepped forward and embraced her gratefully. Thank you for caring about me. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Being happy like this is natural, but this flavor is beyond my imagination. Raising her hand to slightly tousle her hair, she continued, Anyway, the engagement ceremony is over, so the fatigue is only just catching up now. Then he pulled my face close to his. I think we should turn off the lights. Dongtu moved slightly, her cheeks blushing again after hearing her words. Hakit asked, What do you think? It's strange, both of them got into bed. She placed him beneath her. The silhouettes of two people kissing on the shipwreck are reflected on the wall. I think the same as you. A voice from the National Alliance N spoke up. Really kept doing it because there was nothing else. Cut to the freelancer's office. A person standing with hands on the table angrily says, Don't just say there's none. Isn't this the biggest office around here? If you can't find it here, then where else can you look? Suddenly a figure covered in black cloth pushed the door open and overheard your conversation. If it's a 3rd level mage, there are a few, but you know you have to reach the 4th level to be able to repel the pirate ship. The other person's voice echoed. Are you looking for the 4th circle mage? The blonde-haired, blue-eyed person asked back, confused. That's right, but who are you? You see the person handing over a paper and stammering, introducing himself as Ridman Lewis, 39 years old, a freelancer, not affiliated with any faction. Suddenly, a line of text caught the blue-eyed blonde's eye, making him shout. 4th circle mage. Ridman pulled his hat down and said officially greeting. He smiled happily and introduced himself. My name is Ridman Louis. I am looking for a trustee to Island. Standing behind is Ratsos. The cool blue sky stretches wide. A bird is flying lazily. The boat below creates gentle waves that softly caress the clear water, showing that peace still remains. The blue flag has the image of a white bird fluttering in the wind. Ridman stands on the ship's deck deep in thought. Before arriving at Island Guri, I hope there won't be any trouble. Suddenly a voice called out from behind. Hey Ridhan-si. One hand holding a glass of wine, the other hand grabbing Aiden's collar and walking out. Don't stand there alone worrying anymore. Come have a drink with me. You have a worried look as you remind them. Drinking while on guard duty is a bit. The man here still smiled broadly and replied, it's okay, it's okay. I never told you to drink until you were drunk. People here are still worried. Please keep it down. The image of the beer glass bubbling and splashing everywhere. You think this is just alcohol. This is magically summoned cold beer. In the end, you still reluctantly raised the beer glass to your lips. Yes, I will drink. Drink up now. It's Richmond's turn. They also spoke up and used magic to make the beer float in front of him. Rand then spoke up to tempt him. The cold beer is delicious. He reached out and grabbed the handle of the glass. Seeing that, they immediately laughed loudly and praised him. Ha, that's how a real man should be. Ridman drank while looking at the two of them, thinking, I didn't expect to meet that man here. He is a prominent figure in academia who successfully improved the efficiency of resurrection potions by over 20% thanks to support from the evil Duke in his previous life. But the results could only be transferred within the Empire. But I kept thinking this time I would bring Andy Ridman a bright smile and say to you, Aiden, let's raise a glass together. Oh yes, you speak up and ask. But I can feel the flow of magic from the bracelet, so is it an artifact? His eyes changed color slightly. Raise your beer glasses, his voice a bit confused, replied. Oh, this. That's right, it helps clear the mind. He smiled brightly and continued, surely everyone has quenched their thirst. Today, let's also have a bet. The whole body trembled slightly suddenly. A frightened voice rang out. It was a pirate. The pirates appeared. Ramon's eyes now looked very much like a razor. Pirate ships are converging on their ship from multiple directions. 5 ships are approaching. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed person ran out of the ship shouting. The magic collectors gathered immediately. Their extremely cunning smiles brought those drug dealers in, so what could be done? He threw the beer glass in his hand down and sneered. You fools, you drink it without even knowing it's drugged alcohol. Seeing the people lying on the ground, he shouted Aiden Redan. His face full of panic, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy spoke suspiciously. Are you really siding with the pirates? The others sneered in response. That's why you must verify your identity carefully. I won't say much more. If you don't want to die, head straight towards the pirate ship now. Suddenly, the ring on Ridman's hand emitted a strange blue light. Then I will spare his life. While he was still bragging, the sky turned dark and lightning flashed. It struck giant lightning bolts onto the water, causing pirate ships to capsize on the sea surface. Just as someone started to curse, they suddenly turned around in shock. Who is the crazy guy? Ridman has stood up now. Oh, sorry. Around your hand are all lightning bolts. Surprised you? They asked with mouths agape. How could you do that magic? He shrugged, smiling. Let's see Ridman's hands perform magic to turn the enemy's formation around. His voice rang out again. Ah, artifact. So you used artifact. Dong Tuan glanced down widely, then thought that pretending to be the 4th spell was quite powerful magic. First, we probably need to come up with an excuse, Atif. You speak up. All right, that's right. So when he heard that, he screamed in horror, terrified by Atif's power. It seems their fear has reached its peak when he said, This is also the power of the artifact, the man stammered. Forgive me. A piercing scream rang out. He groaned like a dog and fell down as his blackened body smoked. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man exclaimed in disbelief. Are they pirates, then suspect? How did Ridman know that I already knew by looking at the artifact he was wearing? Ridman calmly drank while answering, and then explained that an artifact is something that can detect the magical energy of the wearer. Perhaps it was used to signal the location to nearby hiding pirates. You were very scared and asked the great pirate again. Then imagine the scene earlier when the pirates were attacking. The anchors flew towards the ship, the sky was gray, and the ship was surrounded like a tasty prey. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man pondered with a darkened expression. Even if Ridman is a 4th-level mage, there are too many pirates. Now we have to pay the toll. Suddenly Ridman spoke up. The great leader continued, I will be away for a while, so I ask you to take care of things. The opponent was surprised and asked with an open mouth, Yes, where are you going? Ridman stood amidst the sea of fire and said, I go to feed the fish with a bright smile. He stomped the air and launched off the boat, his face full of courage, shouting, Let's finish this quickly. Then he unleashed a move that filled the entire scene with a blazing red color. The boats were reduced to a chaotic mess, with large pieces now just fragments floating on the sea surface. Scene transitioned to waking up with a slight groan. There's a voice. Are you more awake now? Aiden quickly sat up feverishly, asking him, Ritman, what about the pirates? You tiredly clutch your chest, Ritman's gentle voice still echoing. More than that, I think you should rest a little more. I blew warm breath into the mana stream to remove the drug's energy. Suddenly sitting up, you winced in pain and fell back onto the bed, saying, I'm sorry, I should have been more careful, but before you could finish, the other person responded. It's okay compared to that. Ridman held up the roll of paper and asked, Did you write this research document, Aiden? He felt a bit annoyed and replied, It's my research document, so why Ridman? The man continued, I have collected what was dropped while moving, which is research on additives that enhance revival efficiency, Ridman said as he stood up. Speaking of this, he had a bit of admiration. That's very interesting. Hearing that, Aiden asked, do you really think so? With bright eyes and a happy expression, he quickly replied, of course, that's why I said so, and I want to help a bit with your research. Aiden, while reaching out towards the bed, replied, if you say you want to help, I really appreciate it. But Aiden said in a bored and awkward tone, you have seen it already, so you know, but to ensure the documents are proper, it's not hundreds but thousands of revival vials, so it's a research expense. Suddenly, the man interrupted and said, matter-of-factly, you don't need to worry about money. Ridman said as he handed over the wooden card with engraved letters. If Thap could see this, they might receive support for everything needed in the research. Then I thought if they were a servant, they would immediately recognize the value of this research. Aiden's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, belonging to the Hell Tower wizard, Joe, Rasso sect. Aiden was startled, his hair flying up into the air. Oh my god, oh heavens, to meet the famous notebook holder, but now that appearance. Ridman interrupted, smiled sinisterly and spoke. I am in disguise for a reason. Aiden looks understanding. Ah, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Aide became silent, clasped his hands together, then after a moment spoke up. Until now, you are the first person to understand the value of my research. Then turned to introduce yourself with a cheerful and enthusiastic look. I am Aiden, oh I will trust your words unconditionally. Words spoken in the sunset. Around has returned to a clear blue. Ridman stood at the front of the train, holding a piece of paper, and looking towards a distant island ahead. He thought it was Curran Island, but then glanced down at the paper and wondered, why is it like this? It turns out the paper is a map with a red guideline, and the destination marked as a treasure island. Previously, there was clearly a dot on the map, but the dot disappeared and was replaced by a line of text. You seem quite surprised, staring and thinking. Was the purpose of the sheet paper from the beginning just to guide me to this place? They must have arrived at Sinny Island, so new directions were given to the place where the lava river flows over the glacier river. As Ridman finished his thoughts, the boat stopped at a pier in some ancient town. A notification sounded, I will drop the anchor. As soon as you got off, you quickly thanked the two people. Thanks to both of you, we arrived safely. On behalf of my superiors, I thank you both. Aiden was a bit confused and raised his hands to deny it. It wasn't me who did it, it was Ridman. He glanced over with a smile, thinking it was really ridiculous. Suddenly a bag of gold was brought along with some words. This is the repayment as I promised. I have given more than the contract. Ridman took it and extended his other hand to shake the blonde-haired, blue-eyed person's hand. Thank you. Good luck on every journey. Your face looks a bit sad and thoughtful. It's a pity I want to stay by your side to learn more from them. But suddenly someone called your name. You jumped up in surprise and quickly turned to ask him, Sir Datro. At this moment, Ridman had returned to his true form. The man covered his head with a black shirt and turned away. See you next time at the Salt Tower. Aiden quickly replied. Yes. You walk along the village path surrounded only by beasts with human-like appearances. In the land of beastmen, it is truly rare to see humans. It seems the beastmen are talking about him, but he ignores it and thinks to himself should he go further inside to meet the fierce beastmen. Suddenly something yellow ran across the roof, catching his attention. That is an elf. It looks like a monkey dressed as a human. He looked and sighed, moving really fast. Then he turned away, wondering if the monkey above had noticed him. The golden bell rang, and to get information from other lands, there was no place like the tavern. Ridman was greeted by the server as he entered. Please come in. Did you come alone? He stepped forward, placed a coin on the table, and generously ordered a drink. Give me a glass of beer so cold it forms a thin layer of ice. The waitress stared in disbelief and asked again, Isn't that too much for a glass of beer? He smiled and replied, The remaining amount is equal to the price you pay for answering my question. She immediately became happy upon hearing that. What are you wondering about? The waiter placed a large glass of beer on the table and asked if there was a river of fire flowing on this island. She was a bit surprised but still replied, A river of fire. If it's lava, there are a few places nearby. He raised his beer with a curious look and asked, Are there many places? An overview of the island appears, along with Miss D's explanation. Curran Island was formed from a volcanic eruption. Of course, it hasn't erupted for hundreds of years now, so there's no need to worry. He continued speaking. So that's how it is. What about the place where the river of fire flows over the ice river? The waiter was stunned upon hearing this, then bowed slightly and replied sincerely, I am sorry, I do not understand what you are saying. So quickly waved his hand to indicate it was okay. Then he sighed and stepped out of the shop, thinking he would probably have to run back and forth a lot. Vatso looked at the vast scene ahead and proposed a plan, first focusing on the main point. The scene shifts to a forest where he wandered alone. Vatso looked ahead, hand raised to his chin, pondering. Suddenly, from behind came a hairy foot and a voice saying, Miss, do you need guidance? This made me curious and I turned around. It turned out to be the monkey from earlier. It grinned, showing its cute buck teeth. He held up 2 fingers and said, 1 hour for 2 silver coins, you definitely won't regret it. Ratso's eyes showed a bit of anger. Aren't these guys acting way too obviously? Suddenly there were fiery red eyes staring at him from all around. Sunlight filtering through the tree canopy creates a very poetic forest scene. The monkeys call echoes. Among the people living on the coast, no race is as widely connected as our Yuan tribe. It walks ahead of you still babbling. Isn't that saying we know this whole area best? I reluctantly admit it. Oh, very reliable. But where are you planning to take me? The monkey suddenly paused. It turned around, clenched its hands and smiled brightly, saying, hee, that depends on your wish. He replied, that's really strange. I have no memory of telling you the destination. The monkey's feet trembled slightly. He glanced up and said, 2 silver coins, seem like too many guides. Red eyes appeared all around. He was a bit surprised and wondered, oh, since when did you know? The image appeared from the beginning when the monkey heard it, so he stammered a bit. Ah, so why its teeth clenched together? Because I need a servant. The expression has changed 360 degrees from before. The monkey looks very fierce. I was going to spare your life if you gave me what you have, but I've changed my mind. Then it shouted an order to strip off and leave. From above, countless other monkeys flew towards him. Vatso quickly formed magic with his hand. Do you think I followed into the trap without knowing anything? The monkey's eyes bulged in late regret as he cried out, magical abyss. Everything stopped, he interrupted with a sentence, it will hurt a little. Then the blue sparks exploded loudly. The things that had rushed at him were now lying scattered on the ground. In the middle of them, that monkey was extremely frightened, unable to believe it. Completely annihilate them. Joe's words made him turn around. You must all be very tired, right? At this moment, he still had that magic in his hand. He continued, I am a bit curious. He raised his magic-filled hand towards the monkey, his face full of murderous intent, as he asked, will you obediently answer me correctly? This made it scared, and groan a few times. Oh dear, returning to the peaceful scene earlier, a question arises. Is this where the lava flows? Vat so calmly explained. That's right, it is exactly the place where the fiery river flows over the glacial water. The monkey and his gang knelt before him and replied, I'm sorry, but I've never heard of such a place. He held out his hand and asked, you said you knew Kirin best, so were you lying? He kept shaking his head and replied, that can't be true. There really isn't a place like that in the suburbs of the island. The scene shifts to the treetops again, and the guiding voice continues. If there are none in the outskirts of the island, it means there will be some inside the island. Suddenly the monkey lowered his head and confessed, actually I don't really know what's inside the island. He turned around, hands on hips, looking at the forest and said, if that's the case, I guess I have to go inside the island. He quickly replied, yes, really, then led the group back towards the monkey with curiosity. If that's the case, is it not allowed? She looked up at him. I know you are very strong, but the image of 3 beastmen appearing is extremely terrifying. The people inside are not ordinary. They are very aggressive, and will attack immediately if they know outsiders have set foot. As night fell, he sat by the fire reflecting. Clearly I heard that, but suddenly a voice rang out. Is he the one from another region stirring up the island? 3 beastmen in the form of buffaloes are coming from afar, looking smaller than I thought. If you see them, you might think, isn't this too fast? The image of 3 buffaloes with white eyes, muscular bodies, standing together a fierce confrontation. Is this the instinct of beastmen who only pursue strength? With a slightly tense expression, he asked, did you come to test your strength against me? The 3 replied, so you do know why we came. Is it a serious mistake? Because this is our instinct. Chow, wearing a gold necklace, eagerly stepped forward, clapping his hands together and shouting, all right, if you're ready, let's go. I feel happy about that too. Let's get started. One hand is still spinning the move. Chow, wearing a gold bracelet, quickly rushes towards him. Is your personality really that energetic? Let's see if your abilities match it. His hand was casting green light clusters, thinking that using release magic couldn't stop the attack because it caused the magic to condense to the maximum. Then he pushed that hand towards him. The shockwave surged forward. At this moment, the guy with the gold ring was still very pleased. Not bad, but when it comes to strength, I am not weaker than anyone in Dukyu. He raised both hands to block the shockwave as if the magic was only this much, then the strength of the guy wearing the gold ring was pushed back, and he threw his head back and shouted. Ugh, Joe's move sent him flying far away, then he hit something. The other 2 guys were both very shocked. Defeating the leader in just one shot, you're really strong, human mage. Then he approached the 2 of them. This time you fight me, he refused. No, I'll go first. Haha. It seems the guy with the gold necklace has stood up, his voice ringing out. It's too noisy, you 2 step outside. His eyes are blazing red, he's not an opponent you can handle. Seeing that I whispered to myself, is he not affected at all? Clearly my force was strong enough to break bones. Then he and Chow, wearing gold bracelets, stood facing each other. He was still thinking, realizing that the body was optimized for combat. If he knew how to handle things recklessly, he might become a superhero. Or maybe even better than that. He smiled with a slightly tense expression and asked, "Do you want to continue fighting?" He sighed and replied, "Of course." Den Chao, wearing a gold bracelet with a sorrowful expression, continued, "Although I want to, it seems my body is aching all over and I can't fight anymore." Hearing that Dutso was a bit puzzled, then the two shook hands and he exclaimed, "I lost, you are very strong." The guy with the gold bracelet started talking. "But what are you doing inside the island? As far as I know, people only operate on the outer part of the island." He replied that he was looking for the place where the river of fire flows on the ice river. "Do you know it?" He crossed his arms and said thoughtfully, "I've never heard of a place like that in my 80 years of life." Vo was a bit disappointed. "Is that so?" Then he thought to himself, it couldn't be that easy to find like this. Everything in the underworld is going too well. The guy named Chao, wearing a gold necklace, keeps making suggestions. Maybe if you go to Tandia, you might find some evidence. He was so surprised that his eyes widened. New geography. What is that? The image of the erupting volcano, accompanied by his narration. Tandia is a sacred land inhabited by deities. I can't get in, it's not meant to be. But for now, I think it's very hard to identify the place you mentioned outside of there. He imagined in his mind the image of a beastman with wings on his back, then he pondered deeply. Thinking back, there were records that the early Beast King fans were hybrids of dragons. He imagined again the image from the underworld. Because he had obtained evidence through the altar in the underworld, it was fully valuable for exploration. With a slightly empty iron gaze, he asked back, "Where is that place?" The scene shifted to another location, where a huge explosion shook the entire forest and a turtle lay sprawled on the ground. When grinding, stand behind and breathe heavily. Phew, just today with this I've already fought 17 times. Suddenly, Vutso recalled the stern expression and words of the man wearing the gold necklace earlier. If he wanted to enter the new land, he needed the recognition of the great landmasters or the grand elders. That recognition is of course proof of strength. Then he thought to himself, just hearing those words has made him like this for half a month already. But isn't it about time the fish took the bait? Suddenly a voice came from the mouth of a creature with sharp teeth. "Are you a human from another region, as the rumors say? Seeing a whole pack of anthropomorphic beasts surrounding me is a bit startling. The Black Panther is very kind. Follow me, someone is looking for you." "So you think that the thread symbolizes the Great Master? Then you asked who that person was. Is it the Great Shaman or the Great Elder?" "It is Lord Mia." The answer is quite surprising. Mia the Beast King. He clenched his fist, imagining the image of the Beast King in his mind, then thought that he had predicted it would be a Grand Earth Master or a Grand Elder coming to him, but he never expected the Beast King to come to him. This was a big fish he could never have imagined. A hazy and slightly eerie scene appears, followed by whispering voices. "Surely you have heard the recent commotion stories from other regions about the island." "Yes, Beast King. It is said that the gatekeeper of the White Snake tribe and the leader of the White Lion tribe were also attacked." A white-haired man smiled, revealing sharp teeth, and said, "Even those close to becoming Grand Field Masters are attacked. I want to meet and see who they really are." The name of the Golden Jaguar, upon hearing that, looked up. "The Jaguar tribe, we will drag that name to kneel before you." The Beast King spoke up to stop it. No need for that, just take it easy." He was a bit startled to hear that. "You mean that kid?" "That's right, it means bringing him here as a guest of my Beast King." The golden leopard crossed his arms and watched the black leopard and the guide, thinking there was nothing particularly different from the rumors. Clearly those who were attacked recently have let their guard down, so why does he treat this one like a guest? What exactly is the Beast King's intention? Suddenly he frowned to calm himself. "Stop, this is the Beast King's guest." The Black Panther suddenly turned his face this way with a terrifying expression, saying, "If your fighting instinct dominates uselessly, then don't interfere in this matter, and I won't blame you for that." He stood among a pack of leopards. The black leopard said, "No matter how fiercely I fight, I wouldn't be so inhumane as to touch the Beast King's guest." Then he sighed and said, "Well, that's lucky, right? Isn't it enough just to fight?" The yellow-eyed jaguar moved towards the notebook. "Hey buddy," he said, turning with curiosity while the black jaguar showed obvious irritation. He continued, "Because we're a bit busy, we need to speed up a bit. Will you be okay?" He heard that and happily replied, "I'll try." The mouth of the yellow jaguar was a bit cunning. "All right." Then he shouted, "Then chase me." Then he sped off, creating a huge shockwave on the ground. He dashed from place to place very quickly, running while smugly, thinking that this kid needs to see the difference in standards. Suddenly, Joe's head appeared next to him, exclaiming. He stepped back a little and shouted. So fast it made the golden leopard turn around in surprise and think, could he really be chasing at his top speed? "Over here, I was very excited. If you are adjusting your speed because you care about me, then you don't need to." Then he squinted and continued, "I'm still very slow." The scene of the forest is seen from above, along with the voice of the person inside. "You're pretty good. You're human, but you can still keep up with me like that." Below is an image of the notebook being carried alongside other reporters, then all stopping at one place. They are all panting heavily while he remains completely calm. The yellow leopard asked, "Are you the fastest runner among humans, Jia?" So replied calmly, "Let's see, maybe there are about 13 people just in our kingdom." He smiled brightly and continued, "If we count by continent about 100 people, he's completely overwhelmed. Can't believe there are so many." Suddenly, his eyes turned serious. "Does a large city like this exist in the forest?" The aerial view shows houses mostly made of plants, yet they are incredibly beautiful and awe-inspiring, truly the capital of Beastmen. A voice speaks up saying this is the residence of the Beast King, and everyone approaches a structure that looks like a tent, but is very large. Vatso looked extremely astonished. Continuing this line of thought, those with at least 4th level magic power, are they the great mages of Du? It turns out what he saw were oddly shaped people with glowing red eyes. His cheeks sweated a little, his face lost some of its usual calm, as he thought the density of speculation was astonishing, feeling just like walking inside a swamp. Suddenly, blazing red fire spirals formed around him, and Vatso smiled triumphantly, thinking he had indeed surpassed the 6th magic circle, while the boar on this side was extremely surprised to see the scene and exclaimed, "Oh my god," his foot moved slightly in excitement, making a sound. Then he spoke up. He is dispelling the headache, but how is the master of Knot Box spitting it out? Suddenly something appeared, causing everyone to panic. "You bastards, I told you not to cause a commotion." The Beast King appeared, and she laughed loudly. "Nice to meet you. You human kid, I am the Beast King." Mui was a bit surprised, staring at her, and thinking she really is the Beast King. The realm is truly amazing, not inferior, even compared to the master. But unexpectedly, the Beast King is female. Mew was a bit angry when she saw him not respond and shouted, "What are you looking at? Fold your arms across your chest, bow your head slightly, and say respectfully, 'I am the sorcerer of the Hell Tower and the Count of Andy region. Greetings to the King of the Beastmen. I am ignorant of the Beastmen's customs, please understand.'" Mew turned her head to the side and smiled, saying, "Okay, no need to be so formal." Hearing that, I felt less tense, realizing that he liked it. She sat upstairs looking down at the group and spoke up. "So why did a person from a distant continent come to Kurin?" He raised his hand to his chest and said sincerely, "Where the fiery waves flow over the icy river, I am looking for that place." Suddenly, unusual noises came from behind. He glanced over and pondered. Judging by their reaction, it seems I guessed right. These people clearly know that place. He continued, "I think it exists in a place people call the New Land." After his words, the dark figures with glowing red eyes immediately burst out with blasphemous and rude curses. "How dare someone from another region speak out against the sacred land?" A voice rang out, cutting through the noise. I am silent. I know the commands are very panicked, but that is the sound of the Beast King. She was extremely angry. "Can't you see I'm talking right now?" The commands had calmed down somewhat. Then Mew continued the conversation with him. Although there is such a place in the New Land, as he said, why did he intend to go there? Jia so immediately replied, "I have my own ambitions." The Beast King propped his hand on his face. The continent's magic enthusiasts are truly ambitious in researching the mysterious and the unknown. Hearing this, he smiled lightly, feeling somewhat relieved, thinking that, since there was no strong rejection, things would likely be resolved smoothly. Mu's voice rang out again, "But what to do?" she continued. "You can probably tell from the reactions of the commanders, but there has never been such a precedent before." They agreed upon hearing that, but noisily said, "The land where our ancestors lived is Tandia. People from other regions are not warriors of Tandia, so how can they come and go? Impossible." The Beast King was so angry he was about to blow steam, clenching his fists tightly, stomping and shouting, "Shut up, can't you see I'm worried?" The voice of the guidebook rang out. "Tandia, is there no precedent for outsiders to enter, or is there a rule that forbids entry?" he asked seriously. Muia thought to herself, not expecting him to understand the essence so well. His insight and strength are not inferior to the Great Earth Master, which will surely greatly help in the development of the Beast Tribe. Thinking of this, she happily requested, "You go on." Your voice echoed again. A moment ago, an elder said, "You are not a warrior who can enter the new territory. Doesn't that mean that even if you are from another region, if recognized as a warrior, you can enter the new territory?" The boar sneered a little, hearing you say. "The overseers are starting to whisper the warriors challenge you from another region want to challenge in the warriors' trial." The Beast King laughed loudly and shouted, "Human kid, are you planning to challenge the warrior's trial?" Clenching his fist tightly, he replied, "If that's the only legal way to enter the new land, then I raise my hand across my chest. With determination." Of course, the scenery above is as clear as the place below is eerie. A voice explained that the challenge rules are simple: endure 10 days in this mountain gorge without any food provided, find everything needed to survive, and face 5 great masters every day, and win. He tilted his head slightly to the left, and thought, realizing that it was about assessing all abilities, mental strength, and survival skills. Moreover, the energy flows within that mountain crevice. He, along with the Beast King and a few other beastmen, stood on a small cliff below, which was a dark abyss emitting red flames. Vatso continued to think that even just following the wind, he could sense an unusual yin energy, and had to be careful not to get distracted. Muwai stood with arms crossed and said seriously, "Now is the time to enter the mountain pass." The announcement sounded, marking the start of the warrior's challenge. He quickly moved his feet, leapt off the cliff edge. He landed with a loud noise, then looked around thoughtfully, the fierce aura stronger than he had expected. Is this the mountain gorge where the body of Mun was thrown, the snake that the first Fenrir Beast King bit to death? Suddenly, a huge number of snakes appeared around him, hissing and ready to attack. One of them opened its mouth wide, stuck out its tongue, and lunged forward. He shouted Pepper. It appeared, opening its mouth wide to create a big fireball. Then Pepper sprayed it all towards the others. He stood in the middle of the fire and happily said, "Tonight we're eating snake meat." It also joyfully shouted a few times. Below the cliff, streaks of red smoke rose, while above, there were whispers about the final battle. Is his willpower still that strong at the very end? His strength is also very powerful. The fire created by magic has not gone out for 5 days. Below, he is standing in the middle of a circle of fire, surrounded by snakes, baring their fangs and waving their claws. The gossip continued to echo, facing 2 great masters without a single wound, truly talented. The Beast King was holding the spear, looking down below. Suddenly she clenched its body and shouted, "This won't do." Mew licked his lips hungrily. How could anyone resist something so delicious? A voice called out, "Beast King, I have jumped down from the cliff here." The flock of birds swooped down, creating a shockwave that made him raise his hands to shield his face from the dust. Isn't this a bit too much? Another voice echoed down, "Why did the Beast King step forward directly?" Mew spoke from within the smoke, saying that it was because he saw a powerful person that he got fired up. Then she pointed at me clearly and said that this body is actually a warrior of the Beast tribe. The Beast King raised 5 fingers to indicate, "So fight Nam Heap." She laughed loudly and continued, "Because I also have pride and conscience. If you can endure 5 attacks from me, it means you have passed the warrior's challenge." Vac felt a bit tense upon hearing that. If it's 5 times, then it will probably last all day today. Of course, compared to the Beast King, the Great Field Master is easier to deal with. But on Mu's side, red smoke was rising. He kept thinking that after all, it wasn't an atmosphere for understanding each other. It seems like you are starting to transform. A strange, bright yellow color is appearing around you. If that's the case, I will give it my all. Surrounding you now is a sea of orange-yellow. It emitted white light from its body, illuminating above and astonishing the other beastmen. What is that? Isn't the person with that name a human? The Beast King sneered. Ho ho, is that your full strength? Mu Y spoke up. At this moment, he had transformed his entire body into a different form. She started rushing over with her big feet, exclaiming as she walked, "Very good, I am very excited to enjoy it." He was almost trembling with fear and couldn't speak properly. She arrived, rushed forward with the spear, and swung it in a circle through the air. Mew smiled, thrusting the bloodied spear forward. She stabbed it towards him. Fortunately, a purple barrier appeared in front of the notebook, blocking the attack. But then the ice screen shattered. He was pushed back, but still silently admired, truly a Superman among supermen. Just defending against the attack was difficult, let alone a direct confrontation. The man braced himself, creating an ice screen with circles around it, and began planning in his mind first to block the cold air movement and buy time. The phrase is a bit dramatic. What you just created was shot straight at Moi's smile. Haha, she put her hand under an interesting piece of land. Very interesting. The Beast King used one hand to toss that soil up to block his move. As the small clumps of earth fell, he whispered, breaking the ground and stopping it with just the strength of an arm. Mew put down the spear and said, "That was interesting, so I'll adjust for this round." Vu was exhausted and panting. "Do you mean we have to fight 3 more times?" Then said out loud, "That's crazy." She flew towards him at a dizzying speed with empty hands, and he quickly grabbed his weapon, swinging it around his body. Mew rushed forward and punched straight into the middle of Joe's weapon, catching him completely off guard. The man quickly called his assistant out. "Pepper." It flew out, opening its mouth to spit a stream of fire at her. But Muhan quickly counterattacked, raising her leg to kick him. In this attack, he was kicked flying into the wall. Suddenly, a blue light appeared behind the Beast King, and the leader had returned to combat mode. In his hands appeared 2 weapons from the light gap flew up, a strange thing that surprised her greatly. Then Mew smiled brightly and raised his hand. The Beast King punched it hard. It turned out to be a pair of hammers, but they were floating in the sky. Then they flew down to Mew. She said, "You are very worthy of me using this." The woman charged at him with the hammer in her hand. At this moment, he raised one hand to perform a fire technique, while the other hand was raised, creating a blazing red carpet of fire. Suddenly, her foot landed back on the ground. It seemed Muya was pulling the hammer back to strike. He raised the spear again, creating trails of smoke and fire around it. The Beast King was startled as the fiery carpet had spread everywhere. It blocks her entire view. A big explosion happens from there. After it ended, it seemed that everything in the crevice was completely burned. Now only the remnants of the battle remain, the outline returning to its normal shape, sitting down on the ground, breathing heavily and tired. Mew's foot gradually approached and said, "I want to play more, but unfortunately it seems that's not possible, right?" Then she sat down in front of the man, and since it was quite interesting, Joe's vision narrowed until only the face of the Beast King speaking remained in his eyes. I will let you pass. Cut to another room. He is lying motionless on the bed, suddenly waking up and shouting. Pepper beside him sees this and tearfully groans with worry. He was surprised and asked again. Pepper, the woman outside, called out. That kid never seems to get tired and just sticks right by your side. There. Rat so slowly sat up and replied, Oh, you have arrived. Beast King. Maybe Mew is gradually removing the bandage on his arm. Seeing that, he immediately covered his eyes and shyly exclaimed, What are you doing? I was going to show you. Those burning traces you left for me. Muya's hand reached for the pepper to pull it out, but the snake still blushed and refused. Not like that, so I. She took it from his hand and threw it far behind. Look, he was extremely shocked. Then he calmed down when he saw the mark on the woman's shoulder. That thing? The Beast King recalls that scene and his wound aches again. I didn't expect you to make the setting sun explode with a spear. If I had dodged just a little later, the burn would have been bigger. I thought to myself that the final attack must have connected. Thinking of this, he revealed a wicked smile that made Mu very curious. Ratso then continued that train of thought. Isn't it a bit heartless to say that I passed after leaving such a wound? Suddenly she raised her hand to his forehead, rubbed his hair and asked, But why is your face so red like this? It seems like it's not a fever. Could it be that your actions made me gape in surprise? The Beast King now wore a very cunning smile. You want to mate with me? He responded in panic. Yes. She stuck out her tongue and licked around her mouth. If that's the case, should I call you a species instead of calling you a foreigner? So stammered fearfully. Lord Beast King, please calm down and listen to me for a moment. Mew now leans on the bed frame, pinning him down, and continues. If it's your seed, I'm even more determined to accept it. The Beast King presses down under him and laughs. If it's your seed, I approve. I'm ready to accept it. He clutched the blanket tightly and thought to himself that would be a good offer if he needed to continue the family line for many generations. But for now, he reached out and gently replied, Sorry, sir, but in my mind, there is only Heiket and their happy scene. I already have my fiancée. The Beast King was also very tactful and stepped back. Then I withdraw my intention. I will not marry someone who is already betrothed. But she still giggled and reminded me, But don't let your guard down. I have no intention of wasting my food. Carelessly asked her, Can I go to the new place with you now? The Beast King sat by the bed and laughed. Ha ha, after witnessing your power yesterday, I didn't believe it at first. You will become the object of envy in this kingdom. So when will you agree to let me go? To answer Joel's question, she replied that first his body must be fully healthy, then they will consider it. The doctor said it would take at least 2 months. Not long after, they were outside with the misty mountains and cool blue lake. The Beast King exclaimed in disbelief, How ridiculous. Vok is carrying her on his back and running very fast, which surprises her. How come after just 3 weeks you can already run and jump like this? Are you a monster? He asked her. You even tear the ground with your bare hands. What are you talking about? While still holding her and running around, he wondered, Thank you for taking the time to heal me. But aren't you busy? After all, you are the Beast King. The Beast King laughed and replied, Humans and beasts have different views, so why bother? Then she pointed down to the clear surface of the lake. Come down here to the cliff with me. I'll guide you and teach you other skills. Don't go down to the lake, but glide over the surface of the water. He followed. But when I looked up, he stopped yelling. What should I do next? The Beast King pointed into the cave where the waterfall flows out. Fly into that cave. Jump inside, and even more surprising, I didn't expect that. There is such a magical space inside the cave. I stepped onto the rock beside the crystal clear stream flowing over the stones. The Beast King directed his attention to the top of the waterfall and asked if he could see it. The pools inside and outside the cave were all formed by that waterfall. It's called the Tesla Waterfall. The light from the tower's peak shines brilliantly and magically. That's the entrance to the waterfall. Once you're inside, remember to go against the current. The body is wrapped in magic and lifted up. Then you will see what you want. Your body will stay here. Then he quickly dashed through the water and went to that dazzling place. The water leaps over small rocks, gliding through each ripple to go deeper inside. When he stops, behind him is only darkness, but ahead is the bright light guiding the way. You fly in the sky and admire the scenery of the forest. Is this called a new world? A sacred land where the gods of the beast people reside. He carefully walks through each area to explore them. Behind the waterfall is a huge river, a lake created from the pure water of the gods. Vatser splits a stream of water to fly away. But is this the test I'm looking for? It's big but looks quite ordinary. Suddenly, he saw a strange phenomenon before his eyes. The water split into 2 colors. The serious face of the Fire Tower Mage was reflected in the 2-colored water. In his mind, he told himself his mission was to go to the end of the River of Fire. Keep going. When you reach the place you need, you will see warm steam rising from the hot water. I never thought the source of the river was a volcano. He carefully looks around and examines to see what is here. According to the mission's hint, this setting seems correct. Beneath the surface of the hot water, tiny movements gradually appeared, catching his attention. Only at that spot did the water bubble up strangely. Ha ha ha, I think I found it. Vat. So dive deep to the bottom of the lake, without hesitation. Bubbles are rising, proving there is something at the bottom of the lake. He holds his breath. His sharp eyes kept looking around, most likely that was the true source of the river. After a moment of searching, Vatso spotted a small hole covered in moss. Here it is. Inside the metal mines glow bright ocean blue, lighting up the entire space inside. From beneath the lake, surface bubbles of something kept rising, proving it was getting closer. Vatso quickly pushed himself out of the water and gasped for breath. He carried his soaking wet body and stepped ashore. This must be the right place. I didn't see anything last night either. Pepper was very excited about this adventure. It exclaimed cheerfully with a bright smile, a light seeming to await them, and began linking together to guide their way. The tiny beam of light gently landed on a strange creature lying still in the darkness, waking it up and unleashing a great power that made Rat sneeze and Pepper cover her face, softly gasping. The dragon still lies still. Next to it appears a weapon from fire demon magic, Hua Long Ich Nia. It's embarrassing that I accepted a human name as my master, but in the end the heir has arrived. The dragon closed its eyes, but that voice continued to echo. Please forgive this lowly servant. Sir Exnia Nia, as the tone grows stronger, an invisible pressure makes the flames around that weapon burn more fiercely. Dear God Brahmaschara, I have guarded this place for many years to pass on the magic to my successor. Joel's hand trembles slightly. He thought to himself that even though he hadn't touched it yet, he could still feel it, and wondered if with his current level, he could take this item. Suddenly, the system showed signs of appearing next to him. It gave you a new mission. The impure thoughts of the Beast King Fenrir reacted with the sacred Lord Brahmas. Fenrir's thoughts are formed. Purify the thoughts of the Beast King Fenrir. You haven't caught up with everything yet. A white wolf slowly flew out. It lets out a roar. This symbolizes the impure thoughts of the Beast King Fenrir. Even just the thought of it makes me tremble with fear. Vatsa grits his teeth and reassures himself. That's a ghost beast. No, it must be a holy beast. The mysterious voice sounded again. Please hold on. This time the weapon actively flew right in front of Satsuo, making him even more surprised. Please hold on to it. Its blazing red flame shines into your eyes, making them light up. He did not hesitate and immediately grabbed the weapon's body. A surge of power erupted and enveloped the person who wanted to possess it. This is the field of vision of, so being shifted to a completely different place, and he is floating in the air over the battlefield. He anxiously wonders why he suddenly sees these things. A bitter voice rang in my ear. Damn giants. Her long black hair fluttered in the wind. A girl dressed in black stepped out alone. She began using her fire magic and told the monsters that today she would definitely destroy them all. A one-eyed green giant immediately charged forward. With a bigger body than that woman, it swung its fists very quickly many times. Dangerous. Vo was watching the battle but suddenly saw something shocking. The mysterious woman was secretly smiling. She was smiling at me. Did she see me? Suddenly a one-sided battle broke out below with the first explosion, but he never took his eyes off the woman. The scales from her gloves looked like they were carved from obsidian, with countless sharp spikes growing on her head and all over her body. Her face lit up in the flames. The spear that Ratso was holding earlier actually belonged to her. Now I understand the identity of this woman. Sent to the sacredness of the 6 gods who have abandoned this small earth. I created this with the forests I painstakingly gathered. He shouted her name in his head as she started throwing the spear. Oh, Dragon King Brahmas. Joe's eyes were wide open, with one side radiating a brilliant stream of magic. This will allow him to be reborn as a new soul. It possesses enough power to kill a god. Her posture looks exactly like Rat Row now, as if they are each other's successors. This will tell you what you need to do. The spear flew through the white wolf's body, burning Fenrir's impure thoughts in an instant. The spear then charged forward and pierced through the wolf's body. The flames flared up, forcing him to step back. He was very curious. Even though it was the 4 foundations of mindfulness, it still defeated the first-generation Beast King in one strike. After that blow, Fenrir transformed from a wolf into a human body, and gradually stood up. Quilurk is the 8th magic circle. No, it must be the 9th magic circle. He opened his amber eyes and began to speak. Master of the great dragon, the humble one who inherits the bloodline of the dragon. I beg you. Fenrir's hand glowed brightly as he took out something sharp to pass on to my children. The werewolf took out the treasure, making Soso-an look on in surprise. After receiving the crescent-shaped object, the werewolf began to explain to him. That is a treasure, and at the same time the shackle of the beast tribe. Fenrir also vanished and turned into streams of blue magic. Master of the dragon, I hope you will watch over the chains I have bestowed upon the children. Vatso looked at the stone and thought to himself that the power he felt was neither magic nor holiness. It must be something special that only applies to beastmen. The system notification immediately appeared, having purified Fenrir's polluted forethought's body at Bram's level with a reward. Brahmas's long spear appeared once again before him along with its hot flames. Suddenly his body reacted strongly to it, causing him to groan in intense heat, as if his entire mana was being burned. The pain gradually spread throughout his body, making him anxious. With the level of understanding of the fire attribute that I have trained, it shouldn't be this painful. Inside Joe's mind, he floats in the air surrounded by those streams of magic. The thing currently dominating mana is the high-level spell and spirit nearing the 9th magic circle. Vatso gritted his teeth in endurance, his eyes shining brightly. If you cannot perceive and understand correctly, and observe visually, it will explode. System messages keep appearing continuously. Bram has expanded your mind. Brahmas has expanded your mind. Brahmachara's level of understanding has increased. After gaining control of it, Vo began to fall into a hazy state, with a strange light creeping into his mind. The place where you are standing is also intersected by a beam of light. Everything around gradually turns white. Pepper outside is worried and crying out, while the body already unconscious lies on the ground. It rubs its face against him and sobs uncontrollably. The voice from the dragon sounded again to comfort me. Don't worry, the master is just tired and fainted for a while. He will wake up soon. The dragon faced the bookkeeper and continued. Originally, my child was supposed to welcome the little master, but fate did not allow it. So kid, if you want, would you like to inherit this power? Pepper looks scared. It shakes its head as if it can't believe what it just heard. That dragon burst out laughing, nothing surprising at all. Although you are a fairy, you are also a mutation. A dragon egg was taken by that huge dragon. If you inherit even a little bit of the dragon's traits, you could do it. Pepper stopped being scared and was attracted to the small egg. I hope you will become the new fire dragon and accompany the young master. Moreover, I sincerely hope you continue the dragon's bloodline. After a while, he gradually woke up. Around him, it was silent without a sound. He hurriedly sat up and held his head. How long have I been unconscious? Looking at Pepper, he is devouring the eggshell and then turns to smile at me. Pepper, what are you eating now? He stared blankly at its happy appearance. He didn't doubt it, and just wondered. Maybe just eat whatever is edible. Suddenly a small flame surrounds that little greedy dragon. Pepper. I was extremely panicked and wanted to rush over, but a system notification board stood between us. The flame grew like a whirlwind, while Pepper focused on eating the eggshell, absorbing the nutrients inside as the fire dragon's eggshell completed all preparations for growth. It reports Pepper's condition to absorb the power and develop into a second-generation dragon, which takes a very long time. The small dragon squints, rubs the crumbs on its lips, and mumbles its first words. I'm sleepy and want to sleep. I've been standing still watching since earlier, he exclaimed in amazement. This is Pepper's 4 thoughts. The development phase of Pepper has begun. The spirit has entered a sleep state. Pepper is tired and almost about to faint. Its eyelids are stuck shut. That tiny body turned into a small pile of fire. Before leaving it, left a promise. See you again, my master. After all that, I still have to keep going back. Has Pepper fallen asleep? If I had known it would be like this, I would have played with it more often. The Beast King has been waiting for you outside. She reached out her hand, signaling to stay here. After he landed beside her, the Beast King suddenly stared at him and made a strange hum. Vo was curious. What's wrong with you? She said. In just 5 days, your eyes have become brighter and deeper. You must have gained something amazing, right? But before answering the Beast King's question, Vatsal rummaged through his pocket and wanted to show her something. Ah, could you please take a look at this for me? As soon as he saw the object, he held out the Beast King's eyes widened in surprise. The crescent-shaped stone, once a treasure of the Beastmen, gave her a familiar feeling. A lightning bolt struck beside them. The Beast King suddenly changed his attitude and asked him where he got that thing. How did you get it from now? You have to explain it to me in detail. Is it similar? The body of this mage also slightly shrinks under pressure. As expected, he wasn't using his full strength against me. The Beast King saw his reaction and became even more intrigued. What, you can endure my attack from this distance? She lowered her magic. I wanted to play a little longer, but now the Moon Power Stone is more important. Then the Beast King asked him a question. Do you know why we Beastmen are bound to live on Sinny Island? Without hesitation, she shouted loudly, extremely agitated to protect the few Beastmen who looked out for each other. Nonsense. The Beast King began mentioning each person in the clan, those with big ears, because the underground people also live on the continent. Do you think we are stronger than them and could get trapped for such a reason? Then she pointed to the glowing treasure in his hand. That is an item belonging to Lord Fenrir, the first Beast King. We stayed here to find the thing you are holding. Only now did So realize the intention behind Fenrir's words earlier. Is this what the chain meant? What is it about this object that makes you completely dependent on it? The Beast King did not hesitate to answer him. You must have heard of the phone before, right? Yes. It taps into the primal instincts etched in the blood and awakens the fighting spirit. Vo exclaimed in surprise. Could this be related to the lunar talisman? She took the moon power stone and continued. On the night of the full moon, the lunar talisman can be 3 times stronger than usual. The power of this stone is linked to the moon. Although the lunar eclipse talisman is said to be activated on full moon nights, when she raises this lunar eclipse stone high, it flies up and emits a sparkling energy. Even if the full moon does not rise, a lunar eclipse talisman can be made anywhere at any time. But contrary to her words, the lunar eclipse stone fell clumsily. The Beast King scratched his hand and whispered softly. The moonlight contained within must have run out. More than that, this time it's his turn to say those words. She goes back to what she was wondering from the beginning. Where did you find this moon power stone? Tilted, showing a thoughtful expression. Actually, that matter. Then they stepped out of the cave. Vat so still held the Beast King and sped off as before. Out of curiosity about the source of the red water, you threw yourself into the Luhuan stream. I've heard many say that sorcerers are crazy, but your level is just too much. So you mean Lord Fenrir's remains are inside there? He carefully tried to choose his words. Yes, I also found the moon power stone there. I can't say it's the 4 mindfulness states, so I have to change the subject. The Beast King suddenly smiled very strangely. You mean Lord Fenrir brought the moonlight stone, right? Yes, Lady Fenrir's will was to pass that on to the Beastman. She used her muscular arms to hug his neck tightly, making him almost cough up blood. Well done, very similar, very talented. The mood of the Beast King suddenly turned to a very cheerful and happy feeling. I will give you a great reward, so if there is anything you want, just say it, she whispered to him. All right, if you want me to accept your seed, any time is fine. But So frowned and refused. No, I'm fine. It seemed their conversation would end there, but the wizard suddenly remembered something. He smirks, looking very cunning. There is one thing I want. They fought by the riverbank. The Beast King punched him hard, sending him flying into the beam. Vatso lay in a heap on the cliff while the Beast King mocked him. What is it? Why is the breathing so intense already? This body is just getting started now. He sat down and sighed in frustration. I'm dead. Is fighting for 1 hour a day too much? She holds a staff in her hand and smiles. Hang in there a little longer. If you keep showing such a weak form, I'll make you eat it. Being that weak, you probably can't satisfy the partner you've promised a future to. Joe's spirit immediately returned as he burned the entire rock behind him. You don't need to worry. Your original technique created countless spears, and I still have great strength. Then you controlled them to simultaneously charge at the Beast King. She exclaimed excitedly. Great, it looks like a very desirable position. The Beast King swung a powerful strike to block those arrows. Their attack caused a huge and spectacular explosion. Their battle lasted until the tide turned, just like monsters. Vatso sat under the tree and sighed tiredly. Is fighting without acceptance too much to bear? The Beast King stepped forward and asked, What is it? Is it over? She wondered, and kept complaining to him when leading the book, without using the dragon's state. This is too petty. How do you feel about changing it back to the way it was before? He just gave a faint smile and replied, I'm trying to build a basic foundation, so that's why training doesn't make sense. The Beast King pouted and turned away, saying that was his reason, but he found it uninteresting. Then she turned to look at him with a scrutinizing gaze, drawing Joe's attention back to her. Same, I have something to ask you. What do you need? The Beast King shrugged and began to speak. Since we have found the Moon Power Stone, I will leave the island with the Beast people in a few years. I hope that by then you will act as a bridge for me. He looked down and hesitated to answer. Exactly what role do you mean? If you ask to separate Andy's territory, that might be a bit too much. She startled and protested. What do you think about this body, relying on such a shameless request? She blushed and expressed her wish. I just hope you will give us a small piece of land to live on. Turning your face away, my dear, is no different from that, right? We're just joking around and having fun. Vo was shocked to realize something. He stood up and asked her, Beast King, does what you just said mean it will belong to Andy? If necessary, I will also bow respectfully before your king. She also added a few more demands, territorial disputes or war. At times like this, we can also help. Our young man starts to get confused again. Will the Beast King bow before Andy will war also help? Awesome. Inside the Endion Palace, countless distinguished guests have been invited and are discussing an issue. How many beastmen are there on Sinny Island? The kingdom's finance minister reports to the king that there are over 200,000 beastmen. How can we prepare food and shelter for them? The great general of the army also added his opinion for consideration. But even if only half of them were sent into battle, it would be like having 100,000 regular soldiers for free. That number cannot be underestimated. Vo is also there. I pay attention to every statement and thought of the people here. Disagreements, as I predicted. The king frowned and ordered them to stop. He began to speak, and the ministers dared not object. No matter what is said without transparent data, it's just an unrealistic debate. The king clasped his hands together and pointed directly at Joe's name. Candidate for the position of horse groomer Ja Cho Dai Monday, I want to hear your opinion. You met them in person. He raised a hand politely and responded. Yes. Lower the tank. Based on my own experiences, I convinced him. Although the beasts I encountered were somewhat aggressive, their culture is not that different from ours. Even the nearby guests seem to go along with him, perhaps needing space support. But if you think you are nurturing 1000000 troops, it will actually be beneficial. So that's how it is I have to recalculate. You are the only one who asked the question. So what is the power of the Beast King Mew, like Vo, immediately turned and responded to him? It's hard to judge by my standards, but from the standpoint of someone who has fought her, Heiket's face immediately twisted with jealousy. She mentioned even the Grand Duke with the strongest swordsmanship in the MC-Hu Empire. I think at least she is 3 levels stronger than him. The side hesitated to respond. So strong. At this moment, Yo also appeared with a sleepy face and asked, "Are those words true?" Yo's eyes have also opened. She quickly regained her composure. A hint of contempt crept into her words. "It's not because you're weak that you perceive it wrong, right?" Den immediately reassured her. "Calm down, little white tower master." That protruding bone made Yo unhappy. A fool who only knows weapons calls everyone a baby, still not moving away. And he just laughed out loud. Mew the Beast King is a fighter, not a mage. If that's the case, wouldn't it be very fitting for me, an aura user, to step up? Io said nothing more, let out a huff, and then turned back to the Demon King's side. Then he started casting magic and summoned countless weapons of all sizes. Then he pointed at the rat and said, "You try to catch it." He controlled all his weapons at once and charged towards it. It was a surprise move that even Joe found a bit astonishing. How could the shape of the head create hundreds of types of weapons, as expected of a weapons master? He frowned, still carefully calculating that if they fought it would break. The light from your heart shines brightly. Here we will not confront head-on. With his own strength, a swing of the arm was unleashed, redirecting all the flying weapons that would have scattered everywhere. Den laughed loudly in satisfaction. Did he take over my investment? It turns out he has improved since last time. The overwhelming power has been completely renewed. He handles them gently without causing any damage or gaining enlightenment from the battle with the Beast King. It was just a test strike, but I still thanked him very politely. Thank you for going easy on me. All right, I am the one who should be thanking you. He also turned and respectfully addressed the king. Although doing so to confirm the truth, I sincerely apologize for causing a disturbance. Your Majesty, considering Duvaima's abilities, perhaps we can trust his assessment of the Beast King. The king did not oppose that. He put his hand on his chin and said, "Now we just need to grasp the Beast King's intention, whether it is sincere or if there is another motive." Vac prepared carefully, taking out a necklace he had been wearing before. It's honestly excessive. The surface of the stone looks like a claw, but it is shinier and more beautiful than usual. That is the fruit of the Beast King. The Beast King broke it himself. It is made from my fang. The material of the necklace is said to be the fang of the Beast King. Others there were buzzing. Some agreed, but others disagreed. How could it be so cruel? But that doesn't mean it's sincere. The meeting continued with conversations and exchanges with Vatso, surrounded by countless people skillfully responding to them all. After a while of free conversation, the king clapped his hands to signal them. Well, since we have grasped the decision to some extent, we will discuss this issue again later. The old man's face remained calm. Although it was only the first consultation, if there were no variables, we would have up to 2,000,000 beastmen. Then he personally named you to commend. Therefore, I will praise the count for leading the troops. The young man immediately bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, it was just luck that I encountered the beast tribe. You are humble, I do not intend to boast, but the king still does not dismiss it. Even so, merit is merit. The king generously rewards you. I grant the title of New Immortal Gong containing the name Sao Mai. In addition, the Bang gift comes with ownership of one of the items from the royal note. I hope you will also become a star that shines like Andy, just like the title VO clearly understands what he is talking about. If it is an item from the royal note, then it is something of great value. The work hasn't even succeeded yet, but I have already received such an excessive gift." He couldn't hide the worry on his face. Otherwise, he might have had other intentions. "Hey, little brother," Daria's voice echoed in his head, making him turn in surprise. "Master, after the meeting, come to the audience chamber." She just smiled and told him, "Probably, His Highness has something to share with you." And he did exactly as she taught, going to the princess's room and taking out a gift. This is a jade hairpin, a piece of jewelry made from special jade for noblewomen. I heard it is used for tying and securing long hair. Haiket looked at it and said he remembered seeing it in a book. They say it is also effective for detoxifying simple poisons. But her eyes were very cautious, and she asked him first, "Why did you buy this?" Vo calmly replied, "Because I think it suits Het very well." The princess took it, pressed it to her lips, and whispered, "Those words made me happier than the gift." Orket took it out and asked him, "This is a strange object, so I don't know how to use it either. Can you do it for me? As your fiancé, I would be very happy to." "Of course." While he was gently holding the hair of the 2 braids, she just started asking him, "Come to think of it, during the meeting you referred to the Beast King as she." Is the Beast King a woman? Joe's arm froze, and he even dropped the pin in his hand. So what is your relationship with her? Trying hard to suppress the fear. What relationship are you talking about? I already said it was just a fight. Hiket reached out to pick up the needle and continued talking to him. That was really strange. You and him faced each other, but he cautiously stepped back, keeping the relationship at that level only. The princess smiled, but it was not a happy smile, and she used a pin to pull out the necklace, yet she gave the necklace away. A warning sounded in the heart of the young man. Something is wrong. Ha laughed even more, his nose glowing brightly, causing Joe's mind to panic, and he even pulled out his own fang. What is he doing? Anyway, it seems like something is not right. One morning, Joe arrived at Andy's kingdom feeling very confused. I didn't expect Het to get jealous. He was outside his ears turning red, feeling a bit wronged, but not in a bad mood. In that fateful moment, the king entered and froze at their stance. Have you been waiting long? In this atmosphere, I smiled quietly and thanked the Lord. It was really lucky that the king arrived just in time. The young man focused on the neatly rolled paper he was holding. Although the king's words were shocking, he wore a very serious expression. He clasped his hands together and said, "Actually, I have verified the reports related to the family and sect over the past time." He frowned in discomfort, clearly showing his anger at this loophole, and had grasped that some of the reports about the guards having to reclaim the sect's territory were forged. It must be said that reclaiming unnecessary territories and pushing the boy out of the territory is more accurate. Vatso was surprised, hesitating to speak such a thing, but the noble king had bowed before him. "I'm sorry, this is clearly my mistake. I must apologize to the Dio family." He was startled and quickly apologized to him. "Your Majesty, please don't be like this." He suddenly remembered the words of his opponent in an old battle. "Fool, why do you think the Empire killed your father? Saying that the documents reported to the king were forged means that there are murderers within Andy Mian as well." His hand clenched tightly in anger as he realized. Maybe MC Hu's words were true. A smaller hand gently touched his hand, a sad smile blossomed beside him, just a warm touch, but it was sincere affection she had for him. Vo immediately felt more stable. He smiled with a flushed face, and the king took out the scroll and said to him, "Although this cannot compensate for your past achievements, please accept it. It is what you are holding now. It will help you a permit to enter the basement, the 6th floor of the museum." He walked straight to the kingdom's large museum, probably to the museum, then stopped by the royal notes, smoothly advancing deeper into the basement, the 5th floor of the Pubrium Museum. Although it is known to be the deepest part of the museum, there is actually one more floor below. He opened the paper and examined it. The 6th basement level is where they store the original magic and the magical perspectives of the Tower Masters. The king's seal on the paper immediately glowed brightly. Only those holding a permit stamped by the king could enter or exit. A line of magic appeared around where he was standing thanks to the king's permission. Reaching out his hand into the space before him, his arm briefly glowed and then vanished. Spatial magic. He was even more surprised to find the way into the 6th floor. Not the basement 6th floor, but moving to another space. His body fell freely down below. Around him were bright shelves filled with countless books, probably thousands of volumes. He began looking around those tall and distant bookshelves. The allowed time was 48 hours. Reading all these books inside is overwhelming. Trying to operate magic by hand is unstable. Because the magical space is limited image, magic cannot be used to take pictures. The special space allows readers to fly around it for easier movement. First, try proofreading from the title only, because only then can you distinguish which books need to be read first. He took the first book and began reading its title. The author of The Roar of the Earth Dragon is Van Ru Chen, who turned out to be the king of the Hoang Tower sect 400 years ago. Flipping through each page inside the exclamations became increasingly delighted. This is really awesome. The fiery red eyes with a hint of orange light up as they read each line, transforming the 5th magic circle to the 7th magic circle standard. I even imagined how powerful the magic circle in my head would look, absorbing the magical energy from the ground, and how that magic would spread through the physical terrain to reach deep underground. Even magic users can lift an entire block of earth. If the surge of magical power takes the form of a propeller blade along with a shockwave, his train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a notification. The understanding of Earth attribute magic increases slightly. With a high-level Earth attribute understanding reaching 99.9, it approaches the ultimate limit. Vatso looked at the system board with a question mark in his head. At this time, it immediately gave him a new task to increase his understanding of the Earth attribute. Increase the level of understanding of the provincial Earth realm to the limit for updating the rewards section clearly. The high-level stone dragon marks the 2 footprints of the Earth dragon. He paid close attention to a line of dinosaur footprints. A magic-obsessed guy like him couldn't hide the joy on his face. After Anlong and Hoalong, it was very unclear how to find traces of dragons, but it's unbelievable that something like that was given as a reward. Since it's a quest reward, it will be very authentic. He looked around the vast library, and wondered how to increase the understanding of the earth attribute to the highest level. Is there no other way but to memorize? After a while of diligently reading the books pile up high as soon as I finish reading them. Surely just memorizing does not increase understanding. He looked at the pile of books taller than his head and pondered. Come to think of it, he said, that when leaving the library you can take one book you want with you. While thinking, Joe's gaze drifted backward. Which book should I take? Inside this vast space stands a statue holding a book in its hand. What book is the statue holding? Of course I couldn't help but be curious and flew over to get it. What kind of book isn't kept on a bookshelf but on the wall? The words on the book are very concise, Super Dream by Duke Kien Kwok, but it is enough to amaze bookworms like Ratso. Of course he recognized that name. Duke Kien Kwok is the name of Lur Daemon, the ancestor of the Daemon family. Moreover, the Transcendental Dream is also a magic similar to his symbol. Looking up at the statue, the face seemed even more familiar to Rat, so this statue appeared to be modeled after the ancestor. He bowed his head as a sign of gratitude. Maybe all of this is the arrangement of the ancestor. Then he took the Transcendental Dream book and stepped out of the 6th floor space. Daria was already outside and met him right as he stepped out. You came at the right time, little brother, master. She immediately unleashed a torrent that made him cringe. Looking at you, it seems like you haven't rested at all for the past 48 hours. I always say that rest is as important as effort. Now that you're grown up, are you planning to stop listening to your master? There's not a single day you don't overwork yourself, and I can't ignore it. Honestly frustrating. But Snow White Daria also immediately saw the special book in the student's hand. Isn't that book about transcendental dreams? Does Master know about transcendental dreams? She immediately shared her knowledge of this magic. The transcendent dream shed its human form and was reborn in that magical posture. That is an external technique that transcends the boundaries of the world. Water can transform into a warrior and deliver a thunderous strike. According to the legend, the Duke of Nation Building transformed into a massive tsunami amid the raging storm, and in the heavy rain he became thunder and lightning. She seems to hold that magic in high regard. Besides that, fresh idea as long as it is truly achieved, the dream transcendence can be called magic worthy of high praise. Vutlar is even more confident, holding it in hand. The master also highly praised him. Indeed, the founder was a talented person. But then Daria sighed and called out to him. Little brother. Like a kind mother, she worriedly advised him. If you intend to train in transcendental dreams, I will not stop you, but you must be careful. Although the transcendent dream is the 8th magic circle, it is also a magic beyond that direction. The consequence of the magic created by the founder of the sect is like a trap lying deep under the sea. Because if you make a mistake, you could be swallowed by magic. Joe's face remained very serious as he replied, Yes, I will remember. The conversation is over. Daria leads him to the next place for today. Now it's time for the royal notes. Both of them go outside together, and they are exactly walking on a deserted dirt road, which makes Joe curious. I don't think the royal notes are outside the city. Daria keeps going. She explained to her youngest son that the place we are now heading to is the first treasure vault, which contains many rare items inside. The first treasure trove contains jewelry, while the second contains weapons. In the third treasure chamber, various treasures were kept. Then Snow White Daria stopped as the sunset fell over the lake. The scenery is strangely quiet and peaceful. It's here. She took out her stick and instructed him. From now on, you must open your eyes wide and observe. With his superior power, Dar easily creates countless layers of magical circles stacked upon each other. Because I will show you the precious scenery. Vutso opened his eyes wide, looking at his master teaching. He exclaimed in his mind, Very good. You understand all the connections and methods of forming that magic, such as the magic circle, the symbol, the formula, gradually increasing to tens and hundreds to form a star. Daria kept focusing on casting the spell, while her student was very happy, thinking that without the support, they might not have been brave enough to step in. After performing some complex magic, a path leading deep beneath the lake appeared, and Dar let out a sigh of relief. She led him downstairs and carefully told him, Youngest, the only thing you can take out of the treasure vault is one item, just like a museum. Vo immediately replied to her, and suddenly the light from his ring flared up as if reacting to something. Yes, I will write it down. The last words he uttered turned into a loud scream of surprise as lightning uncontrollably shot from his hands. What do you remember? What's going on with this? Joel's confused thoughts kept appearing. How did Claudie Lynn suddenly spit out thunder? Until now, it has never been like this. Unlike facing an enemy, it's like meeting the friend you've been longing for. Daria turned and explained to him, probably in the notes there was once again his ring. The young man looked up. He understood what she meant. Pairing artifice. These linked weapons are quite different from each other. Artifacts are essentially finished products. Their functional mechanisms are common, but there are also some special types of artifacts that only activate their features when paired, similar to my golden mask. He rubbed his chin and pondered. On second thought, the quest rewards and dragon-related artifacts are mostly just for show. The lightning from the ring shot straight at the door in front of them. Oh, so the riddle tells me where a pair is. Yes, because I kept being disturbed, I was a bit curious. The electric magic beam precisely hit the round orb placed behind the door. What kind of artifact could make this kid so worried? Inside the room was quite dark, with only a few shimmering lights floating around, and items displayed in the glass cabinet. The two of them walked up to the brightly glowing object. So this is the Cloud Jade. Cloud Jade. Your master turned and added, "That's right, the Cloud Jade has a special ability to control the weather. This function makes Rat so very interested as controlling weather. Magic requires a lot of energy and magic. There are only 10 mages who can control the weather of the entire continent. Operating the climate in such a way is very intricate and classified as a field that cannot be easily trained." Daria also told me about the downside. Climate operation has clear benefits, but also risks like mana consumption and fabric decomposition time. Her words made him imagine that receiving the Great Sword was like holding Brahma's. Voss looked at the Cloud Jade and thought that if considering efficiency, it was not the Cloud Jade. He looked at the ring, struggling to signal its owner, and smiled. Maybe it's better to choose another artifact, but I pointed my hand towards the gem and made my decision. I will choose this one. As his ringed hand touched the Cloud Jade, it immediately emitted a brilliant 7-colored aura. Magic from the ring flowed out more intensely, following the stream of the jade being absorbed into the ring, making the cloud pattern on the ring even clearer as the magic inside the ring became purer. The system also appeared to inform him that he had obtained a fragment of the Van Long door. Additionally, it noted that Van Long, as the dragon ruling over clouds and climate, is a rare mutated thunder dragon. Vutsa was reading with his mouth wide open in shock. A mutant dragon. The magic circle of early thunder is quite complex. Saying that the lightning attribute originates from the fire attribute is common knowledge among scholars. Because it is an attribute contrary to the usual concept of the 5 elements, the text taken from the magic circle is printed boldly on the paper. Lightning attribute mages are more noble and recognized. If it is an attribute generated from the lightning attribute, then that value cannot be compared to anything. He immediately closed his eyes and slowly felt the power present in his body. Moreover, the true power of the Cloud Pond Jade is not like controlling the weather. This is much more terrifying. The youngest, Snow White Daria beside him asked, "Can you guess how this object is used?" The young man did not hide his happiness and smiled. "Yes, maybe I know a little." After confirming with him, she immediately turned back. "Then let's go outside. I'm really curious about the power of our teeth pairing." They easily rose above the water, golden sunlight shining on the shimmering lake and through the tree canopy. "I start here." Vo immediately uses combined magic on the spot. The power of the armor ring the acrobatic form, his steps immediately changed. He moved forward lightly, then his whole body leapt high, leaving sparkling magical sparks on the ground. Your master watched and smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, magic flying. No, is it just a simple jump? This new magic allows many to easily move in the air. You jumped so far that you glided past several rows of trees." Admiring the cityscape bathed in sunset light from above, he couldn't help but be amazed and quietly impressed. "It's surprising that you can jump this high with just a step. Are the user's feet wrapped in a layer of wind magic, thanks to mist like this cloud?" He curled his legs again, creating a breeze that wrapped around the important thing, followed by a momentum to jump higher than before. The jump was not the end. Just a few steps of jumping, and he quickly mastered it freely, soaring through the air. It turned out to be even better than magic, flying faster, and no need to slow down when changing direction, though fatigue soon showed on his face. Of course, although the problem is that it consumes a lot of mana, I already feel tired. I continue to cast a stream of mana in the palm of my hand. Then Daria Bakhtuyet, standing below watching, suddenly saw a big lightning strike, even though the sky was beautiful earlier, which surprised her. Is that a thunderstorm? Her student was calmly walking on the lightning bolts and controlling them. This level is surely enough to destroy a small town. But he couldn't stand for long before turning pale. Of course, the juice dripped straight onto the water, and his master was not too surprised by that. Although this might lack charm, the next morning waking up in the Mage Guild building and remembering the excesses of last night, the young man and this mage now have to walk through the library while rubbing their shoulders. Ugh, it hurts everywhere. I guess I should temporarily stop using Claudie linking. He continues searching for a new book on the bookshelf. Since he has received everything he needed, he must proceed with the mission again. The system appeared to remind him of a few things, urging him to raise his understanding of the Earth attribute to the highest level. Joe's hand gently pulled down a corner of the book. He thinks the place that understands Earth attribute magic in Enden is the Royal Tower. First, he must find a mage of the 6th circle or higher, under the Royal Tower. As soon as he flipped open the first page, he paused when he saw something. Apply this person. He immediately moves to another place. The person holding the notebook wants to meet and speaks very friendly. It's been a long time since we last met. I heard you've been very active lately. The young man gently lifted the teacup with one finger and replied, I should have come to greet you more often. Sorry about that. Spigel just burst out laughing when he heard you say that. Elder Spiegelman, what kind of greeting is that? There is a saying that no news means good news. Vuvan carefully observed him and noticed the change. It's surprising that just by using the mirror face technique, a 5th level magic realm has already reached the 6th level. Spigel, let's get straight to the main point. You said you wanted advice on Earth attribute magic. Yes, because I was deeply impressed by the Earth magic I read in the 6th basement I visited this time. He still gave a generous smile and said, Of course, I warmly welcome such a request. If you agree, let's start right away. Vo did not hesitate to take out a thick stack of documents making Spigman suspicious, and ask him, If so, what did I do wrong to you? Late at night fell beneath a luxurious and elegant villa. The number of people being bribed has increased significantly. Bism is sitting at the desk reviewing the documents. Weapon crafting is also progressing smoothly. We probably don't need to worry about the Liang army. His face showed no change as he silently calculated. Now he just needed to wait. The wicked smile on his lips spread along with his greedy thoughts. The throne of Andy will be mine. At that moment, an uninvited guest appeared. He pulled back the curtain and spoke directly. Sorry for arriving so late. Bism cautiously turned to look at the other guy. He also recognized who this guest was. The boy with green eyes. Is it a crispy eggplant? The crispy eggplant is still wearing that mask. He stepped in through the window and greeted me. It seems this is the first time we are greeting each other face to face. He lowered himself and struck the pose of a nobleman under the cold night wind. Greetings, Duke Bism. I am C.A. Gion. Bism definitely won't turn away. You're being unusually polite. Coming late at night like this, are you trying to tease me? Still very natural, he walked straight inside. He shrugged and chuckled. How could this be? My coming to find Tai Kong is nothing but a strange thing that Kajian took out from his dark magic warehouse. It has a long shape and strange patterns on the outside. Show this to Tai Kong. At first glance, Bism couldn't recognize this item. Kazian immediately spoke up to introduce it. This is the sample that Tai Kong needs. The top ring stone of Feng Ma. Bism knows very well about that stone. The pinnacle stone of Feng Ma. The seal has blocked the door of Tartarus for a long time. He stood looking out the window with an expressionless face. Definitely not normal. Could it be that this sinister aura is buried deep in the abyss of Tartarus, but those cold eyes glanced over, revealing it was just an ordinary stone? He had strange and chilling thoughts when he remembered Derry and Melville. At this level, it was impossible to stop Andy's old monsters, and BMK's face darkened with those dark thoughts. What you have promised may not just be an object like this. Kazjo stood silently in front of him. The purple aura is exclusive to Andy's royal family. Even if expelled beyond the borders, the bloodline remains royal right. He shrugged and asked Lord Tai, Do you know how many monsters and giants are sealed inside Tartarus? He began to tell a story. The battle where the giant tribes and the gods sparked ancient war. Gigantomachy, the gods won after a long struggle, sealing hundreds of monsters and giants in Tartarus. Because to seal the giants with superhuman strength, many pillars equal to their number were needed. Behind that mask, his blue eyes flashed, knowing that excavating just 2 of the hundreds of pillars could bind the actions of the Flame Tower Lord and the Spear Tower Lord. When the excavation speed improves, the real pillar will naturally be found soon. Bism smirks and smiles. I was wondering why you brought the sample. So it's to report on the progress. Kazgio standing before him is not weak at all. We will definitely keep our promise. So the prince must also keep the promise he made to us. Bism looked at him seriously and replied, Of course. If I win the throne, I'll help you kill that bitch Daria. After the discussion, Kazan left under Bism's warning. But remember clearly, if you do not keep the covenant, you will bear my wrath. He nodded and then vanished into thin air. I will remember clearly. The Duke was left all alone. He began to reveal his true face. Shaking hands with me to kill Daria, he stood up and walked to a corner of the room. A chessboard was already set on the table, accompanied by mocking laughter. Words that even children wouldn't believe. Bism holds the king's army in his hand and caresses it. But as long as he can ascend the throne, he doesn't care how. He slammed the piece down so hard that the white chess piece shattered. No matter what tricks they used, the blow was so strong it made a big hole in the chessboard. After the dog finishes hunting, just boil it and throw it away. Spigel is sitting sadly in front of a pile of books. Vel, are you sleeping? You just answered 40 questions 2 days ago, and now even more questions have piled up. Haha. He looked up and swallowed hard, and every sentence was clearly focused. I just simply thought he was a genius. But sitting in front of you with such a delighted face, I don't know if I'm taking up too much of the elder's time. It turns out that thanks to this kind of effort, he can develop into such a person. He leaned back and laughed loudly. If I don't work hard on this, I'll probably get caught up. That night, Vo sat on the floor and laid out his documents, focusing deeply after reviewing the theory. The roar of the Earth Dragon is not simply the release of demonic power, but the use of the Earth's heat is the core magic. A flame weaves around the thoughts of the genius boy. If heat must be used, is it okay to combine it with the fire attribute, leave it with the earth attribute spreading out? It's best not to limit things that burst out, like flames, wind, and lightning. If you can open everything, remember your rich imagination. You can stand before a huge tree. The surrounding scenery also sparkles beautifully. The system appears and praises you for your effort. Your understanding of the earth attribute increases slightly. The level of understanding of the great earth attribute transforms into the highest level. Something that looks like a small, thin stick appears in midair, surrounded by a radiant aura. Vatso immediately receives some high-level real dragon stones and earth dragon footprints as a reward for expanding his knowledge. He held the system's gift in his hand and kept staring at it. This is the footprint of a land dragon, but a magic-obsessed guy like you doesn't even know this clearly. I made a silly face and wondered how to use it. I tried swinging it wildly to test. Because it was the footprint of the earth dragon, I thought the reward would be like the last map. But a weapon. Because it is a weapon, the intensity is too low. As he was swinging it up high, his sharp eyes noticed a strange detail on this dragon footprint tree. He opened his eyes wide in amazement, as if he had realized something more from this patterned item. Could it be that he quickly grabbed a bottle of black ink and poured it directly onto the earth dragon's footprint? Immediately, the stick floated in the air and drew a starry sky on the ceiling. When I saw this pattern, I became suspicious. It turns out it's not an ordinary map, but a Yang constellation. Are the dots marked on the paper stars? Then this level must be considered astronomical. The new mission also appears immediately. Go find the location marked on the star chart and enter the lair of the Earth Dragon. If you get close enough, the light will guide you. This new mission was also within your expectations, making you smile with satisfaction. Alright, since I was assigned the mission, I probably guessed right. Vatso immediately reached out to grab the geological footprint, and countless questions arose in his mind. But why is it the Yang Kach Tien Van Du? If the goal is just to give directions, a normal map like last time would work too. He sat down, focused, and tried using magic again. In short, we probably have to reach the Earth Dragon's place to find out. This star map is printed on the floor to help Joe observe more easily. He was determined to think first, try to confirm the location. Right immersed in the map, the young man walked along a guiding magical stream. If you navigate using the North Star as a reference, you keep walking until those markers disappear, and only then do your feet stop. At this point, the map has led you to a desolate land with sand beneath and a cloudy night sky in the distance. Is this Nadia Desert? The location has been identified and the planning is complete. What Jat needs to do next is to go to the royal room. I heard from Lord Daria that he registered for travel research again. He stands aside and looks pitiful to beg his fiancée. Sorry, H. Ket. Ha Ket put the pen down on the table. She said to him that, as she had said before, she was not a narrow-minded woman who could not understand her man's outside affairs, but she appeared to be narrow-minded like this. Because I am worried about you, she gave a very comforting smile to reassure him and made a request. So for my own benefit, I hope you provide me with regular updates. Suddenly Vo leaned close to her face and placed a warm kiss on it, making he blush deeply. I will definitely do that. But just that alone is still not enough. He quickly set off on the road to Nadia Desert. The journey was not easy. The desert sun is indeed very harsh. Looking up at the dazzling sunlight, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Luckily, I merged with the merchants as promised. So many yet still got to ride a camel, and he also paid close attention to each layer of sand they passed through, understanding why they crossed the position using the star chart, because the height and position of the sand change whenever the wind blows, so it cannot be crossed, according to the map. The merchant nearby happily approached him and offered, "If you feel hot, I can give you a cloak. Although it looks long and hot, it is actually very cool." Vo smiled politely and gently declined. "Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine." Suddenly, a small movement caught the attention of this sensitive young man. He turned to look down at the sand. What is this tremor? It doesn't feel like sand. It feels like something huge is diving underground. Just as those thoughts ended, a huge monster emerged from below, large and spiky, causing everyone there to scream in fear. It's a riot. All the merchants hurriedly turned and ran away. But as for Dak, so he still stands there. If he fights, he will be destroyed. If you don't want to die, then disband. Your eyes light up again when you gain a little more knowledge. It turns out that in the desert, a sandstorm is called a ho-ho. The merchant, seeing him late, reminded him, "What are you still staring at? Hurry up and run. But your path is rushing straight ahead. If you don't want to get hurt, stay by my side." What did you say, catching a ghost orb in the palm of your hand? I am really looking forward to this battle. This is the perfect place to test new magic training. Then quickly bring that mana line down to the sand layer. Angel Gloman, the Tower Lord from 200 years ago, left the original magic source in the 6th basement. The desertification technique caused all the sand around the creature's body to fly up, leaving no place to hide, exposing the giant worm as the earth erupted beneath it. The trembling earth revealed a short body. Streams of mana formed beams of light and shot forward as guided. They attacked the monster's flesh, causing it to open its sharp-toothed mouth and roar, leaving the travelers with the young man astonished. "Oh, I thought I was going to die like this." But you were still calmly looking up. Those people became even more curious about him. Who exactly is that mage? At this moment, the camel's wound oozed black fluid, and the familiar blue light of dark magic radiated. The camel went mad. It screams as its body is violently transformed and corroded by black slime. The terrified merchants back away, leaving their mounts convulsing on the sand. Wow, the poison is in the blood. Vut is continuing to cast a spell into the sand layer. He grits his teeth and turns around. This is 2 lines of power, one blue and one yellow-orange blending together, the wind blowing around them, creating a chaotic mess that's hard to see clearly. After knocking away all the monsters, he slowly stood up and thought, finally finished. The woman behind him came forward and politely introduced herself. "I am Marin from the Catsby Trade Guild. Greetings to the benefactor of the caravan." The young man also responded kindly with a handshake and his alias. "I am Richard. Thanks to you, we can continue trading. I really want to repay you, so do you have any wishes?" Vo thought for a moment and then expressed his wish. Then can you give me a camel?" Anna is quite surprised. "Camels?" The guy nodded firmly as he looked further into the desert. "Yes, maybe I have to move in a different direction from here. The sky remains clear and blue like that. Some white clouds float gently across the sky." He separated the bucket from the caravan and followed the traces of light on the road by himself. "Are those traces from the flock of birds over there?" The geological item at the strait emitted a faint ray and began to react as he followed the path. The patterns on the item radiated a powerful mana of Yang-engraved celestial map. The light had now converged into a very large and clear cluster. It continued to lead the owner, saying that when approaching the path of light would guide like this. Vutso jumped off the camel, using his wind magic to leap high and chase after the light. The wind blew his hair back, but he remained focused, looking straight ahead. The light lands in a cave, and the stars in the sky become clearer as we get closer to that mysterious place. "Is it really over there?" He landed and carefully looked around. Looking around, it's just sand. "If that's the case, then indeed." He rubbed his head and chuckled softly at his own prediction. Down there again. A powerful beam of light pierced straight into the sand, scorching it dark and scattering it everywhere. At that moment, he also jumped down into the black hole. Falling freely inside the earth, I kept thinking of one word to find it. Destination. Dust and cuts flashed around the young man, but he patiently looked down. The target. Ditch, not wasting your attention. Deeper inside, there is a large crack surrounded by golden sand. Ditch, you pass through that hole and arrive at another strange space. Marble, not sand. Inside this strange place, only the light from that hole shines in, so it is very dark. Yahoo habitually said, "Pepper, light the fire," but no one appears. Yah felt frustrated and rubbed his head. "Ah, I forgot, Pepper had already fallen asleep. Thinking of my little dragon makes me miss him even more. Pepper, when can I see you again? Back then, Pepper told me we would meet again soon. My master." The young man also took out that geological treasure to continue following the map's trail. Anyway, the light goes straight into the deep space in this area where red glowing eyes are hiding and waiting for me. It seems this time I have found the right place. Countless scorpions fell to the ground, their bodies enveloped in a layer of fire mana. Facing this swarm of insects, Gyatso calmly analyzed the situation. "Leave the monsters to me, and focus on the source of the green magic, a type I can easily attack with quick strikes. I'm worried the ruins might collapse. Low-level monsters blocking the way are easily slashed away by me. Although the scale is large and the level is low, the types of magical beasts are also diverse relics. If fully restored, it would show significant research value. Elder Spiggle Mew would surely be very happy. Although there are creatures larger than dinosaurs, they are no match for Dax, so. With a single sword strike, he defeated it. The number of monsters has decreased so far. The young man carefully looks at the road ahead. It seems there is no way out, so this must be the deep level. He carefully takes each step in the empty corridor. Thoughts keep rushing into my head. Other artifacts might have relics. Now the obstacle is a large, sturdy gate, not a door, but a teleportation gate. Fly up and observe every detail of it. What are the operating conditions? He looked down and then up, realizing some notes. It seems the left and right are connected, so the glue and push are probably not mechanisms. At the top, there is a damaged hole emitting a faint glow enough to catch his attention. The circular hole sparked a quick idea in this guy's mind that surprised him. Wait a minute. Looking at the object in his hand, the connection between them gave him an idea. Duongkok Thien Van Do Van So then approached the gate crack and gently tapped it with the Duongkok Thien Van Do. I was wondering why this time it wasn't the shape of a map, and it turns out this is the reason. Just as you predicted, the teleportation gate opened with a dazzling light. The young man's eyes slowly opened as the light gradually adjusted to his eyes. I suddenly realized I had returned outside the desert. Had I already left the ruins? But those rays still followed him, making him very suspicious. The feeling was a bit different from the desert he had been through. A strange compass appeared in his hand. A compass, but why does it only have one needle? At this moment, the system appeared and assigned him a new mission. This space is a dream created to test someone. You need to reach the end of this place using a compass, but you cannot use aerial teleportation magic. Vatso looked up at the surroundings and subtly realized that he was inside someone's dream. Is the reason for feeling different because of that? This challenge doesn't worry him much. Holding the provided compass in his hand, the young man smiles confidently. Anyway, the destination has been set. The only golden needle is pointing straight ahead of him. Just follow the direction indicated by the needle. But moments later, dark magic streams gathered in the sand. Vut opened his mouth in amazement as he saw the sandstorm and lightning striking below. He hurriedly turned around to run away. Oh, could it be? But the table before him dismissed that thought by pointing straight into the disaster area. With no other choice, Vutso sighed and complained. Really, nothing is easy. He forced a smile as usual and turned to step into the challenge of the dream. Alright, I will get through all of this. Vatso stared mesmerized at the lines of fire magic swirling in the air. The more he looked, the more amazed he became. They shone into his red eyes, the characters flowing like a paragraph. He tried to touch them, and a flash of light sparked at his fingertip. The young man showed renewed interest in them. Is all of this created by magic? Standing at the heart of that magical current, countless new things unfolded around him, understanding and reversing the magic before analyzing it. Vatso continued walking on the sandy path. I predict what will happen next. If the past was a test of character, then my eyes hardened to clearly show my maturity. Now is the test of the mage's talent. Inside his soul, Joe's eyes closed tightly to feel the teachings, perceive the object, observe intuitively, understand and expand his territory to reach the truth of the world. Suddenly, the light flashed above his head, making Retso frown in discomfort. He quickly rubbed his head due to the dull pain, thinking he could break through the wall, but in the end he ran out of mana. However, it was not yet time to give up. Our genius mage smiled and thought to himself, it's a pity, but there's no other way, just have to recall the previous feeling. He grew more confident as he stepped through the flames, determined not to miss the chance if it came again. The system appeared and notified him that he had completed the mission. After passing through the magical space, Russell's next destination was a large architectural building here. Looking around, he wondered if the square was where he first discovered the door, and if the door disappeared along with the space gate. The system granted you the purification of the earth. The horn of the dragon god king surprised you. The horn of the earth. It looked like a big gold block, even bigger than Joe's body when he stood next to it. It looked awkward compared to the trees here. Joe's hand touched the forest. How much will the magic power increase if I absorb this? Suddenly the horn disappeared, and the mana swirling around the boy made him even more surprised. What is this? Still confused, a sudden pain struck the body, making the face grimace. Why is there no transformation? Joe's heart is being torn apart by those spells. The absorbed magic is blocking the mana flow, so he immediately sits down to regulate the mana flow. If it is completely blocked, there will be no way to act. His face turned bright red. The mana flow caused his face to change with glowing eyes. He must quickly control the magic power towards the magic circle. Joe's hand clenched his knee to endure it. The pain and the mana around him suddenly vanished. The young man's hand also relaxed. A grain of sand fell from his arm to the ground where it softened and lay still. The statue-like figure sat rigidly, but it couldn't control the genius mage for long as streaks of light radiated from his face and limbs. The crack on his face also appeared, making his desire to escape even stronger. The system notified that he had absorbed and purified the Long God's horned land to its maximum limit. The magic power has exceeded the limit that can be absorbed, covered within the hidden strength. Then another announcement followed. This hidden power will awaken and greatly strengthen you. Your understanding of the highest level earth attribute increases slightly. Regain consciousness, and watch the shards fall around where he sits. The escaping waste resembles a layer of scaly horn. He tried to reach out and grab a big rock. There was something different from before. Not only the muscles, but even the bones seemed to become harder. Suddenly, Joe's thoughts led him to span him. He clenched his hand and tried to compare. This level is only as strong as a small grip. If you apply Overload and Wizard Body, it will be similar to the previous spandam. Then the guy also hurriedly went outside. The gate opened and he met a stranger who was standing there to greet him. First, he had to get out of this place where the space gate of the Royal Tower was nearby. He seems to recognize Rat. So, he asked again. Lord Rat, so die Monday. Yes. He immediately made a deal and reported back. This is the directive text from the Salt Tower Master and the King Dao directive right. Yes, it was 5 days ago. Without hesitation, he opened it to see. He read every line written on it. Destroy the Hydra in the swamp territory of Count Up K. The Hydra monster they talk about is quite notorious for its many-headed body. The Hydra appeared in the Western Kingdom around this time. Unsen in the previous timeline was the one who tore it apart. At that time, receiving this mission was surely the execution of Vermilion. The order probably came to me because history had changed. I just read the directive and thought that history has gone back 8 years, and since I have lived through 7 years, the future I know is less than a year away. One day, Alan was on the list of supporting mages. On the list of summoned mages, Alan's name also appeared, but it was noted that he had the 5th magic ring, which made him curious. But why is it still the 5th magic circle? I thought he had already surpassed the 6th magic circle barrier and reached the 5th circle faster than in the past. At this time in the castle, within the city, news quickly reached the mages of the royal path who had received the order to destroy Hydra from His Majesty the King, greeting Count Roniko. The group of mages gathered at the door. The Count approached and praised Alan. Has Lord Alan Pett, the genius mage recognized by the Tower Master, arrived? He must be relieved now. Alan happily said, I only support the one who commands the elimination, is Count Dazuo Sudaemon. Because of his good reputation, he was immediately recognized by him. So it turns out to be Tan Tien Kong. I have also heard about that person's identity, Renki asked them. But who is the new immortal worker? Alan replied to him. Our starting points were different, so I arrived early. He should be here soon. Don't worry. Then he raised a question. Count, do you know where the Hydra's nest is? Speaking of that monster, you immediately think of a gloomy stretch of land covered by dark energy, a swamp on the other side of the plain. It built a nest there. Alan's curiosity still hasn't stopped. Has it attacked before? The Count shook his head. Not yet. He was quite disappointed with that answer, and was quietly pondering. What should I do? I was originally waiting for you to lead, but the time to eliminate can also be delayed. Maybe I should probe first. The conversation seemed to be going smoothly, but suddenly a loud noise came from outside. Count, I have something to tell you. The multi-headed dragon somehow broke into their castle and breathed fire to cause destruction. Hydra, Hydra. Terrified by the destruction, Tranya cracked and rocks fell down. What is it? It has never attacked first before. What's going on here? Alan quickly rushed outside. He said loudly to the Count, Count, we will confront Hydra. Count, evacuate the civilians. The mages also followed him outside to suppress the mad dragon. Outside the city wall, the Hydra was rampaging and breathing fire everywhere. Maybe it still hasn't noticed us. We have to take advantage of this opening and eliminate it. He closed his eyes tightly and chanted a type of light magic. By his standards, he couldn't defeat Hydra alone now. Alan narrowed his eyes to activate the magic and reassure himself. The mages concentrated their attacks and the Hydra retaliated with fire, but when combined with the other mages, the black smoke obscured their vision, making it unclear who had the advantage due to the powerful strikes. Alan stared in amazement, his senses alerting him strongly, as red eyes appeared from the wind, waiting for the right moment to attack. Damn it, Alan shouted urgently as the Hydra and its heads lunged at them, all dodging away. He tried to create a thick, magical barrier to protect everyone. That dangerous, destructive power, if not careful, could endanger the civilians. The dark power of the Hydra is incredibly strong, almost breaking through Alan's ice wall and causing casualties that must be stopped. At this time, Joe was also rushing back. He was very worried and did his best to rush towards the castle. Joe's eyes widened in shock, his whole body freezing as he witnessed the scene before him. The entire castle was engulfed in Hydra's dark magic. Dark clouds cover the sky. The walls of Alan are thickly covered with moss. The dragon has also left. Hydra, how about that name? After returning to the swamp, no unusual movement was seen. Count Ranical and the warrior beside him stood inside observing. Surely Mr. Alan's strike was significant. Speaking of Alan Pett, he trembled and curled up in midair. What about Mr. Alan's condition? He has been bedridden with extensive woven marks on his face, suffering severely, but not in good condition. Count Ranical said sternly to the servant, we must save him. He replied, I will do my best. A warrior hurriedly ran to them. The Count has arrived. You have to be serious in front of the Count. But who did you say was coming? Tar skipped the ceremony. The soldier reported to them, surprising both of them. It is Count Taitan Tienkong Ratso Daemon who just arrived. Ratso outside looks up at the sky. His footsteps quickened. Without hesitation, he crouched down to strike. He jumped straight up to where the Count was standing. Reniko saw his body glide past his head, black hair and red eyes. This teenager is the man who appeared looking very neat and raised his hand to greet. Count Ranical and the warrior beside him stood inside the observation tower. Lord Ranical, pleased to meet you. I am Ratso Day Monday. They led the young man into the room where Alan is recovering. Lord, when did Alan become like this? In response to the question, the Count honestly replied, today is the second day. Weak mana flows around Alan's body. How can this kind of energy be controlled just by breathing? A normal person would have died instantly. He continued to ask for more information. I don't know if the Hydra has 8 or 9 heads. The Count wore a mask and replied. The first 5 years immediately fell into his thoughts. If it were the first year, it would probably be mature by now. Could it be this poisonous? His hand gently reached out to Alan's very ill body. He had to check. The Count and the warrior were both shocked and wanted to stop him. Wait, it's dangerous. However, a flame suddenly flared up, lighting up the entire bed. They quickly covered their faces. Did that day burn with poison? Layers of smoke piled up, holding a bright flame in hand. This is the poison of a tower master-level sorcerer. He closes his eyes tightly to feel the venom from Alan's arm. To understand the poison, he must find its origin. More than half of his body has been invaded by poison, the magic of the spellbook wrapping around and penetrating deeper, bit by bit. If we remove the relatively mild toxic gas at the point where the venom is strongest, that is the core of everything. Once found, the power it emits is immediately recognized, and the source of this venom also surprises him. This is the system's dragon notification, appearing to assign you Hydra's secret mission. Defeat Hydra, the saboteur of Randacel's territory. Reveal its secret and answer the question. He looked at the screen hesitantly. How is the reward divided? I know we have to fight back, but what exactly is the secret? The Count's curious voice rang out. What's wrong, Mr. Ratso immediately turned and reassured his cousin. That's all there is to it, and I have found a treatment for Lord Alan. The Count was surprised. Are you serious? The treatment will start immediately. He told them, yes, during the treatment there is a risk of exposure to toxic gas, so everyone should go outside. In the young mage's knowledge, he knew very well the methods of treatment. Although treating poison usually involves antidotes or divine powers, sweat dripped down Chan's cheek, and Joe's eyes stared at the bed as he made this decision, his hand gripping Alan's even tighter. What I can do is burn and eliminate the toxins or push them out of the body. The usual treatment is like that, but for him both must be done at the same time. A white smoke spreads beside the bed. When the light between Alan and Jat's hands is still strong, pushing the poison out of the body will face great resistance. And even when trying to push it out, there is a risk of being poisoned again because the toxin is very strong. Even if it takes time, it must be done thoroughly. Under his magical control, Alan's body gradually floated. Removing impurities helps the flow of magical power. When repeating this process, he closed his eyes to increase concentration, and his imagination reminded him of a few things. He felt the same aura as before, from the day Alan attained enlightenment, through the process of removing poison stars. Jay's lips curved into a slight smile as Alan gently landed on the floor, surrounded by the influence of ice magic. Vo greeted him, as Alan's body had fully recovered. Congratulations on reaching the 6th magic round, Lord Alan. Alan's white eyelids gently opened, beautiful and strangely charming. You saved me. I owe you my life again. He bowed with gratitude. I thank you. I hastily waved my hand. It's nothing. But Lord Alan and the people of the Ranical territory can be safe and sound. As the commander of the extermination, I thank you. They rearranged their clothes and went outside to meet the Count, who also expressed joy, and said, Sir Alan, it is truly fortunate that you have been completely cured. Alan also tilted his head to express his gratitude to Ranical. I am very sorry for causing you trouble. He smiled and replied, What worries? Vo still kept a serious attitude and said, City Lord, I have something to confirm to eliminate Hydra. Ranico kindly invites you. You go ahead, I first ask about our side. I need information on the capabilities and number of knights who will participate in eliminating the monsters around the swamp. The Count immediately specified that there are 30 people with the title of knight, and including regular soldiers, there are 500 people. Vo continues to wonder how many people have professional housing qualifications. He regretfully says there are none. I secretly thought about it after getting some information. Perhaps he will not hide his strategy in this crisis. There is no other way, just consider the knights as support forces. The number of monsters in the swamp is very large and all are dangerous. The swamp area is 1,500 hectares, which cannot be precisely determined. The exact number of individuals is unknown, but after Hydra built its nest, the entire swamp area became a lair for monsters. Alan joined the exchange. For that area, there must be thousands of monsters. Ranacel sighed. The numbers are like that, but the biggest concern is that the swamp area restricts the movement of the soldiers. Regarding that matter, Vo confidently proposed to him. I have a plan for that, so I hope you can help me prepare to be able to depart after 3 days. Ranical laughed with delight. Actually. The young wizard happily slapped Alan on the shoulder and said, Yes, I have a very sure way. Alan looked at him in confusion while the price still wore a smug smile without saying anything more. That afternoon, all the soldiers were gathered by Ranical and informed, Do you remember? Last autumn when half the territory was covered in golden light. He recalls the beautiful memories of his childhood. I remember very clearly. That field, that smile, that peace. Both Jackso and Alan also rode horses and stood with the Legion to listen to the declaration. But this year, we will not receive such a gift. No, as long as Hydra exists, we will never see it a second time. Then Ranical loudly said the final words. Our gift. What should we do with the one who has stolen our peace? The soldiers behind shout loudly according to their orders. We have to fight. We have to destroy it. Joe himself was also somewhat encouraged, which made him smile. That day boosted the soldiers' morale. His horse turned around, now it was his turn. The young man with the fire tower cloak on his shoulder clearly told the entire legion, "I am the commander who destroyed Hydra." He raised his hand and created large screens. "From now on, I will explain to everyone about the elimination tactics." Their battle formation is clearly displayed there. First, divide into 2 teams of knights. The mission is to protect and support the 4th circle mages from behind, creating a path through the magical beasts along with the 5th circle mages, and preventing the beasts from escaping. A soldier raised his hand to voice his opinion, saying that just moving through the swamp was difficult enough, let alone facing the monsters ahead. Of course, he had anticipated this and spoke to reassure them. "You don't need to worry about that. The place they will attack is a dark swamp with muddy terrain. Monsters lurking, hiding behind shadows. Suddenly a bright light shines down from above, making the monsters look up. The original move of Rat Zo descends into the swamp and explodes. His body is surrounded by familiar streams of fire mana. I will take responsibility for opening that big door. The whole forest is burning fiercely. The hot sparks flew up, lighting up the whole forest. The soldiers, after witnessing Joe's power, all shared the same admiration. Could he really handle countless beasts so easily? Their eyes looked towards the commander of this attack. Is this the rule of a 6-star mage? The preemptive strike by Joe has been completed. Then he turned to speak to his assistant, Mr. Allen. Next, rely on him. He nodded. Yes, although I can't close such a large scale all at once, Vol laughed happily. It's okay because I will rely on you again. Alan quietly shifted his steps and made the band spread out. Just like a cruel master. He is crazy. He lifts his whole body and controls mana. The whole forest turned into a sparkling blue of ice. Anyway, I have to follow my master's orders, so I will do my best. The magic fanatic was extremely fascinated watching how Alan performed the magic. Was that really magic back then? Any creature that touches the ground is turned into a cold stone by the ice layer. Snowflakes fall like a real winter. Ice Age. The ice grows from beneath their feet, trapping the low-level monsters. Reniko raised his sword high and commanded, "Use the iceberg as a stepping stone to move forward." The Legion, with a large number, began their sweep with a very heroic slogan. The entire army advanced through the swamp. The monsters could only grimace and stand still, waiting to be dealt with. The warrior glided by and swung his sword, breaking the ice layer. He turned to speak to his teammates, ignoring the movement on the ground, slashing at the frozen enemies. The monster's head appeared with its big red eyes. At that moment, it violently threw his body high, making the warrior scream in panic. Immediately, a hand drew a magic line to support him. After slashing the 2 monsters in half and rescuing the warrior, the others in the team immediately went to pull him out. "I will stop the bleeding. Endure a little more. Look around quietly and hold back." The number of undead has not decreased. The army and the mages of the group are still fiercely fighting. Die. Drive away the monsters. The commander is still considering. If we use the light magic field, our troops might get caught in it too. He made a quick decision and pushed off the ground to strike. The young man's body easily soared high with his familiar jumping move. We must quickly eliminate Hydra first. While flying in the air, his eyes carefully scan around to search for Hydra. Inside the swamp, a faint light appears in the darkness of the forest. Movements from small to large emerge from beneath the water. The Hydra boss appears, opening its mouth hungrily. Its 5 heads rise from the water and begin the hunt. He rushed past the lake to be the first to confront it. I thought he would enter from the side. The aura of this Hydra is completely different from that of ordinary monsters. The ice cannot block its path. Every warrior standing nearby was motionless. They cried out in fear, "My body can't move." The Hydra has quickly approached the Legion again. A wall of ice created by ice magic was raised between them. Damn it, the distance is too far. What should I do? Alan controlled the magic in his hands. The temperature around his body dropped extremely low, causing a thick layer of ice to form. Sir Alan. However, that wall could not hold for long. A large crack appeared on the ice surface. The mad Hydra monster bites through the thick ice to advance and attack them once again. It lunges its 3 heads forward. The tongue was as long as a snake, and its fins spread out. Alan continued to use the forest ice move to block its body. At that moment, he gathered the fire magic in his palm. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in his mind. "I will never forgive the humans who killed my mother." He was about to cast a spell, but suddenly paused and looked up at it. Is this the 4 thoughts of Hydra? Hydra's words earlier made me think a lot, avenging the mother who was destroyed. I wonder why it caused such a commotion. He opened his eyes wide to see the fury that Hydra was unleashing, but I was wrong. Not far away, a mysterious figure quietly smiled with delight as they watched the battle. He sat on a high cliff, mumbling to himself, drawing on the dominating power of the Dragon Clan to control the Hydra. Those eyes were also amber-colored, evoking a feeling similar to Joe's dragon form. Interesting. The Hydra keeps opening its mouth wide. and growling angry sounds. With a stern face, he used his authority to command it to stop. But the young man's words had no effect on the Hydra. It keeps causing chaos very strongly. Does the dominating power have no effect? The strong wind blew and carried dust swirling around. He was still lost in questions. Even if it didn't obey, it should at least pause. Not even such a sign was seen, as if something blocked the way before the dominating power reached. His arm raised high, and his thoughts had to change accordingly. With no other choice, Vol created countless rockets in the sky, all aimed at Hydra and burning fiercely, only controllable by power. Under the Master's control, the arrows fell down like rain. Hydra twisted its head. The monster still refuses to run away and confronts the attack. But those arrows persistently pierce the swaying heads of HRA. The assault has not stopped. The sky forms a swirling firestorm and accumulates magic within it. The magic recedes again. He looked up at the lightning from his ring, shooting high to gain strength, and after finishing preparations, he gazed at the remaining sparks on the ring with regret. It was probably a very satisfying move, but unfortunately, he clenched his fist and smiled confidently to ignite his mana with fire. For magic of this level, it is also possible. The familiar long spear appears. The young man reached out to grab it, thinking of the giant's hammer, the strongest thunder magic in the 5th magic circle. He continued following his thoughts, using all his strength to throw the spear, ice, and fire at the monster, causing an explosion that shook the entire forest. The overwhelming mana flow affected Alan as well. He groaned and marveled at the numbers. Hugh is really talented. The young mage himself just sighed, once his face still serious, as he looked at the center of the battle. Although both are 6th-level magic circles, there is such a difference. That 5-headed Hydra monster was burned black, coughing up blood and gradually weakening. As the monster seemed to fall, a voice pierced through its mind. Ending the battle like this would be a bit of a shame. A strange line of dark magic suddenly flared strongly around the severely injured body of Hydra. The power of the dragon blood that I shared with you is not just at that level. Sa opened his eyes wide in amazement as he witnessed the scene before him, a column of energy shining down on Hydra, causing rocks to scatter everywhere. The strange purple light threw everything into chaos. Stand up, my beast power. That strange power suddenly descended upon Hydra's body, and streams of dark magic spread out. The wind grows stronger, carrying those dark spells. This is very dangerous, so he immediately casts a technique and creates countless spears, absolutely not letting it complete. The sharp spears rushed forward and pierced the slimy protective layer of the magic. His eyes blazed red to empower his magic. Another one, a large explosion was triggered, engulfing the entire space in flames. Hydra's body was covered in wounds, struggling to cough up a mouthful of blood with no signs of recovery. But that was still not enough to relax the wings. The palm of that talented mage lit up 2 flames. Alright, let's end it like this. Suddenly, the dark magic surged powerfully and soared through the sky. A magic rift appeared in the swamp. Black lightning bolts shot out from it, carrying immense dark magic power. In Joe's memory, he tried to recall the crazy cultists from before. It seemed similar at a glance, but this was denser and darker than that. He was startled by shock, his consciousness recognizing something very familiar. Could it be that from within that core distorted currents appeared and stirred inside it? Alan stood stunned, staring at the dark magic orb, sweat pouring down his face. Even Joe's red eyes did not look away from it for a single second. Around the dark sphere, its black flow began to spread. The space was silent without a sound. From inside that cage, a faint blue light appeared from the crack drilled on the surface of the sphere. It grew larger and seemed to want to tear apart the cramped prison. The Hydra's head emerged with its long fangs and bloodthirsty eyes. It looked even more terrifying than before. Count each of its heads one by one. They twist and open their mouths wide, letting saliva drip out. 1, 2. Now facing the guy is a monster with a new level of power radiating its fierce aura all around. 6 heads have grown. One of Hydra's heads spoke. It said with hatred, "Those filthy humans are blocking me from avenging my mother." Using their heads, they threatened the mages, forcing Alan and Jat to quickly create a barrier. "I will definitely devour all of you. The situation has worsened. As the commander, I must quickly give the next order. Sir Alan, evacuate the troops to the rear, I understand. Fighting this monster alone, you glide over the slippery ice to escape its pursuit." Hydra was defeated by Unsen in the past, having 1 year of experience. Quick reflexes helped him dodge Hydra's sneaky charges. The fact that this guy's head has 6 means history was altered due to some interference. Even so, the battlefield erupted again with the rampage of Hydra. The mysterious guy was still leisurely watching the fun, or something else. He tried swinging his arm to unleash the slashing strike that once tore through the air, but this time it touched the chest of the dark dragon and then vanished. At this level, there isn't even a scratch. The mages and warriors hurriedly ran off, following the army's orders. Perhaps everyone has already evacuated. We must use the dragon transformation unit. In his eyes, a flash of light gleamed against the black background. Although Long Yan Hoa would not be detected at this distance, I still have to be careful. That hydra started attacking from afar by spitting out streams of venom. Futso swung his spear to cut off the poisonous water, then dealt a fatal blow to its neck, severing its head. However, its wound quickly healed back to normal. Such incredible latent power I must have suffered from this excessive attack. He focused on surrounding spears around him, pouring all his magic power into one strike. Joe's strong power flowed into the spear, making it blaze with red flames. You vanished into the void, Hydra's head snarling and snapping at you. Dodge its head as it strikes the ground. He tightly grips his spear and approaches it bit by bit. The close distance makes the strikes harder to dodge. The scratch on the boy's stomach made him hold back a pain as he led the horse down to the ground. He points the tip of the weapon down to use as support. Now let's finish this. Lamon's magic was used to grow the thorn tree to strengthen it. He leaned over, grabbed a strike, and then launched his sharp weapon straight ahead like an arrow piercing through the head of a Ha creature. He struggles in pain, constantly shouting curses at the people here. I curse you all. Its eyes bled red, it kept screaming wildly. I am his second in command. The day he sets foot on this land, you bastards will face the consequences. Volo heard exactly what Hydra said. He looked shocked. He must be sure that someone intervened in Hydra's appearance. Those amber eyes lit up as if they had just found something new. The mysterious person silently watched the rising flame and whispered, No wonder I felt a very familiar power. The ashes of the burned things were swept away by the wind, all passing over Joe's serious face. Is it the Dragon Emperor? After that great battle, the people in the capital happily held a lavish celebration. The banquet hall for the celebration was quite large. Alan looked unhappy. I am very grateful, but just recovering the damage is already exhausting, so it's really worrying. The young sorcerer standing beside him raised an eyebrow and scoffed. It seems he is not one to show off extravagantly. This level should be quite good, right? The young ladies from the noble families are quietly watching him from afar, their faces blushing and all admiring him. Suddenly the man spoke up, Sir Alan, now you must endure a little hardship. Those words surprised Alan. Who may? He was about to ask more when a swarm of young ladies suddenly attacked him. What is going on? Oh wow. Dongthon exclaimed. Sir Alan. Sweet words continuously surround him, trying to start a conversation with Alan. Nice to meet you, sir. My father. I was petrified and silently screamed. Why did you leave me like that? He smiled slyly and turned away. Those young wizards are probably in for a tough time. As for me, since I am engaged to Hack-Ket, they will not care. Thinking of my beautiful fiancée, he happily thought. Come to think of it, I haven't contacted Het in a long time. Tomorrow for sure. Suddenly his senses alarmed intensely, making the back of Gyatso's neck twitch, hurriedly looking towards that uneasy feeling. A strange person with a covered face was staring at him without any concealment. Those eyes kept flashing like that, along with a mysterious smile from him. A stream of black magic seemed about to swallow me whole. He was completely surrounded by the black space created by dark magic. But after facing each other for only a few seconds, the mysterious person turned and left. Vatso still couldn't take his eyes off him, clutching his hand tightly with worry. Just now, that feeling was clearly triggered by some thought, and he immediately turned and followed the direction the mysterious person had gone earlier. When I got out onto the balcony, just as expected, the person following me was waiting there. I have something to ask. The two of them faced each other once again, but this time they were less than 2 steps apart. Gyatso seriously asked, Are you dragon? He silently compared in his mind. The aura just now was similar to what he felt during the battle. If that is the power of a dragon, it could also suppress the Hydra's growth. The mysterious person immediately smiled mischievously and replied as if joking, Guess what? From behind his cloak, tufts of fur grew and gradually spread out like wings painted black by Tudium, stretching powerfully outward. The mysterious man flew in the air with those wings and said, For a time I was called that too. After uttering those mysterious words, he silently looked at Gyatso. Black hairs fell with the cold night wind. The young man Joe himself anxiously watched him. No one spoke until the very last moment. Suddenly, a small movement appeared in the distant sky, causing the mysterious man to turn around sharply. He whispered to Joe, I really want to continue our conversation, but a stranger has stopped us. No more words. That mysterious person flapped their wings and started flying up high. I will be back soon. He kept rushing towards the full moon, leaving the Dragon Emperor with questions. In Joe's mind, only his face remained. You were once called a dragon by humans, right? So now you are no longer a dragon. The system interrupts and reports that the mission is complete. He receives the reward and simultaneously uncovers the dark secrets behind the truth about Hydra. So he is the leader behind Hydra. He still continues to question the issues he has raised. Meanwhile, inside another desolate area, what is his target? A teleportation gate opens in midair, emitting a mix of dark magic and fire. The mysterious man stepped out from there, his strong face cold and emotionless. Standing before a huge cave shrouded in darkness, he spoke to someone. Hey, are you ignoring what I'm saying? No sound answered the question, making his irritation begin to rise. The dragon's clawed hand reached out, squeezing something that screamed in pain. A man was roughly lifted up by him and threatened. I clearly warned you not to come here. Those eyes were so angry they almost pierced the guy in front of them. Do you want to die? The name of that guy was uttered by him. His neck was squeezed until it turned red, making it difficult for him to speak. Hypnosis doesn't have much time. When are you available? The person with an unclear identity chuckled quietly. He continued to hold that posture and threatened the useless guy in front of him. It's ridiculous. The shadow from his body took the form of a fierce dragon's head. Since when did you think you and I were equals? The name he kept secret earlier has been revealed. He is the poet J-Ling Longsanga. Do you think you can order me around? Hypnosis was suppressed by that dark power. Despite being afraid, he still forced himself to ask. You are thinking about betraying him, right? Du Lin pondered for a moment at the stupid question from the idiot in front of him, then threw him straight into the bushes, sending him flying far away with a cry of pain. The dragon at that intersection said coldly, I'm not interested in his plan. But remember, those eyes flashed a spark to warn Hypnos once again about his identity. Half of my body comes from him, that doesn't mean you guys own me. Hypnos struggled to sit up from the ground, still boldly replying, you will regret this. Then the teasing guy fled, using the magic that the previous church members had used. Dai-Lin was left alone here, and he whispered to himself a very strange name. Dawn has broken beyond the sun, bringing great hope from a fallen person like Jewel Lin. Do you have the strength to win back some freedom for me? Also on that day at Geneve Palace, an announcement was made, Sir Count So Di Man has arrived. She was dressed neatly, just waiting for the hacker's order to step inside and let him in. She was reading the morning newspaper as usual, while the servants were doing her hair. Come here, sir, carry the basket. Although they are married, he still politely bows to greet. First, I am the Count of the Kingdom of Vatsodaimon. Your Honor. Before he could finish speaking, he shyly looked up at the newspaper Hackett was holding, which featured a somewhat stiff portrait of him on the front page. That is a very detailed portrait painting. Hiket happily said when she tried to compare the newspaper with Rat, but the real person would be better. The servant nearby agreed. Haha, that's really true. She gently set the newspaper aside and softly asked, why did you come to see me today? Rat Sang hesitated and replied, I just tried to smile naturally to tell her some news. You have a mission to leave the capital for a few days. Hiket was naturally not very happy. She crossed her arms in a sulk. Yeah, you always abandon me. She pouted and muttered, no matter how important the tasks outside are, you can't just abandon your little wife, right? Vo quickly waved his hand and explained to the princess, that's not what I meant. I'm planning to go inspect Daemon District. A name was unexpectedly mentioned that made him a bit surprised. Your district is the place granted to you by the king, right? That's definitely it. She immediately shyly covered her face. Oh my god, it's right next to you. You don't need to come ask me. But that's not all that Dak So wants to say to you. If possible, he would kneel down and extend his hand to sincerely invite her. Do you want to go with me? The princess's face blushed even more, whether from shyness or something else, as they quickly set off. On the way, you have to pass through West Capital, a peaceful place nestled within the waterfall. The bustling voices of the people echo throughout the market. We have spices imported directly from the south. The honey cake is famous in the capital. Here we have our specialty dragon candy. Both husband and wife are dressed casually and chatting with each other. You have a meeting nearby tonight, right? That's right, but I adjusted it a bit to make our outing more convenient. Ket gently placed his other arm on Joe's and whispered, before that we can stroll the streets together, just the two of us. Suddenly Joe's senses surged strongly, his eyes glowing red. He quickly embraced her and pulled her to his side, dodging a speeding car rushing past them. Wait for me a moment. Some civilians were incited by disguised soldiers and tried to draw their swords. But Jatso waved his hand and ordered them. It's okay, since the princess is out, the guards must follow her. He turned to ask his fiancée while clearly feeling the eyes staring at them. I allowed them to secretly protect Het. But this is too obvious. Are you okay? Ha hurriedly turned back and she replied, I'm fine. To escape the current confusing emotions, the princess changed the subject. Where are we going now? And happily suggest an idea for you. If you agree, let's stop by Westel Academy. Ket nods in agreement, grabs my waist and smiles happily. If you want, I'll do anything. They walk together in the crowd and have an intimate date. Is there anyone between you and me who is a former Westel student? No, over there is the statue of Christ, Nickel. In another dark place, inside the ancient forest filled with mist, a grown elf is holding a bow and standing on a branch to command. This is it. Start observing clearly. He is worried, lost in his own thoughts. Recently, the monsters have suddenly become unusually strong. Really? Suddenly a slimmer man appeared beside him and exclaimed, Captain. That captain turned around in surprise. What's the situation? The young man quickly reported back the information. A thick fog is sweeping through here. I've never seen such a dense mist before. We asked the little spirits in the forest, but none of them knew where this bone screen came from. The information gathered is enough for the captain to confirm a few things about it. The second rainbone can create illusions that trigger the primal fears of spirits. This sensation is very convincing. Now everyone withdraw. As soon as he finished speaking, the branch they were standing on suddenly shook violently. Countless bizarre monsters are rushing in all at once, causing the fairies to panic. We're under attack. The monsters have arrived. Before the sudden attack, the spirits had to hurriedly carry people away from the monsters' pursuit. We have arrived. Everyone evacuate the village quickly. Those with bows, do your best to shoot arrows to block them. The fire has caught and is burning the team in the forest. Prioritize children and women to go first. Everyone protect each other. A strange cultist is hovering above. He laughed loudly until it echoed through the sky as the cries for help kept ringing out. Destroying the village made him feel exhilarated. He held two familiar geological treasures in his hands. This intense crying scene is truly amazing. His eyes caught one side. Hypnos grinned and spoke confidently. Soon, a dark orb is also accumulating more and more power in the forest. Its core contains a massive amount of mana. Tartarus will open. The monster army swarms out like ants, numerous in number and formidable in strength. Those little monsters were just the beginning. He drove the stakes into the ground and created a magic circle from them. Just live, these ceiling pillars will shatter. Then the real monsters will break free. His voice grew more excited as he imagined the scene that would unfold. The monsters were compared to the god of destruction, Titans. The hideous face of Hypnos broke into a cruel smile. The scene at Ender was a feast for the eyes. Just a little more, and the entire kingdom would be engulfed in flames. He became even more excited to begin this fierce destruction in the ancient forest. So interesting, really thrilling. Inside the West Capital, the sunset illuminated the rooftops. Vac and Heat were on the balcony admiring the view, his heart full of anxiety. Is it almost time? He smiled secretly and intended to do something. This is a major milestone in my life. I remember when I first returned to the academy how surprised he was as the degeneration of humanity was increasingly approaching. And also the words Longda once told me before the knowledge of the ancient stone guardians of humanity in the future that I accidentally overheard. Vol was still naive then and could only listen blankly, which will help humanity at this time. But now that you are in a new position, it makes you even more hesitant. What should I do now? What kind of future should I aim for now? Or should I be perceptive enough to notice my fiancé's mood? She looked over and asked, "Honey, what are you thinking about so deeply?" Vu Kuang forced himself and responded to her very honestly. He was just thinking about the path he had chosen, wondering if he could do better in the future. Heiket tilted his head and suddenly asked him a question. "Do you know why the king gave you this city?" Of course the young mage could not guess, and he no longer paid attention. They both looked down at the bustling crowd on the street. In today's society, wealth and power are very important, but the true essence of core strength lies in people. Young people are innocently chatting with each other. This academy will gradually nurture future generations of leaders for the kingdom, and she confidently asserts to the king that she wants to guide his future. Heikiat's hand gently strokes her boyfriend's cheek. Is he worried about the future? And the sweet promise rings out in a romantic atmosphere. Don't worry, I will always be by your side. Or they exchange a passionate kiss as the flickering light seems to witness their love under the calm sky from the stairs leading to the balcony where the couple stands. The messenger hurriedly ran off. He carried an order and quickly reported to Zhou. The count led the sect. The royal family has sent you an invitation. Vatso was also curious and opened the instructions inside. Is there any urgent news at this hour? Just reading a few lines, his face immediately changed color. Orket curiously asked what Thu said. Her fiancé then clearly read the words written on the piece of paper. All master-level mages and level 6 light mages must return to the palace immediately. Has the war begun? The urgent situation forces them to leave quickly or stay. Something serious is happening in the palace. We have to go back there immediately. I'll prepare the car for you. But she held his hand tightly and said firmly, "No, don't worry about me. Hurry back to the palace." Ratso was very confused and replied, "But how can I leave you behind?" Both understood those feelings, but she still seriously reassured her future husband. The safety of the kingdom must always be prioritized over love. Go, the kingdom needs you. Without hesitation, he reluctantly nodded and said goodbye to her. So you go ahead, take care. He only needed to use a lot of energy to jump and dash from the balcony or stay there alone. She whispers words that can only be said to herself. It takes up too much of your time. All my youth has been spent waiting for you and worrying about you. The princess sighed sadly. I can't help you, because I know one thing very well. While Zhou was focused on returning to the kingdom, it was the fate of the girl who loved the hero. In the king's large meeting room, countless skilled mages were present. Vaso changed into the fire tower outfit and sat in his chair. Luckily, I was almost late. He glanced around and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Here were all the big figures, possibly Daria Snow White, his master here. With this force, Alan Pett and Mel from the familiar tower have also gathered fully. Ilo was even allowed to train, and is sitting sleepy in a chair capable of destroying an entire kingdom. Nicolo showed no emotion as he waited for the meeting to begin while Ridman and other elite soldiers looked stern, making him even more anxious. What's going on here? The king pushed open the door and stepped inside. The king is coming. He first spoke to all the wizards and warriors. Everyone stay seated, no need for any ceremony in this situation. He sat down in his chair and began to speak. This meeting was held because the kingdom faced an unprecedented situation. The following things are not spoken by the kingdom, but he invited 2 others in better for these 2 clans to explain. I have a special arrangement for them. The order was shouted, bring them in. Joe's eyes were fixed on the doorway. Here were 2 people representing 2 different tribes entering together, the goblin and the dwarf. The tall, fair-skinned young man bowed politely. I am Aslan, the first guardian of the Wistoria tribe. Greetings, King Andy Mars. The representative of the dwarf kingdom also speaks up. The underground dwarf tribe respectfully greets King Andion. People there are starting to whisper. The goblin tribe and the dwarves came here together. The great forest and the underworld are both located in the southwest right. What happened? The king waved his hand to give further orders. Let me show everyone what I have witnessed. The projector was turned on, displaying images of the monsters causing chaos. This is a newly invented item in the underworld. It can reflect the recorded image. The witnesses all exclaimed in surprise. Monster. Unsen was next to Joe, trying to estimate at least 10,000, an unprecedented number that even Joe was stunned. At that point, Aslan began recounting the event. Suddenly, a horde of monsters attacked the Great Forest, pushing us the fairy tribe out of the Great Forest. The Thoai stood silently beside, continuing the words. They even invaded the Red Alley of the underworld. We don't even know why this happened. Vod so immediately raised his hand. Your Majesty the King has given permission. If Count Doc Somon has any opinions, please speak up. The young man seriously pointed out the strange features he saw. There is something unusual here. The number of monsters is unusually high, Your Majesty. Even if all the monsters in the forest gathered together, they wouldn't be this many. Melv stroked his beard, wondering. Where did these monsters come from? Daria also looked up at the scene. Was there a summoning gate appearing? I shine a beam of light onto the screen to conduct the appraisal. She hesitantly says, these monsters are quite hard to drop. From the knowledge she has, all the creatures recorded possess great power, but these monsters have been extinct for 10,000 years. At this moment, and throughout the time, we all kneel down to beg them. As the king, the first protector of the Wisteria tribe, and the representative of the Great Forest, I sincerely ask you to protect our homeland. I am the same as the master of the underworld. Please protect our Red Alley. The king then stepped down the stairs and said to them, rise, brothers. He turned around to inform all the participants when suddenly countless monsters appeared. His eyebrows furrowed, showing his determination. We don't even know where they came from. If we don't take control, they will definitely cause unimaginable damage. Then he waved his hand and declared loudly in the room in the name of King Andy, ordering you to help the Great Forest and the underworld. You must ensure that no monster escapes my control. Everyone in the room shared the same slogan, shouting it on the king's command. Vio carefully considered his next moves. The fate of this world is about to end. All that remains is to freely move forward. Daria Snow White stands before the teleport gate to see off the Cham people. I really want to join this battle, but I have to stay here to protect the people and this kingdom. Unsen and Professor Hubert both smiled confidently. It's okay, sir. Trust us. We will exterminate them all. She sighed worriedly and expressed her concerns. I also have great faith in everyone's strength, but on this battlefield, even a stray arrow is enough to kill someone. I can't help but worry. Daria is especially concerned about the flood, but I am particularly worried about this kid. This is my first time on the front line. Please be careful. It will be completely different from the battles you have experienced. He smiled in response to her. Yes, master, don't worry. There are some secret words that you can only whisper in your heart. In my past life, I fought constantly without much nervousness. Your master just smiled and thought this kid is something else. Behind Joe's shoulder, she suddenly saw a figure smiling happily. If everyone were still alive, they would surely be just as brave. Unsen and Hubert just quietly watched them. Vo was curious and called her Master. Daria Snow White stepped back, feeling a bit bitter and self-blaming. It's nothing, I'm really silly. Then she gave a big smile to encourage their spirits. Return safely, I am always waiting here. She shouted her precious words loudly. My dear disciples, all 3 of you also set out on your path to battle. Understood, Master. Nicolo, the commander of the Golden Tower, was already waiting for them at the meeting point. Is everyone here? The Fire Mage group entered and asked those present if everyone had arrived yet. Nicolo was the one who answered. Meanwhile, Joe's gaze landed on someone sitting nearby. The commander of the Spear Tower and those at the White Tower had not arrived yet. I think the endurance limit of this gate is about to be reached. The young mage stepped forward before the elf guardian Aslan. He looked up in confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Joel? Quick question. Do you know Lady Io from the AS tribe? Aslan immediately exclaimed excitedly, "How do you know, Lady Y?" Thanks to this conversation, he recognized the jet black hair and red eyes. Aslan stood up and grabbed Josso's hand. "Are you the one who saved Lady Yu and her entire family?" Joe himself was a bit surprised. They must be very close. And the elf was excitedly babbling non-stop. "Of course. Although we are not from the same tribe, she is the protector of the Alliance." Listening to what he said, I thought about it and was amazed. A protector, huh? That responsibility was very noble. The protector was not only for the AS tribe, but also for all the elves. I didn't expect Lady Yu to be so formidable. I remember the last time I met Ilo, she had transformed into a dragon just like you. Is it because she awakened the dragon clan? The conversation continued with Joe's inquiry. Is she okay? A hesitated to answer. I'm not sure anymore. When I left the forest, she was still in the preliminaries. Vo immediately fell into his own thoughts. He was worried and told himself, so she was still safe 5 days ago. I should get there as soon as possible. It's been a while, hasn't it? From the teleportation gate, Alan Oliver of the White Tower and Amelia, the last holy hand of the white magic, have finally arrived. Amelia yawns tiredly. It's really exhausting. The young mage turned to look at them, seriously placing his trust in his companions. Half of the kingdom's forces were gathered here, and he couldn't imagine them losing. Your group has gathered. Nicolo immediately took out a map and started discussing the plan. Let's analyze it quickly together. On the map, the area with the red dot is a large forest, and the arrow currently indicates the migration of the dwarves to the Red Alley. The center of the elf tribe has been confirmed to have moved southeast. They could also be blocked by monsters while moving. Azon and Mares were shocked to learn about the current situation of their tribe. Amelia leaned on her stuffed bunny and continued. And it will be at least another 10 days before the 5th and 7th legions arrive. Because moving such a large force takes a lot of time, Nicolo clearly explained what they had to do and shouted loudly. Our mission is to lure the monsters into the big forest while the elf tribe moves. We have 2 days. Day 1 to the border, day 2 to the elf tribe center. And on the 3rd day, we must complete the mission. Can everyone do it? The brief conversation ended there. All the talented mages and warriors set out together to move forward. Of course, after a long time of moving, the sky darkened and the bright moon shone down on the stone surface. Their group continued to glide along the deserted road. The atmosphere was silent with a blanket of darkness ahead. Amelia was one of the leaders. She hugs her beast to fly away and seriously examines. Suddenly, her platinum-colored eyes flicker as she discovers something. She was the first to stop and raised her hand to signal the whole team. Everyone stopped. A faint red scent made her sensitive nose perceive it very clearly. She could smell blood, and it grew stronger and stronger. Nicolo looked up anxiously and said that those behind were also swept up in the unease. Trouble started as soon as we left, and we're still far from the elf tribe center. Amelia and Nicolo fly up to lead the 2 smaller teams. From now on, we have to split up. The sorcerers in the fire tower follow me, but the others will go through the rocky mountain path. Unsen said to his group of fire tower mages, "Let's go." Hubert and Jay replied clearly. Understood. The team members split up. They burst out with great force and jumped high into the air. While following Unsen, Ro asked brother no need for anyone behind to say everything now. Unsen coldly replied, crossing the mountain coldly. All 3 of them simultaneously landed on the top of a rock, their movements gentle and silent. But when they looked up, a monster army was already on the ropes ahead, radiating fierce killing intent. The bird tribe is struggling to resist the monster's attack, throwing stones at their heads. Just a little more effort. The elf warriors were also injured but had to hold on, aim the bow at their heads and shoot. The protective spirits keep going. The dwarf warriors wield their huge hammers and charge in. Die, you stinking monsters, I'll smash your heads. Vo looks them over and sizes them up. This group is not enough to compare with Hydra's monster army, but it is indeed amazing. Nick gritted his teeth tightly, his eyes darkened, and he let out a loud cry. The earth and rocks around where he stood immediately split apart and shattered into pieces. Those small rocks hit the nearby ruined walls. The cold wind blew fiercely. Nick used his controlling magic and tried to grasp countless pieces of stone, making them hover in the sky. Then his strike came down. Several tons of earth and rocks fell on the monsters' heads and crushed them. Die. Around Daxo and your group, the mana from the wind is being continuously summoned by someone. They were gathering. Amelia lazily raised one hand to control the winds. They gently wrap around her body. A huge tornado appears in the sky, and the sharp slashes forming those delicate winds become even denser. In the eyes of that monster, the fairy shone brightly, attracting their gaze. Then the whirlwind swept through, sweeping all species into the terrifying vortex, and Nick's face did not relax for even a second, which made Jatsaw very admiring. This is Amelia, who is equally calm. The holy power of one of the royal towers. Unsen suddenly patted their shoulders. We can't just stand by and watch. Right, isn't it, Vac? So smiled confidently. The light of the flame suddenly blazed behind him. Ready. Let's go. Earlier, each line of mana contained fire demons rotating in a circle to converge. Our genius wizard created a huge sundae. Its light illuminates the entire area. The people fighting below immediately recognized that move. Andean is a mage from Andy Aslan and Mares. It worked. We have been saved. But Ro's eyes flashed a cold red light as he swung his hand down. Die. Those disgusting monsters cannot escape. They looked at each other in panic as the heat grew closer and closer. Then a white color covered their entire vision, leaving the monsters no time to cry out. The explosion from the solar technique had an immense destructive power, blasting through the ground beneath and igniting a blazing fire. Daithui Lam with the moonlight revealed the purple magic clearly like a barrier. At this moment, a gap appeared in the barrier, and beneath it stood a person deep in thought, with sharp, blood-red eyes. His entire body was muscles, and on his head were eerie red dots. The surrounding mountain was filled with ice and snow. A sound echoed in that blizzard. The Great Blizzard. Aelin stood looking down from above, still holding ice crystals in his hand. Yu raised his arm to the sky. A thunderstorm with lightning filled the sky, striking down where the monsters stood, who screamed in pain as they were hit. Nicolo, with a displeased expression, stood in the glowing purple magic circle. Everyone looked down at the chaotic scene below. It's the first time I've seen such a large-scale magical artillery barrage. We'll probably have to redraw the map after this battle. Professor Hubert looked extremely worried, but he was terrified when he saw the large army below. The number of undead creatures has not decreased at all. Moreover, if other types of magical armies are gathered like this, it will ultimately cause damage to our troops. Looking around, the morale of the monsters and our troops has collapsed. Adding more magic troops would be too much. Unsen hurriedly ran to Nicolo. Mr. Nicol, all right. Everyone quickly enters a focus state. Everyone is paying attention to everything around. Entering total war. His eyes brightly glowing red look ahead with resentment. A sound echoed through the noisy space of the monsters. Nicolo flew in and landed, splitting the smoke among all the members. A scream echoed across the sky. Attack. Everyone rushed forward together to defeat the demon army. The screams of hatred echoed across the sky. He tries to run forward. I will prolong the battle, so I must use magic efficiently. Longyan maximizes self-control, gathering magical power with his mind. His hands, one green and one red, manifest through physical objects, quickly wrapped tightly around his body by his lightning bolts. A green light shines in the sky from Ilo. In the dark night sky, a white streak left by Alan Fire and Lightning face off. She used all her strength to shoot an arrow at the monsters. One arrow made a huge hole in the monster's body. Everyone holds their own bow and arrow to attack those monsters. The sunset light blazes over the fierce battlefield. Everyone is injured but still fighting with all their might. Countless moves are unleashed, but the number of monsters does not decrease. Instead, they become more ferocious. That monster was about to attack someone on your team when your lightning bolt struck it right in the head. You quickly ran over. Are you okay, Mr. Oliver? Thank you for leading the way. Oliver began to panic. Even if he killed them, their numbers would not decrease. Where exactly did the pull come from? This was also a question in his mind. Because of this, there will be no ending. What should I do after all? Suddenly a voice spoke up the Sunday. The person pointed to the bright sun rising. The people who saw this were also visibly happy. Just endure a little longer. Spirit of the wind, grant us strength. Professor Hubert and Unsen stood back to back, watching all around. What's wrong with everyone? What does the sunrise have to do with it? Magic is not like zombies, so it shouldn't change when the sun rises. Suddenly, a ghost right next to him panicked when sunlight hit. They quickly retreated when they saw the sunlight. He also didn't expect the sunrise to be a good thing. These guys are retreating. Could the sun be their weakness? Ilu and Nicolo are very curious about that. Why is it like this? I don't know the situation clearly, but when the sunlight shines, everyone breathes a sigh of relief. First of all, it's a relief. Everyone who is injured gather in one place. I will treat you immediately, so bear with it a little longer. The five of them looked with a relief they had never seen before. Thank you. That brave girl is Arin, the goblin representative, and thanks to Andy's heroes, we were able to get through tonight. Kobo Chief Fisher Ichi, the representative of the dwarves. At this moment, the two spoke up. The dwarves would never forget a favor. Thank you so much, Fur. I will remember this day. The whole night, all the feathers of the clan were used up. Nicolo happily approaches the three people. We are just helping our allies. This is obvious. Moreover, he finds these strange things very mysterious. It's really weird. Monsters become stronger and more active at night, but when the sun rises at dawn, they weaken and retreat. One more thing he still wonders about. Another strange thing is that we don't scatter everywhere but only attack the goblins in a coordinated way, as if they hate us. Unsen nodded. If that's the case, it means they will come again tonight. What if we attack during the day when they are weak? No way. And the hesitant voice spoke up. Our union has only just over 5,000 people with fewer than half able to fight. A wren next to him also joined the discussion, only able to endure until the reinforcements arrived. He turned and said, "First, after leaving the wounded and reorganizing the battle line, we will consult again on the operation." "Yes, at this moment you approached him. Are you very curious? Do you know me?" She seemed very admiring of you. "Now that I think about it, I haven't introduced you to him yet. I am Aaron, leader of the White Ash clan, and one of the Love Tribe members, and also Yo's mother. She values the person before her very much. Greetings to you." I was surprised as this person, Mr. Yo's mother Aaron, placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head. He should have warmly welcomed his benefactor. "But because of the situation we cannot properly entertain you, please understand." He awkwardly asked her. "It's okay, but where is Mr. Yo?" Aaron looked down, seemingly avoiding the question. Yo Aaron only said that a few days ago he was here. He stood still after hearing that. She continued to tell the story. Yo heard about the isolated elf tribe and left to save them. Many goblin tribes could not cooperate due to the sudden attack of the demon beasts, and they were also greatly divided during the retreat. Rubbing his chin, "So that's how it is. He must be safe and sound, don't worry. Smile brightly, because my daughter is very strong." The sunset light shines on the rocks. Everyone is gathering in one place. "Oh my God." A bewildered voice rang out. "Is Sir Aaron a manor? So many thoughts are running through my head. Manor now replaces the high-level goblin that no longer exists. As the highest-ranking leader, guiding all goblin races known to be only 5 per century, no wonder he is extraordinary." Nicolo spoke up beside him, unexpectedly meeting a mentor of the goblin tribe while still alive. "It was an honor to meet you." After Io said that, everyone turned to look, leaving her confused. He was probably confused that day because he had never treated anyone with respect before. Although he is an elf, he grew up in the human world. Aaron approached and bowed to Ilo. "I don't know human etiquette, so you don't need to be so formal." "Yeah." He is talking to her right now. So I will explain the new tactics from Andy. The first step is to form a siege network. The army is arriving here with nearly 6,000 people, enough to surround the monsters. Elo next to the lazy net continued. "The second step is to eliminate the monsters inside the encirclement network. We are being pushed back." Daithui Lam Aaron and the Beast Tribe Chief were startled upon hearing that. She lowered her head and said, "The battlefield changed from that mountain pass to the Great Thylum. In it, this guy thought that Great Thylum was not only the home of the Goblin tribe, but also a sanctuary covered by the blessing of the gods. If the battlefield changes, the Great Thylum will surely suffer heavy damage, taking decades for a forest to fully recover. For the scale of the Great Thylum, it will surely take at least over 100 years. Nicolo immediately gave an explanation. "It is very difficult to ensure the extent of the damage, but Andy Mien will actively help with the reconstruction. We will also provide accommodation for the love." After hearing that, her face darkened a bit because it was a very important place for her tribe. But to destroy those monsters, she had to accept it. "I am very heartbroken, but can do nothing else. Actually, I was mentally prepared." Nicolo bowed his head to thank Aaron. "Thank you for your cooperation. We will do our best to minimize the damage to Daithui Lam." "Commander." A soldier points up to the sky. "Something is flying this way. Is it a ghost?" The sun hasn't set yet, but the Beast Tribe Chief immediately recognized that the soldiers were returning. "He is one of our soldiers who went to free the Goblin tribe a few days ago." The soldier, covered in wounds, returned and asked, "Are you okay? Quickly call the medical team." The chief immediately ran to the soldier. "Sir Sentinel is in danger." Then that soldier mentioned a name. Mr. Yo Aaron was very surprised after hearing that. "Yo." The crowd also became anxious and worried. Nicolo turned to ask Mr. Joe. "He must be in danger. Do you want to step up as the rescue team?" "Yes, of course. Unsen also bravely stands up with you." "I will go too." "If even you are going, then I feel reassured." "Why give Oliver the side? The White Tower's search magic will help." "Oliver, you come along too." "Yes, ma'am. Now go slowly to Aslan. Originally, only you can help me. You don't need to worry. I will definitely bring Lord Yo back safely, hoping the spirit's blessing will be with everyone." After saying that, they flew swiftly through the mountain gaps to rescue the Goblin tribe and Lord Yo. Everyone is using an incredibly fast power to get there. Oliver is trying to focus and sense ahead. At this moment, he signaled to the people behind him. "I have caught the movement ahead. It seems like a flying demon knows how to do this." Unsen glanced at him. "If you keep breaking through like that, we'll handle it." Before flying far, a pair of wings blocked everyone's way. You can tell at a glance that the creature is approaching. Countless ostriches gathered in the sky are the giant roe ostriches. Ain charged forward. How did those living in the west end up here? Everyone got into battle stance, lightning bolts striking directly at the ostrich monsters. So it turns out you finished them off with one move. I thought every ostrich flying over was struck down by Joe's lightning. The three of them continued flying forward. Looking at the ostrich monsters, everyone had to think about how to handle such a simple giant ostrich monster. Oliver anxiously turned to look, surprised that another tower master like himself was so different. Suddenly a sound echoed through the sky, an attack separating Oliver and him. Unsener raised his magical fire fist, unable to let the youngest handle everything alone. A spatial circle formed from magical fire followed by continuous explosions in the sky. I don't know if the eldest brother is a mage or a martial fighter really, but more and more ostrich monsters keep flying over. Unsen looked at them with a worried expression and shouted, "Damn it, are we attracting too much attention?" Vutso quickly ordered, "Handle it quickly." The ostrich monsters with red eyes and extremely fierce temper continuously fly to attack everyone. Aelin and his teammates prepare for battle. "Leave it to us here, we will clean up and follow behind." Everyone heard this and left reassured. "Then I'll be counting on you. See you later." Scream at full speed. Yes. His eyes were filled with deep worry. He hoped you would be safe and sound. Inside, a mountain range, green lightning flashes followed by sobbing sounds. It feels like a cave where monsters are hiding. But why are the elves here? A thought crossed someone's mind. Everyone's magic was starting to run out. Can you endure until sunrise? Reinforcements must arrive. Suddenly, a loud noise startled her as she turned to see a giant beak and a hole pierced through. "The barrier has been breached. Quickly block it again." Seeing them trying to stop us, she turned around to prevent them from leaving. "No. Wind Spirit, grant me your power." Gror grabbed the bow and arrow to shoot them. Very quickly, the three of them reached the territory of the monsters. Found it. Oliver can clearly feel everything inside. "I can sense the fighting energy beyond the mountain. Hurry up. The urgency in my heart is overwhelming. Please don't be too late." A blue light fell from the sky, causing the monsters to look up in confusion and scream. Gustrin and the elves were sitting on the ground at that moment. "Quickly hold the barrier." Yes. A sudden sound rang out. "Help me. The barrier on this side has also been breached. Stop it quickly." She is trying her best to stop her missing arrow, the Wind Spirit. Then she remembers his handsome figure. Why did the benefactor's face suddenly appear? He stood outside the barrier, shouting, "Fawn." A blazing fire that startles anyone inside. The fire spread everywhere. She happily looked up, knowing someone was coming to save her. That figure appeared right in front of her. The benefactor used his power to clear the way. "The youngest, let me clear the way." He threw a punch that made everything around swirl with the force of it. He turned back to look, and then thanked me. "Thanks, big brother. The benefactor is over here." He hurriedly ran over. "Sir, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I don't know how to repay this favor." He avoided her gaze in response. "As an ally of the demon sorcerer, I only do what I must. If you are ready, then remove the barrier. We must break through before the monster chases us." But looking back at the people of the elf tribe, they are suffering and lifeless. But if we keep pushing like this, the children will be left behind. Vo immediately comforted her. "It's okay." Seeing Oliver return, he quickly asked, "Sir Oliver, are you okay?" "Of course, Iron Count, that's why I came here. The goblin tribe members are anxiously sitting inside. I have cast magic on all the goblin squad members, allowing everyone to run fast without getting exhausted. Green lights are emanating from the matrix." Yo looked at his hands, his body feeling so light. At this moment, the troops were returning just as the number of combat members had been replenished. "Hello, ma'am. I am happy to see you here. I am very glad to be able to meet you like this. It is truly fortunate that you are safe and unharmed." Lord Yo Unsen stood with his hands clasped. Sir Oliver and the elves are in the middle with the youngest on the left, Sir Yo and Sir Oliver on the right, and I will lead. I will wipe out all those monsters. At this moment, she quickly gave the order. "Then let's begin. Everyone gather the barrier." Yes. At this moment, a hole appears right on the cliff. You led the troops to attack their sleeping cave. At this moment, you had to turn around and encourage everyone. "We have reached our destination. Everyone keep going." Unsen glanced down at him. "Although the youngest is a bit struggling, allocate the maximum magical power. Even though we have reached the mountain pass, if we want our troops to unite, we must unleash the power of the demon army." Yes. Unen's foot stepped onto a rock right in front of him, and he stared blankly ahead. The others were the monstrous beasts, slowly approaching everyone, aiming for the eyes and heads, killing the monsters by smashing their heads. Don't let anyone into the city. That great wall was built by Nicolo alone in one night, so it turns out to be Lord Nicolo's ability. Is it possible to build such a huge wall in just one night? As expected of a superhuman-level powerhouse, Professor Huot happily turned and said, "Commander-in-Chief, take a look." They saw everyone had returned, and were very happy that it was the Goblin tribe and the rescue team. Success. Aaron saw everyone happily running out to greet him. "Yo," Nicolo, full of strength, stands up to take on the task of clearing the way. "I have to open the path for my struggling allies." After speaking, he stretched both hands forward to open the attack path. A sharp echo rang out in the dark night sky. Den was very pleased to see that. "Lord Nicolo, you paved the way excellently. We have to gather all the remaining magic power and strike once. Are you ready?" He smiled faintly in response. "Of course." The two shouted ZF cannon simultaneously. They joined forces to create an incredibly large blazing fire. Next, the two people ran quickly forward. Everyone tried a little harder towards the goal ahead. A small hole in the city wall has been opened. The city wall has been opened. The footsteps of the goblin tribe hurried towards that place. Everyone was joyful because they had been freed. Everyone has arrived. Oliver, who may be unstable, is lying against a rock. Io and Aaron, mother and daughter, met and hugged tightly after so much longing. Unsen and An collapsed on the ground after the attack. He gave a tired smile. After the long night ended, all of us survived. A week has passed like that, but we are still fighting against the power of the demon army when the sun sets and dealing with those hiding when the sun rises. However, the situation has been somewhat cleaned up, and a significant number of separated elite troops can still be saved. He looked at the Goblin tribe members gathered together, feeling relieved. The Goblin tribe has now gathered about 9,000 people, including many very useful warriors. After so many days of fighting, he is now waiting for the reinforcements to arrive. All that's left is for the reinforcements to come. Thinking this, he suddenly flies up into the sky, leaving the two of them staring in bewilderment. The gentleman leads the notebook. Nicolo flies with you. What is that? Is it a monster again? No, it's the 5th Legion. Andy's rescue army has arrived. Outside the city gate, the dazzling sunlight pierced through the layers. Nicolo and everyone were now gathered in the tent to discuss the plan. Both Legion commanders have struggled with the long journey here. He is deeply grateful for this kindness. Protecting the people and the country is only natural. We are just here to do what a soldier should do. The person on the right is William Leahy, the 5th Legion commander, and the one on the left is Del Cruiser, the 7th Legion commander. He smiled and began discussing the plan. Then we will start the operation meeting right in this campaign. On my behalf, Mr. Rowe, who is most knowledgeable about the terrain and the beast troops, will take charge of the explanation. He excitedly stands up to greet everyone. Greetings, everyone. I am the gatekeeper. The 2 Legion commanders nodded in praise of him. It turned out that this was the famous young man everyone was talking about. No wonder he doesn't look like an ordinary person. He slowly guides everyone through the plan. Legion Commander William, the mission of the 5th Legion is defense. The Demon Beast Legion is currently targeting this place, but no one knows when they will invade Andy's territory, so a solid siege must be formed immediately. Protect the remaining elf tribe in the canyon, and prevent any demon beasts from escaping. Next, he assigned the task to the 7th Legion Commander. Legion Commander Duel. The mission of the 7th Legion is to attack. While the 5th Legion blocks their retreat, our forces will launch a full-scale attack, driving the demon beasts towards the Great Forest. The Great Forest, their origin may hold unforeseen dangers, but this mission must be completed to secure victory. Legion Commander Duel quickly received the order. A full-scale attack. It stirs the heart, just leave it to me. Everyone focus intently as he discusses the plan to attack the monsters. 3 days from now, he silently listens. For the survival of humans and the elf tribe, the campaign to reclaim the Great Forest will be launched. The 5th and 7th Legions are Andy's most elite forces, with unparalleled military strength across the continent, and no matter how many beasts there are, we will not fail. At this moment he turned to one side, but a strange feeling kept arising in his heart. What is this strange feeling of unease? Yo stood below, looking up at his handsome face. My benefactor, that towering figure, is bearing an immense responsibility. Until now I've been too busy to realize when his shoulders became so broad. She looks at him now, much more mature than before, and seems a bit taller. The feeling now is very different from the first time they met. At this moment, Aaron stepped out of the tent, looking at Yo in confusion. She was now at ease, looking at her. I kept wondering where he had gone and what he was doing. But now that I think about it, it's about that time. She stepped forward and put her arm around her daughter. Aren gave a joyful smile instead of just standing and watching from afar. Why don't you try starting a conversation? Yo shyly replied. Mom, she encouraged me. No, he must be very worried about the upcoming battle. She shyly thought about him, knowing that Anyan was connected to the royal family, and that loving someone like him was impossible. Seeing her expression, the lady pinched her cheek and said, Yo, I know what you're thinking, but don't worry. She soothes Yo's mood, saying her child is connected by a strong thread of fate. Yo asks in confusion, Have you seen my destiny, Mom? She did not respond much. You inherited the bloodline of the ancient elf tribe that can see through fate. One day, when you become a mentor, you will be able to do it too. Grandma is very proud of her daughter. My daughter, remember these words. Soon the moment for you to make a choice will come. She understands her daughter's feelings deeply. That person's fate is as cold as the winter wind and as heavy as a mountain. If you want to keep them in your heart, you must share that fate with them. At sunset, the elite troops quickly gathered in front of the city gate. Nicolo. He stood in the sunlight, sighed, and said, According to the plan to assign the rear area to the 5th Corps, we will continue to advance to the big forest. The monsters rushed towards everyone, as if they hadn't eaten in a long time. He shouted and encouraged everyone. The whole army lets out a piercing yell, starting a fierce battle. Attacking Yo uses his skilled archery to shoot at them. Fong Tiern, the dwarf chieftain, cursed while shooting. Die, you bastard. How do you like the taste of dwarf steel? Aelin here is also fully focused on throwing the weapon at them. The ice weapon immediately freezes the monster as soon as it touches it. The strange ostrich has also appeared here. Unsen turned to Professor Huot and said, "Leave this place to me. Send reinforcements to support the breached defense line." "Yes, I understand." The guy over here is using flames to burn the monstrous ostrich birds to death. The red flame is called Hellfire, capable of burning anything. The monsters grew more numerous as everyone arrived at sunset. 15 days later, at the entrance to the Great Forest, everyone shouted joyfully, "The mission is complete. We have reached the entrance to the Great Forest." Nicolo looked at the happy soldiers and said to me, "Finally, I've been backed into a corner." Unsen looked up after days of relentless attacks. "Does the priest feel the same way? Why is that?" The Great Forest is considered the origin of the Monster Legion. I thought there would be a large number of monsters gathered here, but not only did I not see any monsters, I couldn't even sense any signs of life. Everything around right now is just trees and some lingering breath. Besides, what is this gloomy fog covering the forest? Yo turned to remind her. "Mother, I no longer hear the voices of the spirits." "Is that so? What exactly happened here?" Nicolo is stepping up now. "Let's wait for the Fit Team scouts to return. They left yesterday and will probably be back soon. They also brought the image projector we developed, so we will be able to understand the situation in more detail." There they are. 3 soldiers have appeared in the sky and returned. Our warriors are coming back. Everyone quickly gathered in front of the big screen. "This place is the same. No traces of the monster were found." He asked Nicolo curiously. "Or perhaps do you have an overview document about the big forest? Why do you ask?" He pointed in one direction. The deeper we went inside, the thicker the black bone fog became. "Is the fog getting thicker?" One of the scouts also found this issue very puzzling. "That's right, I was about to bring that up too." The soldier pointed. "Look at this. This is an image taken from the maximum possible height. Looking down below is a dome with an unclear interior. What is inside?" What is that? What is that darkness?" Aren looked at the scene, feeling very sorry for the beautiful big forest. How could such a beautiful ancient forest end up like this? A feeling I can't describe rises within me, a sense of unease that I have felt. So that's what it was, because of... It seems that place is the cause of this incident. Perhaps it is the origin of the Monster Legion. Black bone fragments cover the entire forest. The monsters inside seem to be resting. Suddenly, the many-eyed red guy opened his eyes wide. Like the other monsters, he went crazy when he woke up. He voiced the worries in his heart. Indeed, with such a scale, it could hold hundreds of thousands of monsters. Nicolo was also scared by the scene. "Sir Aren, do you know anything about this?" She hesitated to speak. Perhaps it was related to the legend of the birth of the Great Tree Forest. He then thought about her words. If it was the legend of the birth of the Great Tree Forest, it was a story that happened when the world of the gods was about to come to an end. Legend has it that the Great Tree Forest was born under the protection of the goddess of life, Jur. The man standing beside him looks a bit suspicious. So did Ji create the Great Tree Forest to seal the Magic Legion? Vatso suddenly stood up and walked away, but there were still a few things that made me wonder. Why was that? You mentioned some things that always make you wonder. When Gao went to the Great Forest, many gods still existed. Dealing with the Undead Legion is not that difficult. Unsen also added, "The priest's words are likely true. What Guy wants to hide is not the Undead Legion." Yo sat on his beast lazily, saying, "Then we must quickly check." She ordered everyone, "Commander, you need to form an investigation team." Immediately, an order rang out in the forest to conduct a quick investigation and return before dark. Understood. The special investigation team consists of 10 members. Unsen and Professor Hubert went in one direction. A forest that cannot feel life energy. Although its vital functions have not completely stopped, it is truly a strange thing. Ilo, Nicolo, and the soldiers took a different path. "We've gone quite deep. Let's take a short break for now." He and Yo are sitting under a tree resting. "Sir Yo, are you okay?" "Yes, benefactor." She looked at her mother, but what was Mr. Aren doing? She immediately recognized what her mother was doing. Right now, her mother is communicating with the forest, specifically trying to talk to the forest spirits. What is the forest spirit? Please explain it to me. Surely the benefactor also knows that besides the 4 main elements, there are many other types of spirits as well. Yes, such as thunder spirits, frost, light, and darkness. She closed her eyes and softly said, "The forest spirit is one of them, but it is a bit different from the usual spirits. Let me show you." She summons bright stars right there. Those bright stars circle around a sparkling, glowing object. Professor Hubert was extremely curious about this technique. "Isn't this something I've only ever heard about?" Aelin, standing nearby, couldn't help but be curious. "Oh my god, to witness the forest spirit like this is unbelievable." She summoned a very cute and tiny spirit. The 3 of them stared without blinking. Could it be called a figure made from earth and moon leaves? So cute. Its eyes sparkle brightly. Benefactor, how do you feel? He was quite surprised when Yo's voice came from it. Mr. Yo, that's Mr. Yo's voice. They gathered around looking at the fairy. The spirit and one's own consciousness coexist in one body, but I cannot feel the will of the spirit. She quickly returns to her body. The spirit of the small forest is much smaller than other spirits. This friend is also made up of a combination of countless small spirits. Because of their weak, well, they must unite to use their power. A thought arose in his mind, a method different, yet similar to projecting his will to control. Its overall structure is quite similar to a golem. Suddenly, she felt her body was unwell. Yo held his head in his hands. The forest condition wasn't good, and it wasn't easy for me alone to summon the little spirit. Aren sighed beside me. Mother, did you find anything? Her face was sweating from trying to communicate with the spirits in the forest. I have tried many times, but the spirits are extremely scared. She thinks it has something to do with the darkness deep in the forest, definitely related to the darkness at the center of the woods. He stood silently pondering what exactly is behind that darkness. Oliver over here is trying to disperse those black smoke clouds. Everyone continues to scout deeper into the forest. Oliver increasingly felt the forest was strange, the black mist was getting thicker. Moreover, this mist was gnawing at my spirit. The soldiers are trying to observe everything around. Oliver sighed. Luckily, we didn't come with the 7th Legion, or it might have collapsed before we could act. Suddenly, Oliver stopped abruptly. They had arrived. A purple light appeared before everyone, accompanied by a dense black bone mist that did not disperse. Suddenly, a foreign object fell out of the purple light. Ilo asked in confusion, "Could this really be the Thorn Needle Wind Demon? How could something like this be here?" Nicolo shouted to start the investigation immediately. "We must return before dark, so hurry up." The dome emitted a sinister sound from within. Everyone quickly recognized the tremor. What is this? What is this powerful shock? Where is it coming from? It seems to be from inside the darkness. Nicolo knelt down and touched the ground to feel the shock. His expression was extremely ugly at this moment. Everyone move away quickly. Sure enough, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground. That arm was full of veins and enormous. It was a mutated monster with 2 pairs of blazing red eyes. Oliver and the dwarf chieftain couldn't believe their eyes. This was really absurd. What mountain? A mountain just emerged. You looked from there with a dazed gaze. That thing is a giant 2-faced monster. That's not a mountain. Everyone quickly scattered. It is a living creature. Nicolo explains beside. That is Hecaton cheers. I didn't expect to see the remnants of Titanomachia in this place. Isn't the Titanomachy part of history from the Forgotten Era? Yes, it is. The Hecatoncheires race once sought to dominate the era. I heard that the dragons borrowed the power of some entity to destroy them. At this moment, she turned to embrace her daughter. So what Gay was trying to hide was indeed true. The Great Forest was originally a prison for him, but unexpectedly beneath it was sealed, something like this. Nicolo looked up at it, not only cruel but also a beast that devours all living beings. If that thing escapes, it would be an unimaginable disaster. An immense power shines across the sky. A deafening scream echoed, making everyone unable to stand. Its roar was unbearable, and just the sound alone created this terrifying power. Yo, beside you, use the shield to protect with all your might. Mother, I can feel the fierce rage in that voice, not just anger but also a murderous intent towards all living beings. He stood behind the shield and quickly shouted, "We must stop it." A terrified scream echoed. "Right here, we must stop it. You do your best to encourage everyone that we must succeed." The chaotic scene before me is extraordinary. Indeed, he makes my imagination seem trivial. Not a titan but a hackathon cheers, a monster said with a laugh. Oh my god, it's truly the reincarnation of the divine, so magnificent, so beautiful. Those monsters are extremely excited. This is the apocalyptic scene I've always dreamed of. A man with a body filled with dark magic steps out. Crunchy, why are you here? It's been a long time since we last met, but your reaction truly saddens me. I even brought you some fruit. Hypnos suddenly exclaimed. Crispy eggplant, why are you here? The other replied, coldly black energy, surrounding him as if he was about to dissolve into the air. This reaction is really disappointing for a reunion. After so long, I still bring you fruit. Hypnos kept asking when he saw something. This is that guy's name, let me finish asking, he sneered and confirmed. That's right, this is a demon-sealing talisman vastly superior to what was used in Tartarus. He hinted at the one behind it. Thank him, and of course don't forget to thank me. They are looking at that item. That person asked about hypnosis. But do you really know what it is to dare to remove the seal? He answered smug. Of course he knew it was a race or descendants from the time of Titanomachia. The other replied while watching the monster on the other side. As expected, you only know one thing and not the other. His name is Briaros, the legion commander of the Heket Tonaris race. He was the one who pushed the gods to the brink of extinction. On the other hand, Daria's disciples were shocked to see this monster, and the 2 heretics thoroughly enjoying the scene. The disciples of that woman who deserves to be burned alive are truly pitiful. He is plotting. I should inform her that my disciples have been killed, right? Hypnos replied with a smirk. I really look forward to them continuing to watch as the monster wreaks havoc around. However, remember that failure does not mean death. Back at Joe's side, a voice echoes as stones fall from above. The seal is lifted. Reassuring them, Rarios stomped hard on the ground, each step causing tremors. Everyone, do not be afraid. The Tower Lords surrounding this guy, he is weakening after a long time of being sealed. They are united. No matter what happens, we must stop him here. Yo, cast the spell Fly Fly and come to me. A tornado column is formed, piercing straight up to the sky. Oh, great flow hidden beneath the sky and earth. Meanwhile, Vo is receiving news from another Tower Lord. Sir Rat, so can you hear me, Sir Nicolo? The vortex created by Io is piercing one of Brios's arms. Elo is surprised her move can't hold it for long. That arm quickly breaks free from her spell and punches. Dust is flying everywhere. Hurry over, worried when seeing Ilo injured. White Tower Master, are you okay? She replied, I'm fine. Thinking to myself, since I am a legendary being, I thought this would work. Tower Master Nicolo spoke up, and the man in black looked over at him, apologizing for keeping everyone waiting. Nicolo used his magic. Mother Earth turned into a sandy swamp and collapse. He cast it and then signaled to the others. Everyone is attacking the same spot on the monster's body at this moment. It is motionless smoke rising from it, returning to Ilo and Mo. Both are healing using the power of the forest. They control the vines to grow larger and crawl towards themselves. Rise up. The centipede climbs up the cliff, dazzling Brios. O great spirit of the forest. It cannot stand firm when the roots climb up its legs. The forest formed a giant to confront it. Someone exclaimed while preparing to attack. Very good, this is worth trying. The White Tower Master reminded him. No, she spoke up when she saw Briarios gradually defeating the forest creature. At this level, it was impossible to beat him. He made his opponent explode angrily, saying, don't bother me anymore, you low-level scum. Did it scream? That scream made the allies tremble in discomfort. Unsen said incredulously, can he still speak? Briarios continued to despise them, those despicable vermin. If you crave being devoured by me that much, fine, I will tear you into tiny pieces and savor you slowly. Nickel laughed in response. Hey, it seems like you forgot something. Over there, Vo has finished his spell and is ready to attack it. Brother Chow, remember their plan, we will stall, so prepare magic to take him down. Riarios exclaimed in surprise. Black Hair Vu attacks it with lightning. The Cloud Ring tightens weather form, activating lightning. Nicolo hid in a discreet spot, watching and smiling admiringly. At just over 20, having just entered the 6th level of magic, he had already reached this level. The White Tower Master smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, the Flame Tower Master valued him greatly. Hanging in midair, he watched the direction where the other was being attacked. The forest there is burning, he thought to himself. The magic consumes more power than he expected, his expression showing some pain. Moreover, the power of the spell is so strong that it causes great damage around and its accuracy decreases. Vat was convinced, but because he was hit directly, he couldn't be normal, and his face froze when he saw the other guy get up completely unharmed except for a cut on his body. The other disciples exclaimed, how could he still stand on 2 feet after that strike? His endurance is truly beyond imagination. Nicolo thinks differently, but this is the only effective move in the recent attacks. If it can buy time for you, even though you don't expect to defeat him with just 1 strike. Unbelievable, is he still that strong? Riarios asked him, his eyes all focused on a single target. Magic contains the power of the dragon and black hair. What is your relationship with Kim Hyun Seong? So confusing, thinking silently. What is him Hyun Seong? An artifact, that name moves. He continued to speak. But never mind, it's not important, it just brings back unpleasant memories. Then he swung an attack towards him with a clear killing intent. Now die. Unsen hurriedly ran to Daria. Master, move away, that's dangerous. Eyes fixed on that strike, Brios was attacked by many at once. They wondered about the name he just mentioned. Alanet, what is he talking about? Despite being seriously injured, still thinking of ways to destroy it. My ears are ringing. So vomited a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as he assessed his condition. I have suffered serious internal injuries. If I had taken a direct hit, I would have been reduced to dust. Unen's voice came from the other side. Master, are you okay? Vat worriedly spoke. Senior brother Unsen coughed a few times. Cough, cough, that monster was really terrifying, it was almost dangerous. The man from earlier rushed over to them. Is everyone okay? No response. Master Wai Chi, please help. Senior brother Unen is seriously injured. Wai Chi approached to check Unsen. The situation is very serious. His ribs and chest seemed completely broken. He just laughed at it instead. Seeing the injury as minor during this time, training strength will be impossible. There will be a significant decline in strength. The Tower Master is worried, and contacts you asking if you are okay. He replied, Sir Nicolo, I am grateful to you. He is trying to block Brios's attack here. Fortunately, can you perform that magic again without a word? If aimed at the wound you caused, I can deliver a critical strike. You consider its feasibility, but only if you hit precisely. Gritting your teeth in frustration with my current level, I cannot control the lightning storm. However, fueled by determination, he was resolved to find a method. Why not try a different approach? Maybe we can defeat him. Nicolo just used magic to stop the other guy while repeating the spell, then confirmed yes, but suggested needing more time. About 15 minutes, he commanded the other tower masters. From now on, stall to protect Mr. Zhao. Do not let that guy touch even a finger of Mr. Ro. Everyone else said in unison. Yes, you find a spot to execute your attack, while the others continuously cast magic to drain the monster's vitality. Here, the Onsen brothers will also be safe, because the range cannot go any further. He closed his eyes, first replenishing his depleted magic power, transforming part of his body into a half-demon. Imagining the finishing move in one strike, the guy immediately looked towards the notebook as he cast the spell. The spear of the gods pierces through everything. Brahmas, it kicks you, you keep cursing, turns out you are the descendant of Kim Hyun Seong and that witch. A shadow darted up, chasing after it. No, you can't go anywhere. A magical rope glowed and bound its legs, preventing it from moving. The White Tower Master gave the order after it had stopped. At this moment, the other Tower Lords took the opportunity to attack Prometheus's spark and atmospheric waves, all sharing the same determination. Nicolo repeated this to everyone, as he also contributed. We must protect the Ledger Keeper at all costs. Brio shouted in frustration as another cast a different spell, while the elves sought refuge in the forest. Oh, Spirit of the Forest, please grant me strength. We all share the same goal. Nicolo turned pale with worry, continuously using powerful magic until everyone was exhausted. The appointment time was still far away. The guy angrily muttered, "Ah, you worms." He struggled and cursed them non-stop to go away. When it's its turn to use magic, it strikes with a dark power. It's over. Vo was casting magic and couldn't block or dodge the attack it just launched. Nicolo was terrified. It collapsed. Others also anxiously shouted, "You lead the book." Yo, even shedding tears. Benefactor. She recalls memories with him. He has always protected me. This time it's my turn to protect him. Even if I have to sacrifice everything, I must stop that attack. She reached out there, desperately begging, "Someone please grant me strength." Everything suddenly became colorless. Yo, suddenly. Has time stopped? A voice echoed. She had possessed that power for a long time. The silhouette of a girl appeared, but she just hasn't accepted it yet. Yo is confused. Who is that? What do you mean? The other person answered her. She knew what power she possessed. That girl continued to explain that to fully transform the dragon's power into her own, she had to accept the fate that came with it. If she accepted a life as both a goblin and a half-dragon, she would no longer be able to live as before. Ailu opened her eyes wide, absorbing the new information. Her fate, when she looked up, was no longer vague, but filled with determination. If I can save my benefactor, I will accept its power. The girl smiled, and a dazzling light appeared behind her. I knew you would make this choice. Time flows back the cries of helpless people. The master squeezed out sorrow, closed his eyes, and welcomed the strike just a few centimeters away. The sky was shrouded in a thick haze, making it unclear whether the attack hit them or not. Rarios opened his eyes wide in amazement. V had been helped by a giant white dragon. Nicolo was surprised. The White Tower Dragon continued his words. Something seen 700 years ago unexpectedly encountered it here. Others find it hard to believe. What Brios angrily cursed while preparing to strike again. A cursed female lizard. It swings its tail. Don't block my way, the dragon is unwavering. She replied to him. Even after thousands of years, your violent nature has not changed. Then, using your power, the dragon's breath, a burst of energy was unleashed. Looking at Brios, it remarked that you have also weakened a lot. Then it continued muttering while preparing to counterattack. First, I will tear off your wings. It reaches out and devours your heart alive. But a strange light stopped it. The dragon only struck once before turning back into Elo and falling down. What she answered him, "It seems this is my stopping point, but that doesn't matter." Elo smiled, "Because I have fulfilled my role." Vo has completed his move. Oh, power of the gods that pierces through moments, come into my hands right now. Grama's Cha. The others looked up, unable to help but admire this power. Oh, the intense heat in a tropical forest, but with desert-like heat. The White Tower Master and the Yellow Tower Master share the same expression as the others, truly enough to stall for time. It's unbelievable, that's the magic of a level 6 sorcerer. His spell affects the entire forest. If that power were not bound in the form of a spear, the rainforest would have vanished without a trace. Rarius hesitated, whispering in disbelief. What? Was I afraid? Then, as if to deny it, it shouted, "No way, I am Brios, the legion commander of the giant gods. Squeeze the number and throw that spear away." Brios couldn't react in time. He thought the spear just brushed past him. He turned back, smiling with satisfaction. It's done. However, when it turned around, Vo was standing right in front of it. Brios exclaimed in surprise. Since when? He used Iraq's weapon spell and sewing machine. Another strike was launched, shining brightly before him and then piercing straight through his body. Others exclaimed in amazement, Brahmat is the giant god-slaying mancha. Bryaxis shouted, ah, it spits out black fluid, muttering sealed for thousands of years. In pain before his whole body collapsed to the ground, even squeezing out blood didn't help. He spat out a mouthful of blood, thinking, the recoil is terrible indeed, this magic is too much for me. I no longer have the strength to hang in the air, so I let my body fall down. Vo Hai Long thought to himself, but even so, I have protected everyone. The system displays a notification. Notification, you have completed the mission. Your reward is sometime later in a room where an unconscious man wrapped in bandages slowly opens his eyes and quickly feels pain as he sits up. A person enters holding a basin of water and says to him, Benefactor, you have woken up. He immediately asks, are the others okay? She explained patiently, yes, Lord Unnan will need more time to recover, but the others have almost fully recovered. Vatsa smiled with satisfaction, recalling the battle with admiration. Is that so lucky, huh? His words were cut off when she pulled down the hood and asked, could you please take a look at this for me? There is a pair of horns on her head. Yu blushes as he explains. That day I received the power of the dragon and realized that we were bound together by fate. Thinking back, the dragon that protected me was Lord Yo, right? Go ahead. Does the benefactor know what that fate is? You answer honestly. I am not clear on the details either. But if I speculate and connect it with what I know, the descendants of dragons once served the Dragon King long ago. Perhaps the bond between me and Lord Yo is similar to that. Vo anxiously asked further. But are you really okay? After all, you are bound to me. I don't know how the dragon's power will affect you. Elo smiled. No, I am still myself. Still, Elo, everything is my choice. She wanted to say more, but her hand clenched the dress, stopping the words from coming out. She keeps them in her heart. And more than that, while watching him, perhaps I have always been expecting this fate. Whether the benefactor has a partner or not, the one who has been by his side the longest will definitely still be me. She continued speaking. So how should we address our benefactor? Calling him Dragon Emperor might be too grand. Vatso replied, just call me however you feel most comfortable. She was shy. Then the unbelievable owner, V, reacted. Pfft, then why don't you suggest calling me? J. Ilo muttered. Well, you smiled, which sounds much more friendly. All right then, I will call you Joe. After a while, Yo left and the next visitor was Nicolo. I am truly grateful to you. Without you, many would have had to sacrifice. He thought to himself, I heard he is still recovering after exhausting his magical power. Vatso smiled modestly in response. If it were just me alone, I certainly would not have been able to win. And moreover, you said that wasn't it you, Mr. Nicolo, who saved me. If you still have any worries, consider that you have already repaid me then. Nicolo had to agree with him. Is that so? Hearing you say that, I am truly grateful. He continued to ask, have you met and greeted everyone yet? So smiled, yes, fortunately. They have all come to visit me. Nicolo replied with satisfaction. So this place has been lively for a while. Let's rest a bit more. At night, Vo lay alone on the bed, letting out a sigh, so tired. Then he sat up and muttered, all right, it's time to get back to work. He took out an item, the third golden mask obtained after defeating Brios, which helps maintain alertness. Observing it while calculating and enhancing mental magic resistance, it is especially useful when facing dark mages who use curses and illusions. Like combining with the first mask that supports battle calculations, the second mask specializes in defense. Fusion is carried out, but you can't wear all three at once, so connect them together. The light they emit blinds him. The system displays a notification, 3 masks merge at a point, restoring their true form. Another message followed, you have completed the Crown of Solomon. All the powers from the golden masks are now united into one. When the crown regains its true form, its original power is also enhanced. Long ago, in the age of mythology, the sorcerer King Solomon established the magic empire. Vatso was astonished. Is that his relic? It's truly extraordinary. He continues to observe it, wondering silently. But why is it so small? Could this be a summoned creature? Vatso smiled and spoke. Such a lovely king. Suddenly, the crown flew above his head and emitted a light. Vatso felt something. What is this feeling? It's like I am split into two but still exist together. He adjusted his posture, assessed the situation. Could it be that Vo appeared in a strange space? He exclaimed, truly a miraculous scene. He smiled to himself, just as I thought, there is an entity supporting the calculation process. Glancing at the reflection below, part of my consciousness is currently residing inside the crown. It is supporting the calculation of equations within the magic circle. Could this be what is called consciousness separation? He continued to observe, then woke up and returned to the real world, feeling somewhat dizzy. The system notified him about this. He read it and wondered why there was self-awareness. It seems it is not simply a backup of consciousness, but more like a form of backup. If the mind is corrupted by a curse, the backed-up consciousness will overwrite the damaged part, helping to restore the original state. He looked at the crown with satisfaction, although its practicality still needed further research. But anyway, we now have a satisfactory artifact in hand. A few days later, Russell was already at the training ground. He cast the missile rain spell. The arrows focus on one point, creating considerable destructive power. All of your teammates found it hard to believe that you woke up in just 10 days. This was already amazing. Not only was your magic use improved, but your spell casting speed was faster than before. Un-sen was delighted, truly my junior, all thanks to diligent practice. He approached you and suggested, you seem to have recovered, so how about a duel? To aid your physical recovery, I won't use magic. No response. I'm not worried, but are you sure you're okay? Un-sen attacked immediately, and Vol easily blocked it. He continued, well, the bones do crack a bit, but I think just a few hits will put you back in place. Are you really that tired of using physical training to recover? Suddenly they heard a noise and both had to stop. Un-sen spoke up when he saw the soldiers moving urgently. Someone else is ringing the alarm bell. It seems something has happened. Most of the remaining monsters have also been destroyed. But what exactly is going on? They quickly flew up to find something unusual. It was a red door, signaling an emergency, and they even used a knight as a messenger. Un-sen anxiously exclaimed, could it be that the Imperial Army has invaded? They are quickly gathering. Nicolo spoke. Has everyone gathered? A national emergency has just occurred. He presented the reality with a serious expression. Grand Duke Bism has finally revealed the long-hidden evil intent. Un-sen continued, do you mean he has invaded Mendaman? Nicolo confirmed that speculation. Yes, the 5 phalanxes, including Antigon and Kago, the 13th and 21st legions, have joined forces and are currently attacking Huangdu. Antigon, Lord of the Red Tower, Benchan Li, who once insulted my family and father. Indeed, he is also an accomplice of the Grand Duke. Vatso recalled if at that time the Master had not intervened. Then he exclaimed, but isn't the Master and the Tower Chief of the Thung Tower still in Huangdu? They are still there, so how could it be? The next 2 words spoken made everyone in the room surprised, unbelieving gone. Nicolo repeated, both of them have disappeared. Daria's disciple muttered. Master Un-sen helplessly slammed the table. Damn it, this happened while I was away. Although worried, he still has faith that the Master cannot be defeated by them. If that really happened, the rebels would surely spread the news everywhere to demoralize our side. The White Tower Master agrees. I think so too. Surely Duke BM has done something they can only hold back for a while. He continued, if their goal is the throne, then the main targets are the king and the princess. Nicolo heard the worry in his voice. Your Majesty has Sister Jilin Buan to protect you. The princess is escorted by the royal knights, but if the Tower Lord targets her, it could be very dangerous. A soldier reports, I will immediately deploy the 7th Legion to deal with these rebels. Nicolo replied, I understand your feelings, but even if we set out now, I'm afraid we won't make it in time. Hubo, what is the fastest way to get to Hongdu? He thought for a moment and replied, using the teleport gate in Hongdu is best, but it's highly unlikely. They have definitely taken action to prevent reinforcements from approaching. He explained that the only way is to cross the Red Gorge at maximum speed, and then use the teleportation gate at the Demon Tower near Hoangdu to get there. No matter how fast it will take at least a day, so there's no time to hesitate, set off immediately. Vo suggested, Sir Nicolo, may I return to Hoangdu first? He was a bit surprised by his words. What do you have away? No explanation. The Ring of Eros and Psyche, the owner of the Eros Ring, can teleport to the owner of the Chain Ring. The White Tower Master interrupted Vass. I completely understand your point, but still, it is better for one of us, the Tower Masters, to go. He refused. Sorry, but I am the only one who can use the ring. Once you become the owner, it cannot be transferred. Nicolo placed his hand on his shoulder, giving him some instructions before letting him go. All right, your Majesty has Sir Gillian to protect you, so I entrust the princess to you. I was a bit surprised by his attitude, but still polite. Yes, let me handle it. He quickly cast the spell. The mission was also updated by the system. Mission: ensure the safety of the princess or complete RM. Protect the princess or complete Doctorm until the rebellion is completely suppressed. A little earlier at Geneva's palace, the Western Gate soldiers shouted orders to resolutely defend the fortress and eliminate the rebels, absolutely not letting them infiltrate. A commanding soldier led the wounded back to the rear, maintaining formation. Everyone hurriedly moved according to orders, bringing more hemostatic medicine and bandages quickly. The princess often stays by a wounded soldier, gently caring for him. It will hurt, but endure it a little. Thompson, he exclaimed in surprise. Your Highness. Then, unable to hold back, I asked Your Highness, how do you know my name? She replied. How could I not know? You are not swords to be used once, and then discarded. Tom is moved, Your Highness, or amazed. The soldiers lined up at the city gate report that the gate has been broken through and the desperate blockade was hit again. An explosion was created, blowing away that line of defense. They cried out in pain as they were attacked. A Chelumu spoke disdainfully. Such a trivial matter, do I really have to intervene? He is Aum, the first disciple of Brennanlog, the Red Tower Master. This guy walked in smiling at Het. Oh, look who it is. Or maybe you're annoyed when he speaks. Red Tower Lord, greets the princess. She cuts him off silently. What a joke. He sneered. Now he won't even grant me the title of Sir anymore. She retorted that Sir is a title reserved only for those appointed by the royal family, then stood up, drew her sword ready to fight. You have become a traitor. That title no longer suits you. Ache glared and exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the weapon in her hand. Oh, that sword is Arandai, the holy sword gifted by the water fairy. It once cut through the raging fire dragon long ago. He laughed, having the royal sword right here. Today is truly a lucky day. The bodyguards stand firm, determined to protect her. Princess, leave quickly, we will hold him back. Hurry up, you guys. Ahe Lung sneered. Then rest in peace, your highness. He launched an attack towards them, determined to kill them all. He suddenly stood in front of the guards, intending to protect them. They exclaimed, Your Highness, the princess you remembered to bring the book, I apologize. Oh, my hidden love. A hand appears, magic is cast, hoping that in the next life we can be together. The ambush was sucked into space and quickly disappeared. Ache was astonished. Just now the space was distorted and he looked anxiously at the princess. Could that be the Fire Tower Master rejecting itself? Still, I can't suppress the fear when I think about it. No way that Monster Master surely has. Speechless. Or amazed. I'm sorry for being late. He came to her with a smile. Ha, finally responded. Russell glared in surprise, and anger gritting his teeth and cursing silently. I don't know how you managed to summon the teleportation gate, but thanks to that brat, the Red Tower has suffered so much humiliation. At this point, I will offer his head to the Duke. He spoke. Long time no see. You lead the notebook, he asks immediately. Ache Lum, what have you done to the master? He disdainfully retorted. Is there no respect left for the elder now? Is our relationship good enough that I have to tell you? Then he ordered the disciples behind him. I will deal with that brat myself, and you all storm in as soon as you get the order. Capture the princess immediately, even if it's just her corpse. Vatsa calculated and commanded them. All of them were at level 3 or 4. Everyone step back and summon your beasts immediately. From the sky a spell appears, and the dwarves of the flame shall punish the rebels. Che glared at the controller, directing it to attack the leader. How dare you be careless in front of me? Your liver is quite big. Patch it up and go fast. First we have to separate from the group. Rush to block him while he's still surprised. Swing your arm with a powerful punch. He was knocked away, letting out a painful cry. Glared and gritted his teeth. You insolent brat, how dare you pull such a trick? Then start casting magic. I will burn you until there is no trace left. Dutso quickly raised his hand to cast a defensive move. Firecracker. The attacks of both collided, creating an explosion. Vachimart thought to himself, the speed of chanting spells and the tremendous destructive power. Although not yet at the superhuman level, the Tower Master is still the Tower Master. Achelung was also making similar calculations. The speed of chanting spells was quite impressive, but the firepower was weak, probably to increase speed. He skipped one of the techniques. He sneered, thinking to himself, magic began to form behind him, so I will use firepower to overwhelm him. He transformed the fire into a snake, observing cautiously, his face full of alertness. He commanded the snake to strike anxiously, shouting, pounce. Meanwhile, elsewhere under a gloomy sky with dark clouds gathering in a hidden cave where a formation is set up, the cultists surround it, murmuring, Your arrogant disciples are good at blocking the way, but Briarios was just bait. My true target has always been you. He laughed with delight. Stand obediently here and watch your disciples drown in flames and death. Vat thought silently while observing around. Even with many layers of shields, could it still withstand such an impact? Not only firepower, but also physical impact force. He looked down at his outfit and sighed, about to have to give up another precious cloak. The knights shielded Het as Zhao spoke. Your Highness, quickly move away. It's very dangerous here, she muttered. Vaso. Alum's disciples rushed to her place on orders. The princess was running away, being chased. No calculation, if he was just a disciple of A, the royal knights could probably handle it. He attacks you, kid. He attacks you relentlessly, thinking silently when he sees you raising your shield to block. Let's see how long you can hold out. The fool only focuses on defense and cannot win. He swung a spear into the air, aiming at the other guy, and stabbing, causing him to panic immediately. Could it be that he was only now really taking action? A Shaloom was caught off guard, and the dog immediately attacked him before he could react. A Shaloom cried out in pain, blood coming out of his mouth. Ache glared on the brink of death, muttering, pretending to be attacked to prepare a counterattack. Vatso replied, Arrogance and complacency are the reasons for your failure. He left, leaving behind an explosion that buried Ache Lum. If he had been calmer, the outcome might have been different. The soldiers fighting. Alum's disciples burst in when the door was opened, and the first thing he said was, He ket. The cult is shocked, huh? Why is he here? What about our master? Vatso sneered, preparing to attack. Then they started slaughtering them. Just ask yourself to cover it up. When Joe finished, he immediately went to Heat and spoke. Your Highness, are you okay? She rushed to hug him before he could finish speaking. Russell anxiously examined his body. With so many wounds, are you okay? Ro replied. I'm fine. They smile at each other affectionately, or continue to connect. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. Thanks to you, I was able to hold on. Then she wondered as her hand still touched his face. Is this the power of the ring you gave me? Vat, so admitted. Yeah, but I've run out of magic power, so I probably can't use it for now. While they were hugging, Vat, so looked out the window and felt something was wrong. What is this feeling? Or is it a reply? That's where His Majesty is. He reassured her, don't worry, it's Lord Jan person. As expected, he is still holding the line. He continued, first we must meet with His Majesty. If A's failure is exposed, more enemies will come. She responded. Then unleash your power, Princess Andion or Lord Radmos. In my name I command the divine sword, Arundai. Let the courage of the founding king be bestowed upon the loyal ministers. Unbelievable. The other soldiers are the same. His strength has recovered. He caught her when she lost her balance and fell, his voice full of concern. Wait, hack the connection. Arundai is the sword of the founding National Garden. Andy, its power is to share its strength. Heiket Hokan anxiously spoke. Your Highness, she smiled. This is all I can do for everyone now. He held her hand and continued. Long live your Highness, loyal to the royal family. Outside, a sinister voice echoed. I wondered why it took so long to deal with a mere woman. A red glow appeared outside. That person was preparing to attack. An uninvited guest, he said, hugging Heiket and quickly running, not forgetting to warn the soldiers to get out of the way. The attacker struck a cold blow and ordered collapse. Flaming swords pierced the castle as he walked among them. He smiled slyly, friendly, and started a conversation with me. Long time no see, Ro. He observed as Zhao shielded he with a barrier, thinking to himself, enduring my magic, it seems not an ordinary shield. It's hard to believe he could deploy it so quickly. Then he spoke, you are stronger than the last time we met. The warrior on this side is also thinking in the blink of an eye the palace was burned down, incredibly powerful. He looked around wearily and continued. I don't see him glaring. He must have been taken down by you, right? I warned that arrogance would bring him disaster. Or shouted out. Brenlagi, why did you cause this? She angrily spoke as she looked at the soldiers who had just been killed before her eyes. Your target is definitely me, so why kill innocent people? He laughed, clutching his stomach, mocking her words. It's truly touching. Your Highness, if you ascend the throne, you will surely become a wise ruler. His eyes hardened when he decided to kill her. So have you finished denying it? I still have to meet His Majesty. Squeeze the bucket to stop he. Step back. He is not someone who can be reasoned with. Other soldiers came to reinforce. They shouted, Your Highness, are you okay? You all were very happy to hear their report seeing the castle collapse, so we ran over. Your Majesty is still safe, do not worry. The annoying guy on the side plus another obstacle really troublesome. He told the disciples in the sky, the soldiers on the other side are also ready to fight. Sweep them away. A sideways strike was launched. He easily blocked it and then spoke to him. Are you trying to stop me? Slash the Jade Gate? Vo responded without hesitation. Of course. He continues. Looking at you like this, you look just like Daria. Your master looked at me with the same eyes in the end. B remembers her current condition. Now he is bound between the realm of void and darkness, never able to return. Astonishing. Rolling between void and darkness. He attacked you, so let me replace the master and show you a performance. You immediately used Solomon's crown item to activate a ground counterattack, creating an explosion. There was a bit of surprise as the sword reached a speed surpassing sound. He continued to attack. Vo skillfully dodged the attack, leaving Bren astonished. Could someone with only a 6-star circle level really evade it? Thinking silently, the timeline is fragmented, so I can predict the attack just enough to dodge. But my teammates are fighting behind. If I dodge this time, everyone will get hurt. Use magic. So the two strikes clash, creating a bright area in the middle, and I will block the attack. He sneered. Are you trying to protect your teammates? Those weak emotions are the fastest path to death. Then speak up as you strike again so I can personally teach you this lesson. Vo protected Het and the other soldiers by forming a defensive line, a giant stone wall. Brain Strike hit it without harming them, but it still caused a shockwave. After a few hours, Bren spoke again. Unbelievable, can you really keep up with my spell speed? He continued casting, determined to test your limits, so let's see how far you can go. He shot it down to the parking lot. He coughed and laughed, still holding on. That's amazing. He sighed. If Daria hadn't interfered, I would have even wanted to take you as my disciple. Then he gritted his teeth, looking at the calculation side that was fast and frighteningly strong. Although we are both tower masters, the level is different. Ha quickly ran to Russell. He responded. She caught him. The onlookers start mocking. A truly tragic scene. You two are lovers, so I will send you both to the same grave. She shouted, shut up, bastard. The other side is performing magic on an even larger scale. The soldiers shouted. Your Highness, retreat quickly, we can't hold out much longer. They were surprised to hear those people speak up. He thought to himself, have the law enforcers also joined the battle? Then cursed out loud, they really are a bunch of nuisances. What exactly is the Grand Duke doing? Vat and Heket were hiding behind a rock surrounded by devastation. Heket was worried. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He gritted his teeth helplessly, the corner of his mouth already stained with blood, unable to endure it any longer. He had to merge quickly. Suddenly, the system displayed a new mission, the princess's treasure quest. The green necklace is a treasured heirloom that the princess cherishes deeply. Please collect the princess's precious necklace. The reward. He immediately turned to her with a proposal. Hey Ket, can I see the necklace you are wearing? Hey Ket, touch it. A necklace. She quickly took it out and held it in her hand while leading the way. He explained, this is my mother's relic. He continued to ask, can you give me this bracelet? She was stunned, then smiled as she took it off. There must be a reason why you said that, right? He smiled gently. Thank you for trusting me. Let's end it. The system immediately delivers new information. Notification: you have collected the princess's treasure necklace and completed the mission. When magic is infused, the princess's treasured necklace will reveal its true form. He immediately did so, and the dragon scales shone before their eyes. The system announces that the dragon scale will return to its original form. Do you want to absorb the dragon scale? I'm wondering. Dragon scales, not horns. Now it doesn't matter anymore. Then hurriedly choose to absorb. Those watching the magical power behind their hiding spot couldn't help but wonder, such a young kid, how can he have such fierce magical power? He exclaimed, what is that? When I saw Joe's new form, what is that form? System notification: thanks to the power of dragon scales, the body is enhanced, and the duration of dragon fusion is extended. Thanks to the power of dragon scales, the body is enhanced, and the side effects of dragon fusion are somewhat reduced. He thought to himself, if that's the case, I can defeat him with my new dragon-fused form. The other still held an arrogant attitude, and said, I didn't expect the information about you having dragon blood to be true. He continued, MC retirement. It turns out there was a reason that crazy guy failed. Turn around or step back. He also killed the soldiers. Those standing within a zone of dark power sneered contemptuously. Is this the dragon's magic? It is not inferior to my magic at all, and even plots to steal your power. If I turn that power into my own, no tower master will be able to surpass me. Lunging forward, strategizing in my mind, he is superior in magical ability, but I have the advantage in physical strength. Based on that point, he finished him off in the blink of an eye, rushing forward as the heat ball was blocked. Vo continued to unleash a large amount of GE bullets, and the other guy responded with a stronger attack. La Mancha kills the giant. He thought to himself, I cannot fall just because of this. One foot touches the ground, glancing around, searching for the enemy. Where are you? He appeared in a blazing sea of fire, making you kneel. Is it just the flashy exterior, is that all? What the hell is this? The stubborn Soso charges with overheated skills. He couldn't reach him no matter how much he put power into his strike. He was knocked back, and then followed by an attack, forcing him to keep his distance. The one who speaks, I admit the number, he muttered. His body had also transformed. In terms of pure physical strength, you are almost at a superhuman level. Not just 5 years, but 10 more years. You will surpass me. Your eyes blaze with fire filled with fierce killing intent. So I have to kill you right here, Vox said defiantly, clenching the spear tightly. He rushed forward. If you can do it, just try. In my mind are the movements and strategies to press until I see an opening. Both sides fought at a high speed. Vatso whispered, just a little more. He shouted, just a little more. The man opposite had the same reaction. Muttering to himself at this moment, a yellow light appeared from the ring on his hand. He thought the dragon fusion time is almost over, and Solomon's crown has also reached its limit. Then he summoned the swords. This was the final attack aimed at Blen, who was flying. He gritted his teeth in discomfort. The 3-stage Ma VM cultivator transformed his body to absorb the blow. Joe's strike targeted him and ended with a huge explosion. Vatsa lay on the ground, thoughts scattered, body drained of strength, vision dimming. He recalled the reason for fighting, forced himself to sit up, determined to protect those important to him. He thought to himself something was forming, and even if it meant sacrificing his life, it had to be done. The person beside him spoke out, their face no longer calm. This is really absurd. Could it be that you broke through a realm during this battle? Vades smiled with satisfaction. This was the 7th round when a lightning bolt struck him. Den muttered, when facing death, what did you realize? The 7th circle. The brown hip appeared at Ben's place sarcastically, saying, enemy faction leader, you look miserable. It seems you have struggled a lot, huh? He clutched his wounded body, cursed him, shut up before I cut off that filthy tongue. Then he continued to wonder, what took you so long to arrive? Hypnosis replied, the Tower Master is gone, so there are some matters to handle. He recounted the Flame Tower Master. That wretched woman broke the seal. He removed his hood as he continued, but don't worry, I have resealed it perfectly. Vatso was annoyed and questioned him, is it because of you? What did you do to my master? Hypnos continued, well, we have talked before, but this is our first face-to-face meeting. Then he sneered when mentioning your father, instantly making Rutdo furious. It seems I am about to become the destroyer of the father and son of the Daemon family. Joe's eyes grew sharper as the man asked, "Was it you who killed my father?" He pondered and then replied, It's hard to say the one who killed him was indeed me, and I also dragged that guy in. But the one who set up this game was not me, isn't that right?" The person on the side shouted, "It really is you. What on earth caused them to do that?" The man sneered and stepped closer as he spoke. "Before I die, I will give you one last gift." He recounted, "Your father lost his life because he discovered the Duke's plan and our connection with the cult. His excessive vigilance only led to his demise." Shouting loudly, "You bastard," Hypnose continues, "I also have a fruit, so step back a little." He took out a level 7 dark magic item containing all the diseases of the world, the plague of misfortune, then smiled slyly. While describing it, "I tell you, even if you want to die, you won't die easily." Another force emerges. Daria calls down from above, "My child, will you let them take it away a second time?" She controls the fire, turning them into her soldiers. "Rise up, my loyal army." Vatsa smiled gently. "Master, are you still safe?" She looked at him gently. "I've kept you waiting too long, my youngest child." Both sides and Hypnose were terrified. "Hyose, what exactly is going on?" "I clearly sealed her in Tartarus. How could this be?" With the body of a mortal, Daria became more intense. She repeated, "Do you dare to see us as mere mortals? Then attack. That is your greatest mistake." On the other side, a blue beam of light appeared. The two of them screamed in horror. Has the tower owner also escaped? Daria landed right next to him very roughly. "Master, she stopped you before you could say more. Rest up. This will be over soon." Daria's son spoke angrily. "You damn rebels, I will make you pay for stirring up memories of that day." It's a story from the past. Daria once had a lively and clever son. "Mother, someday you will become a great archmage like her." She picked him up joyfully, responding, "Yes, if you are my son, you will definitely be able to do it. That child is so adorable. Look, this is magic money. Oh my god, my son is truly a genius. A real genius with innate talent. He independently comprehends magic. Because I wanted my mother to see I practiced diligently all day. That child especially loves sweets. That night I hurriedly set off because of a secret order from the royal palace, and my life completely changed. That secret order was actually a trap set by the heretics to lure me away. Then when we return home, everything will be too late." She held him close, a body nearly dead from fire, still trembling and calling out. Grandma smiled in response to her last words with her child. "It's okay, son, sleep well and you won't hurt anymore." Daria's life became meaningless, but those who saved me when I lost the meaning of life were the disciples I loved. But she gritted her teeth in blazing anger. How dare she cause this trouble? Don't even dream of surviving. Daria casts the Great Flame Magic. The entire area is engulfed in fire. 8th level fire magic spell, Hem's Primal Fire Message Dream. Her magic is very powerful. The guy struggled to defend himself. She sneered and used another spell. From Snow White's original apple spell. He screamed in horror, "Wait," but was quickly swallowed by fire. Hypnose saw Bren burning and cursed silently. Damn it. He looked at the fireball before him and decided to flee. At this point, there was no other choice but to join forces with the Grand Duke and first overthrow the king. But he was stopped before Rip ran, wrapping a rope around his ankle. He frowned and pulled him back. "Where do you think you're running?" Hypnosis is annoying. This guy's name sounds like a stereotype he was about to strike. But Daria's voice rang out. "I already told you. She created many fireballs all just for that guy, Hypnose. Don't expect to survive." They all rushed towards him. Hypnosis is dying, thinking silently, "It really is the fire of the 8th circle with my power. I cannot extinguish it. I still hope to converge with them. If so, concentrate all the magic power to uproot it." But Daria did not let him do this. The blazing fire was blinding. Hypnose screamed in pain. Daria stood before him and spoke, "Everything is over now. Hypnosis, if you reveal everything, I will send you off without pain." He coughed several times, then sneered, "Don't think it's over here. The darkness is only just beginning." He left his final words before being burned, saying he would drown the entire continent in blood and darkness. "Ah," Daria watched and exclaimed, "Suicide by magic. He is truly stubborn." Meanwhile, Ben is still alive, barely hanging on, trying to crawl away while muttering, "It's a complete failure." He was angry and cursed silently. "It's my fault for trusting those foolish fanatics first. I must hide and get myself together." The person in front of him now was the bookkeeper, but Ben mistook him for Alex John. He can hardly believe it. "No way. I clearly saw him die back then. You rushed up. Now I realize you are his son." He stabbed the sword through Ben's body, thinking to himself, "In the end, you have won." Alex John Vo sat down tiredly. "Behind you, the 2 Tower Masters are crushing your heart. They are powerless against their overwhelming strength. I cannot break through. Reinforcements, when will the reinforcements arrive?" The beloved Tower Master happily spoke. How does the taste feel? You traitors, your struggling looks no different from a bunch of ants." Daria is not far behind. The Fire Tower and Flame Tower have joined the battle. "Help me." It gets worse when they shout, "Jilan, Jilan has taken the city gate." Damn it, no retreat. Our numbers are completely overwhelming. Outside, the Duke was both watching and angrily cursing. Damn it, how could the situation be reversed just before it was about to collapse? He was so angry, his face turned red. How could those monsters be released? Where are Ben and Hypnos? Quickly, find them. Two heads were thrown right at his feet, making the old man pause. He exclaimed, "This is Daria's explanation, hard to recognize, but I personally brought it here." She laughed with the allied forces behind her. The bastard, the damn Duke, she left the cleanup to others. The Duke angrily cursed, "The plan I have painstakingly prepared for decades." He rushed forward. "Could it be that I will fall because of you all die?" Vo was the one sent to fight the old man, but in the end it was truly pathetic. "Youngest, please finish this enemy." He gently destroys the old man with his fire. Fire destroys Chiviem. He cried out in pain as he was burned. The allied soldier stood nearby watching. After some time, the agenda continued with the renovation of the royal palace. King and Foso presented at the palace, asking to prioritize rebuilding the common people's houses first. "Master of the tower, can you handle this?" Tower master orders received. "Yes, I obey." He turned to Daria, and the words in the report of the heretic named Hypnos. "Is it true?" she replied. "Yes, your majesty, I have heard it myself." "Then recount the words." Hypnos said. "That person will drown the entire continent in blood and darkness." The true beginning of darkness, Alfonso could not help but worry. Moreover, the person he mentioned is truly worth noting. "You give the order, Lord Yan. I entrust you with full authority to establish an organization to monitor all movements of the heretical cult." The god obeys the servant's order. The king has moved on to another list. Now only the task of determining merits remains. Jillian Person, Daria, Snow White, Hemingway, Melv. He smiled contentedly, thinking to himself about standing shoulder to shoulder with the extraordinary. "I never expected the youngest prodigy on the continent to appear in Andean, especially in my era. Vatso Daemon." However, Hit is worried about his condition. "It's really concerning." She spoke to Daria. "It's been over 10 days, and he still hasn't woken up." The lady reassured her, "Please don't worry. His Highness Vo has just entered the supermortal realm. He is only merging the primal power he has just attained." She couldn't help but think using power recklessly before stabilizing is risky. Luckily, the primal power hasn't completely collapsed yet, so she suggested that while supporting Haket, they leave together. "Squeeze the juice as usual. You will definitely get through it." A red spot appeared on the person holding the juice. "There is a call, Master. Waking up suddenly, I thought it was you." The notification system announces that the intermediate fire spirit paper has fully absorbed the power of the fire dragon. The intermediate fire spirit paper is reborn as the fire dragon spirit. Notification: the contract with the fire spirit dragon paper has been restored. You can summon the fire spirit dragon paper through the spirit realm gate. At night, Vatso went to a ruined place and began casting magic. He watched it thinking, "The seventh circle of the undead before reversing time. I thought I would never reach it in my lifetime. Yet now, not only have I mastered it, but I also use this power to destroy those who murdered my father. But I cannot stop here. Remnants of the cult and the empire still exist, and I must become even stronger." He looked around, estimating the empty space. It seemed there was enough space now. Then he began to calculate. Although Pepper could adjust his size before it would be quite troublesome if that ability disappeared after transforming into a dragon. He cast a spell to summon the portal to the spirit world. "Pepper, come here. A giant red dragon has been summoned." The excited Vatso shouted. "Pepper." The dragon happily responded. He continued to rub its nose while speaking. "Long time no see, I barely recognized you. You've gotten cooler." Ignoring Pepper, the body became semi-transparent like a fairy. The size was obvious, but the shape had also changed a lot. He measured its power level. "Is the power reaching level 7 on par with mine? So only when I reach this realm will you awaken." He continued. "Pepper, can you shrink back like before?" It stared at him intently, making a few sounds after listening. It transformed. The light was a bit dazzling, returning to its small form as before. Vatsa clapped in praise. "Excellent, just as I thought. You haven't forgotten." Pepper felt a bit proud because of that. "You keep hitting on me, so it's been a while. Let's play a game together." Both of them flew in the sky, thinking to themselves, amazing, adjusting direction freely at this speed. He pondered, calculating his flying ability had been significantly upgraded. If even in fairy form you can fly this flexibly, then suddenly Pepper's transformation astonished Rat. So, Pepper, it took the shape of a dragon-winged shirt that left him in awe. "Are you reading my mind? It seems your thought waves have become clearer." He continues to send them out. "Then let's move forward together. No worries when trying this out. Although it still can't compare to when Pepper flies on its own in aerial combat, we will not lose to any superhuman." He continued talking to it. "Let's go, Pepper." 3 days later, they gathered in Joe's room when he received the title. "High Priest, congratulations." "I am a bit confused." "Me a Duke." He thought to himself, a Duke is a title only granted to those qualified to be part of the royal family. Throughout history, no one outside the Vatmos lineage has ever been made a Duke. The founder of Andean, an 8th Circle Grand Sorcerer, even the first head of the family only held the rank of Marquis. He pinched my cheek and smiled. It seems you still don't really believe this. Of course, even I was extremely surprised by His Majesty's decision. Daria continued as everyone was stunned to the point that the hall seemed to freeze for a moment when His Majesty announced it. Hubert continued, but no one objected because everyone acknowledged your merits. Please, High Priest, hold steady, hold steady. Daria teased him, so from today should I call you His Grace? The Duke Vutso shyly declined. How could that be? You explain it even though you still can't really believe it, but even if I become a duke, please don't use honorifics with me. Your words warm their hearts. Before being a duke, I am still a disciple of my master, and a junior brother to my senior brothers and sisters. Daria smiled. If that is what you wish, then I will do it. Unsen patted his shoulder excitedly. This is exactly why I have always been fond of my little junior brother the most. At night, I look out at the sky now all alone. So I take out a roll of paper to see what the mission reward is. It's a map marking the location of the Star Dragon. I was planning to look for it too, so that saves me some effort. He looked at the map and exclaimed in surprise. Wait, is this the Empire? He is deep in thought. The Britannia Empire, the only empire on the continent, and also Andy's longtime enemy, is currently in turmoil, as the Emperor falls gravely ill and the princes rush into a battle for the throne. Moreover, to enter the Empire, you must have identification. Lying down on the bed with a sigh, he muttered, why does it have to be the Empire? This time it really won't be easy. He pinched Pepper's cheek and continued, don't worry, Pepper, there is a way. He smiled, though it took time and was full of dangers. There was still a sure plan. Meanwhile, on a ship, Mouette was very excited it wouldn't be long now. Wait there, that guy over there. She looked at Andy and laughed heartily. I'm coming. Voices were heard. The king invited them to dine. Alfonso went out to greet them and led the group along with the White Tower Master to bow and salute. The deity requests an audience with His Majesty. Everyone must have had a hard journey. He went straight to the point. I gathered you here to assign the task of guiding the elf and beast tribes. Vatsa thought to himself, time flies so fast because of the rebellion. I forgot about relocating the 2 tribes. The king instructed that the White Tower Guardian would be responsible for guiding the Ancestor tribe, while the Duke of Records would oversee the Beastman tribe. They all bowed and replied, we obey your command, Your Majesty. He continued, then we will discuss the upcoming schedule. But the very strict person is currently preoccupied with something else. Mew's aggressive nature worries me a bit, but someone sick like me probably won't be asked to duel right. He thought to himself. But why do I keep feeling so uneasy? On the other hand, Mew was extremely excited to see him again. She thought to herself, when we meet, we must have a one-on-one fight. The other beastmen were all talking. The Beast King looked very happy. This was the first time he had left the island. They took turns speaking their hearts, pounding at the presence of the continent's powerful figures. And above all, there was him on the continent. Him, the mainland is there. We arrived very quickly, and I can see Andy over here ahead. Vo is also waiting for them. He observes that many people have gathered to watch the Beast Tribe. That's true for ordinary people. It's a race that exists only in rumors. He turned his head when he sensed something. This magical energy flow, Lord Allen. The other person smiled and explained to him. By the king's order, we have come here to assist and will do our best to help you, Your Highness. You answered. Thank you, sir, but the title, Your Highness Duke, is a bit. Alan continued teasing. If Your Highness doesn't like that title, how about calling you Duke? Vo agreed with Alan. It seemed more reasonable. The beastman quickly reached the shore. Where is Mew? She ran over, shouting loudly. Got it. Alan was overwhelmed. This battle aura was on par with the Tower Lord, even more so. Could this be the person the Iron Duke mentioned? He watched Mua, the king of the Beast Tribe. Mu spoke after a laugh. Long time no see, you look well. Vatso replied, you are still the same. I have always been like this, and you have become much stronger lately. The aggressive instinct is rising. The male scent is stronger than before. If you don't mind, let's have a match right now. I refuse. Please spare me. I'm still a patient. She immediately wilted. Patient, then we'll have to leave it for next time. Keep going, but first can you withdraw your fighting spirit, then look around while continuing to speak. Everyone here seems to be in danger. Mew exclaimed in surprise. What? Are you saying she has to share the forest with those goblins? Wasn't this never mentioned before? No explanation needed. A bet forest is the largest forest in Andy. Even if 2 tribes live there together, it won't be inconvenient. She retorted. No, the problem is not there, but they are very bored. Vatso asked again what Mu continued. Those who love peace disgust me. I suggest if you can make peace with the fairy tribe, I will introduce you to a one-on-one opponent. She was immediately interested. Oh, all right, remember to keep your word. It's similar, but if it's not you, at least the opponent must be on my level. Alan is surprised that I mentioned his name. Mew Y approached to probe, but strangely his strength still seemed only equal to yours when I first met you, yet I couldn't sense the same aura from him. Very puzzling. What do you mean? Based on the notes, if the first Beast King Venria is a dragon hybrid, then what Mew sensed from me could be the scent of a dragon. While observing her, Mew thought she resembled Fenria. If you carry the bloodline of Fenria, it is very likely that your body also contains elements of the dragon species. She teased, "Why are you staring at me like that? Planning to mate with me, good breed." Vatso showed a disgusted face. "No way, please stay away from me." In the Abet Forest, the White Tower Master lazily said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough. Your Highness, I forgot to mention earlier." "Thank you, sir." White Tower Master, just speak naturally. Muya approached and remarked, "This girl is stronger than I thought." The White Tower Master is angry. "You are truly rude." Two goblins appear and add, "We will be neighbors from now on." "Welcome everyone." Vo shouted, "Sir Aron, Sir Yo," they responded. "Long time no see, you look very runny." Muya approached and commented, "Oh wow, even among the long-eared, there are formidable ones. Why would you call them that?" She continues saying, "This long-eared girl smells like you." Yo nervously repeats, "Like it, how could I? The mud is on fire. Ho, it seems like this girl is also targeting you. Are you going to let her have it? Are you responding with hesitation, Mr. Rat? So is not an object." Futso interrupted them. "The two clans will live together here, but that doesn't mean they will share everything. Because of different environments and cultures, conflicts may arise. You continue by using this cheap tree as a marker at the forest entrance. The north will belong to the fairy tribe, and the south is where the beast tribe lives." "Are you okay?" the ancestor replied. "We are already very grateful just for lending us the land." Mew has no objections. "All right, just don't forget your promise to me." No announcements, and also 10 days later, representatives of each tribe must attend the reception ceremony personally prepared by the king. At Andy and Hoang, while they were on the carriage, the goblins asked Sir Dak, "So besides performing for the king, do you have any other special schedules?" He replied, Sir Mew will represent the beast tribe to receive the title. She doesn't care at all about what you said." "I don't care about those things, just fight me one-on-one, that's enough. Go on. Perhaps there will be a ball at the palace, which is also an opportunity for the kingdom to show its strength to other nations." She asked excitedly, "So does that mean we can drink and eat to our heart's content?" Suddenly, Wai felt something strange. A terrifying aura was approaching from that direction. She continued to describe one side seemed unlikely to win, but also not easy to lose. As for the other side, they will definitely lose. Vatso interrupted her. "It's okay, both of them are my acquaintances, and one of them is even my master." Mew Wai is confused. "What? Why are you only telling me that now? Like it?" She muttered as she applied it. "If I were your master, I must make a good impression. How is it? Do I look cool?" They quickly arrived, got off the horse first and said, "Master Chief, Thuong, why are you two out here?" They replied to him, "The king ordered us to personally welcome you because you are honored guests." The two said to the guests, "Welcome to the Andean Imperial City. I am Tower Master Hemingway Melville, and I am Tower Master Daria Snow White, Moi Tower Master Diem. Very pleased to meet you again. I have never forgotten the kindness from last time." She bowed to Daria. "My daughter has received a favor from you, but only now do we have the chance to thank you. I am Mo from the fairy tribe Chinbai clan, and this is Aaron." Daria humbly replied, "What favor? It's just something I should do." Then continue asking about Muya. So the person over there is the one who is so embarrassed that she stammers. "I am the Beast King Mew." "Am I the Beast King Mew?" "No, it's me." Vatdo reassured Beast King, "You don't need to be so formal, just speak comfortably." Mu still couldn't relax. No, I'm fine. He thought that the Beast tribe always worships the strong as king. Maybe this is the first time he has met someone stronger than himself, so he's a bit confused, Daria observed Ilo, then turned to Mew. Mr. Mew, are you okay?" She sneered, amused by the situation. This youngest kid always acts so innocent. This ball is definitely going to be worth watching. On the other hand, even those inside the royal palace can feel something. Why does this feeling seem so unsettling? Where did this cold air come from? Wow, I exclaimed in surprise. He spoke while observing the palace. It's been a long time, and the palace that once collapsed has been completely rebuilt. Daria smiled and recounted that Nicolo and his disciples worked so hard they couldn't sleep at all. I can immediately guess they were definitely pressured to meet the schedule. If she is leading the way, then let's go in. His Majesty is waiting for everyone. They entered one by one in the order of the dukes of the kingdom of Vo Dumon. Vo reported to the deity that the task assigned by His Majesty had been completed and returned. Alfonso replied, "Stand up, Duke, lead the way. I will not forget your merits." The elves pay respects to the king. "Greetings to Andy's master. I am Aron from the fairy tribe, and this is my daughter. Yo." He smiled when he heard their greetings. On behalf of all the ancestors in the Great Forest, he thanked him for generously giving up the forest and then responded, "Hopefully the neighboring residents will feel safe staying here until the Great Forest is restored." Mew is confused when talking. The king of the Mu Beast tribe greets the master of Andy. Sends his regards. "Sorry, your majesty, I understand now. I am not very familiar with Beast tribe culture." At the ball, I plan to hold a title ceremony. What do you think? Mew was momentarily at a loss for words. The advisor whispered. Say you will follow His Majesty's will. I will follow His Majesty's will. Thank you for agreeing to the schedule. I thank Your Majesty. He smiled, thinking to himself, it seems I need to teach basic etiquette again. 3 days later, Mew acted as taught before Alfonso, king of the Mew Beast tribe from this moment on. He will loyally fulfill all duties as a noble of the glorious kingdom. The other people were surprised, not expecting the beastmen to know such rituals, contrary to the rumors of them being savage. He began the knighting ceremony. I, Alfonso Radmos, king of Andi, bestow upon the Lacos family the title of Count of the Kingdom. Never forget the vow made today. Muwai replied politely. Thank you very much. After the investiture ceremony ended, there was a banquet, and Mu spoke up saying that, although he followed the instructions, he really couldn't understand why he had to do such an old-fashioned thing. Va replied, you have worked hard. Yo changed the subject. Sir, tonight is the ball. If you don't mind, could you dance with me? Or should I interrupt the lady to introduce myself a bit late? She smiled. This is Mr. Laos named Heat Radam. Yo immediately recognized. Is this person really from your side? Muwai also secretly sensed a scent similar to the king's, so if that's the case, this kind is female. Hato directly suggested, can we switch places to talk for a moment? I have something to discuss privately with you two. If you want to join, I would too, but Hekato has refused. No, the pressure she exudes made Jao have to agree. This matter can only be discussed between women. Ah yes. Daria was on the side eating corn while listening to the story. A love triangle between 3 races revolves around one man. Truly fascinating, incredibly fascinating. They were led to a tea room where the princess's servant was already present. Your Highness, you have arrived. She signals to them. Everyone, please sit here. No need for formalities, just be comfortable. Understood. Once the 3 of us were seated, Hekato To began to present. I arranged this private meeting because I have something to ask both of you. She took a sip and asked, what do you two think about the Duke leading the ledger, my fiancé? The 2 immediately became flustered. That matter. You speak first. If you ask about my feelings, then I will speak frankly. The god really likes you leading the group a lot. Mu Ya continued, it's also a kind that makes me feel good and it's strong too. Ka To was not surprised by these words, just as I thought. She continued to act unlike ordinary nobles. He will become a king in the future, and such a person cannot have a concubine. Her face was expressionless as she said, me too when I was alive. I did not accept sharing the treasure with anyone else. Ilo thought silently, her face not at all pleasant. I understand that was expected. Mew also thought to himself, oh, is someone directly warning me? With the fragile nature of humans, she hesitated, and then said, wait, did you just say when alive? Yes. Kato continued. After drinking more, Vat reached the superhuman realm while still in his 20s. He might even attain the transcendent realm that no one has ever reached since the time of mythology. Moreover, he carries dragon blood, and will live much longer than any human. I don't want to lead you to live a life without me in loneliness. She entrusted her loved one to these 2. You are beings beyond humans. Just being the only one in his life while I am still alive is enough. Mew is confused. Is that story still going on? But there is one thing I must make clear first. The one smiling and standing at the front is me. I am the first, remember? Then ask them, so who will be the second person? She left a question and left satisfied, hoping that when a decision is made, they will inform me. When going down the stairs, he accidentally tripped and let out a cry. Ah, Dak, so helped her up. He looked at her face, flushed from the wine. She smiled and said, is that you, sir? You are helpless and don't know how to drink, so why do you often rely on me to continue? Hey, do you know the surest way to control the enemy? It makes them pay attention to others too. He took her hand and asked again, yes. What do you mean? She replied. I drank too much and feel dizzy, smiling and suggesting, may I rest in your room for a while? He hugged her tightly satisfied. Of course, let's get married. 3 months later at VM Daria sighed. I thought things had settled down for a while, but it turns out it's another field research trip. You have also reported to Her Highness the Princess Right. Of course, I have asked for permission and it has been granted. Daria sipped her tea and warned, if you keep rushing around like that, someday the princess will scold you. You might even have your movement restricted. Ratso laughed. It probably isn't that bad. She read while wondering. So this time you came to the 3rd country. The superior nation is on top. Just a reminder, you must already know where this place is, right? Yes. Thurnquock is a tiny country, more like a city-state, but it legalizes everything from gambling, prostitution, contract assassination, money laundering to slave trading, and is the largest underground nation on the continent. She continues, I say this just to remind you to be careful. The darkness of those who live in the shadows is deeper than you think. He smiled and replied, yes, master, I will remember your teachings and set off. The boat drifted on the sea. The sky today had little sunlight, and with the fog appearing like this, it seemed today was a lucky day. Vatso thought to himself, thanks to the fog, I was able to enter the territory quietly. The problem is his gaze is fixed on the person beside him, the one who has been following me from the harbor all this time. He conceals his aura and suppresses his killing intent, clearly a master, but we can't fight right here at sea. If you think that you're very mistaken. He pointed his sword and shouted, "Who are you? Daring to follow me?" That person is none other than Mew smiling at him. The breed has been discovered. Mumwo is surprised. "Why are you following me?" Mu replied irritably. "What do you mean? You promised to duel me when you returned to the capital, then you disappeared again, and I immediately chased after you." He sighed and advised her, "Mu, why? You have to go back. This place is extremely dangerous. I've heard about it at home too, but as long as we defeat them all, Vo will continue. Actually, the stop above is just a rest point. The real destination is still ahead." Mew is curious about where it is. Vodap, the eternal collector of Andeon, the Britannia Empire. M.